Every time I go through security, I have to strip naked. Even though I'm completely naked, the detector still beeps. It's because I'm the captain of the most mysterious Tianxiong team in China. I've been on the battlefield for 8 years and have achieved great success. But in a counter-terrorism operation, I was shot with a black gun and the bullet got stuck in my spine and couldn't be removed. Helplessly, I had to retire and return home. Just as I arrived at the customs and prepared to go through security, the alarm suddenly went off. Upon hearing the sound, the on-duty patrol immediately detained me. The beautiful female security officer took out a detector and scanned me again. When the detector reached my lower back, it suddenly emitted a sharp beep, accompanied by flashing red lights. The female security officer ordered me to take off my clothes. Looking at the crowd watching, I had no choice but to comply and took off my shirt as requested. My dark muscles were exposed, along with numerous scars all over my body. Instantly, the onlookers looked at me in astonishment, especially the security officer closest to me. She was so shocked that her face turned pale and she took a step back. The on-duty patrol officer frowned and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead involuntarily. Because they had served in the military, they knew that the elliptical scars on my body, which looked like eyes, were actually gunshot wounds. The beautiful security officer brought an infrared scanner and approached me again. As she scanned my body, her breathing became rapid and her hands couldn't stop trembling. Then suddenly, she exclaimed, "There was a bullet in my spine." The air fell silent, and everyone looked shocked, whispering quietly, "If the bullet shifted slightly, I would be paralyzed. What has this person experienced? Could he be a terrorist?" Faced with the questioning voices, I wasn't angry. Looking at the shocked security officer, I asked, "Miss, can I go now?" The security officer, who had regained her senses, said to the patrol officer, "Apart from the bullet lodged in his spine, no other prohibited items were found. The danger can be eliminated." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, I calmly picked up my package and boarded the plane. Several hours later, the plane landed smoothly. I couldn't wait and hailed a taxi to go home. Although my parents had passed away long ago, my beloved sister was still at home. Thinking of this, I urged the driver to speed up. When I arrived at the doorstep, I took out the long-unused key. In my mind, I imagined the scene of embracing my sister. However, the moment the door opened, I was stunned. I saw a completely naked woman standing at the entrance of the bathroom. She had a well-proportioned figure, fair skin, and wet hair, obviously just having taken a shower. As someone who had spent 10 years in the military, I had never seen such a scene before, so I was completely dumbfounded. The beautiful woman turned her head upon hearing the noise and looked at me. I saw her wide eyes and slightly parted red lips. It was clear that she was also stunned. We both stood there motionless for a few seconds. Then, the beautiful woman let out a piercing scream and quickly turned and ran into the bedroom. Startled by the scream, I quickly regained my senses and closed the door, retreating outside. As someone who had never seen a woman's body before, my face couldn't help but blush at this moment. My body felt hot, and my heart was uncontrollably pounding. Although I hadn't seen my sister in nearly 10 years, I was certain that the woman inside was definitely not my sister. If it wasn't my sister, then who would be taking a shower in my house? Could it be that the house was sold? Why didn't you change the lock? Li Jingjing, who was still in shock, blushed. She never dreamed that she would be seen through by a stranger. Li Jingjing, who had suffered a loss, quickly put on her clothes and rushed to the kitchen. Grabbing a kitchen knife, she opened the door and saw me smoking a cigarette. Without saying a word, she raised the knife and swung it at me. Seeing that she was serious, I quickly grabbed the knife and subdued her. Li Jingjing couldn't move and cursed loudly. "You scoundrel! Let me go! I'll fight you!" I quickly explained to him. "I don't know how you ended up taking a shower in my house, but it was really a misunderstanding. I didn't expect someone to be in the house, but I still apologize to you." Li Jingjing listened in astonishment and then exclaimed, "Are you saying this is your house? Are you Xia Dongyan?" I was a little surprised. How did this unfamiliar beauty know me? So I asked her, "Do you know me?" Li Jingjing pouted and said, "I don't know you, but I know your sister, Xia Shiqing. I am her homeroom teacher." Hearing this, I quickly let go of her and apologized to her with a guilty face. Li Jingjing frowned and turned around. She rubbed her wrist and suddenly slapped me in the face. I stared at her in confusion and asked why she hit me. Li Jingjing didn't mince her words and said, "You've seen it all. Can I let you off the hook for free?" Hearing this, I didn't pursue it anymore and thought to myself that the slap was worth it. So I quickly asked, "Teacher, why are you in my house? Where is my sister?" Li Jingjing said with some dissatisfaction, "Now you know about your sister? Where were you when she needed you? Your sister took care of our seriously ill aunt while studying for exams. She even had to handle our aunt's funeral. She's just a 10-year-old girl. Do you know how hard she worked?" The more she spoke, the louder and more excited she became. In the end, it turned into accusations. And I didn't say anything because Li Jingjing was right. I felt guilty for devoting my youth to the country and neglecting my family. Seeing my reaction, Li Jingjing coldly snorted and said, "Let me tell you, Aunt entrusted me to take care of Xiqing before she passed away. If I find out that you didn't take care of her well, I won't let you off the hook." I couldn't be bothered to argue with her and asked urgently, "You still haven't told me. Where is my sister?" Li Jingjing suddenly darkened her eyes and said in a low voice, "Xiqing is in the hospital now. Her condition is very bad. She was recently diagnosed with uremia. She's lying in the hospital bed." Looking at her pale face, and tears flow down like rain. I owe her too much after being away from home for 10 years. Thinking of this, I felt even more guilty and self-blaming. Li Jingjing, who was beside me, comforted me. "You don't have to worry too much. The doctor said that as long as we find a suitable kidney source, she can recover." I nodded, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. My sister weakly turned her head when she heard the sound. When she saw me standing by the bed, she was completely stunned and tears silently streamed down her face. After a few seconds, she suddenly sat up and threw herself into my arms, crying loudly. After a while, she stood up and wiped away the tears on her face and asked me why I suddenly came back home. Looking at my fragile sister, my voice hoarse, I said, "Sister, I have retired. I will take care of you from now on and we will never be separated again." Xia Dongqing looked at me in disbelief and asked, "Why did you suddenly retire?" "Brother, you are a colonel. I heard that colonel is a high rank. Did you retire because of me?" Xia Dongqing's words were interrupted by me before she finished. "Don't think too much. It's because of my own reasons. The most important thing for you now is to take care of your health and prepare for the college entrance examination. Leave everything else to me." Xia Dongqing stopped saying anything and instead asked me, "Brother, how did you know I was here?" At this moment, Li Jingjing walked in from outside the door. "I told your brother," she said. Coincidentally, I was at home at that time. Looking at Li Jingjing, the image from earlier couldn't help but appear in my mind, and my face became even hotter. Seeing me blushing, Li Jingjing immediately glared at me and said, "What are you thinking? Hurry up and get something to eat for your sister." Coming back to my senses, I quickly nodded and said, "Okay." Leaving the ward, I hurriedly ran towards the cafeteria. While I was away, Li Jingjing came to her sister's side. "Dongqing, did your brother say he was a colonel in the army? Did the teacher hear it wrong?" Xia Dongqing frowned and sighed. "Teacher, my brother said he was promoted to colonel before. He must have gone through a lot of hardships. I also heard that officers don't retire. They only transfer or demobilize. My brother said he retired because he wanted to come back and take care of me." Li Jingjing was shocked to hear this. Even though she had never been in contact with the military, she knew that it was indeed a high rank, especially for someone my age of 27. It must have been due to many military achievements to be promoted like this. It was truly a miracle among miracles. When I came back from the cafeteria with food, I was called to the doctor's office. The attending doctor told me that a suitable kidney source had been found and my sister could undergo surgery in a few days. Hearing this, I was very happy, but the doctor's next words made me feel heavy-hearted. The cost of the surgery would be around 500,000 yuan, plus the postoperative care fees. It would cost a small fortune, and I only had a little over 100,000 yuan, which was far from enough. I calculated in my mind that I must get the money as soon as possible. My sister's surgery must not be delayed. While my sister was taking a nap, I went to the talent recruitment market. It was crowded with people, but I squeezed through the crowd and went to the front. Looking at the information on the recruitment boards, I quickly searched. Naturally, the salary was the most important thing I cared about at the moment because I urgently needed money, and fast money. I noted down the highest paying jobs and immediately got up. 10 years of military service had left me with no experience in other jobs. I was rejected by several companies in a row. Even when it was getting dark, I still couldn't successfully apply for a job. Feeling dejected, I bought some food by the roadside, preparing to take it back to the hospital for my sister's dinner. Just as I turned around, someone bumped into my shoulder. I quickly reached out to help, only to see a woman with brown curly hair and a flushed face. Her bright eyes were unfocused, clearly indicating that she had been drinking. The woman, with a strong smell of alcohol, pushed me away and staggered forward. I shook my head in frustration and couldn't help but sigh. It would be such a pity if such a beautiful woman fell into the hands of bad people. As soon as I said that, I saw 5 tattooed men chasing after the woman. They surrounded her and one of the men lightly shouted, "Hey, beauty, are you thinking about men when you're drinking alone so late at night? Come on, let us guys have some fun with you." The woman waved her hand with her bag and angrily cursed, "You damn hooligans, get lost, or I'll make you eunuchs in your next life." This statement only further aroused the wolf-like nature of several young men. Hey, the temperament is quite fierce. My buddy likes someone like you. What are you waiting for? There's a small grove next door. Let's just go there. As I said that, I grabbed the woman's arm. The woman struggled and shouted. Originally, I was just in a bad mood and had a few drinks. Who knew this would happen? She was so anxious that tears started flowing. She couldn't help but pray to God. If someone could save me at this moment, Yu Fei, would marry him. With a bang and a scream, a tattooed man was kicked hard. The other 4 tattooed men looked at me fiercely. Humph. A stinky worker thinking he can be a hero and save the beauty. Brothers, get rid of him. I snorted and quickly rushed towards the thugs. I raised my fist and struck. My movements were smooth and effortless. The 4 thugs fell to the ground. The whole process took only a minute. I didn't even spill the dinner I was holding in my left hand. Yu Fei, the drunk woman who was saved, looked at my handsome face with admiration in her eyes. At this moment, she believed that I was the Prince Charming she had been waiting for. Looking at Yu Fei blushing, I reminded her, "You're such a beautiful girl. Don't drink so much. Don't walk alone at night, especially when you're drunk. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Seeing me walking away like that, Yu Fei panicked and grabbed me directly. I feel dizzy. Can you accompany me? After Yu Fei said this, her face became even more charming. Hearing that, I didn't say anything. After all, a good person should help to the end. What if we encounter hooligans on the way? It would be troublesome. So I nodded. Yu Fei was excited that I agreed and thought she could take this opportunity to get to know her savior better. But just a few steps later, Yu Fei felt her stomach churning and her head getting heavier. It must be because she drank too much earlier and the alcohol was taking effect now. She felt something coming up her throat and quickly turned to the side to vomit. Unaware of the situation, I thought Yu Fei was too drunk and couldn't stand steady on her feet. Acting quickly, I grabbed her waist and pulled her back. I heard a retching sound as Yu Fei forcefully vomited. Now, everything was vomited onto me. Realizing her embarrassment, Yu Fei quickly apologized to me in a fluster and took out a tissue from her bag. She wiped my face vigorously, but after a few wipes, she noticed that the tissue in her hand was not a tissue at all, but a sanitary pad. Seeing that feminine product, my face turned black. I couldn't describe my frustration in words, but I have to admit, this little thing is quite absorbent. It wiped my face clean. Yu Fei's face turned red as if it was about to bleed. For a moment, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. After a long time, Yu Fei gathered the courage to say, "My home is not far ahead. Let me take you there to wash up." As she said that, she turned and walked ahead. I actually wanted to go back and take care of my sister, but I couldn't walk away with this pungent vomit on me. I followed Yu Fei and soon arrived at her doorstep. Standing at the door, I felt a little embarrassed, but Yu Fei pulled me into the house without hesitation. She adjusted the water temperature and asked me to take a shower. When I was almost done, Yu Fei knocked on the door from outside. She said she prepared replacement clothes for me and asked me to open the door. As a result, I was stunned by the clothes. It was an oversized pink t-shirt, and there was a cute kitty cat on the front. After thinking for a moment, I decided to put it on. I just made do with the pants I was wearing before. After all, it's better than going out naked. When I came out, Yu Fei's face turned even redder because it was the shirt she wore to sleep. The other clothes were not loose enough, and this was the only one she could lend me. Seeing Yu Fei blushing and not saying anything, I gestured that it was getting late and I should go back. Hearing that, Yu Fei quickly took out her phone and said, "What is your phone number? I will wash the clothes and return them to you another day. By the way, I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. I also want to return this pink pajama to you." So, I gave you my phone number and then left without staying here any longer. I left without even looking back or giving myself another glance. Yu Fei felt a bit displeased for some reason. What a blockhead. I'm a beautiful woman, and you saved me. It's late at night. Couldn't you have asked me to stay and develop our relationship? Could it be that she already has a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Yu Fei couldn't help but feel a bit down. I must meet up with you tomorrow to clarify things. The next morning, I received a notice of outstanding fees from the hospital. After paying the money, the surgical fees became even more outstanding. I couldn't afford to delay, so I immediately went out to find a job. However, after a whole morning of job hunting, I was repeatedly rejected because I had no work experience. Just when I was feeling frustrated, I suddenly saw a sign standing in front of a company not far away. It had a few big words written on it. Huayang Company is hiring bodyguards with high salaries. I was instantly intrigued. Although my skills were not as good as before, being an ordinary bodyguard shouldn't be a problem. In order to quickly raise the money for my sister's surgery, I directly entered Huayang Company. I saw about 20 people on the side, all of them burly men. Standing at the front was a tall man in a black suit, at least 9 meters tall. He should be the interviewer for this recruitment. He took a step forward and said to everyone, "My name is Lu Hong. I am the bodyguard of Chairman Huayang. The chairman needs to hire another bodyguard this time, and I will be in charge of the assessment. The salary has no upper limit and will be determined solely by individual strength." When I heard that everyone had quoted prices of tens or hundreds of thousands, I calmly stepped forward and said, "I want 1 million. The whole room was in an uproar, and Lu Hong couldn't help but give me a second look. A few seconds later, some of the applicants became unhappy and sarcastically said, "Ha, 1 million? Trying to show off? Bodyguards speak with their fists, not their mouths." The others joined in the mockery, saying, "We ask for 100,000, and you want 1 million? Are you saying you can handle 10 of us?" At this moment, Lu Hong stepped forward and said appreciatively, "Daring to ask for 1 million? That takes courage. But as they said, bodyguards speak with their fists. You have to prove that you're worth 1 million. I chuckled and asked, "How do I prove it?" Lu Hong glanced at the burly man on the sidelines and said, "Who among you can help prove it?" My arrogant appearance immediately aroused the displeasure of the others. In an instant, 5 people rushed out. Faced with the siege of the 5 big men, I remained unfazed. I didn't even move my feet much. In less than 20 seconds, all 5 of them were lying on the ground. At this moment, they all became convinced. Seeing this, Lu Hong didn't say anything else and asked me to go with him to meet the chairman. In the luxurious office, a middle-aged man with a strong build was sitting on the boss's chair. He was wearing a silver-gray suit and his hair was meticulously groomed. His eyes were deep and shrewd, exuding an aura of authority. This person was Zhao Zhangming, the chairman of Huayang Group. Zhao Zhangming glanced at me and asked, "What's your name and what did you do before?" I calmly replied, "Xia Xiyang. I used to be a soldier." As soon as Zhao Zhangming heard that I was a soldier, his expression brightened. "Good. I have the utmost respect for military personnel. I can agree to your 1 million annual salary condition. However, I'm hiring a bodyguard not to protect myself, but to protect my daughter." I was a little surprised, but I didn't say anything. After all, what I needed was this job. As for whom I needed to protect, it didn't matter at all. Zhao Zhangming cleared his throat and continued, "My requirement is simple. You need to provide 24-hour personal protection for my daughter and ensure that she doesn't suffer any harm." Upon hearing this, I nodded without hesitation. "If there is danger, I will definitely die in front of your daughter." Seeing my determined gaze, Zhao Zhangming was very satisfied. He immediately instructed the finance department to advance me 1 year's salary. At this moment, the sound of high heels tapping on the floor could be heard. Zhao Zhangming's face immediately showed a strong affection. "It's my daughter." The office door opened, and a beautiful figure walked in. When I turned my head and saw her, my jaw dropped in astonishment. I couldn't help but blurt out, "It's you?" Xia Dongyang was sure that the woman in front of him was the most beautiful among the women he had seen. There was no one, just that her expression was very cold, giving people a feeling of being uninviting. She walked to Zhao Zhangming with her head held high. Her tone was a bit cold plus impatient. "Dad, my company is having a meeting. What are you in a hurry to call me over for?" "Of course there is something important." Zhao Zhangming was very gentle, not caring about his daughter's face in the slightest, pulling his daughter to look at Xia Dongyang, and said, "Come, let me introduce you guys. Xia Dongyang, this is my daughter Zhao Shuayan, who is now the president of Lian Company." "Shuayan, from now on, Xia Dongyang is your bodyguard. He will be close to protect your safety 24 hours a day." "What?" When Zhao Shuayan heard this, her entire body almost jumped. Immediately, she said, "Dad, it's a legalized society now, and what we're doing is legitimate business. We're not afraid of shadows. What danger can there be? I don't need a bodyguard. I have crossed more bridges than you have traveled. We are upright and not afraid of shadows. Is it the same for others?" "Shuayan, Dad can obey you in everything, but this is the only thing. You must listen to me." Zhao Zhangming lost his previous mildness. His tone became strong. After all, it was a matter of his daughter's safety. He had to take out a father's due determination. Zhao Zhangming waved his hand forcefully and said, "All right, it's decided. I've already called your secretary and asked her to arrange an office for Xia Dongyang next to your office. You can take him back now." "You?" Zhao Shuayan was furious at her father's dictatorial behavior. Knowing that she couldn't argue, she could only throw her hands away and leave in a negative manner. Her high-heeled shoes were stomped by her to the point where they were almost broken. Xia Dongyang naturally had to follow. When the two left, Zhao Zhangming face immediately correct, then dialed a phone, said to the person on the other end, "Chief." Xia Dongyang followed Zhao Shuayan 1 meter behind him until he reached downstairs. Zhao Shuayan stopped and turned around. How much money did my dad give you? $1 million a year. Xia Dongyang said honestly. When Zhao Shuiyan heard this, she immediately said, good, I'll give you double. You can take the money and do what you want to do. You don't have to follow me. Xia Dongyang was not moved in the slightest, and said in a firm tone, I signed a contract with your father, and made a commitment to him to protect your safety 24 hours a day. I can't promise you that. I'll give you $3 million. However, Xia Dongyang stood fixedly, clearly unmoved. Zhao Shuiyan then raised the price. 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, but no matter how she raised the price, Xia Dongyang remained unmoved. Good. Have backbone, right? Don't want money, right? Don't go, right? I'm going back to the company now. Catch up if you have the ability. Zhao Shuiyan dropped a sentence and drilled into the Maserati president, skillfully ignited and turned out of the company. Xia Dongyang hurriedly jogged to catch up. Zhao Shuiyan drove the car quickly onto the arterial road, thinking that somehow there was one more male bodyguard, or a 24-hour personalized one. She had a wave of revulsion and malignant chills within her heart. And I don't understand what the hell Dad is thinking. Humph. I don't believe I can't get rid of you. As she said that, she naturally turned her eyes towards the right reflector, and at this glance, she was instantly startled, only to see that Xia Dongyang was rapidly chasing after her along the sidewalk on the right side, and was running so fast that it even caused quite a few citizens to stop and pay attention. What a simple-minded, four-limbed reckless man. You can still catch up to the car? After Zhao Shuiyan was stunned, she cursed in a low voice, increased the gas pedal, and the car drove forward quickly. In the reflector, Xia Dongyang's figure gradually faded away, but it was still possible to see that he didn't give up and was still rapidly chasing after him. This probably ran 2 or 3 kilometers. Xia Dongyang's figure but still in the reflector. Zhao Shuiyan frowned. Honestly, this moment, she was again moved by Xia Dongyang's persistence. So she said to herself, forget it, he is also just a part-time worker. There is no need for me to generalize with him. Just think of other ways to drive him away. Saying that, she pulled the car over to the side and stopped. Xia Dongyang soon caught up. His breath was a bit wheezy. It didn't seem to be easy. Get in the car. Although Zhao Shuiyan had gone soft for a moment, it didn't mean she accepted Xia Dongyang as a sudden bodyguard, so she still didn't have a good tone. Xia Dongyang, however, said, no need, Mr. Zhao, I can catch up. You. When Zhao Shuiyan heard this, she was so angry that her willow eyebrows went up and she coldly said, then you run to death. Saying that, she stepped on the gas, and the car went away without stopping again. About half an hour later, Xia Dongyang watched Zhao Shuiyan's car enter the International New City building. The International New City mansion had a total of 99 floors. It was a new commercial building that was built a few years ago, and over the past few years, a lot of large companies in Jianyang City had moved into the mansion. Zhao Shuiyan's Liyan Company, located in the 25th to 29th floor of the building. From the perspective of the entire building, the scale is also considered middle to upper class. Xia Dongyang took a deep breath. Running this section, the old injury on his waist was a little painful. After a little bit better, he walked inward. Just to the door was stopped by the security guard, and at this time, from within the building came out a man. As soon as the man saw Xia Dongyang at the door, his face instantly turned gloomy. He was the very same Ma Chengkai who had designed the hero to save the beauty last night. Ma Chengkai is the director of the building management office of this building. All the maintenance and processing of the building and even security are under his control. It is also considered a little right. Damn. I was worried about how to find you, kid. I can't imagine that you even took the initiative to send the door. See how the old man teach you a lesson. Zhao Shuiyan returned to her office located on the 50th floor and threw her handbag onto the table before sitting heavily on the chair in an extremely bad mood. At this time, the knock on the door sounded. Zhao Shuiyan took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. She was the president after all. She couldn't affect her work because of personal matters. Come in. With Zhao Shuiyan's words, the door opened. The one who came in was a woman dressed in a black professional outfit. If Xia Dongyang was there, he would have recognized it at a glance. This was exactly the drunken woman Yufei that he had saved last night. Yufei is the director of the Liyan Company, but also Zhao Shuiyan's best friend for more than 10 years. When Zhao Shuiyan took over the company, Yufei resigned from a better job, and came to help her best friend without saying a word. Zhao Shuiyan put down her pen and let out a heavy breath before saying, Fei, my dad found me a bodyguard. A bodyguard? Fei Yu froze, then laughed. That's right, you're the #1 goddess of our building, and you're one of the 2 golden flowers of Jianyang City. Uncle must be afraid that you'll be abducted by someone, so he found you a bodyguard. Normal. A beautiful president like Zhao Shuiyan, not to mention in the entire building. Even in the entire Jiangyang city, her reputation was not small. Fei, you still have the heart to poke fun at me. You don't know. My dad found me a male bodyguard after all, and he also wants him to protect me 24 hours a day. What do you think this is? Zhao Xueyan said, her mood even worse. Male bodyguard? Yu Fei stared at her beautiful eyes, also feeling unbelievable, only saying, no way. What is uncle thinking? What era is this? Still close protection? Aren't you worried about your brother Nanshang getting jealous? Nanshang, full name Zhang Nanshang, is Zhao Xueyan in M country study abroad to recognize, determine the romantic relationship, but Zhang Nanshang has been left in M country development, said to build a piece of heaven, come back to marry Zhao Xueyan in style. Mentioned Zhang Nanshang, Zhao Xueyan face frost melted, replaced by eyes full of tenderness and expectation. However, thinking about Xia Dongyang's existence, she couldn't help but frown again and said in an anxious tone, Fei, Nanshang said he'll be back in a while, if I let him know that I still have a 24-hour personal male bodyguard. What do you think? What do you think about this? That's right, it's easy to cause misunderstanding. Then you drive him away. Drive away? Zhao Xueyan smiled unnaturally, and then briefly talked about the previous incident where she used money to smash Xia Donyang and he chased after the car. After Yu Fei heard this, she only said, there are still people with such a dead brain nowadays. It's really strange, but he is not moved by money, and he doesn't even sit in the car of a great beauty like you. It shows that people are not greedy for money and sex, and his character is very good. Yes, well, then here you go. Okay? Zhao Xueyan couldn't imagine that Yu Fei even complimented Xia Dongyang. I'll forget it, Yu Fei said. Her mind couldn't help but jump to Xia Dongyang's figure. Thinking about last night, she couldn't help but smile. Zhao Xueyan was upset, so she didn't notice her bestie's expression either. Yu Fei came back to her senses, thinking that she would call Xia Donyang when she got off work later, and following that, she said, Xueyan, you said that bodyguard wouldn't still be running, right? Whatever. Pissed off. Even if he chases over, he can't get in. Zhao Xueyan didn't even want to mention Xia Donyang, but Yu Fei said, I would like to see how stubborn he can be. Come on, it's fine anyway. I'll go down and take a look. If it's not agreeable, I'll think of a way to help you drive him away. Zhao Xueyan heard this and said indistinctly, right, you've always had a lot of ghost ideas. You must help me this time. Yu Fei's face darkened and said, are you praising me or damaging me? Both the same. Downstairs at the main entrance, Xia Dongyang was explaining his intentions to the security guards. Ma Chengkai walked over in big strides and asked Drilly, what's going on? One of the security guards returned. Director Ma. He said he's the bodyguard of President Zhao of Lian Company and wants to go in. Ha! When Ma Chengkai heard this, he let out a cold laugh and looked at Xia Donyang and said, don't say I've never seen Mr. Zhao with a bodyguard before. With your migrant worker appearance, and still a bodyguard, I think you want to go in to step on the spot and steal something, right? Someone come. Throw him out. A few security guards heard this and surrounded Xia Donyang with unfavorable faces, being suspected for no reason and having to be rough. Xia Donyang was not without temper. Immediately, he clenched his fist. The 4 security guards also struck out. Xia Donyang does not move. A move is like a fierce tiger. Rushed into the 4 people, raised his fist and smashed. Bang 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 bang. The 4 people were smashed to the ground by him without any suspense. The sight of the Ma Chengkai froze. To know the building's security guards are after formal training. Not to say that all can be 1 for 10. A fight 2 or 3 ordinary people are no problem. Which no, but was Xia Donyang so easily all knocked down? However, Ma Chengkai froze after. Then heart his great joy. Xia Donyang this hand. Undoubtedly more let him find a reason to make a big deal. Immediately, he took the walkie-talkie and shouted. All security guards gather at the main entrance. Someone wants to forcefully break into the building. Roger, Roger. However, in just over a minute, nearly 20 security guards surged over from the various entrances and exits, stopping the main entrance. Almost all of the peripheral security guards in the building were mobilized, and the commotion made by this was not small. Many people stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and watched, and some even came downstairs, facing nearly 20 pugilistic security guards. Even now the strength is not as strong as before. Xia Donyang still does not have the slightest fear. This is compared to the battlefield. It is really too childish. Looking at this situation, Ma Chengkai could not help but smile grimly, thinking, kid, this is what happens when you ruin my good deed. You slowly cool it. It seems to be useless to say more. Xia Donyang clenched his fists to meet up. This fight up. Almost all the people in the building to the alarm. To the door convergence over more and more people. Come early to stand close to the people. Looking at the door fighting situation, cannot help but exclaimed, I rely on. Who is that buddy? Ah. Too fierce. A person single to pick the building security team. Ah. He put down 7 or 8. Is this the legendary martial arts master? Higher man. Ah. I want to worship him as a teacher. Ma Changkai, who was originally still smiling grimly, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids when he saw one security guard after another fall to the ground. But in just a minute, a large portion of the security guards were knocked to the ground by Xia Dongyang, and at this time, Yu Fei at least came to the periphery of the spectator circle. She grabbed his sister from the building and asked, what happened at the entrance? That sister was pulled and reluctantly turned around, but when she saw that it was Yu Fei, she said with a fluttering brow, Mr. Yu, there's a bull fighting with our building's entire security team, and he's already knocked down a dozen or so security guards. Are you kidding? That powerful? Yu Fei was a bit disbelieving. She knew that many of the building's security guards were veterans and were very strong. The other sister turned around and said with an excited face, really, Mr. Yu? And he looked so relaxed, too handsome and manly. I must go and ask for his number later. Me too. This kind of handsome and capable man. Can't miss it. Yu Fei was completely unable to interject at this time, and only had to slowly squeeze forward with a curious heart. At this time, nearly 20 security guards, only 2 or 3 still standing. Yu Fei at least is squeezed to the forefront. When a look at the scene is actually Xia Dongyang, she immediately froze, and then the face of great joy, and then rushed up and shouted, stop, stop. The 2 or 3 security guards still standing rushed to take advantage of the opportunity to retreat. They in fact have long wanted to retreat. But so many people watching. Retreat, not to mention the loss of face, may also be dismissed. Xia Dongyang, are you alright? Yu Fei stepped forward and asked with an eager face. Seeing Yu Fei appeared here, Xia Dongyang was also a little surprised, but thinking that Yu Fei might also work in this building. After all, it's so big here. So he said, it's fine. Yu Fei then put down his heart, and then turned his head to Ma Changkai face-to-face question. Ma Changkai, you let so many people beat up a person. What kind of heart? Is not too bullying? Ma Changkai heard all almost cried. He knew Yu Fei came to definitely protect Xia Dongyang. But miss also take a look. Ah, this is in the end who is bullying who? Ah, but this can't be said. Otherwise the security guard face is even more lost. So force defense, he wants to force the building. I suspect that he has bad intentions. I'm just defending the personal and property safety of all the people in the building. He said but the righteousness. But Xia Dongyang to Yu Fei can have the grace of life-saving. Yu Fei does not allow someone to say so. Xia Dongyang immediately said in a cold voice, she is my friend, came in to find me. Is it that I am also a person with bad intentions? Why don't you say that I am a commercial spy? What is this talk from Mr. Yu? How can you be a commercial spy? Yu Fei's big hat was snapped down. Ma Changkai hurriedly compensated with a smile. Yu Fei snorted coldly while saying, can my friend go in now? Yes, of course. Yu Fei heard this and pulled Xia Dongyang inwards. Ma Changkai's face became even more gloomy. As the saying goes, what you can't have is always in commotion. Ma Changkai had long taken Yu Fei as the forbidden domain of his heart. Now, Yu Fei disliked him in front of so many people, and even pulled Xia Dongyang's hand. Ma Changkai only felt his heart was so empty that he wanted to vomit blood. Yu Fei, you bitch, usually pretending to be a noble appearance. I can't imagine that just one night, you and this migrant worker good. Humph, dog man and woman, wait for it. I will make you look good. Yu Fei, a pretty face red like a burning cloud, just lowered his head and dragged Xia Dongyang to the building. Xia Dongyang also do not know what to say. Also let her pull the two just into the downstairs hall. Yu Fei this long spit out a breath. Following the realization that she was still pulling Xia Dongyang's hand, she hurriedly loosened, and then Xing Xing asked, Xia Dongyang, are you here to find me? No. Xia Dongyang said honestly. Yu Fei full of expectations. After listening to the pretty face suddenly pulled, the heart is so depressed that it did not spit blood. Cursing Xia Dongyang is really too uncomprehending. You say a lie will die off. After a moment of silence, Yu Fei curiously asked, Xia Dongyang, then what are you doing here? I work as a bodyguard for someone. Xia Dongyang said honestly. Bodyguard? Yu Fei asked almost subconsciously upon hearing this. You wouldn't be Zhao Shuayan's bodyguard, right? How do you know? Xia Dongyang was a bit curious. When Xia Dongyang said this, Yu Fei secretly thought, this is too much of a coincidence. This is good. The good girlfriend extremely hates Xia Dongyang, this bodyguard. She just said that she would find a way to help her drive away the bodyguard. But who knows that this bodyguard would be the lifesaver Xia Dongyang. Yu Fei was a bit conflicted. She didn't answer Xia Dongyang's question and asked, how did you think of becoming a bodyguard? I need money urgently and need this job. Xia Dongyang said frankly, how much money do you need? I can help you. Yu Fei almost blurted out. She just wanted this to help her best friend solve her troubles and help Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang also knew that Yu Fei was trying to return his favor, but he had his own insistence, and only said, "Thank you for your kindness. You don't need to think about repaying me. I don't need you to repay me for saving you before. I need money, but I can earn it on my own, and I've already signed a contract with Zhao Shuiyan's father. He trusts me and advances me my annual salary, so I have to fulfill my promise to him and protect Zhao Shuiyan." This is kind of Xia Dongyang said the most words in one breath. Yu Fei could hear the arrogance of Xia Dongyang's heart, and knew that his words just now might have hurt him a little. Immediately rushed to say, "Xia Dongyang, I have no other meaning. You see, we are also regarded as friends. Mutual help is due. Thank you. If I really have difficulties someday, I will ask you." Yu Fei's heart was happy, although with Xia Dongyang but the second time to meet, but she felt that with Xia Dongyang's mute character, can say such words, already will be their own as a friend. At this time, the elevator door opened. Yu Fei led the way and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see your boss." Xia Dongyang also already thought that Yu Fei knew Zhao Shuiyan, so he silently followed behind. When the door opened, Yu Fei didn't have time to speak. Zhao Shuiyan jumped the gun and asked, "Fei, how is it? Did you drive that nasty guy away?" The corner of Yu Fei's mouth couldn't help but twitch as she listened, and it was only then that Zhao Shuiyan saw Xia Dongyang following Yu Fei. In the office, an awkward silence fell into the atmosphere. After a few moments, Zhao Shuiyan calmed down, thinking in order to not let Nanshang misunderstand, "I must drive this guy away." At that moment, she pointed at the door and said coldly to Xia Dongyang, "I don't want to see you right now. You go to the next office and stay there." Xia Dongyang nodded and silently retreated. As soon as he left, Zhao Shuiyan immediately said to Yu Fei, "Fei, didn't you say that you wanted to find a way to help me get rid of him? Why did you even bring him up?" Yu Fei was a helpless face, only saying, "If it was someone else, I would have helped you drive away. But him, I can't." "Why? You guys know each other?" Zhao Shuiyan came to be interested. Yu Fei had to say, "The thing is like this." After listening to Yu Fei's narration, Zhao Shuiyan couldn't help but pull Yu Fei's hand and said with a concerned face, Fei, don't go to the bar alone in the future. It's too dangerous. There's no need to be upset with yourself." I know." Yu Fei nodded and said. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Zhao Shuiyan only said, "How about this? Anyway, there is a story of a hero rescuing a beauty between you two. Why don't I just let you have him and let him work as a bodyguard for you? And he'll still get paid according to his salary. Do you think it's possible?" Yu Fei asked rhetorically. "Fine." Zhao Shuiyan was disheveled, and immediately said with a bitter face, "But I just can't stand the days of having a man following me around all day long. There's no freedom in anything." Yu Fei could only comfort, "Maybe after a few days together, you'll realize that he's not annoying. It's not a matter of hating or not. It's really, hey, how should I put it? It's awkward. Okay? Also, Nanshang is coming back in a few days. What do you think he will think then?" Yu Fei kind of understand. Only said, "After all is said and done, is not afraid of your that Nanshang brother misunderstanding well? Line. If your Nanshang brother come back, I will think of a way to Xia Dongyang support away. Then, this is what you said yourself." Zhao Shuiyan's eyes lit up, obviously waiting for Yu Fei's words. Yu Fei came back to her senses and only said, "Good you Zhao Shuiyan, even your best friend is digging a hole." In fact, Yu Fei's heart was eager. She was eager to have more opportunities to get along with Xia Dongyang and learn more about Xia Dongyang, and said Xia Dongyang came to the next office. There is actually a dressed in black professional attire, holding a folder, with a pair of rimless glasses, giving a weak feeling of the woman, not waiting for Xia Dongyang to open his mouth. The other side of the convenience of a smile and said, "Xia assistant. Hello, I am Mr. Zhao's secretary Xiao Runan. This is the chairman of the board of directors specially accounted for you to arrange the office. You see what else needs to be replaced or to be added to it?" Xia Dongyang's heart was strange. Didn't he say bodyguard? How did he become an assistant? But he didn't care, as long as he could protect Zhao Shuiyan's safety. For the environment he had even less requirements. Immediately said, "Thank you. Everything is fine. No, if you have anything, just say it to me. I'll go down to work first." After Xiao Runan left, Xia Dongyang sat on a chair, lit a cigarette, looking at this empty office. Honestly, he was very uncomfortable, because this life was too comfortable, and the contrast between the previous life of guns and bullets was too great. An afternoon time, Xia Dongyang smoking a cigarette in front of the computer browsing the news. Boredom spent. Looking at the time almost to 6 o'clock, Xia Dongyang went out to the next door Zhao Shuiyan office door and so on. This one waited until more than 7. Xia Dongyang stood in the doorway where did not go, enough to smoke half a pack of cigarettes. Finally, Zhao Xueyan opened the door and came out. Once she saw Xia Dongyang standing in the doorway as well as the cigarette butts on the ground, she couldn't help but frown and said in a cold voice, "You are not allowed to smoke in front of my office in the future." Okay. Xia Dongyang nodded. Zhao Xueyan didn't speak again. Carrying her bag and stepping on her high heels, she walked towards the elevator, while Xia Dongyang silently followed a meter behind her, all the way without words. Soon the two people to the downstairs hall. In the two people just out of the hall, wearing a white shirt, black pants, hair white shiny, dressed as a stick country Oba's long-legged man, holding a large bouquet of bright red roses, walked straight to Zhao Xueyan in front of, and then said with deep emotion, "Xueyan, you finally came down. Give it to you. Are you free tonight? Let's have a French dinner together. I've already booked a seat." Zhao Xueyan did not take the flowers. The reason why she came down so late, in fact, is to avoid this Lu Xiaoyun. This guy can pester her not a short period of time, but this will be a sudden movement of her mind. Thought of an idea, immediately said, "Good let's go." Lu Xiaoyun heard, face greatly happy. He chased Zhao Xueyan is not a day or 2 days, but every time either was rejected or not even give a face to see. Today, he felt that it is to meet the auspicious day, so he quickly nodded his head, turned to the BMW side of the door, courteously reached out and said, "Xueyan, please." Zhao Xueyan lifted his step towards the car. Xia Dongyang naturally had to follow. Lu Xiaoyun this time only noticed that Xia Dongyang actually also wanted to prepare to get on the car. At that time, his eyebrows frowned. "Drank, hey, that who? What are you doing?" Xia Dongyang only said, "I am Mr. Zhao's personal bodyguard. Of course I want to get on the car." "Personal bodyguard?" Lu Xiaoyun froze and turned his eyes to inquire Zhao Xueyan. Zhao Xueyan slightly shook her head. Once Lu Xiaoyun saw that, his face immediately sank. Walked to Xia Dongyang, coldly said, "Still bodyguard? Still close? Don't dirty this young master's car. Get out of here," said. He kicked at Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang slightly sidestepped and said in a deep voice, "I advise you better not move your hands." When Lu Xiaoyun heard this, he laughed coldly, "Hee, still giving me a pretense is it? This young man will make a move. What's wrong?" said. He slapped a Xia Dongyang face fan to go. Xia Dongyang where can let him get his hands on. Body slightly side. The trend is a slap. Hit Lu Xiaoyun's face. Lu Xiaoyun whole person is confused. Long so big, always as he hit others' face. He has never been hit in the face. This time froze did not come back to God. The sight of Zhao Xueyan also flabbergasted for a moment. She thought the most is Lu Xiaoyun to drive away Xia Dongyang, but did not expect things will develop into this. After a few moments, Lu Xiaoyun came back to his senses. His whole body exploded, roaring, "Kid, you're dead. Security! Security!" With his shout, Ma Chengkai who was preparing to leave work immediately brought a few security guards and quickly rushed from the other side. Ma Chengkai with 4 or 5 security guards quickly rushed to. The moment he saw that it was Lu Xiaoyun, he quickly asked, "Lu Xiao, what happened? Damn, can't you see that Lousy was beaten up? What are you security doing here? Give Lousy to fuck him." Lu Xiaoyun hatefully glared at Xia Dongyang and drank. Ma Chengkai saw another Xia Dongyang. His heart rejoiced. Who is Lu Xiaoyun? That is Lu's group prince, sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars. In Jianyang City is definitely the upper class. His thoughts turned sharply. Xia Dongyang, I was thinking about how to pack you. How do I know that you even so good at death? You are very able to fight. Right. Then, let you dog bite dog. At that moment, he immediately showed his position. Categorically drank. Brothers, give me a fight. Fight until Lu Xiao satisfied. A few security guards in the back have seen Xia Dongyang's hands, but this will be ordered by the boss. Coupled with Lu Xiaoyun in the support, they have clenched their teeth and give up, and have to Xia Dongyang surrounded the past. The sight of Zhao Xueyan see things more and more serious. The heart is also regret. Quickly shouted, "Wait." Lu Xiaoyun immediately said, "Xueyan, don't stop. I have to waste this kid today." Zhao Xueyan had to say, "Actually he is a distant relative of mine. Sorry Lu Xiao. Just now I didn't say it clearly. Misunderstood. Some other day I'll make amends to you." Immediately, she then glared at Xia Dongyang and said in a cold voice, "Don't go yet." After saying that, she lifted her leg and left. Xia Dongyang then followed behind her. Lu Xiaoyun froze again, and then came back to his senses. His face was gloomy, and he said, "Good Zhao Xueyan, play me as a fool, right? You give Lousy weight. When Lousy get you, Lousy will let you in bed like a bitch. To Lousy beg for mercy." Ma Chengkai, what's that kid's origin? Having been slapped, Lu Xiaoyun naturally wouldn't let Xia Dongyang go. He didn't believe that Xia Dongyang was really some distant relative of Zhao Xueyan. Ma Chengkai only said, "I don't know where he came from. He's just a peasant. Lu Xiao doesn't have to be general with him. Lu Xiaoyun heard, angrily shouted, he fucking forced. I was beaten, but also fucking cannot general knowledge. To the old man to keep an eye on him. Fall single to find someone to do. Get in trouble with the old man to carry. Ma Chenkai waited for his words. Quickly said, good. Lu Xiao, to ensure that you do it properly, walked to the side of the car. Zhao Shuiyan stopped and said, Xia Dongyang, just now that is Lu's group big Lu Xiaoyun. In Jiangyang City has some power. You hit him, he will never let you go. I give you money, you immediately leave Jiangyang City. Although it is a little bit of small mind, but Zhao Shuiyan did not think things will develop to the hands. Let Xia Dongyang a bodyguard offended Lu Xiaoyun. She is ultimately hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. Xia Dongyang, however, said, my duty is to protect your safety. As for the rest, there is no need for Mr. Zhao to worry. You, when Zhao Shuiyan heard this, she almost lost her temper. Being kind and caring about you, you still don't appreciate it? Her face immediately sank. Cold voice, as you wish, dying or living has nothing to do with me. Silence all the way. Half an hour later, the car drove into the South Bay Peninsula. This is a newly built upscale district. Zhao Shuiyan lives in a two-story villa near the river. After parking the car, Zhao Shuiyan didn't pay any attention to Xia Dongyang, directly entered the villa, and heavily closed the door to the room. Xia Dongyang naturally looked around to understand the situation around the villa. Walking to the right side of the villa to lie down in the pavilion of the small courtyard, he was a little hungry because he didn't eat any dinner at noon. Although he didn't know exactly what danger Zhao Shuiyan would be in. But since he had received Zhao Zhengming's money and had made a promise to him, Xia Dongyang wouldn't leave easily. Because this was his duty, his mission. Inside the villa, Zhao Shuiyan received a phone call. Hey, Jingjing, how come you remembered to call your sister? Sister Shui, I want to borrow a sum of money from you. If Xia Dongyang was there, he must have been able to hear at once that it was Li Jingjing's voice within the phone. Zhao Shuiyan heard, face immediately. She knew that Li Jingjing will not easily open to their own. Immediately asked, Jingjing, you are not encountering any difficulties? Can and sister said, it's that one of my students has uremia. Urgently need money for surgery. Her family situation is somewhat special. So, Zhao Shuiyan heard this and immediately said, then how much do you need? About 300,000. Alright, you come to my company tomorrow to get it. Zhao Shuiyan directly agreed. Thank you, Sister Shui. Between us sisters, there's no need to say these polite words. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shuiyan took a shower, stood at the window to blow her hair, and looked downstairs in passing, but did not see Xia Dongyang's shadow. She was in a relaxed mood, and thought to herself it's not so rigid. After blow-drying her hair, Zhao Shuiyan relaxed because of Xia Dongyang's departure and slept until 4 in the morning. After getting up to solve the physiological, as a single woman living alone, she habitually threw the curtain gap to look out in order to determine the environmental security, which knew that she saw what appeared to be a little spark in the gazebo. She was stunned, then realized what was going on and hurriedly ran downstairs. Sure enough, in the gazebo, Zhao Shuiyan saw Xia Dongyang leaning on the pillar of the gazebo to smoke. Zhao Shuiyan instantly asked angrily, Xia Dongyang, what do you mean by this? Nothing, just work. Xia Dongyang stood up and took a drag on his cigarette. Zhao Shuiyan frowned and drank. No smoking in front of me. Xia Dongyang silently stepped aside and extinguished the cigarette. Zhao Shuiyan saw Xia Dongyang's mute-like. Her heart was furious, and asked, Xia Dongyang, I sleep in the house to blow the air conditioning. You sleep in the pavilion to feed the mosquitoes. Are you trying to make me feel guilty? Xia Dongyang calmly said, I get paid to do things. You don't need to feel guilty. You. Zhao Shuiyan took a deep breath, feeling that talking to Xia Dongyang was just too choking, and then asked, are you preparing to sleep in the gazebo all the time in the future? This is my job. Xia Dongyang repeated mechanically. Zhao Shuiyan couldn't take it anymore and screamed like a madman. Xia Dongyang silently stood aside. Zhao Shuiyan calmed her mind, heaved out a breath, seemed to have made some kind of determination, and then said, alright, you go inside and sleep. She hates Xia Dongyang, but in the end, the heart is soft. After all, it is the father to find. Also cannot blame Xia Dongyang is not. To Xia Dongyang every night to sleep in the pavilion. She cannot do. More intolerant. Xia Dongyang was stunned, raised his eyes to look at Zhao Shuiyan. Zhao Shuiyan is ready to speak. Which no Xia Dongyang said, men and women are different. I'm still just outside better. Zhao Shuiyan heard and almost did not hold back mad up. Gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Shuiyan in his last life also do not know what to do what evil things. God sent you this dead wood to torture me. Xia Dongyang, counting I beg you, into the house to sleep it. Xia Dongyang glanced at Zhao Shuiyan, and was obviously torn for a moment. before saying, "Alright then." Looking at Xia Donyang with a look of still reluctance, Zhao Shuiyan's heart to kill was there. Feeling that her employer was doing too much suffocating, a woman still requesting a male bodyguard to go into the house to sleep. "You'll stay in that room. You're not allowed to go upstairs." Entering the villa, Zhao Shuiyan pointed to the room on the far right corner of the first floor and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Although Xia Donyang was mute, he could still understand Zhao Shuiyan's kindness. "No need to thank you. Even if it was a small cat or dog outside, I would still not be able to bear it." Zhao Shuiyan coldly hit her soft heart. He looked at Zhao Shuiyan and was about to speak, but Zhao Shuiyan raised her hand to stop it. "You'll talk later. I'll talk first. Xia Donyang, you don't covet my money. You have your own principles. There aren't many people like that nowadays, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. It's just that I have a boyfriend. If I let him know that you're a guy following me around all day, what do you think he should think? I hope that when my boyfriend comes back in a few days, you can leave some private space for me and him. Do you understand what I mean?" Xia Donyang nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep a good grasp of the situation." Zhao Shuiyan nodded with satisfaction, finally hearing a smoother sentence. Before asking, "What did you want to say just now? Say it." Xia Donyang hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Mr. Zhao, your shoulder strap fell off." Zhao Shuiyan was stunned, and then she looked down and saw that the right shoulder of her nightgown had slipped off at some point, revealing a large area of light. She hurriedly pulled the dress, and then coldly stared at Xia Donyang, gritted her teeth and said, "Xia Donyang, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" No. Xia Donyang hurriedly explained. "You get out of here." Zhao Shuiyan completely exploded, tearing her heart out and roaring. Xia Donyang once again returned to the gazebo. Perhaps for the rest of the males, this was definitely the feeling of falling from heaven to hell again in one fell swoop, but for Xia Donyang there was little feeling. After all, he hadn't initially planned to enter the villa. After this out, Zhao Shuiyan is completely unable to sleep. A big loss of her inner Xia Donyang is hateful to the teeth. She secretly swore that in the future resolutely will not be soft to Xia Donyang. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Xia Donyang went out early to buy donuts and soy milk back. After eating breakfast, Xia Donyang waited for a while. Zhao Shuiyan opened the door. She wore a white professional outfit today. Her hair was high up, wearing a light makeup, all through the bold, competent, and of course, cold. Zhao Shuiyan glanced at Xia Donyang, and then walked directly to the car. Xia Donyang also knew Zhao Shuiyan iron must still on last night's nakedness of the matter of grudging, but also interested in did not say. Zhao Shuiyan does not want to speak to Xia Donyang, and Xia Donyang belongs to the type of less words, so all the way to no words, until the building is about a mile away. Zhao Shuiyan only coldly said, "Get off." Xia Donyang looked at the building as not far ahead. There should not be any accidents, but also silently opened the door to get off. Zhao Shuiyan a blast throttle. Car dust. Soon, Xia Donyang arrived at the door of the building. The two security guards saw it was him. Without saying a word hurriedly opened the door. Joking. Who would be okay to mess with Xia Donyang, this fierce man, ah? Xia Donyang did not think much. Directly to the building on the first floor of the reception hall. The hall receptionist is a long goose-egg face, petite body, a small family woman, quite a few gestures. As soon as she saw that it was Xia Donyang who came in, her eyes lit up, and she immediately ran out from the stage, stopping in front of Xia Donyang. As soon as Xia Donyang saw that it was a beautiful woman he didn't recognize, he only asked, "What do you have to do? Handsome, can you add your contact information?" Xia Donyang was stunned. He was completely unaware of the fact that after yesterday's incident, he is now the object of affection of many female employees in the building. However, Xia Donyang did not have those flower ideas, not to mention that he did not understand the male chasing women, women chasing men, but out of politeness, he still nodded and said, "Good," he said, then took out his cell phone, ready to open the QR code of his contact information. The reception beauty face of excitement, was about to speak. "Do not want to." Aside became a voice of yin and yang. "Ha, you this country bumpkin, how will be here?" Xia Donyang turned to look, only to see a woman standing next to him in a silver gray professional set dress with heavy makeup. The very same acerbic woman that he had earlier at the job fair. Yes, Xia Donyang came back to his senses, remembered that the middle-aged man and this woman was claiming that the Li Yin company. I cannot imagine that Zhao Shuiyan, so a strong and cold boss, under the leadership of such scum. I do not know that let her know the situation at the job fair, will make how to feel. But Xia Donyang now did not think so much, only think to keep up with Zhao Shuiyan, also lazy, and this woman, directly to the elevator entrance. The woman saw that Xia Donyang even ignored himself, immediately felt dishonored, angrily shouted, "Stop!" Then she took a few steps to stop in front of Xia Donyang. overbearingly drinking to the receptionist sister, "You Xiaoyu, how are you on duty? What kind of cats are you letting in? Are you blind?" When the reception beauty Yu Xiaoyu heard this, she hurriedly explained with a nervous face, No, he is. Alright, what can he be? Just a country bumpkin. The woman interrupted Yu Xiaoyu's words, and then to the doorway, shouted in a commanding manner, "Security guards, come in, blow this country bumpkin out." The two security guards at the door actually saw this scene, and the two looked at each other, with a strong tangle in their eyes. On one side is a person can pick their entire security team of the great god. On the other side is the secretary of the personnel minister, who cannot offend typical of the gods fight, mortals suffer Are you deaf? Do you not want to work? The woman saw the two security guards slowing down, and shouted again. This time is the rush hour. Many building employees stopped down to see what's going on. Two security guards heart bitter but also had to be afraid to come in, which the taller and thinner security guard also pretended to know nothing asked, "Secretary Wang, may I ask what orders? How do you watch the door?" This kind of unkempt country bumpkin also let in. Is not want to work? Secretary Wang gave a face-splitting reprimand, as if she was the boss of this building. The two security guards were very aggrieved. One of them quickly explained, "Secretary Wang, he is a friend of Mr. Yu Fei Yu." When Secretary Wang heard this, her heart thumped. This is a kick in the teeth? However, she immediately thought, she has the Minister of Human Affairs Mao Chenggang behind her, so what is there to be afraid of? Besides, cannot be on the spot to give in to the soft, so many people watching it, face to where to put it? At that moment, she said forcefully, "He looks like this, how can it be a friend of Mr. Yu? 80% is a liar. You must have been cheated, blasted out. What's the matter? I Wang Lily Bear." See Wang Lily said this, the two security guards can only helplessly to Xia Dongyang, the tall and thin security guard with a face of trembling to Xia Dongyang for advice, "Brother, you see this?" Xia Dongyang didn't understand why this Wang Lily would bite herself like a mad dog, but he didn't want to delay any longer and only said, "You guys listen to her." When the two security guards heard this, their hearts trembled violently. Listening to Wang Lily, isn't that the same as getting beaten up? The two people looked at each other in a tangled way, then yelled and rushed towards Xia Dongyang with a fierce look. Wang Lily on the side could not help but look at the cold laugh. Hick, let you pretend yesterday, but also shook his head to taunt the old lady talk cannot do the Lord. See how you beg for mercy later. Which no. The next moment to see that the two security guards from Xia Dongyang is still a meter away, but at the same time a scream, and then covered the stomach fell to the ground wailing. Xia Dongyang was stunned. What is the situation? They have not shot it? But look at the two security guards rolling around on the ground live like what seriously injured look. Xia Dongyang immediately back to God. Pretend. These two guys are pretending. Next to the building employees watching. Many have seen Xia Dongyang yesterday's mighty. This is also a glance to see the two security guards are pretending. And some people secretly sigh. This is simply the security work delayed by the two movie star. There are also people who have not seen yesterday's scene. But the heart is cursing the two security guards really useless. Wang Lily is still in the job fair yesterday, so I do not know the might of Xia Dongyang. This will see the two security guards is obviously playing dead. Immediately angrily shouted, "Up! What are you doing?" The two security guards do not care about her. Continue to sell more and more farther on the security road. Face acted red. The veins on the forehead are even bulging up. Xia Dongyang couldn't help but shake his head again. Too lazy to waste time. Lifting his steps towards the elevator entrance, Wang Lily saw, "We're willing to let Xia Dongyang go," and shouted, "Stop! You stop!" Xia Dongyang turned a deaf ear, and at this time, the elevator door opened. Inside stood a petite, wearing rimless gold thin frame glasses, wearing a silver-gray professional set of dresses woman. It's Secretary Xiao. Good day, Secretary Xiao. Quite a few employees of Lian Company greeted the visitor, as the visitor was none other than Zhao Shuiyan's secretary, Xiao Runan. Xiao Runan nodded to the crowd. Her eyes swept over the two security guards lying on the ground wailing and asked, "What's going on here?" As soon as Wang Lily heard this, she stepped forward and pointed at Xia Dongyang, saying, "Secretary Xiao, I've seen this person before at the job fair, wanting to enter our Lian, but he has no education, no skills, and he looks like a hick. I dismissed him on the spot, but he tried to beat me. If it wasn't for Minister Mao, I'd have been beaten up. Today, he lied that he was Mr. Yu's friend and tried to enter the building. I suspected that he intended to take revenge against our company, so I asked the security guards to stop him, but he knocked down the security guards." Wang Lily this add oil and vinegar, said as if it was true. The employees who have not seen yesterday's Xia Dongyang in the gate of the mighty performance, and even some believe it. Xiao Runan raised his eyebrows, some surprised to look at Xia Dongyang, and then turned his head and asked Wang Lili, "Then Wang secretary, you are ready to do him?" When Wang Lili heard this, she glared at Xia Dongyang and said in a deep voice, "Like this kind of hick, we can't let him have a single connection with our Lian, otherwise it will only pull down our Lian's taste. I say we should let the security guards beat him up, and then sent to the police station, locked up for 10 days and half a month, and then repatriated back to the countryside. Do not go into the city to disgrace, affecting the appearance of the city." Wang Lili, this mouth can be said to be harsh to the extreme. Onlookers of many employees cannot help but think, Wang Lili, this is also too radical, too ruthless. Assistant Xia, Secretary Wang disposed of you like this, do you have any objections? Xiao Runan looked at Xia Donyang, with some hidden teasing in her eyes, not knowing whether she was teasing Xia Donyang or Wang Lili. However, as soon as her words fell, the onlookers of the building's employees were in an uproar. Assistant? This fierce person wasn't just a friend of Mr. Yu Fei Yu, but also Mr. Zhao's assistant? The expression on Wang Lili's face was even more wonderful. She never dreamed that the day before yesterday, she also went to the job fair, was taunted by her taunting look down on the country bumpkin Xia Donyang, today turned into a change, but became the company's boss's assistant, and she herself but a minister's secretary, and still rely on the body on the throne, as long as Xia Donyang mentioned in front of Zhao Xueyan, are enough to drink a pot of her. This is considered really kick the iron plate. Wang Lili did not dare to think further, hurriedly said to Xia Donyang with a flustered face, "Assistant Xia, I'm sorry, I'm a dog's eye. You have a large amount of adults, please do not take it personally with me." At this moment, Wang Lili nodded her head. Where was the unrivaled bullishness of a moment ago? Surrounding quite a few Li Yan company employees, has long been accustomed to Wang Lili's style. At this time all have with playful, gloating eyes at her. At the same time, also extremely look forward to Xia Donyang in the end wonder how to deal with this Wang Lili. However, Xia Donyang said in a flat tone, education is not the standard to judge a person. Migrant workers, country bumpkins or Chinese citizens, Chinese land are going to get. Wang secretary, you do not have to be better than others. The next is not an example. Xia Donyang cannot tell what axioms. He only knows that citizens should be treated equally. He also does not want to in this Wang Lili calculations. Wang Lili heard, gripped a heart is put down, nodded his head and said, "Yes, summer assistant lesson is, I must change." Hearing that Xia Donyang had let Wang Lili go like this, many of the employees of Liyan secretly marveled at Xia Donyang's big heart, but at the same time, their hearts were also extremely disappointed. Xiao Runan looked at Wang Lili and said, "Secretary Wang, if I remember correctly, you also come from the countryside, right? Although you are now a bit of a status, I hope that you cannot forget your beginnings, work pragmatically, and contribute more to the company." Yes, Secretary Xiao, I will definitely remember. Wang Lili said timidly. That's right, Wang Lili is indeed also from the countryside, but she has now long been corrupted by this materialistic city that has corrupted her heart, and only knows about the upper echelons of power, looking down on the rural people, and she doesn't even want to go back to her rural hometown. Assistant Xia, the president is looking for you, please go to the office. At this time, Xiao Runanfang spoke to Xia Donyang about the purpose of her coming down. Okay, let's go, Xia Donyang said, and the two of them entered the elevator. Wang Lili's entire body was completely relieved, and she only felt that her back was drenched in cold sweat. The people around her were even looking at her with gloating, teasing eyes, where she still had the face to stay down, face red as a monkey's ass, rushed into another elevator, the heart but secretly hate. The heart is more hate, Xia Donyang. You let my mother lost such a big face today. My mother remembered. You wait, don't let my mother to catch your handle. Xia Donyang is completely unaware that Wang Lili does not know how to be grateful, but also want to retaliate against him. Inside the elevator, Xiao Runan couldn't help but ask, Assistant Xia, Wang Lili is so difficult for you, you just let her off so easily? It's not like I'm missing a piece of meat. There's no need to make things worse. Xia Donyang was indeed thinking that there was no need to get to know Wang Lili and make things too extreme. Xiao Runan also heard the company's employees complaining about Wang Lili, more or less know Wang Lili's vindictive behavior. Only said, I'm afraid she may not know how to be grateful. Behind her is the Personnel Department Minister Mao Changgang. Mao Changgang is considered to be the company's oldest, and is a minority shareholder. You should still watch out for some. Thank you Secretary Xiao for the reminder. I remember. Actually Xia Donyang didn't put it on his mind. He thought that he didn't need to deal with that Minister Mao anyway, and that this assistant of his was all a front. Although Xiao Runan is only 27 years old, but as the president's secretary, naturally has a certain eye. See, Xia Dongyang does not seem to care about his reminder. She can only sigh. Really a newcomer, but also no longer say more. And soon arrived at Zhao Shuiyan office floor. Xia Dongyang knocked on the door and Zhao Shuiyan's voice came from inside, please come in. Xia Dongyang pushed the door in, walked to Zhao Shuiyan's desk, and asked, Mr. Zhao, what's the matter with looking for me? Zhao Shuiyan raised her eyes and looked at Xia Dongyang, said in an icy tone, Xia Dongyang, I don't care if you are a bodyguard or an assistant, but the company has the company's image. You immediately go and buy 2 sets of decent clothes. Remember, it's a formal dress, preferably Armani or Versace. What tie, shoes? All give me a complete set. Xia Dongyang didn't feel Zhao Shuiyan's request was excessive. After all, he now has this army green t-shirt plus casual pants. Indeed not in line with the company's image. Immediately nodded and said, okay. Following this, he added, Mr. Zhao, I would like to ask you for a half-day leave, and I will definitely come back before lunch. Go if you want to. No need to take leave. Whether you come back before lunch or not, it doesn't matter. Xia Dongyang taking leave to leave was just what Zhao Shuiyan wanted, so she agreed without hesitation. Thanks, Xia Dongyang said before walking out. Only then did Zhao Shuiyan whisper, Humph, Xia Dongyang, aren't you lacking money? Let's see how I can make you know what to do. Xia Dongyang didn't know that he had fallen into Zhao Shuiyan's another small scheme. Just out of the office, Xia Dongyang bumped into Yufei, who was holding a file and obviously looking for Zhao Shuiyan. Yufei smiled and went forward and asked, Xia Dongyang, first day of work, is it still smooth? Xia Dongyang naturally heard that she was asking if Zhao Shuiyan had made things difficult for herself, so she said, it's okay, that's good. Yufei nodded and asked again, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner to thank you for saving me last time? Which nose? Xia Dongyang said without hesitation, no time, I have to work. Yufei Gas almost spit blood on the spot. There is such a decisive rejection of a beautiful woman's invitation, but thinking about Xia Dongyang to protect Zhao Shuiyan 24 hours a day, she also felt understood. So she had to say, then I even your boss also invited together? I don't have a problem with it if Mr. Zhao agrees. Xia Dongyang said, then you remember. Xia Dongyang nodded and said, I asked for leave to go out, so I'll leave first. Good. Watching Xia Dongyang enter the elevator, Yufei couldn't help but curse in a low voice, you deadwood. Don't you know that people want to thank you individually? It seems that it has to be your old boss who gives the word. Xia Dongyang's front foot just left the company, and then a security guard went to the building management office to report to Ma Chengkai. After all, the security guards of the whole building, almost all of them are Ma Chengkai's eyes. Ma Chengkai rested his feet on the desk and dialed Lu Xiaoyan's phone. As soon as the phone was connected, there came Lu Xiaoyan's rather impatient voice. What are you calling me for at this time? Ma Chengkai hurriedly said, Lu Xiao, the kid you asked me to keep an eye on has fallen off the list. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan became even more impatient and roared, if you fall single you find someone to do it. Dare to fucking hit me. Get wasted first. Okay, Lu Xiao, wait for my good news. Ma Chengkai said. Lu Xiaoyan did not reply again. Directly hung up the phone. This sighed Ma Chengkai but smiled grimly. The reason why he called Lu Xiaoyan is to let him know, you let me do things I have already done. As for the time did not succeed, you will have to send someone. Thinking, he dialed another phone, arranged a pass before lighting up another cigarette, and out of the company. Xia Dongyang did not even think about Ma Chengkai is counting on him. Soon, Xia Dongyang arrived at the Armani store in the shopping plaza in the city center. Xia Dongyang is also heard before the brand Arnemar, but when 2 sets of suits, shirts and ties, 2 pairs of shoes with down, a total cost of up to 13 million. Xia Dongyang heart her dripping blood. That is the sister's operating costs, late nutritional costs. But thinking about the work needs, but also Zhao Shuiyan's mandatory requirements, he had no choice but to accept. Without going far, he felt that there was a tail hanging behind him. Thinking about 2 nights ago when he went to the hospital, there was also someone behind him. Xia Dongyang felt that no matter who was following him, he should figure out the purpose of the other party and deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, his sister would not be safe in the hospital. As soon as the idea was finalized, he turned into a nearby alley, and sure enough, as soon as he entered the alley with his front foot, 4 men followed him in the back foot. As soon as the 4 men entered the alley, they saw Xia Dongyang lighting a cigarette, obviously waiting for himself and others. They couldn't help but be stunned, while Xia Dongyang spat out a mouthful of smoke, and asked in a flat tone, who sent you guys? What are you going to do? One of those wearing a black t-shirt, the right side of the face has a black birthmark, with his height of more than 1 meter 8, giving a person a fierce and vicious feeling, at a glance should be the leader of the 4 people. Thinking about the words Ma Changkai explained, he said with a big grin, "You kid dared to make a move on Lu Xiao. Of course we are here to waste you." Lu Xiao? Xia Dongyang frowned, then remembered yesterday's Lu Xiaoyun, and asked in passing, "How did he let you guys waste me?" "Whichever hand you hit, abolish it." The man with the tire mark spoke again. The corner of Xia Dongyang's mouth lifted. Ruthless enough, but after a slap, Lu Xiaoyun even wanted to waste one of his hands. He didn't want to waste more time, and immediately said, "Come on then. Still fucking pretending. Brothers, dry." The man with the tire mark waved his hand, and the remaining three of them lunged at Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang carried the clothes packaging bag in his left hand, and with his right hand, he flicked the cigarette in his hand, hitting the frontmost person right in the face. The other person let out a cry of misery. Xia Dongyang stepped forward. His right hand grabbed the other person's wrist, shaking his hand. With a click sound, the person's arm was dislocated by him. The other two face changed. At the same time took out a spring knife. One left and one right to Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang right hand casually stretched out, then grabbed the wrist of the person on the left. Gently a flick. The trajectory of the spring knife immediately changed. Stuck in the right side of the arm of the person. Xia Dongyang then handshaking. Another click sound came. Was he grabbed the guy? The wrist directly dislocated. But in just 10 seconds, 3 men fell to the ground, each covering their hands and howling miserably. The rest of the man with the birthmark, the whole person is dumbfounded. He completely did not expect Xia Dongyang will be so fierce. Xia Dongyang raised his steps to him, which no before he had time to speak. The birthmark man even plop fell to his knees. Hands as bowing begged, "Big brother, I dare not I have 80-old mother, under the 3-month-old child, please let me go. I just follow the orders to do only." Xia Dongyang did not expect. This guy looks tall and big, but actually so timid. Even this kind of condescension out. "You came together, they are like this, you go back intact. Do you think it's reasonable?" For Xia Dongyang, since he had come to deal with himself, he at least had to pay a small price. When the tire mark man heard, his eyes turned, took out the spring knife hidden on his body, and once he gritted his teeth, he stabbed a little on his arm, but it didn't look like it was deep. Xia Dongyang didn't look deeper, only said, "Go back and tell him that it won't happen again. Otherwise, I'll personally go find him." Yes, I will definitely bring it." The man with the birthmark gritted his teeth and pretended to speak with an agonized look. Xia Dongyang was too lazy to say anymore, striding towards the alley outside. Suddenly, he turned his head towards the right side of the alley, and saw a silhouette flashing by. Xia Dongyang frowned. Theoretically speaking, he hit Lu Xiaoyun was yesterday, and Save You Fei to hit those punks was a few days ago. The tire mark man 4 people are Lu Xiaoyun's people. Then this hiding in the dark and before tracking their own people. Could it be that set of punks? But after 2 days of following them, they didn't make a move. And for what? But now go after. I guess cannot catch up. Xia Dongyang left a heart. It seems to go to the hospital to see his sister. Must pay attention to it. Otherwise his sister was hurt. He cannot be blamed. Regret. Next, he rolled around and walked a few small places. And then buy cigarettes. Buy fruit. Buy milk. However, the people in the dark did not appear. He had to take the car back to the hospital. Ward door. Looking at his sister intently looking at the book, Xia Dongyang inner both relief and heartache. Secretly thought that must let his sister restore health. Siblings chatted a few words, and gave Xia Dongyang peeled an apple. Xia Dongyang then got up to go to the doctor's office. The doctor said that the kidney source has arrived. Arranged to do surgery next Friday, and let Xia Dongyang will be the first to pay all the expenses. The cost should add up to more than 500,000, which does not count the late monthly drug costs. If the phenomenon of rejection, the cost of rejection has to be calculated separately, and the kind of drugs, moving is tens of thousands of dollars. The doctor suggested that Xia Dongyang first pay 600,000. The more refunded less to make up for it. Handle the formalities. Xia Dongyang's card is still left less than 300,000, plus bring back a few million. All this money must be provided to Xia Dongyang late nutritional expenses. Should be enough. Back to the ward. Xia Dongyang will be next Friday to do surgery, told his sister. Xia Dongyang heard, surprised to ask, "Brother, where did you get so much money?" Xia Dongyang yesterday also to the doctor to understand the surgery should be expensive, and even a little disheartened, which no brother just go out to work for a day. The operation fee will be raised. How can she not be surprised? Brother just did not say it. The company boss can be good. Give me in advance of a year's annual salary. Rest assured, brother is a soldier. Absolutely will not go to do those for the wrong thing. Xia Dongyang knew that his sister would ask, also knew his sister's worry, so he had long thought of this speech. Xia Dongyang was still worried. She didn't believe that there would really be such a good company, such a good old boss, so she had to say, "Brother, in short, you can't work too hard on yourself and condescend yourself in order to raise money for my surgery. I know, brother is not a child. Well, brother only took a morning vacation. There is something to call brother. Read a book for a while, you have to move your neck and look out the window." Instructed a few sentences, and left $1,000 to his sister. Xia Dongyang this left the hospital. On this side, Ma Chengkai naturally already knew that things would fail. The first time to report to Lu Xiaoyun, "Lu Xiao, that kid claws a little hard, but also let me bring you a word. If there is a next time, he will personally come to you." When Lu Xiaoyun heard this, he laughed coldly. He's still fucking arrogant. Very good. You find another chance to get him. I want to see how he'll come to me personally. Okay, I will let him know what happens when he offends you. Young Lu, hanging up the phone, the corner of Ma Chengcai's mouth lifted up. He felt that his move watching fire from across the river was used very well. As long as it's done again, it's guaranteed to make Xia Dongyang and Lu Xiaoyun dry up. And said Xia Dongyang back to the company, his front foot just into the elevator. From the other elevator will come out a woman. It is Li Jingjing. If Xia Dongyang is one step slower, he will certainly be able to meet her at the elevator entrance. Arriving at Zhao Shuiyan's floor, Xia Dongyang was about to go to Zhao Shuiyan's office to report, when he saw Zhao Shuiyan and Yu Fei walk out of the office together. The two saw Xia Dongyang standing in the doorway were stunned. Changed into the formal dress of Xia Dongyang, the whole person appears more upright, facial contours more clear, the whole person more spiritual, all body reveals a calm and masculine atmosphere. Yu Fei heart cannot help accelerated beating up. Only feel in front of Xia Dongyang is simply their own heart Prince Charming, the ideal marriage object. Zhao Shuiyan although Xia Dongyang have opinions, but also have to admit, at this moment Xia Dongyang really very manly, cannot help but think, this stubborn donkey but also a few points to sell. Yu Fei came back to his senses, smiled and went forward, said, "Xia Dongyang, you will pinpoint the time to come back. Go eat together." Xia Dongyang looked at Zhao Shuiyan. Zhao Shuiyan couldn't not give face to Yu Fei, only said, "Fei shouted for you to go." The cafeteria was on the top 3 floors of the building, all floor-to-ceiling window structure. When dining incidentally can look at the Zhengyang city scenery. Zhao Shuiyan and Yu Fei are both famous beauties in the building, although they also often come here to dine, but every time the duo arrives, they attract a lot of gazes from the dining men. After all, beauties are able to have eye candy. However, looking at Xia Dongyang who followed behind the duo, most people even confirmed the rumors in the morning. The original before at the entrance of the building, picking the entire security team of the bull, but it is really Zhao Shuiyan's assistant, may not be Yu Fei's boyfriend. Justin Yu Fei no. This can be good. Many ladies feel that there is an opportunity. Have to Xia Dongyang cast a glance, especially at this moment Xia Dongyang in a formal dress, masculine and durable. That eye-catching power is not the slightest bit weaker than Zhao Shuiyan. 2 people. The 3 people ordered the meal soon came up. Xia Dongyang 3 times on the finish eating to call it a day. This is his many years in the army developed habits. And then got up and said, "Mr. Zhao, MS. Yu Fei, you guys eat slowly. I'm going to go outside to smoke a cigarette." Zhao Shuiyan nodded, and only after Xia Dongyang left did she whispered, "Eating so fast. You're not afraid of choking to death?" Shuiyan. Yu Fei was a little dissatisfied with Zhao Shuiyan's cursing. When Zhao Shuiyan heard this, she said in a somewhat flirtatious tone, "Yes, I forgot. He is your lifesaver. I can't talk about him. However, Fei, I just said one sentence. You are so concerned about him. You honestly explain. Is not moved?" When Yu Fei heard this, her heart jumped and she hurriedly denied it. "No such thing." Zhao Shuiyan nodded her head and only said, "That's right. He's a log. A stubborn donkey. Either he doesn't speak or can choke you to death with one sentence. Who would like him? Even if you were to marry him blindly, you would definitely be smothered to death." However, as soon as her words fell, she saw many of the building's female employees, unexpectedly getting up and walking towards the door leading to the rooftop, and many of them began to speed up their pace, seemingly stealing time. "Ha, what are they doing?" Zhao Shuiyan asked in surprise. "Who knows? Let's go. Go take a look," Yu Fei said. The 2 of them got up and followed the crowd towards the rooftop. "What? Your brother paid for the surgery. Where did he get the money?" In the hospital ward, Li Jingjing borrowed money from Zhao Shuiyan, and took out almost all of her own savings, and was barely enough to raise Xia Dongjing's medical expenses. But when she heard Xia Dongjing say that Xia Dongyang had actually paid for the surgery, her heart was astonished. Xia Dongjing only said, "Brother said is applied for a large company president's assistant, and the president gave him an advance of a year's annual salary." Advance a year's annual salary? Li Jingjing glared, and then shook her head and said, there must be something odd, which is so cheap these days. Your brother must have something to hide from you. No matter what, your brother can raise enough medical expenses for you so quickly. It's considered a good brother. Although Li Jingjing didn't want to admit it, but to be able to raise $600,000 in one day's time, that was also Xia Dongyang's ability. Of course, my brother is the best brother under the sky, Xia Dongqing said with a proud face. However, thinking about her brother giving up his big officer in the army to come back to take care of himself, Xia Dongqing's heart was always guilty as hell. Li Jingjing is thinking, take time must call to ask Xia Dongyang, in the end to find what job, cannot let Xia Dongqing worry. At the same time, the commercial building rooftop, Xia Dongyang stood on the rooftop side of the cigarette, looking into the distance. Qingming Festival is coming. He thought he had to take the time to go to pay tribute to his mother. After all, came back these days, has not been to the mother's grave incense, is too unfilial. He is completely unaware that at this time at least 20 to 30 beautiful employees of the building, standing in the door of the restaurant, each with a face of spring heart expression looking at his side. Some beauties even couldn't help but exclaim, wow, his side is so three-dimensional. His smoking posture is just too handsome. The most important thing is that he can still fight. This kind of man is too secure. No, I have to take a picture and send it to my friends. I want to take a picture too. Zhao Xueyan and Yu Fei walked out, just in time to see the many beautiful women competing to take a sneak peek of Xia Dongyang's side. The two of them were stunned. This guy, he's really good at pretending to be deep. I don't know what's so good that he can make these women commit nymphomania? Zhao Xueyan's heart couldn't help but slander. She inexplicably had a feeling of being slapped in the face, because she had just said to Yu Fei that no one would like Xia Dongyang. How would she know that in the blink of an eye, so many women were making nymphomaniacs towards him? Once Yu Fei saw this, her heart inexplicably had a sour feeling, and even a little sense of urgency. Not knowing what psychology prompted her, she shouted, Xia Dongyang, let's go. When Xia Dongyang heard this, his thoughts turned back, turned around and put out his cigarette, threw it in the trash can next to him, and walked towards Zhao Xueyan's side of the duo. However, looking at the doorway so many women in professional clothes, he was stunned, but did not know what was going on. However, a bold woman directly ran up and asked, Xia Dongyang, can I add your contact information? Me too. What's your phone number? Faced with 7 or 8 women's inquiries, Xia Dongyang, completely confused about the situation, was about to speak to refuse. Zhao Xueyan shouted, Xia Dongyang, still not on the job? See Xia Dongyang so popular. Zhao Xueyan heart some inexplicable upset, because in her opinion, Xia Dongyang cannot be so good, so popular, right? And, this is clearly once again to her face. As soon as Xia Dongyang heard Zhao Xueyan's voice, he said to the group of women in front of him, sorry, I have to go. Hey, Assistant Xia, the phone said before you leave. Yeah, we've got our phones out and you're just giving us this? Wait, it's not yet time to go to work. The three of them each returned to the office. Xia Dongyang was in the office toilet, took a shower with cold water. No way. The work is special. Smoking cigarettes and browsing the news. It was too boring. Xia Dongyang got up and went out, ready to walk, familiarize himself with the situation of this floor, which is also his part as a bodyguard. Just opened the door to see Zhao Xueyan sat on the handbag, ready to enter the elevator, obviously hidden from him, ready to go out alone. Xia Dongyang where can let her go out alone, immediately went forward and stopped Zhao Xueyan, asking, Mr. Zhao, where are you going? Zhao Xueyan did want to go out, and just didn't want Xia Dongyang to know. How did she know that Xia Dongyang would come out at this time? Zhao Xueyan also knew that this would definitely not be able to get rid of Xia Dongyang, and could only snort coldly and huffed into the elevator. The two quickly came to the car. Xia Dongyang only said, Mr. Zhao, I'll drive it? Zhao Xueyan was also happy to take it easy, sat in the passenger seat, saw Xia Dongyang skillfully start. She was then relieved. Out of the door of the building, Xia Dongyang asked again, Mr. Zhao, where to? Zhao Xueyan only said, Shangnan Industrial Zone. Zhao Xueyan also do not want to say more, opened the car navigation, and then closed his eyes to rest. Last night after half the night really did not sleep well. Xia Dongyang also did not disturb her. The speed of the car put very slow. Navigation sound is also adjusted down some. Out of the city, according to the navigation instructions, but there is a section of the road is being repaired. But Xia Dongyang's car skills are very good. The car drove very smoothly, all the way, about an hour, to the end of the navigation. Mr. Zhao, it's here. Xia Dongyang had to shout at the sleeping Zhao Xueyan. Zhao Xueyan slowly turned awake, secretly sighing how she could fall asleep in front of Xia Dongyang's eyes, but then she blamed it on Xia Dongyang for affecting her sleep last night. In short, in Zhao Xueyan's eyes, Xia Dongyang is all wrong. Getting out of the car, traveling on a not-so-good road. The sun at 4 o'clock in the afternoon was very poisonous. Zhao Xueyan had to put up her parasol. Mr. Zhao, let me do it. Xia Dongyang stepped forward and said, it's not like I don't have hands. Zhao Xueyan was not wanting to get too close to Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang didn't force himself. He was still clear about Zhao Xueyan's aversion to himself, so he wisely kept a certain distance from Zhao Xueyan. The two of them walked through a section. Suddenly, Zhao Xueyan's feet wrenched, and her body fell to the side. Xia Dongyang, quick, reach out to Zhao Xueyan's waist. We'll pull her back. But this is too sudden. Zhao Xueyan had thrown over. Lips coincidentally, actually just kissed in Xia Dongyang's mouth. Hot sun, hot wind blowing, but in this moment seems to become soft and silky. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Zhao Xueyan's eyes stared blankly. Her mind was blank. Her hand was unconsciously loose. The parasol fell to the ground. Xia Dongyang's eyes were equally wide open. The whole person was confused. Steeply, Zhao Xueyan backed to God, a push away Xia Dongyang, and then threw his hand slap in Xia Dongyang's face. Xia Dongyang could have dodged, but he didn't, and only said, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. In Xia Dongyang's opinion, in the end, he still took advantage of the situation. That's why he didn't dodge and apologized. Zhao Xueyan's heart is actually clear that just now was an accident, and if it wasn't for Xia Dongyang's words, he would definitely fall and hurt himself. But thinking about just now as his first kiss, this is to be left to the South Sheng back, which no will be confused. So to Xia Dongyang, the more you think about it, the more Zhao Xueyan's heart is angry. Red eyes and cold voice to Xia Dongyang scolded, get out of the way. Xia Dongyang only had to take 2 steps backward. Zhao Xueyan, icy cold face, turned around and walked towards the plant area, even forgetting about the parasol on the ground. The first kiss was lost like this, and it was still given to Xia Dongyang, a person she hated. She felt especially aggrieved, especially sorry for her boyfriend who was about to come back, and she couldn't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. Xia Dongyang can see Zhao Xueyan just now are about to cry. His heart is self-blame very much. Pick up the ground umbrella to follow up, but do not dare to follow too close. The two so one in front of the other walking. The atmosphere is very depressing. At least, Zhao Xueyan into a factory under construction. She and the door similar to the foreman of the fat man exchanged 2 sentences, and then received a red helmet, put on after entering the factory. Did not pay attention to follow the Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang hurriedly followed. Into the plant. Xia Dongyang saw Zhao Xueyan looking around. Looks like this plant should be under the Li Yan company. She is to inspect the construction progress. Xia Dongyang so silently followed Zhao Xueyan behind about 3 meters. Zhao Xueyan in the plant around. Completely when Xia Dongyang does not exist. Suddenly, a worker on the 3rd floor yelled, watch out, get out of the way. Zhao Xueyan subconsciously looked up at the sound, only to see that several pieces of unknown things above her were rushing above her head and smashing down at speed. Ah! Zhao Xueyan let out a cry of shock. She even forgot to dodge. With such a close distance and such a fast speed, she couldn't dodge either. Dodge ah! Dodge ah! Dodge ah! It's over! It's over! This is going to kill someone. Time seems to have stood still at this moment. The workers on the surrounding floors, each with a stunned look at those things smashing into Zhao Xueyan, their hearts have eagerly shouted. Followed the fat foreman to see the scene, but also scared feet a soft fall to the ground, because if smashed Zhao Xueyan, he is bound to roll cover away. Zhao Xueyan was completely confused at this moment, subconsciously thinking, could I, Zhao Xueyan, die here today? However, just in the nick of time, Zhao Xueyan only felt her body involuntarily fly out to the side, falling onto the sand pile 3 meters away. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the sound of several things smashing down came. Zhao Xueyan, who was sitting on the sand pile, came back to her senses, only to see that the position where she had just stood, at the moment, was not standing Xia Dongyang, and Xia Dongyang's side of the ground, scattered 7 or 8 feet long white box, looks like it is still loaded with things. The weight is not light. Zhao Xueyan cannot understand. Just now the moment of crisis. Is Xia Dongyang pushed her away? But he was those falling boxes to hit. Workers also have a long breath. Paralyzed on the ground fat foreman is also back to God. Shocked he stood up. Feet cannot help but shiver. Over here, Zhao Xueyan braced herself and prepared to go forward to ask Xia Dongyang about his situation. But Xia Dongyang reached her first and asked, Mr. Zhao, are you okay? I'm fine. Are you? For Xia Dongyang's rescue just now. How could Zhao Xueyan's heart not be grateful and touched? I'm not. But before Xia Dongyang finished his words, Zhao Xueyan exclaimed, "Ah! You're bleeding." Xia Dongyang raised his hand and touched the right side of his face. Indeed he was bleeding. It should be that his scalp was broken so that the blood flowed down the stream. But it shouldn't be serious because he could feel that those boxes just now weren't too heavy. But if they were to be smashed on Zhao Xueyan, I'm afraid that he would be seriously injured by Zhao Xueyan's physique. But this kind of injury for Xia Dongyang, that would be too trivial. He immediately said, "Skin trauma. It's fine. But you're still bleeding." Looking at the blood continuously flowing down the side of Xia Dongyang's face, Zhao Xueyan had a face of worry and nervousness. That fat foreman at least ran over, asked with a trembling face, "Mr. Zhao, you're not hurt, right?" Zhao Xueyan's face was a bit gloomy, and said in a deep voice, "My assistant was smashed and injured. How do you guys do this safety work? I'll send him to the hospital first, and then I'll pursue you later." Yes. The fat foreman was sweating profusely and nodded his head repeatedly. Zhao Xueyan turned her head to Xia Dongyang and said, "Go, I'll send you to the hospital." "No need to go to the hospital. Just let the foreman find me some alcohol, sterilizing cotton." Xia Dongyang waved his hand and said, "This injury was really nothing to him." "No, you have bled so much. You must go to the hospital. What if something happens?" Zhao Xueyan insisted and said, "Mr. Zhao, there's really no need to go to the hospital. Foreman, please." Xia Dongyang turned his head to the fat foreman and said, "Okay, I'll bring it right away." Where did the fat foreman dare to slow down? Hurriedly jogged out. After all, Xia Dongyang was considered a great favor to him. Think about it, if those things had just hit Zhao Xueyan, he now didn't even have room to maneuver. "Xia Dongyang, don't you want to die?" Xia Dongyang insisted on not going to the hospital. Zhao Xueyan was furious. Xia Dongyang, however, raised his head to look upstairs and whispered, "Mr. Zhao, I suspect that what happened just now might not have been an accident." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xueyan asked alertly, "You mean someone is targeting me? I can't rule out this possibility. I'll go up and take a look first," Xia Dongyang said, quickly walking towards the upper floor. "Xia Dongyang, you treat the wound first," Zhao Xueyan hurriedly shouted, but Xia Dongyang turned a deaf ear. Zhao Xueyan was touched and angry, touched that Xia Dongyang fought for her safety, angry that Xia Dongyang, the bodyguard, didn't sell her out at all. She had no choice but to follow. Soon, Xia Dongyang and Zhao Xueyan came to the third floor. The third floor of the floor there are 5 workers, this time to see Xia Dongyang 2 up. Each face or some panic. Xia Dongyang eyes swept a glance at the 5 people, and then asked, "You do not need to panic. Just now is just an accident, but out of procedure. I still have to understand. Just now is who is responsible for those boxes?" "It was me." A thin as a monkey, dark-skinned worker warily raised his hand. "There is no way." The rest of the several workers are looking at him. He wants to not recognize it. Xia Dongyang walked forward, his eyes like a knife staring at the thin worker. The thin worker's eyes dodged, did not dare to meet Xia Dongyang's eyes. Xia Dongyang reached out and pulled the rope up, took a close look at the brake, only to see that the brake was very flat. His heart suddenly more number. However, he did not make a sound, turned his head to the thin worker and said, "Big brother, just now, although it was an accident, but still have to ask you to go down with us and say the specific situation." "Don't worry, it's fine, can't be delayed for much time." Good. That thin worker nodded and said, but his feet were shivering a little. With that thin worker, the 3 of them went downstairs together, and on the stairs of the second floor, they met the fat foreman who was running out of breath and sweating profusely. Xia Dongyang did not rush to deal with it, but led the way by the fat foreman to the temporary office. Xia Dongyang skillfully dealt with the wound. These are too routine for him. The reason why he did so, that there was another reason, was to want to give the thin worker on the side some psychological pressure. Sure enough, the thin worker looked at Xia Dongyang dealing with wounds. Feet have been trembling. The fat foreman was secretly swallowing saliva, his heart drumming, thinking about how he will be dealt with later. After dealing with the wound, Xia Dongyang slammed the table next to him, and then openly stood up. This sudden, will Zhao Xueyan are scared to a heart thump? That fat foreman and that thin workers, even at the same time was scared legs softly kneeling on the ground. "It's not me. It's not me." The thin worker was even more panicked and shouted repeatedly. "It looks like the psychological defense line is collapsed." Xia Dongyang said, "Tell me what's going on. I hope you don't have anything to hide." That skinny worker was already timid. After hearing this, he hurriedly said, 3 days ago at night, I went home from work. I met a person in the alley, gave me $3,000. He showed me the picture of Mr. Zhao, said that as long as Mr. Zhao came to inspect the plant, let me think of a way to scare you. Xia Dongyang heard a frown and asked after him, is that person a man or a woman? What does he look like? The skinny worker only said, he is a man, but has always had his back to me. I didn't get a good look at him. Xia Dongyang was prepared for this answer, and didn't dwell on it, and asked again, did he just ask you to find a way to scare Mr. Zhao? That thin worker heard, shivered around a bit, a face of panic said, yes, but at that time I saw Mr. Zhao come in. I was very nervous and afraid. I was thinking that Mr. Zhao walked past before letting those boxes smash down, but I was too nervous. The force with a cut the rope. So, the fat foreman on the side heard the words of the thin workers, could not help but curse angrily, good you Lu Shangqian, lousy red you are a classmate. Even if you are not good health, lousy also let you come to the construction site. You fucking good, even made such a thing too. You want to kill lousy, is not it? The fat foreman cursed, so emotional that he clenched his fist and slammed it at the thin worker Lu Shangqian. Xia Dongyang grabbed the fat foreman's wrist with a lift of his hand and only said, foreman, don't be impulsive. His body can't withstand your punches. Yes, brother, I'm just a little angry. Fat foreman cannot dare not to give face to Xia Dongyang, even accompanied by a smile, and said. The thin worker Lu Shangqian then cried to the fat foreman, fat brother, my wife has cancer. My daughter is still in college. Please, don't fire me. I can do 2 jobs in the future. Please. The fat foreman snorted coldly and said, firing you now is considered small. You almost smashed Mr. Zhao. You can't help but be locked up for a while if you pursue the matter. When Lu Shangqian heard this, the whole person was so scared that he almost fainted. His hands propped up on the ground, crawling to Zhao Xuan, crying and begging, Mr. Zhao, I beg you, don't call the police to arrest me. I beg you. Zhao Xuan, however, said in a cold voice, a gentleman loves money. There is a way to take it. Lu Shangqian, even if your family is in trouble, you can't do things that harm others with a clear conscience. I cannot call the police to arrest you, but if you do something wrong, you have to be taught a lesson. Even if you have the so-called bitter feelings, well, you can leave. You are not needed here. Lu Shangqian knew that there was no room for things to turn around, collapsed on the ground as if he was a puddle of mud, and mumbled under his breath, don't fire me. Don't fire me. Xia Dongyang eyes looked at the fat foreman. The fat foreman will understand, went up to help Lu Shangqian up, and then walked toward the door. Mr. Zhao, this is a matter of me not supervising properly. I'll accept any punishment. The fat foreman returned and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Zhao Xuan, however, replied. Lu Shangqian said that what happened to his family. Is it all true? The fat foreman froze and only said, it's true. He and I are elementary school classmates. I just see his family is difficult, so I let him in. How do I know? Okay. Zhao Xuan waved her hand to interrupt the fat foreman's words, said, you bring 400,000 to his home. Specifically what reason you think of yourself, but do not let him know that it is me. The money you will be in the project to make a note on the line. Xia Dongyang's heart moved. It seems that Zhao Xuan is not as heartless as her mouth says. This can all offer love. The fat foreman was stunned. Then with a face of surprise, he bowed to Zhao Xuan again and again and said, I'm on behalf of Lu Shangqian's whole family. Thank you Mr. Zhao. Thank you Mr. Zhao. Alright, your other work is still doing very well. Expect you to keep up the good work. I'm leaving first. No need to send. Zhao Xuan dropped her words and walked out first. The fat foreman couldn't believe that he hadn't been punished and was praised, and immediately rushed to follow him out. Joking. The leader said not to send. You really do not send. The words do not understand. You still mix not? Xia Dongyang. Know why I will subsidize Lu Shangqian's family? When approaching the car, Zhao Xuan suddenly turned and asked. Xia Dongyang pondered for a moment, then said, it's because at that time, his reminder of be careful, get out of the way. You felt that he really didn't have the heart to harm you, right? Zhao Xuan was stunned. She couldn't imagine that Xia Dongyang, this elm lump head, actually really guessed what she had in mind. The most important thing was that he had also never asked, which made Zhao Xuan's heart feel very unfulfilled, so she couldn't help but ask. Yes, you've seen through everything. After being punctured, Zhao Xuan felt even more unfulfilled and uninterested, coldly dropping a sentence, while then directly drilling into the driver's seat. Xia Dongyang couldn't understand how the boss got angry again, just approached and said, Mr. Zhao, it's better for me to drive. You're injured. Honestly, sit in the seat for me. I'll send you to the hospital. Zhao Xuan said in a commanding tone. Xia Dongyang's heart was still touched by Zhao Xuan's concern, silently sat in the passenger seat. This time Xia Dongyang gave face, Zhao Xuan's mouth corner slightly raised, thinking, humph, I still can't restrain you? And just as she was about to start the car, Xia Dongyang looked at the road in front, but said, Mr. Zhao, the road in front is not very good, or I'll drive it. Zhao Xueyan is how a proud woman once heard the words of Xia Dongyang, originally turned good mood, the whole person instantly in bad, as if the cat fright hair general. A pair of beautiful eyes glared at Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang, what do you mean? Look down on my car skills, look down on the female driver is it? Xia Dongyang is really difficult to imagine. His own unintentional sentence, Zhao Xueyan will be so big reaction, immediately rushed to say, Mr. Zhao, I did not look down on you, also did not look down on the female driver. I am afraid that you will bump the chassis. You, Zhao Xueyan heard almost out of breath, heavy breathing several breaths, before letting himself calm down, and then stared at me. Xia Dongyang gritted his teeth and said, Xia Dongyang, just now why don't you smash you to death? Humph, said. She drove away directly. Xia Dongyang face helpless, not just say a word of truth. As to curse people? Zhao Xueyan sighed driving the car. The heart side secretly cursed Xia Dongyang is a piece of wood. Stinking stone. Two will not speak. Experience just plant thing. Zhao Xueyan himself did not realize. She actually forgot the most important accident. That is in Xia Dongyang's that confused kiss. Soon, Zhao Xueyan drove to that section of bad road. She also did not have the heart to curse Xia Dongyang. Full attention staring at the potholes in front of the road. Only feel is difficult to inch. I knew that I would drive a cross-country car too. She really can't figure out, before Xia Dongyang, how to drive over. And their own sleep actually did not feel the bumps. Ka snort. Suddenly, under the car came a strange sound. The car stopped advancing at a beat. Let Zhao Xueyan how to increase the throttle. The car still did not enter a point. Xia Dongyang hurriedly said, Mr. Zhao, the chassis was knocked, and then the throttle forward will only be knocked more serious. Zhao Xueyan heart big embarrassment, just now also emphasize their car skills, which know this will be a problem. This is born of their own face so that her pretty face cannot help but hot and dizzy. Then what to do? Zhao Xueyan pretended to calmly said, heart feel is depressed very much. She felt that since Xia Dongyang came, she began to embarrass, before in the home naked, and then in the cafeteria said Xia Dongyang no woman like, but by those building female employees invisible hit face, and now is driving to be knocked. In short, Zhao Xueyan felt that Xia Dongyang is his own nemesis. Minutes can make himself embarrassed. However, he heard Xia Dongyang say, I'll go down to take a look first, the next road or I'll drive it. Saying that, he got out of the car. Zhao Xueyan felt disgraced but she couldn't do anything about it. The two swapped places. Xia Dongyang had just observed the situation under the car, so he decisively reversed the gear, and the car smoothly backed up. Xia Dongyang drove the car, bypassed the bumps on the ground, and then continued on the road. Watching Xia Dongyang skillfully playing the steering wheel, picking the right road conditions, hard to drive the car very smoothly, Zhao Xueyan again had a feeling of being punched in the face, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Xia Dongyang, did you often drive to this kind of bad road before? Not often. Xia Dongyang was telling the truth. However, as the king of soldiers, his car skills were also a must, so these roads were nothing to him. Zhao Xueyan asked again, then how can you drive so smoothly? Xia Dongyang held a cigarette in his left hand and placed it on the edge of the window. His right hand was playing the steering wheel, his eyes were staring ahead, and he said unhurriedly, Mr. Zhao, look at the road in front of you, because there are too many big cars passing by, so it pressed both sides of the road into depressions, and the center is convex. In this situation, a small car wouldn't be able to pass through the middle. It would have to pass with one side of its tires pressed against the middle bulge. Zhao Xueyan listened to Xia Dongyang's explanation on one side, looked at the road in front of her and pondered, feeling that what Xia Dongyang said was indeed very reasonable. Just heard Xia Dongyang then added, of course, familiarity with the car is also very important. However, I personally feel that to do anything, it's still talent that's more important. Zhao Xueyan subconsciously nodded, but immediately realized that something was wrong, fiercely turning her head to glare at Xia Dongyang, almost squeezing out a sentence from between her teeth. Xia Dongyang, what do you mean? Nothing, Xia Dongyang said without turning his head. Zhao Xueyan even took a few deep breaths, feeling that he is looking for abuse. Nothing to ask Xia Dongyang this deadwood words to do what? From his mouth can pop out what good words? Until back to the city, Xia Dongyang only asked, Zhao Total, where to go? Zhao Xueyan said, go to the city people's hospital. First look at your head injury. Although Xia Dongyang was not light, but Zhao Xueyan still distinguished between light and heavy. Hearing to go to the city people's hospital, Xia Dongyang was stunned for a moment, but did not say anything, turned the steering wheel to the city hospital. Xia Dongyang's injury was not heavy, plus he used a very professional approach to deal with. So the doctor only prescribed some anti-inflammatory drugs, instructed him not to wash his hair these days, the wound do not touch the water and so on the matter. Zhao Xueyan was also completely relieved. So the two of them took the elevator down to the hospital's underground parking lot. When the two entered the elevator for a moment, Li Jingjing came in from the outside, just to see a little bit of Xia Dongyang's side face. Heart, still count on you to come to see Dongqing. Humph. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Xia Dongyang asked while walking, General Manager Zhao, where to go next? Send me home first, then you can go to Haitian Pavilion. Fei is waiting for you over there, Zhao Xueyan said. Aren't you going, Mr. Zhao? Fei invited you for dinner, so I'm not going to join in the fun, Zhao Xueyan said. Indeed, this was what she had promised Yu Fei before, although Yu Fei didn't admit it. Zhao Xueyan was still sensitive to the fact that Yu Fei had a good feeling towards Xia Dongyang. That's why she created the opportunity for the two to spend time alone. How do you know that Xia Dongyang heard this but said, if you don't go, Mr. Zhao, then I won't go either. You, Zhao Xueyan angry then said, I put you on vacation. Go home, I will close the doors and windows. There is no danger. That won't work either. This afternoon's matter hasn't been investigated to understand the person behind the curtain. He's likely to do it to you again. No one can guarantee that he will not hurt you. I must follow you around, Xia Dongyang said decisively. Zhao Xueyan simply speechless. Xia Dongyang, you don't sow dead brain line. Society is not as dark as you think. You in the end to go? Do not go, Xia Dongyang simply said. Okay, go to Haitian Pavilion. Facing Xia Dongyang's stubbornness, Zhao Xueyan could only surrender. She couldn't let her good sister wait over there. Dropping a sentence, Zhao Xueyan quickly walked towards the parking place, not wanting to care about Xia Dongyang anymore. She was afraid that her heart couldn't take it. However, when turned a corner, Zhao Xueyan saw his car side actually stood 7 or 8 obviously bad-looking tall men. A bald man even sat on the roof of the car, leisurely smoking cigarettes. Zhao Xueyan's face instantly cooled down, went forward and asked in a cold voice, what are you people sitting in my car? What do you want to do? Dream on. You guys are robbing. Aren't you afraid of the law? Zhao Xueyan had a strong character and immediately rebuked in a cold voice. Ha ha, that bald man laughed a few times, then said, cut the crap, take out everything worth money. As soon as his words fell, two men walked towards Zhao Xueyan and Xia Dongyang. Zhao Xueyan was so scared that she subconsciously took 2 steps backward. Xia Dongyang took a horizontal step to stop in front of her, and said in a low voice, Mr. Zhao, just stand still, not waiting for Zhao Xueyan to reply. That came over one of the men said in a deep voice to Xia Dongyang, how boy, still want to resist not? He said, even from behind him pulled out a spring knife, but also pretend to pull the 2 groups of knife flowers, and then teamed up with another person to Xia Dongyang forced. Xia Dongyang, be careful, Zhao Xueyan, although he has never seen this kind of situation immediately scared and exclaimed. Xia Dongyang raised his hand and then prepared to grab the wrist of one of the people. A slight force, the punk immediately let out a scream. The hand cannot help but let go. The spring knife fell to the ground. Immediately after, Xia Dongyang's smooth pull, 2 punks will crash together. Head just dislike each other's head, squatting on the ground in unison. Pain screaming like a pig like howling. This whole process, but only a few seconds of time. Ride the eyes. Clearly just see Xia Dongyang raised his hand, and then pulled a bit. 2 punks fell to the ground. Yo, still have 2 tricks, brothers, together. The bald man sitting on the roof of the car yelled, and the remaining few punks surrounded Xia Dongyang at the same time. The face of a few people, a few spring knives. Xia Dongyang is not the slightest panic, seemingly careless hand, but accurately and incomparably grabbed the wrist of the first gangster. Immediately after, Xia Dongyang repeated the same trick. The gangster was pulled by him as if a marionette general swaying left and right. The rest of the few people as if a bowling ball hit the bottle in general, have bounced out, fell to the ground and wailed. The whole process is just a short 10 seconds of things. In Xia Dongyang behind Zhao Xueyan, heart is shocked. She did not expect their bodyguard so able to fight. And the bald man sitting on the roof of the car is even more frozen. Although received information that Xia Dongyang can fight, but also did not expect to be so able to fight. However, after a few seconds he came back to his senses, jumped down from the roof of the car, and said to Xia Dongyang, indeed you have 2 skills, but unfortunately you ran into me, destined to fall. As he said, his body leapt up violently, and smashed his foot in the air towards Xia Dongyang's chest. The face of bald this sharp foot. Xia Dongyang is scared silly general not move at all. Behind back to God Zhao Xueyan, anxious exclaimed, Xia Dongyang, fast hide. Bang! However, her words have not yet fallen. Heard a muffled sound, followed by seeing the bald man did not know how to fly backwards out. Back heavily smashed in the car tires. The bald man looked at Xia Dongyang with a horrified face. He wasn't even sure how he came back. Strong? This man is too strong. Xia Dongyang walked over quickly, stepped on the bald man's chest and asked in a cold voice, "Say, who sent you guys?" He didn't believe that these guys were here to rob. The bald man only said, "Who have you offended? You know yourself." Xia Dongyang frowned. He came back only a few days. Who can offend? It is Lu Xiaoyun. It seems that he really did not listen to the warnings. The more intense this thing always go on like this is not a way. Always have to solve it is not. He was about to ask questions, but his ears heard a ringing. Immediately shed the bald man. The speed is faster than a cheetah. Breathing to the right not far behind the load-bearing columns. And sure enough, after the columns hiding a person, is a diagonal bang short hair, wearing a black tracksuit of the small man. The small man saw Xia Dongyang even instantly appeared in front of him. Also was startled. Xia Dongyang wanted this effect. Raised his hand and grabbed towards the other party's shoulder, which knows that the small man even back to God. A lift of the hand grabbed Xia Dongyang's wrist. The other hand quickly clasped Xia Dongyang's chest clothes. Xia Dongyang heart slightly shocked. This is the standard takedown plus over-the-shoulder wrestling. Immediately arm vibration. Directly the small man's hand to shock away. The small man was full of shock. Was ready to change moves. Xia Dongyang where will give him the opportunity. A flip of the wrist grabbed the small man's wrist. At the same time, the left hand into a claw. At once clasped the small man in front of the clothes. His moves and the small man just now almost the same. But the action is more skillful and sharp. The small man simply did not return to God. Was Xia Dongyang to fall out? However, after landing on the ground he was 2 lazy donkey rolls in a row, unloading the force, and then quickly stood up. Xia Dongyang frowned and looked at his left hand. Just now that soft feeling. The other party was clearly a female. The small man. No. Should be the woman in black is right. At this moment she only felt a burning pain in her chest. Her eyes were on fire like a deadly glare at Xia Dongyang. Gritted her teeth and shouted, "Son of a bitch. I'm going to kill you." The woman in black lifted her leg to Xia Dongyang 2 crotch kick. Xia Dongyang slightly sideways to avoid the past. At the same time lifting her leg to the black woman's support foot kick. The woman in black also reacted fast enough. Backhand into a knife to Xia Dongyang waist chopping. This is a lose-lose fight. Xia Dongyang does not avoid not let. Kicked out the leg halfway a collection. Violently upward atop. The knee just hit the elbow of the woman in black. The woman in black immediately only feel arm numb. Hand powerless drooped down. Because Xia Dongyang this right in her numb tendons. Immediately after, Xia Dongyang's right leg stretched out and kicked the woman in black's waist. The woman in black staggered sideways and retreated. Xia Dongyang took advantage of the victory and went up. A raised hand grabbed the wrist of the woman in black. And with a flip of the hand, she folded her hand behind her back. This whole process was only a few breaths. The woman in black didn't even have a chance to fight back. There was no way. She wasn't even in the same class as Xia Dong. Say, who sent you guys? Why are you dealing with Zhao Shuayan? Xia Dongyang clasped the black-clothed woman's wrist with one hand, her knee pressed against the black-clothed woman's back waist, and questioned in a cold voice. Unbeknownst to him, the woman in black shouted, "Let go of me. I'm a police officer." Police? Xia Dongyang was stunned. What is this situation? Xia Dongyang could not imagine that the other party was actually a Chinese police officer. So he cautiously said, "Where are the documents? I want to see the documents." The woman in black with the left hand that was not held by Xia Dongyang, pulled out a document in his pants pocket and handed it to Xia Dongyang with a hard backhand. Xia Dongyang opened it with one hand and looked at it. He could naturally tell that the document was real, and immediately rushed to let go of the other's hand, saying, "Sorry, officer, just now you were sneaky where you hid. I thought you were with them." This police officer's name was Fu Qingshan. The higher-up sent her to observe Xia Dongyang, and she came when the bald few punks came over before. However, she was more interested in seeing how much stronger Xia Dongyang's hands were. How do you know Xia Dongyang not only easily solved the bald and other people, but also found her? More a few moves to restrain her. But Fu Qingshan would not admit that she was here to investigate Xia Dongyang. At that moment, she lifted her chin, imposingly and vigorously said, "Who is sneaky? Who is with them? I was originally tracking a few of them. Humph, open brawl, all go back with me." At this time, Zhao Shuayan calmed down, stride up, said to Fu Qingshuan, "Police officer, a few of them attempted to rob us. We are self-defense. How to become a brawl?" Fu Qingshan said, "In the end what is going on? The bureau and then slowly say it." Xia Dongyang's hands are too scary. Fu Qingshuan thought, must get him back to the bureau, figure out his identity, and he just grabbed his own chest, Say whatever must get in to lock up a bit. There is no way. Since Fu Qingshan has already shown his identity, Zhao Shuiyan and Xia Dongyang can only cooperate. Not long after, 2 police cars came and loaded everyone to the police station. Xia Dongyang was locked up alone in the interrogation room, and no one paid any attention to him. Xia Dongyang was not in a hurry. This little tactic was not useful to him. For one thing, he was too familiar with this common routine, and secondly, and most importantly, that he did not do anything illegal. About an hour later, the door opened, and finally someone came in. It was that policewoman Fu Qingshan, changed into the uniform of Fu Qingshan. All exudes a competent and bold. Between the eyebrows is more than a few points of unusual. Women do not have the heroic spirit. Xia Dongyang asked, Officer Fu, am I allowed to go? Snap. Fu Qingshan slammed the folder in his hand heavily on the table, and then loudly questioned, still want to go? Xia Dongyang, you'd better give an honest explanation. What exactly are you and what are you doing in Jianyang City? Xia Dongyang frowned. Do not understand what this Fu Qingshan words mean. Honestly said, I was originally Jianyang City people. Back to Jianyang City home. What is the problem? Humph. What is the problem? Why is there an 8-year gap in your file? Xia Dongyang had more or less guessed as to why his file was blank. But the army had the discipline of the army. Even after retiring from the army, what should be said and what should not be said had to be observed. He then said, I can only tell you that I am a law-abiding Chinese citizen who has always served in the army, and only came back a few days ago. Other than that, I can't say more. Fu Qingshan was stunned to hear this, and at this moment, the knock on the door sounded, and then a young male police officer walked in, and said to Fu Qingshan, Chief Fu Wei, Zhao Shuiyan's secretary has come to bail out Xia Dongyang. Fu Qingshan nodded and looked at Xia Dongyang and admonished, Xia Dongyang, I hope you are telling the truth. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to Jianyang City. You won't have that chance. Xia Dongyang said and then got up and walked towards the door. Looking at Xia Dongyang's back, Fu Qingshan couldn't help but say, Xia Dongyang, did you really come out from there? I must figure out the secret on you. Fu Qingshan was traditionally strong and aspired to worship power, especially certain mysterious forces in China, which had always been her goal to strive for. Xia Dongyang's words were considered to have ignited all the fires of curiosity in her heart. Henteing KTV, inside a luxurious private room, Ma Chengkai whispered a few words to Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun's face sank, waved his hand, and a few good-looking escort girls retreated out. The whole private room was quiet. Lu Xiaoyun said with a gloomy face, so, that country bumpkin really has 2 tricks up his sleeve? Ma Chengkai nodded his head and said, Bald Liang's hands in the road is also considered a bit famous, and he also brought a few brothers this time to go. The result is that people not only did not clean up, a few of their own were also arrested. Indeed, those few people in the underground parking lot of the hospital were still secretly found by Ma Chengkai, who naturally did this to further stimulate the conflict between Xia Dongyang and Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then said, there are 2 tricks and then dared to jump on my Lu Xiaoyun head. Like this. You first keep an eye on him for me. I have something to do in the next 2 days. At that time, I will let him know that, in Jianyang City, in front of my Lu Xiaoyun, even if it is a fierce dragon that crosses the river, then it has to be coiled for me. Okay, Lu Xiao. Ma Chengkai heart said to Xia Dongyang, dying the woman I see. You can fight, so what? Wait for the pleasure of it. On the other end, Xia Dongyang naturally came out of the police station smoothly. How is it? They didn't give you a hard time, right? Seeing Xia Dongyang come out, Zhao Shuiyan went up with a concerned face and asked. She herself didn't realize that, but this short 1 day's work, her attitude towards Xia Dongyang became eased. Of course, the biggest reason for this is certainly still Xia Dongyang and the plant on her body to save. Xia Dongyang spoke in a flat tone. Mr. Zhao, I'm fine. Listening to Xia Dongyang's flat tone, Zhao Shuiyan realized that she wasn't too concerned. She was going to drive him away. Immediately, her face also resumed its usual high spirits. She only nodded her head and said, it's good that you're fine. By the way, this is Lawyer Sun, the legal advisor of my dad and my company. Thank you, Lawyer Sun. Xia Dongyang turned to that Sun lawyer and thanked him. After all, he must have gone through a lot of trouble. Sun lawyer's full name is Sun Liangjin. Looks like there should be more than 50 points. Wearing a titanium blue suit, with a pair of gold-rimmed eyes, giving a very cultivated and educated feeling. He hurriedly said to Xia Dongyang, Assistant Xia is overstating it. We are all contributing to the company. We are all comrades in the same boat. Thanks are not necessary. This Sun lawyer is good at talking, but Xia Dongyang is not good at talking, but can't take it, only to smile and nod. 3 people out of the police station. The time has been more than 10 o'clock. Sun Liangjian said, driving to San Zhao Shuiyan. but was Zhao Shuiyan refused. Sun Liangjian is also a sensible person. He knows that Zhao Shuiyan should have something to say to Xia Dongyang. Also did not say much, drove the car and left. The duo took a cab and arrived outside the neighborhood after more than 20 minutes. And the entrance was not far from Zhao Shuiyan's cottage. Xia Dongyang followed behind Zhao Shuiyan for more than a meter as usual. After walking for a short while, Zhao Shuiyan finally couldn't help but stop and turned around and said, Xia Dongyang, I have something to say to you. Xia Dongyang nodded, quietly looking at Zhao Shuiyan. Zhao Shuiyan only said, Xia Dongyang, I admit that you are a very dedicated bodyguard. Today you saved me despite your own injuries. I am very thankful to you, but it does not mean that I accept your intervention in my life. However, you were always called by my father. It's not like I can let him down. So let's do it this way. When we go back later, you can stay in the room on the first floor that I told you about before. But I'm warning you, you're not allowed to go upstairs. Zhao Shuiyan has actually accepted the identity of Xia Dongyang's bodyguard. It's just that she's always been a good person, and a knife mouth and tofu heart. This is not it. The reasons for acceptance are moved to the father. Xia Dongyang is not a self-mutilator, have to sleep in the gazebo, and live in the villa. More convenient to protect Zhao Shuiyan. Immediately said, thank you Mr. Zhao. Seeing Xia Dongyang promise, Zhao Shuiyan did not forget to emphasize again, I declare again, you can't go upstairs. Know it? Got it. Only then did Zhao Shuiyan turn around and walk towards the villa. Not long after, the two of them arrived outside the villa, but they saw that Yu Fei was actually now outside the villa's big iron gate. Fei, why are you here? Zhao Shuiyan quickly walked up. Once Fei Yu saw Zhao Shuiyan and Xia Dongyang returning, she was instantly relieved and said, what kind of relationship do we have? What kind of personal matters could you have delayed? I was afraid that something had happened to you. Thank goodness you came back. Right. What in the world? Delayed so late? Zhao Shuiyan heard her heart touched, pulling Yu Fei's hand, said, in fact, there is nothing wrong. It is on the way back. The car chassis was not on the way back and met a few small punks. Or Xia Dongyang dispatched, but went to the police station. So came back late. Zhao Shuiyan didn't say that it was someone who was secretly dealing with her, but was afraid that Yu Fei would think too much. So she also said half-truths and half-falsehoods. Yu Fei had seen Xia Dongyang's skill. She didn't doubt Zhao Shuiyan's words, and only said, if it's okay, then it's good. It seems that this bodyguard of yours is still very useful. Yu Fei said. Her eyes looked at Xia Dongyang, not forgetting to put in a good word for him. Make do. Zhao Shuiyan said with a stiff upper lip. Yu Fei changed the topic and asked, by the way, have you guys eaten yet? Zhao Shuiyan shook her head and said, not yet. I'm going to come back and eat a bowl of instant noodles. When Yu Fei heard this, she immediately refused to comply, only saying, eat what noodles ah? I waited for more than an hour in the store, but in the end, I didn't eat anything and left. You do not know. Those waiters looked at my eyes, clearly as if I was escaping from the mental hospital. I don't care. You guys have to compensate me for my mental damages and treat me to a big meal. So to say, Yu Fei also hasn't eaten dinner yet. Zhao Shuiyan's heart is apologizing a lot. Immediately and quickly said, good ah, as long as you are not afraid to eat too much to grow fat and marry out. My wallet. Whatever you eat. I was born beautiful. Chase me can line up to the east gate. Yu Fei slightly raised her chin. Intentionally or unintentionally looked at Xia Dongyang in the back. Entering the villa, Yu Fei was familiar with the sofa, took the remote control board and turned on the TV, and then began to use the cell phone to order food. Zhao Shuiyan said to Yu Fei, Fei, I'll go up and change my clothes first. You take your time to order. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yu Fei casually waved her hand and didn't even look at her, focusing on ordering her food. Zhao Shuiyan did not take care of Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang had to stand aside. Yu Fei quickly ordered her meal, turned her head to look at Xia Dongyang and asked, Xia Dongyang, sit down. There is no need to make it so serious. But Xia Dongyang said, bodyguard is supposed to be a serious job. Come on. Serious. Yu Fei also knows that Xia Dongyang does things with a single board. At that moment, his eyes turned, whispered, Xia Dongyang, I ask you you are 24 hours to protect Shuiyan. Then where do you sleep at night? Sleeping outside. Xia Dongyang couldn't figure out what Yu Fei was asking this for, or honestly said, what, sleep outside? Yu Fei heard. The whole person jumped up, for Xia Dongyang said, Shuiyan, this is how. Even if you do not want you as a bodyguard. But there is no need to be like this. Bodyguard is also a person. Also have human rights No. I have to find her theory. Miss Yu Fei, you've misunderstood. Xia Dongyang hurriedly called out to Yu Fei, Mr. Zhao called out to me to come into the villa to live yesterday. But I told her before that I won't come into the villa to disturb her life. Once Yu Fei heard this, she relaxed, and then said, Xia Dongyang, you are just too self-disciplined. Don't you think this is very hard? Don't think so. Indeed. For Xia Dongyang's previous life of guns and bullets, now it was already considered a paradise. Yu Fei already didn't know how to pick up. While at this time Zhao Xueyan came down, Xia Dongyang naturally looked over, and saw Zhao Xueyan changed a set of ruffled color. Looks very cool but more conservative pajamas, or split clothes pants of the kind. In short, no straps, absolutely not easy to go light. Feeling Xia Dongyang's eyes, Zhao Xueyan also don't know how. The mind can't help but think of that night's naked situation. Immediately the beautiful eyes glared. Xia Dongyang rushed to move away from the eyes. The two women began to chat up. Completely nothing Xia Dongyang, so they walked to the door to smoke. When Xia Dongyang went out, Yu Fei hurriedly whispered to Zhao Xueyan, we'll dunk him later. Zhao Xueyan asked in confusion, dunk him for what? He's your bodyguard. Don't you want to know what he used to do? What if he was a murderer? Aren't you scared? Yu Fei intentionally made things more serious. But how could Zhao Xueyan not know Yu Fei's small mind? However, she felt that what Yu Fei said still had some truth to it, and it would definitely be difficult to let Xia Dongyang go for a while anyway, so it was also a bit more reassuring to learn about his past. He is a big man after all. Can the two of us get him drunk? What are you afraid of? Aren't there me? Yu Fei patted her chest and said, she did have a good capacity for alcohol. Zhao Xueyan's eyes turned, staring at Yu Fei's eyes, asking, Fei, tell me honestly, are you moving towards him? Yu Fei was a little apprehensive and flustered to avoid Zhao Xueyan's eyes, but was generous to say, heart now also cannot talk about, but can be examined. Xueyan, you also know my family. I want to pursue what they want, do not want to do their puppets. Zhao Xueyan was stunned. Although it was not good for her to say anything about her best friend's personal matters, she still said, Fei, how much do you know about his character? Aren't you afraid of being bored to death? I do not want to know more about him. Character can be changed. People can slowly change. Looking at her best friend seems to be determined. Zhao Xueyan is not good to say anything else, only said, well, for you, I also give up. Not long after, a Meituan takeout boy with a yellow helmet, dressed in all yellow, riding a motorcycle then killed the door in a flurry. Yu Fei came out to pick up the meal, went back to the villa dining room and set it up, saw Xia Dongyang standing aside, then shouted, Xia Dongyang, sit down. This meal was supposed to be my treat for you. Thank you for saving my life. Xia Dongyang turned around and walked to the table to sit down, unaware that this meal could not be so simple. Looking at Xia Dongyang sitting upright, waist straight, Yu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Xia Dongyang, you don't need to be so formal. Report work. Used to it. Xia Dongyang smiled sarcastically. At this time, Yu Fei opened 3 bottles of beer, poured a cup for one person, and then raised the cup to Xia Dongyang and said, come on, Xia Dongyang, I'll borrow Xueyan's treasure. This cup of wine is first to toast to you. Thank you for saving my life. Miss you. I appreciate your feelings. Xia Dongyang said and raised his glass, smothering a cup of beer in one gulp. That's right. Bodyguards are also people. Don't be so stuffy. Yu Fei said, also a mouthful of the cup of beer dry. She whined and then greeted, come, eat. Next, Yu Fei also toasted to Xia Dongyang with various words of thanks. In order to cooperate with Yu Fei, Zhao Xueyan also drank. Of course, she was also a little bit of irrigation Xia Dongyang at this time, in order to take revenge for the loss of meaning. In short, the 3 so you a cup I a cup, actually solved the 10 bottles of beer. The atmosphere has long come up. Yu Fei also opened 2 bottles of Zhao Xueyan's home of the good red wine. Zhao Xueyan plain rarely drink. At this time, the face has long been a scarlet red, eyes also a little fluttering, obviously fast in place, but Yu Fei is okay. While the atmosphere came up, she asked smoothly, Xia Dongyang, what did you do before? Soldiering. Xia Dongyang said briefly. As soon as he saw Xia Dongyang opened his mouth, and also said that he used to be a soldier, Yu Fei's heart was happy and relieved. Since he was a soldier, he was definitely not a criminal. Next, as the atmosphere on the wine table got higher and higher, Yu Fei's questions got more and more frequent. Even Zhao Xueyan occasionally asked a couple of questions. Soon, the 3 of them solved a few bottles of beer and a bottle of red wine. Zhao Xueyan was the first one who couldn't bear to lie down on the table. Yu Fei also has a pretty face scarlet, her eyes fluttering, but she is still drinking with Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang could see that Yu Fei's alcoholism was a bit high, and immediately said, let's stop here tonight, right? Yu Fei, however, did not comply with the hand. Some gulp said, no, I still haven't drunk you, haven't asked you if you have a girlfriend. Xia Dongyang, do you have a girlfriend? Xia Dongyang was about to reply, which no Yufei but clang fell on the table. Forehead knocked the edge of the table straight sound. Xia Dongyang was shocked. This is not light Immediately rushed to Yufei to help up, only to see her forehead right in the middle of a red mass. Her people have been drunk is not awake. Looking at the two beautiful women lying on the table, Xia Dongyang shook his head, thinking, to ask what to ask directly why this and wine, and their own body over it? He wanted to carry the two women to the second floor Zhao Shuiyan's room, but thought Zhao Shuiyan not allowed him to go upstairs, so he will carry the two women to the first floor. That was Zhao Shuiyan arranged for him in the room. The good thing is that the beds in the room are all made, for the two women took off their shoes, covered the cool quilt. Xia Dongyang retreated out. However, as soon as his front foot went out the door, Zhao Shuiyan slowly opened her eyes, and the corner of her mouth was slightly raised. That's right, Zhao Shuiyan didn't get too drunk. She was more cautious than Yufei, so she left a line, in case Xia Dongyang really did beastly behavior. For Xia Dongyang's performance, she was very satisfied. After all, she and Yufei are first-class beauty. This drunk, Xia Dongyang can hold. That character is absolutely no problem. She was relieved to close her eyes. Less than 6 o'clock in the morning, the biological clock woke up Xia Dongyang, thinking that Zhao Shuiyan two people must get up late today, so he went out to buy some breakfast back. Xia Dongyang's front foot went out. The room bed. Yufei suddenly vomit sound. Vomited next to Zhao Shuiyan all over. Zhao Shuiyan was not too drunk. Has been confused. This will be woke up. See the situation in front of her. She could not wait to give this unreliable girlfriends 2 slaps. Irrigation Xia Dongyang not. Drink yourself into this. Can vomit after the Yufei is still sleeping dead. Zhao Shuiyan with a depressed mood. Go to the bathroom to take a shower. But suddenly back to God. Their clothes can be all in the bedroom on the second floor. Naked to go up to get it? But where is Xia Dongyang? Right. Herself and Yufei in the room. He should be outside the villa. But she was still uneasy. Gently opened the door of the room a crack, and saw that there was no one in the living room. Water, water. At this time, the drunken Yufei dreamed. Zhao Shuiyan less than much thought, rushed out to the living room drinking fountain to Yufei to catch water. At this time, Xia Dongyang, who bought breakfast, happened to come back to the door and opened it gently. Zhao Shuiyan was standing bent over the water dispenser to fetch water for Yufei, when suddenly, a morning light hit in from the doorway, and she naturally turned her head. At the doorway, as soon as Xia Dongyang opened the door, his eyes immediately landed on Zhao Shuiyan who was standing by the water dispenser, naked. The morning light shone on Zhao Shuiyan's skin that was like white porcelain, as if she had been clothed in a haze coat, as beautiful as a fairy that descended from the 9 heavens, mesmerizing and infatuating people. Pa! Xia Dongyang's eyes stared blankly. His whole brain was on the spot. His hands were loose, and the breakfast all knocked over on the ground. Zhao Shuiyan was surprised at Xia Dongyang's stunned expression, slightly lowered her head, and at first saw that she was actually naked. That's right, because of Yufei pouring water. Zhao Shuiyan unexpectedly forgot that she had just taken a bath and had not had time to go up to the second floor room to put on her clothes. In an instant, Zhao Shuiyan's entire body was confused. Her brain was blank. Her hand unconsciously loosened. The paper cup that was filled with water fell to the ground, and the water spilled a large area. A few seconds later, Zhao Shuiyan Fong burst out with a scream that pierced people's eardrums. This scream also made Xia Dongyang come back to his senses and hurriedly turned around and retreated outside. Zhao Shuiyan covered her body and quickly ran into the room, and then squatted on the ground, holding her knees with both hands, and cried out, "Water, water!" Yufei on the bed started dreaming again. Zhao Shuiyan heard it but was even more unable to hold back her tears. She was considered to be pitied by this bosom friend. Last night she said to poor Xia Dongyang, and as a result, she drank herself into unconsciousness. If not just Yufei suddenly shouted to drink water, Zhao Shuiyan can directly run to the second floor room. There is no need to stay in the living room. Naturally, will not happen later. The more you think about it, Zhao Shuiyan is feeling more and more aggrieved. Want to die of the heart have. Tears are like a lake that breaks the embankment, constantly sliding down, while her good girlfriend Yufei, but still in the heartless sleep, outside the villa. Xia Dongyang smoking hard, even if he is the king of soldiers, at this moment cannot suppress the inner apprehension and panic. Xia Dongyang knew that Zhao Shuiyan had originally resented herself, and now she definitely hated herself. Xia Dongyang had to wait outside the villa smoking a cigarette. He felt that he was not fit to enter the villa again no matter what. In the villa room, Zhao Shuiyan's tears were almost dried up, although she also knew that it was an accident just now, but she said that she could not let it go, and even more so, she could not forgive Xia Dongyang. She even felt inwardly, Xia Dongyang, where is the bodyguard? Is clearly heaven sent to torment themselves? Must drive him away. Otherwise, he suffered not counting. Boyfriend back. I'm afraid that even more will happen, some fatal misunderstanding. After deciding to drive away Xia Dongyang, she wiped away the tears on her face and was about to stand up. But at this time Yufei happened to wake up and sat up covering her head. As soon as she saw Zhao Shuiyan crouching behind the door, she asked with a surprised face. Ha, Shuiyan. What's wrong with you? Zhao Shuiyan, who had just calmed her mind, once she heard Yufei's words, she couldn't wait to pounce on her and strangle her. This professional who pits her bosom friend. You still have the face to talk? But in the end, she couldn't put the blame on Yufei, and said, you still have the face to say, drunk like a pig, vomited all over me in the bed. I had to take a shower, and wanted to go upstairs to get my clothes, and accidentally fell. A fall. Yufei heard, rushed to jump down, but still a little lightheaded. A stagger almost fell to the ground. Well, at least came to the side of Zhao Shuiyan, asked with concern, so how are you? Did you fall anywhere? Feeling her bestie's eagerness and concern, Zhao Shuiyan secretly sighed, and had to silently forgive her, and proceeded to say, it's okay, help me up. I'm going to go sit by the bed. You go upstairs and help me get a set of clothes down. Okay, come on, be careful. Yufei slowly helped Zhao Shuiyan to sit by the bedside. Only then did she turn around and cover her head, walking outside with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Zhao Shuiyan sighed. She could only be wronged. Yufei quickly brought down a set of white professional clothes and a set of underwear. Zhao Shuiyan changed her clothes and Yufei came out after washing and asked, Ha, Shuiyan, where is Xia Dongyang? As soon as she heard Yufei still mention Xia Dongyang, Zhao Shuiyan was instantly on fire. Her tone couldn't help but raise as she droned, don't mention him to me. Yufei was startled by Zhao Shuiyan's sudden move, and only after a few seconds did she come back to her senses, and asked with a straight face, Shuiyan, what's wrong? Is it true that Xia Dongyang took advantage of his drunkenness last night, and did something rude to you? Zhao Shuiyan came back to her senses and realized that she shouldn't be angry at her best friend. At that moment she had to say in a bad mood, that's not true. But you other people didn't get drunk, but you yourself are ugly. In the future I won't help you to do such a boring thing again. Yufei heard that Xia Dongyang didn't do anything rude. Her heart was relieved. She smiled and said, no matter what, Xia Dongyang's character is not a problem. You can rest assured in the future. I'm relieved? Zhao Shuiyan had a feeling of wanting to cry. She also didn't want to continue this topic and said, if you haven't woken up from the wine, you can rest at home for a day. Saying that, she didn't wait for Yufei to reply. She directly turned around and left. Yufei raised her eyebrows. She always felt that her best friend was a bit strange today. She couldn't help but think, could it be that during this time when she was drunk, something really happened? But she is sure that Xia Dongyang is definitely not the kind of person with a human face. But Zhao Shuiyan, in the end, what happened? Of course, she would never dream of what really happened. In the doorway waiting for half a day, Xia Dongyang finally saw the door opened. A face of frost. Zhao Shuiyan first walked out. Xia Dongyang inexplicably some weakness. To the side of the 2 steps, sort of get out of the way. Zhao Shuiyan directly without looking at the big step from his front. Walking behind Yufei, some surprised at the breakfast on the ground. But looking at the Xia Dongyang standing at the bottom of the steps, she was immediately a little embarrassed up. Said, Xia Dongyang, that last night I drank a little too much. Did not say anything nonsense, right? Thinking about the first time they met before, they vomited all over Xia Dongyang. Yufei couldn't help but get hot on her face. No. Xia Dongyang shook his head, still not forgetting to remind, but still try not to drink so much in the future. Well, actually I don't usually drink much. Saying this, Yufei herself felt embarrassed. In fact, she did have some hobbies to drink. Otherwise she wouldn't have run to the bar before. 3 people stopped a cab. Zhao Shuiyan but first sat in the passenger seat. Yufei heart is very surprised, but had to sit in the back with Xia Dongyang. Along the way, Zhao Shuiyan did not say a word, but Yufei and Xia Dongyang chat up. However, the vast majority of Yufei and said, Xia Dongyang are just short answer. Looking at Yufei talking happily with Xia Dongyang, Zhao Shuiyan was even more fired up, and said in a cold voice, Xia Dongyang, go and buy some breakfast back to the company. I want breakfast milk and egg tarts from that authentic old yogurt store in the north of the city. Okay. Xia Dongyang knew that Zhao Shuiyan this was because she didn't want to see herself, but thinking that this was an impromptu cab ride and it wasn't too far away from the company anymore. So she answered. Yufei's heart, however, was a little strange. Didn't this BFF of hers never drink yogurt? And also let Xia Dongyang specifically go to the north of the city to buy this round trip, but also in the rush hour. How to be 2 hours off? There are oddities. Thinking about the breakfast knocked over on the floor at the door. Yufei felt even more that something must have happened when she didn't wake up. As she pondered, the master pulled over at Zhao Shuiyan's command, and Xia Dongyang got out of the car nimbly. Yufei wanted to ask Zhao Shuiyan if she had something on her mind, but when she saw Zhao Shuiyan getting out of the car and taking big steps, she had to hold back. On the other end, although Xia Dongyang knew that Zhao Shuiyan was intentionally sidetracking or even making things difficult for herself, not wanting to see herself, he still took the car to the north of the city. After all, Zhao Shuiyan did not have breakfast. In the cab driver's directions, Xia Dongyang got off the car to see a door before the market, lined up in a long line, eyeballing the fear of 30 or 40 people. For half an hour, finally bought Zhao Shuiyan's specified breakfast. When back to the building, the time has been 9:30. Xia Dongyang took the elevator to the floor where the office was located. Just as soon as he got off the elevator, someone next to him shouted, "Assistant Xia." Xia Dongyang turned his head to look at the sound of the voice, only to see next to the walking stairway stood a big-belly middle-aged Mediterranean man. Is not exactly the previous job fair, and Wang Lily together that man? Yes, the Minister of Personnel, before Xiao Runan had mentioned. Xia Dongyang did not understand what he shouted at him, however, he still walked over. Mao Chenggang hastily hit a cigarette, handed Xia Dongyang, while smiling and said, "Xia brothers, I am the Personnel Department Minister Mao Chenggang. Before we met at the job fair, but blame me for this, I have eyes and not recognize the gold and jade. Are my secretary's mouth is cheap? I have taught her a hard lesson. I hope that summer assistant do not take it to heart. Tonight at 6:30, I set up a banquet in the Wangjiang building, considered to be given to the Summer brothers to make amends. Please Summer brothers must appreciate the face." Mao Chenggang did indeed teach Wang Lily a hard lesson, but it was taught in bed. His words were clearly intended to draw close to Xia Dongyang, or to pull Xia Dong into a faction. Xia Dongyang also did not want to radicalize things, or took the cigarette. However, he came here just to protect Zhao Shuiyan. Even this assistant is just a front. Naturally will not go to the banquet. At that moment, he said in a flat tone, "Minister Mao, everyone just do their part. As for the night, then don't break the bank. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Okay, Assistant Xia." Mao Chenggang sent him off with a smile on his face, and when Xia Dongyang left, his face immediately sank, cursing in a low voice, "Ungrateful thing, a small assistant, really think he is an onion. Can't stand on my side, then be prepared to taste my means." Xia Dongyang carried breakfast to Zhao Shuiyan's office. "Mr. Zhao, your breakfast." "Aha." Zhao Shuiyan didn't lift her head. She really didn't want to see Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang naturally knew that and placed his breakfast on the table and turned around. As soon as he left, Zhao Shuiyan put down the pen in her hand. Her hand stuck in her hair and inhaled deeply. Honestly, she couldn't concentrate for most of the morning, and now that Xia Dongyang had come, she was even more unable to concentrate. She was full of her boyfriend's guilt and hatred towards Xia Dongyang. Looking at the breakfast that Xia Dongyang brought back, she directly threw it in the trash can with a brain of anger. With the last instance of Zhao Shuiyan wanting to go out alone, this time Xia Dongyang simply opened the door. As long as Zhao Shuiyan went to the elevator, he could see it. A morning time quickly passed. Zhao Shuiyan out of the office, passing by the door of Xia Dongyang's office, and did not tell Xia Dongyang, obviously want to go out alone. Good thing Xia Dongyang had the foresight to rush up and chase out. The two took the elevator together to the downstairs. Zhao Shuiyan completely takes Xia Dongyang as the heir, because the car is still in the hospital. So Zhao Shuiyan opened the company a Mercedes-Benz business car. Zhao Shuiyan first sat on the driver's seat. Xia Dongyang had to sit on the passenger seat. After igniting the fire, Zhao Shuiyan but then said, "Forget it. You drive it." "Good." Xia Dongyang responded and got out of the car ready to change places, which knows that just after he got out of the car, Zhao Shuiyan will violently blast the gas pedal. The commercial car quickly rushed toward the door. Xia Dongyang did not expect Zhao Shuiyan will give himself this hand. He did not dare to hesitate, pulling his leg to the door to chase. Zhao Shuiyan obviously intends to get rid of him. Out of the door and then accelerated the speed of the car. Xia Dongyang looked around. This point is not even the shadow of a cab. There is no way. Xia Dongyang had to continue to accelerate speed to Zhao Shuiyan's business car chase. But this section of no traffic lights, his injured body, where to catch up with Zhao Shuiyan's car, violent and extremely fast running, the back of the waist and came bursts of pain, but he did not slow down the slightest. Seeing Zhao Shuiyan's car in front of the turn, Xia Dongyang heart anxious. Zhao Shuiyan go out alone. If there is any accidental situation, that is his bodyguard's dereliction of duty. He cannot be blamed. Well, at this time there is finally a cab from the side of the fork in the road drove over, but the car did not hang empty car signs, obviously pulling a passenger. Xia Donyang couldn't care less. A few arrow steps and rushed onto the dry road, stopping in front of the cab. Ga snort. Cab a sharp breakdown. The front of the car from Xia Donyang is only 1 meter away. Can be described as dangerous and dangerous. Cab master is a slim man who looks 27 or 88. He was still holding a cigarette in his mouth, humming music, head shaking, this time a sharp break. Because of the principle of inertia, he leaned forward. The cigarette on his mouth fell down, just fell on his crotch. He originally wore is similar to the beach pants half pants. The material is very thin. This time the cigarette directly pestle in his two pawns. He reflexively jerked up the top of his head and hit the roof of the car. The pain of his continuous screams. Sitting in the back row is a mask, sunglasses on the woman. She has long been dissatisfied with the master while driving while smoking. This will see the master woeful appearance. Cannot help but laugh out loud. All this happened in the instant after the break. The cab driver heard the woman's laughter. The heart is even more furious. Will head out of the window to open cursing. Grass your mom, oh, don't want to die ah? However, after cursing, he realized that no one in front of the car. This time from the passenger window came from Xia Dongyang's voice, Master, I have an emergency. Take me for a ride. Cab driver turned his head. Cold eyes looked at Xia Donyang. Loudly scolded, there is an emergency and how? There is such a stopping the car. Do not ride. Said. He was ready to gear up and go. Xia Donyang also knows that the behavior just now is very dangerous. And quickly said, sorry, I really have an emergency. That also does not ride. Let go. I drove ah. Something happened can and I have nothing to do ah. Cab driver looked at Xia Dongyang's hand grasping the car window. Coldly admonished. At the same time blasted the air throttle. Scaring Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang is anxious. Is ready to force on the car. Do not want to sit in the back seat of the cab. The female passenger but said, let him on the car. This cab is actually this female passenger temporary package. Since she has given the word, the cab driver can only helplessly let Xia Donyang get on the car. Thank you. Thank you. Once on the car, Xia Donyang successively thanked the cab driver and the female passenger. The cab driver was coldly grunted, obviously dissatisfied with him, but the female passenger was Xia Donyang slightly nodded in response. After the car started, the cab driver asked carelessly, where to? How could Xia Donyang know where Zhao Shuiyan was going? So he had to point to the intersection in front of him and say, turn the corner in front of you. I'm chasing after a black Mercedes-Benz commercial car. Cab driver also did not answer. According to the intersection pointed out by Xia Donyang drove, but the speed is lazy. He is obviously no Xia Donyang to chase the car. Deliberately slow. Intended to take revenge on Xia Donyang just jumped out to stop the car. Resulting in his dick was scalded by the cigarette revenge. Xia Donyang anxious, hastily urged, Master, trouble you hurry. Cab driver right hand a stall. Only said, this car is an old car. Cannot afford to run the speed. And then again, the city is also the speed limit. I have no way ah. Xia Donyang looked at the sign on the ground. This section of the road is indeed a speed limit, but the limit is 70. But the cab driver only drove more than 30. The right side of a bicycle from the non-motorized road are whistling over. Xia Donyang were still cannot see. This master is in the intention to make things difficult for himself. In order to report their own just scared him of the revenge. Immediately had to lower the posture of the said, Master. Just stopping the car is some of my impatience. You forgive me ah. The trouble you drive a little faster. I'll try. Seeing Xia Donyang lowered his posture again, the cab driver had to increase the gas pedal a little. The car quickly turned the corner. Xia Donyang hastily raised his eyes and looked forward. This is a tidal trunk road. This time is the afternoon off time. The trunk road vehicles densely packed, as if the ants moving like, where there is still a trace of Zhao Shuiyan's business car. Xia Donyang heart anxious, urged, Master, faster. She must be in front. It's not that I'm not willing to be fast. You also see, this is really a lot of cars ah. Cab driver said with a difficult face, but his right hand was placed under the driver's seat. Thumb, index finger, middle finger made a rubbing motion, meaning give money. Xia Donyang looked at the heart of the immediate fire. He has just stopped the behavior of the car, apologized twice. I cannot imagine that this cab driver at this critical moment is still difficult for himself. At that moment, he slammed the driver's side, far more than normal hand strength. A old car driver's side to smash out a pit. At the same time angrily roared, I shouted at you to drive faster. This scared the cab driver a shiver. A foot actually will be the car to step on the stop. This manual gearbox cab. A touch off. Under the inertia, the back seat of the female passenger almost hit the back seat of the driver's seat. Drop 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 drop. This parking, behind a long series of cars as if ghosts hypnotized general honking. Fire. Drive. Xia Donyang said in a cold voice. Looking at Xia Dongyang cold eyes, cab driver could not help but shiver. Know that this time is to mess with a ruthless character. Immediately how dare to slow down. Nodded repeatedly, teeth chattering said, yes, yes. He started the car with a trembling hand, but because his feet were shaking with fear, he couldn't run up to speed at all. Xia Dongyang reached out to hold the steering wheel, and then said in a deep voice, change seats. I'll drive. Big brother, you are joking, right? Cab driver a face of horror. This driving process to change places, that only saw in the movie, the reality of such a play. A careless car wrecked Xia Dongyang which has time to ink with him. Will be his seatbelt to unlock, and then looked at the road in front of him, just a gap, and immediately seized the opportunity to violently a hand will be lifted him up. The cab driver was so scared that he burst out with a scream that was even more exaggerated than a lesbian's. Xia Dongyang quickly moved his body over. This in the eyes of ordinary people difficult to complete the difficult action, but he is after hundreds of times of training, because sometimes out of the mission, will inevitably encounter similar situations. Sitting in the passenger seat, the cab driver's face white, eyes stagnant. It is estimated that not a moment is not back to God, and sitting in the back seat of the female passenger, see this in the movie scene, raised his hand to take down the sunglasses, a pair of bright eyes, not only did not have the slightest shock, but all excited, seems to have found something new and strange like, cannot help but look at the side of Xia Dongyang's two eyes fixed. Sitting in the driver's seat, Xia Dongyang cannot be bothered to fasten the seatbelt, skillful gear on the throttle. The cab was inspired by a thrust, accelerated forward. Too many vehicles on the arterial road. Xia Dongyang controlled the cab, to far exceed the speed of other cars weaving in the vehicles, and then also reverse borrowing. This caused the vehicles on the road a lot of emergency braking. Horn sound is all the way loud. Many drivers cursed, grass your mom, open so fast to cast daredevil do not want to die The passenger seat on the cab driver, trembling hand the first time to fasten the seatbelt, with a crying voice to Xia Dongyang begged, big brother, God, I should not make things difficult for you. I beg you to spare me. Here is the city. Something happened to my whole family cannot afford to compensate for the sale of Xia Dongyang eyes staring straight ahead, which have the heart to answer him. At least finally saw Zhao Shuiyan driving the commercial car. Xia Dongyang dark out of breath, out of the city. Zhao Shuiyan didn't stop, and kept driving to the foot of Penjia Mountain, 10 kilometers away, and after parking her car in the open-air parking lot, she walked towards the mountain. Master, take this money as compensation for you. I'm sorry. Xia Dongyang dropped about $1,000 and got out of the car to chase after Zhao Shuiyan. Wow. Vomit. The female passenger got out of the car when Xia Dongyang stopped and vomited furiously. This time even the bitter bile water was vomited out. The cab driver came back to his senses and looked at the female passenger who was wiping her mouth. Suddenly, as if he was playing chicken blood, he quickly got off the car and rushed to the front of the female passenger, shouting with a face of surprise, my God, you are Lu Qianqian? You recognized the wrong person. The female passenger hurriedly turned around and brought the mask up. I won't recognize the wrong person. I recognize your eyes. They are too beautiful. You are Lu Qianqian. The cab driver circled around to the front of the female passenger again, and spoke decisively. Lu Qianqian is a rising singer in the last 2 years. Beautiful person. Sweet voice. However, the most attractive place is her eyes. Her eyes are big and bright, like a newborn baby, dark and deep, without any impurities, making it hard to forget at first sight. And in the few years since her debut, she hasn't had a hint of scandal, so her fans call her the Jade Diva. This cab driver is her fan. His bedroom is full of photos of Lu Qianqian. Of course he won't recognize Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian glanced around, and then said softly, big brother, keep your voice down. I'm sneaking out this time. Seeing Lu Qianqian admitting, the cab driver is even more excited, nodding his head and saying, of course, Qianqian, can you give me an autograph and take a picture together? Sure, but don't make it a secret. Lu Qianqian emphasized again. The cab driver nodded his head, got into the cab and quickly took out a picture of Lu Qianqian and a pen. Lu Qianqian signed directly and drew a smiley face at the end. The cab driver took back the photo with a joyful smile, and then moved closer and took out his cell phone to take a picture. In order to show her respect, Lu Qianqian temporarily took off her mask. The cab driver was even more flattered and his hand quietly rested on Lu Qianqian's shoulder. Lu Qianqian frowned, but didn't think much about it, but she knew that the cab driver was getting closer and closer. The more he hugged her, and his face was even sticking to her face, Lu Qianqian realized that something was wrong and hurriedly moved her body to the side, while shouting, big brother, I think it's almost time. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Don't Qian, I like you so much. Let's take another picture. The cab driver said, directly hands violently a floor of Lu Qianqian's shoulders, mouth even to Lu Qianqian face kiss too. This where is what clearly is molestation molestation help help Lu Qianqian was so scared that she lost her color. Her hands desperately pushed the cab driver while crying out for help. Qian, I love you. I sleep with your picture every night. You are mine. You are my everything. The more the cab driver said, the more agitated his tone became and the more out of control his emotions became. Help! Help! Lu Qianqian in the heat of the moment, hands a burst of clawing, desperately struggling to call for help. Her heart regret to the extreme. Really should not sneak out. Encountered this perverted fan. The west of the city Penjiu mountain is also considered to be a nearby attraction. Because the center peak is high, the left and right side peaks are slightly shorter. And from afar it looks like a pen frame and get. The stone staircase leading to the top of the mountain is a bit steep, is paved with stone chiseling, quite some years. Some steps on both sides even grew moss, and is not good to climb. Xia Dongyang far behind Zhao Shuiyan, just saw Zhao Shuiyan turn the corner. The figure was obscured by the left side of the bamboo. He was ready to speed up the pace, but at first heard the cry for help from below. Xia Dongyang hurriedly turned his head to look down the hill, and saw that the cab driver was making a move on the female passenger next to the corner where he had just parked. Although protecting Zhao Shuiyan is the first big thing, but in the face of this kind of situation, as a veteran of the army, Xia Dongyang cannot sit back and do nothing. Plus that female passenger just now also for him to say good words, is considered to have helped him, so he did not hesitate to quickly rush toward the stone steps down. In the corner of the parking lot, Lu Qianqian scratched the cab driver's face fiercely a few times, temporarily got rid of the other party's entanglement, and staggered towards the restaurant outside the parking lot, while shouting for help. Qian, I'll just take a kiss, let me take a kiss. The cab driver, who has obviously lost his mind, is in hot pursuit behind him. Lu Qianqian ran outward in panic while looking backward from time to time, and when she was not careful, her feet slipped and she flung herself to the ground. This open-air parking lot is actually a piece of empty land, and there is no cement, potholes, and some places even have a lot of gravel, which if you pounce on it, Lu Qianqian will have to be disfigured. However, right at this moment, a big hand reached out from the side and grabbed Lu Qianqian's waist and brought her back. Let go of me, let go of me. Lu Qianqian thought it was the cab driver, and her hands were desperately clawing around. Xia Dongyang did not know that Lu Qianqian is such a hand. Her face was clawed by two claws. It was hot and spicy. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" This drink scared Lu Qianqian a jolt. Fixed eyes only to realize that in front of her eyes is actually just the violent passenger Xia Dongyang, and Xia Dongyang's face and two fresh scratches. How she is not clear about what is going on with that scratches. With a panicked face she said, I'm sorry, I thought." At this time, Xia Dongyang but has turned his eyes glaring at the chasing cab driver. The cab driver at the sight of Xia Dongyang, instantly goaded, shouted, "Brother, misunderstanding." Lu Qianqian rushed to hide behind Xia Dongyang, pulling Xia Dongyang's arm, shocked shouted, "He just wanted to molest me." No need for her to say, "Of course, Xia Dongyang knows, otherwise it will not come back." So they walked towards the cab driver. The cab driver was so scared that he hastily backed up, but his feet were unsteady and fell on the ground. Xia Dongyang walked forward, grabbed the cab driver's shoulder, and lifted him up with one shot, and then threw him to the side as if he was throwing garbage. Bang! Cab driver's thin body heavily hit his car. Paralyzed on the ground repeatedly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. Big brother, spare your life, spare your life." Joking. This fierce man, get it wrong. He will be crippled. Lu Qianqian look as the eyes shine, full of worship admiration. Xia Dongyang turned his head to her and said, "Miss, you'd better call the police." Don't call the police. Don't call the police. I won't dare again. I promise." Upon hearing this, the cab driver incited his own slaps and begged for mercy. Lu Qianqian pondered for a while and only said, "It's better not to call the police." She thinks that if she calls the police, her whereabouts will be exposed, and they will definitely look for her, and there will definitely be more trouble then. Since she didn't even call the police, Xia Dongyang didn't need to force herself, and only coldly drank to the cab driver. "In the future, if I see you committing adultery again, I'll directly cripple you. Get lost. Yes, I will never dare again. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." The cab driver was like an amnesty, crawled up on his hands and knees, got in the car and fired up and skipped. "Big brother, thank you for coming back to save me. Otherwise I would have been surely taken by him." Lu Qianqian thought about the situation just now, and tears filled her big snowy eyes. I also have to thank you for letting me get on the car just now. Well, I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. After delaying these few minutes, Xia Dongyang must go up and chase Zhao Xueyan. Hey, what's your name? Lu Qianqian shouted, but Xia Dongyang had already run up the stone steps long ago. Looking at Xia Dongyang's back as he quickly ran towards the mountain, Lu Qianqian muttered to herself with some surprise, doesn't he recognize me? Indeed, with her fame, there are hardly a few males in the country who don't recognize her. But Xia Dongyang just happens to be one of those few exceptions. You just chased this car over. I don't believe I won't be able to find you by then, Lu Qianqian said, took out her cell phone and photographed the car, following which only then closed the flight mode. And in less than a few seconds, someone called. Soon, Xia Dongyang saw Zhao Xueyan standing bent over on the stone steps panting and resting, and he was relieved. Sitting in the pavilion, Zhao Xueyan just looked at the city below the mountain and didn't know what she was thinking, while Xia Dongyang also sat on the cliffside behind him smoking a cigarette, his eyes always focusing on Zhao Xueyan. Sitting like this for about half an hour, the motionless Zhao Xueyan sneezed, and Xia Dongyang immediately flicked off his cigarette and got up to walk over. He took off his suit and handed it over saying, "It's windy on the mountain. Put it on." Zhao Xueyan turned her head, and once she saw that it was Xia Dongyang, she said in a cold voice, "How did you know that I'm here?" "Don't care how I know. Put on your clothes first. You just hiked up the mountain and sweated a lot. After blowing in the wind for so long, if you don't add more clothes, you'll easily catch a cold." Xia Dongyang's hand that was holding the clothes kept pausing in the air. Zhao Xueyan hated Xia Dongyang in her heart. As if she was a child fighting, she threw her head away and said, "I'm not going to wear your clothes, take it away." A sob. However, her words just fell. A gust of wind blew. Could not help but sneeze again. Xia Dongyang also no longer nagging. Simply step around to Zhao Xueyan behind. Give her to put the clothes on. Zhao Xueyan hand swung violently, the clothes to shake down on the ground. Turned around and glared at Xia Dongyang. Coldly rebuked, "Xia Dongyang, what kind of person are you? What are the qualifications to give me clothes? I am your bodyguard. Your personal safety and health are all under my protection." Xia Dongyang said in a firm tone. "I don't recognize it, and I don't need it. Get lost. Get out of here." Zhao Xueyan cursed, turned around and walked down the mountain. Xia Dongyang picked up his clothes and followed. Zhao Xueyan turned around and shouted again, "Don't follow me." However, when she turned around to go down the mountain again, one foot was stepping on the air. Her foot wrenched, and her whole body flopped down the stone steps, causing her to let out a shriek of fright. These stone steps were very steep. If she fell down, a broken face and serious injuries were a certainty. At the moment of crisis, Zhao Xueyan only felt a large hand wrapped around her waist and abdomen, pulling herself back. "Is everything alright?" Xia Dongyang asked as he held her upright. Zhao Xueyan was obviously scared. Her pretty face was a little white. Xia Dongyang saved her once again. She frowned and shouted, "Pain. Left foot pain. Sit down first." Xia Dongyang threw the suit to the ground and helped Zhao Xueyan to sit on the suit, while he himself retreated 2 steps down the stone steps, squatted on the stone steps, reached out and grabbed to go and support Zhao Xueyan's left little foot belly. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xueyan retracted her foot with a jolt and asked vigilantly. Xia Dongyang spoke in a flat tone, "If you don't want to leave any after effects, let me take a look." As a woman, and still a beautiful woman, Zhao Xueyan was naturally afraid of leaving after effects, and immediately slowly gave her foot out, but didn't forget to caution in a cold voice, "I'm warning you, if you dare to touch it indiscriminately, I'll kick you down." Xia Dongyang didn't bother to answer. His right hand held Zhao Xueyan's foot belly, took off her shoes. His left hand gently pressed on her ankle. Zhao Xueyan denounced with a cry of pain, shouting, "Are you good or not?" Xia Dongyang wanted to take off Zhao Xueyan's socks to take a closer look, but Zhao Xueyan wore pantyhose. He had to dispel this idea. Gently hold her left ankle. Gently turned a bit. Zhao Xueyan was then and again crying out in pain. Only then did Xia Dongyang say, "It should just be sprained. Not hurt the tendons. I first help you rub, go back and then carefully deal with a little pain. You endure." Aha. Zhao Xueyan didn't want to show vulnerability in front of Xia Dongyang again. Nodded her head and said, while biting her lower lip. Xia Dongyang began to gently rubbing. Zhao Xueyan tightly biting her lips, froze and did not make a sound. But looking at Xia Dongyang's serious and solemn appearance, Zhao Xueyan suddenly felt that this man does not seem to be so annoying. "No, no." Zhao Xueyan snapped back to God, hastily shook his head. "Heart Zhao Xueyan, this guy kissed you, looked at you, let you sorry boyfriend. He is the most annoying. Must drive away him." About 2 minutes later, Xia Dongyang only stopped, only said, "Feel better?" "Better." Zhao Shuiyan had to admit that it did not hurt as much as it did just now. She put on her shoes and propped herself up on the ground and stood up. While walking towards the bottom of the steps, Xia Dongyang hurriedly stood up and stopped her, saying, "Your ankle is already swollen. If you go down the mountain again, the injury will aggravate, not to mention that it's also very dangerous. I'll carry you. No need. I can walk by myself." Zhao Shuiyan Ben immediately refused in a cold voice. To know the back, but there will be intimate contact, especially again down the mountain. The contact is even more obvious. She would have resented and even hated Xia Dongyang. Where will still let Xia Dongyang back? Xia Dongyang, where to care so much? A hand grabs Zhao Shuiyan's hand, on their shoulders, and then the body sinks. Hands hold Zhao Shuiyan's thighs, forcibly back her up. Xia Dongyang, let go of me. Let go of me. Zhao Shuiyan struggled with great anger, her hands continuously pounding Xia Dongyang's back, but her little bit of strength. For Xia Dongyang, it was no different from a back-pounding massage, and immediately only said, "If you don't want the two of us to fall to our deaths together, then be honest." Zhao Shuiyan heard, stopped struggling, cold voice, "Xia Dongyang, I hate you." Yes, Zhao Shuiyan hated Xia Dongyang for intruding into her life, even more so for looking at something she shouldn't have looked at, and now forcing herself to make the decision to back her. Xia Dongyang calmly said, "It doesn't matter." Zhao Shuiyan heard, the heart is even more fire. Open mouth, a hard bite in Xia Dongyang's right shoulder. Xia Dongyang a frown. He could have controlled the shoulder, that muscle, popping Zhao Shuiyan's teeth, but then afraid of hurting her, can only hard to endure. Zhao Shuiyan bit very hard, wanting to give vent to all the grievances of the past few days. Xia Dongyang stood flabbergasted on the steps, allowing Zhao Shuiyan to bite and vent. A moment later, Zhao Shuiyan felt the bite muscles are sore and soft, only then loosened his mouth down. Xia Dongyang turned his head slightly and said, "If you've bitten enough, bend down and pick up my clothes." Saying that, he went down 2 steps so that Zhao Shuiyan could easily pick up the clothes. Jokingly, tens of thousands of dollars of clothes, just like this lost, that is a waste, will be struck by lightning. Zhao Shuiyan listened to that angry, this man talked to death. She felt that she these days will be the aggression of this life have been subjected to, but suddenly saw Xia Dongyang's shoulder by their own bite place even began to ooze blood, her heart and some guilt. Immediately obediently will Xia Dongyang clothes pick up. Xia Dongyang this is only peacefully walking toward the mountain, but did not walk for a long time. Zhao Shuiyan saw Xia Dongyang's shoulder oozing blood actually more and more. The clothes are soaked red palm-size piece. This time, Zhao Shuiyan were still remember to hate Xia Dongyang, hastily and eagerly shouted, "Xia Dongyang, you shed a lot of blood, quickly put me down." Xia Dongyang, however, said unconcerned, "Skin wounds, not in the way, Mr. Zhao. The wind is blowing. You'd better put your clothes on, or you'll catch a cold." Hearing Xia Dongyang's bland but concerned words, Zhao Shuiyan did not know how. Her nose steeply acidic, tears fell down indisputably. Let's say that the cab driver drove towards the bottom of the mountain. Today was a lucky and unlucky day for him. Luckily, he drove to the goddess of his heart, the lover of his dreams, the object of his YYYY, Lu Qianqian. Unfortunately, he encountered Xia Dongyang, the god of murder, and was almost crippled. Mama. Good thing there's a photo with Lu Qianqian. This is sent to the internet. Dude must be on fire in minutes. Ha, only, he just finished fantasizing. A police car came head-on to stop him. The cab driver had to step on the car to stop. A traffic police dressed in the system walked to the window, performed a standard salute, and then said, "Hello, you were suspected of racing on the city's main road, seriously disrupting the order of public transportation. Please get off the car to cooperate with our investigation." When the cab driver heard this, his heart thumped, and hurriedly said, "Traffic police big brother. Misunderstanding. Just now that was not the car I drove." "Not the car you drove? Then who could it be?" the traffic police asked. "It's," the cab driver just wanted to say, but suddenly remembered that if he confessed Xia Dongyang, then what he did to Lu Qianqian just now will surely be exposed as well, and then he will surely be even more unable to finish his meal. There was no other way. He only had to bite his teeth and said without any bottom, "Yes, it's me." "Then please get out of the car and cooperate with us." Cab driver were dare to slow down. "Get off." The traffic police said, "Please show your ID card." "Driver's license, driving license." Cab driver hastily touched out. Traffic police looked at the documents, and then said, "You racing in the city, caused several cars tailgating, has seriously endangered public safety. We will cancel your license. A fine of 2,000. You will face being held criminally responsible." "No, it's not me. It's not me." The cab driver was paralyzed with fear at once. On this side, Zhao Shuiyan, After listening to Xia Dongyang's words of concern, her nose could not help but be acidic. Tears dripped down indisputably, and then gently draped Xia Dongyang's clothes over her body. Feeling something dripping on his back, Xia Dongyang's footsteps lurched and asked, Mr. Zhao, why are you crying? Are your feet hurting? Zhao Xueyan heard, of course, will not admit that he was touched, hurriedly raised his hand and wiped his tears, said, no, it does not hurt, it's just that the sand got into the eyes, a moment will be good. Xia Dongyang was stunned, hitching his eyes around, this mountain has sand? Of course, how could he not think that Zhao Xueyan's tears were touched because of his words of concern just now? Xia Dongyang also did not think much, continued to walk down the mountain. After calming down, Zhao Xueyan again could not help but ask, Xia Dongyang, your injury is really okay? It's fine, Mr. Zhao, I have thick skin, and I've had a lot of vaccinations before. Xia Dongyang said casually, that's good, Zhao Xueyan also said casually. Following that, she came back to her senses, and couldn't help but slap Xia Dongyang on the back, scolding, good, Xia Dongyang, you're calling me a dog, aren't you? Xia Dongyang didn't mean that. The vaccines he is referring to were actually given in the army, they were all special vaccines, so he only said, Mr. Zhao misunderstood, I didn't mean that. Humph, I'm sorry, but you wouldn't dare. Zhao Xueyan slightly raised her chin, quite a bit smug, but then suddenly came back to her senses. Was she just flirting with Xia Dongyang? No, it can't be. I hate him. I was just sympathizing with his injuries just now. My boyfriend is coming back. I must find a way to drive him away. Thinking of these, Zhao Xueyan then squared her body, trying her best to keep her chest from resting against Xia Dongyang's back, and after that, she also stopped talking. As the saying goes, going up the mountain is easy and going down the mountain is hard, because going down the mountain is about maintaining balance. So Zhao Xueyan doing this increased Xia Dongyang's pressure quite a bit, especially testing his waist strength. So much so that just before reaching the waist of the mountain, Xia Dongyang felt some hidden pain in his back, but he just slightly paused his feet, adjusted and continued down the mountain. The two of them all the way without another word. Xia Dongyang carried Zhao Xueyan back to the business car, put Zhao Xueyan on the passenger seat, ready to fasten the seatbelt for her as well, but was Zhao Xueyan refused, I'll do it myself. Xia Dongyang didn't think much about it, numbly drilled into the driver's seat, started the car and drove towards the mountain. Zhao Xueyan actually didn't want to be subjected to too much Xia Dongyang's concern, otherwise she would be more and more intolerant of driving Xia Dongyang away. More than an hour later, the two of them returned to the outside of Zhao Xueyan's villa. Xia Dongyang got off the car and prepared to carry Zhao Xueyan, but Zhao Xueyan said, this is not a descent. Just help me. Xia Dongyang nodded and helped Zhao Xueyan into the villa, and then sat on the sofa and said, Mr. Zhao, do you have any medication here for bruises and such? There's a first aid kit under the TV cabinet. Take a look. Zhao Xueyan pointed to the TV cabinet and said. Xia Dongyang really smoothly found a first aid box, opened it to see the basic first aid inside. Carrying the box, he returned to the sofa and said, Mr. Zhao, you have to take off your socks. I'll give you another rub with the medicine so that it gets better faster. Zhao Xueyan didn't want to let Xia Dongyang touch herself again, especially her feet, because her feet were very sensitive. She immediately shook her head and said, no need. I'll just come and rub it myself. You go to the room and see if your wounds are going to be tight or not, and if not, you'll go to the hospital. Okay. Xia Dongyang more or less understood Zhao Xueyan's reason for refusing to rub his own feet, and immediately grabbed a bottle of alcohol, a bottle of white medicine and a roll of gauze in the first aid kit and went into the room. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled an unpleasant odor, hitching an eye at the vomit on the bed. He immediately understood why Zhao Xueyan was in the living room like that in the morning. Sitting on the chair, Xia Dongyang took off his shirt, began to deal with the wound. Zhao Xueyan bite is indeed hard enough. Inside the tender meat are rolled out a little, but for Xia Dongyang, this injury is not nothing. He looked into the mirror first with alcohol sterilization cleaning, and then on the white medicine, and finally wrapped gauze. Just this backhand do. Some inconvenience. At this time, Zhao Xueyan, who rubbed his feet, well remembered that before Xia Dongyang shed so much blood, and soft-heartedly came to the door upside down. Upon seeing Xia Dongyang's backhand twistedly wrapped in gauze, she hurriedly said, I'll do it. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Xia Dongyang turned her head and said, no need to thank you. I bit the wound. It's only right to wrap the gauze for you. This sentence Zhao Xueyan said obediently. With her help, quickly wrapped the gauze. Xia Dongyang naturally got up to put on his clothes. There was no way. His clothes were placed in the company, only on this one to wear. Which knew that as soon as he got up, Zhao Shuiyan behind him burst out with a shriek. What's wrong? Upon hearing Zhao Shuiyan's shriek, Xia Dongyang didn't even have time to button his clothes and hurriedly turned around. Zhao Shuiyan stared at Xia Dongyang's body with wide eyes and asked with a shocked face, how could you have so many injuries on your body? Xia Dongyang was stunned, still thought something was wrong, immediately while buttoning up, while casually saying, when I was a child, I didn't know what to do, I fell and hurt myself. Nonsense. Zhao Shuiyan immediately objected, and then raised her finger to point to a round wound on Xia Dongyang's chest, saying, Xia Dongyang, don't you think I'm a fool? Do you think I can't recognize this as a gunshot wound? Also, this is a knife wound. Such a long scar. Xia Dongyang, what exactly did you do before? Being a soldier? I told you yesterday. Being a soldier fearfully wouldn't suffer such an injury, right? Zhao Shuiyan obviously didn't believe it. Of course Xia Dongyang wouldn't say more, so he changed the topic and said, Mr. Zhao, you haven't had lunch yet. I'll go out and buy it for you. After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhao Shuiyan to respond and directly walked towards the door. Looking at Xia Dongyang's back, Zhao Shuiyan couldn't help but mutter to herself, Xia Dongyang, what kind of person are you? Saying that, she suddenly remembered yesterday's matter, and returned to the living room with a lurch, sat on the sofa and took out the phone from her handbag, dialing her father Zhao Zhengming's number. Hey, Shuiyan, what's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Zhengming knew that this daughter of his would not call himself during working hours. Since he called at this point, there must be something. Zhao Shuiyan also didn't hide with her own father, and directly asked, Dad, did you know before that someone was going to be unfavorable to me? That's why you asked Xia Dongyang to protect me? Shuiyan, you also know that Dad's business has started fast these years, which makes it inevitable to offend some people. And the other day I received a threatening letter telling my whole family to be careful. Dad is not afraid, but he is worried about you. That's why he hired Xia Dongyang. What's the matter? Someone has done something to you? Zhao Shuiyan briefly told about yesterday's events, and then asked at the end, Dad, do you know who's behind this? I've also been secretly investigating these days, but the other party is hiding very deeply, and I haven't caught a single trace. Zhao Zhengming's tone was a bit heavy, then he emphasized, Shuiyan, Xia Dongyang used to be a soldier. His character is absolutely fine. I know you resent my arrangement, but your mother left early. I only have you as a daughter. For your own safety and for Dad, you have to cooperate with him, okay? Originally, after experiencing the accidents of the past 2 days, Zhao Shuiyan was getting more and more determined to drive Xia Dongyang away, but now listening to her dad's words with a pleading voice, she could only say, I know, Dad, you don't have to worry. That's good. On the phone, Zhao Zhengming was clearly relieved. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shuiyan leaned heavily on the sofa. Her body's strength was like drained, even if not for herself. In order not to let Dad worry, she couldn't drive away Xia Dongyang now. Since she cannot drive away Xia Dongyang, then only to keep a distance to get along. But after a few previous accidents, Zhao Shuiyan is really some fear. But really let Xia Dongyang sleep in the pavilion every night. Zhao Shuiyan can't do it again. Her heart is tangled very much. Suddenly, she had a flash of light in her mind. She was alone with Xia Dongyang. That was definitely not appropriate. But what if one more person came in to live? Right. Yufei is not Xia Dongyang a little interesting. Why not let her come over to live? I also have a companion. But also complete Fei? The more I think about it, the more Zhao Shuiyan thinks this is a good idea. Although her best friend is unreliable when she drinks, but she won't be allowed to drink at home in the future. Won't that be fine? Thinking of this, Zhao Shuiyan did not hesitate to pick up the phone and dialed Yufei's number. At the other end, Yufei was the first to ask, Shuiyan, I just came back from outside. Is it the French Omni company sent an email over? Zhao Shuiyan heard, only then recalled. Before in France Omeal company to talk about cooperation. The other party agreed to send an email over this afternoon, but now their feet are really inconvenient. So she had to say, Fei, I accidentally twisted my foot. I can't come over for the time being. Sprained your foot? Is it serious? I'll come over right away. When Fei Yu heard this, her tone instantly became nervous. Zhao Shuiyan's heart warmed and felt that she should still make it clear to Yufei later. If she didn't agree, she couldn't force herself on her. Immediately, she said, it's not serious. Just rest for a few days. Why are you so careless? You wait. I'll be there in a while. Saying that, Yufei hung up the phone. At this time, Xia Dongyang came back with a lunch. He placed it on the dining table and shouted, Mr. Zhao, it's time for lunch. Zhao Shuiyan dropped the phone and padded over to the dining table. Looking at the clean dining room and table, she couldn't help but ask, did you pack all this last night? I couldn't sleep deeply anyway. so I just cleaned it up. Xia Dongyang said casually. The villa is very safe. There's no need for you to be so nervous. There is no absolutely safe place under the sky. It's always good to be a little vigilant. Listening to Xia Dongyang's words, Zhao Xueyan suddenly felt that bodyguards were actually quite difficult, especially someone with strong principles like Xia Dongyang. Thinking about it, she opened the lunchbox and realized that it was actually a steak inside. She was a bit surprised and asked, "How do you know that I like to eat steak?" "Last night at the dinner table, Mr. You mentioned that you like Western food, so I tried to buy one." When Zhao Xueyan heard this, the movement of her hand couldn't help but give a start. She couldn't imagine that a man as mute and stubborn as a donkey as Xia Dongyang would be so attentive. And to put it in a fashionable way, it was a warm man. She suddenly felt that Yufei's vision seems to be really good. This man has principles and is meticulous. She was touched but also sincerely said, "Thank you. No need." Xia Dongyang's waist was straight as if he was reporting on his work. "Shuiyan, what's wrong? Is it serious? Why so careless?" At this time, Yufei, windy and fiery from the outside, but just stepped on Xia Dongyang in the morning, knocked down on the ground. Have not had time to clean up the breakfast. Feet slipped. The whole person did not stabilize on the front of a flutter. Xia Dongyang heard the sound, naturally turned around. "This is good." Xia Dongyang naturally turned around. Yufei will meet face to face. This is good. The two just touched a mouth to mouth. Zhao Xueyan, who was eating, froze. Xia Dongyang froze. Yufei froze. In short, time seemed to stand still at this moment. Looking at the near at hand, Yufei wide and stunned beauty eyes. Xia Dongyang immediately back to God. Rushed to Yufei, body to right. And Yufei separate. Yufei is also back to God. Ashamed of a pretty face, red. Slightly lowered his head. Eyes flickering around. Do not dare to look at Xia Dongyang. Zhao Xueyan rushed to drop the cutlery, intending to rush up, but forgot the ankle sprain. This pain, she was a scream. Fell to the ground. Xia Dongyang first time ran over, intending to reach out to help her up. But unexpectedly she was angry at Xia Dongyang. Drank. "Xia Dongyang, you intentionally, right? You will not dodge it?" In fact, Xia Dongyang heart that injustice. He is not a fairy. How to know Yufei will step on the slippery, will directly pounce. And, even if he found out, he cannot dodge. Otherwise Yufei must fall very bad. In short, after you came, I haven't had a smooth ride. Now even Fei also followed the disaster. Where are you? What bodyguard? Clearly is the star of mourning. Zhao Xueyan herself had several accidents with Xia Dongyang before. Her heart was already nagging. And now she saw that her best friend also suffered a loss. Moreover, that breakfast on the ground was also poured by Xia Dongyang this morning. Thinking about this morning's events. Anyway, no matter what, in Zhao Xueyan heart, Xia Dongyang is not all over the body. What is caused by him after coming? Yufei woke up from her shyness and rushed over. "Xueyan, this can't be blamed on Xia Dongyang. It's my own carelessness. It's just an accident. If it wasn't for him, I'm sure I would have fallen badly." Zhao Xueyan heard, also has no temper, only said, "I know he saved you before, but you now eat a loss." What loss can I eat? Look at Xia Dongyang's lips are bleeding. Yufei said while helping Zhao Xueyan up. Zhao Xueyan immediately looked towards Xia Dongyang. Sure enough, he saw Xia Dongyang's right upper lip bleeding, and it was a bit swollen. Obviously it was bumped by Yufei just now. Getting a bargain. How come you have to pay for it? Zhao Xueyan heart actually not angry anymore. After all, she also knew that just now was an accident. Just the fire in her heart all of a sudden came up. And now that she saw that Xia Dongyang was injured again, she also said this to give herself a step down. "Well, quickly sit down. Let me see how you sprained it." As a good best friend, how could Yufei not hear that Zhao Xueyan wasn't actually angry anymore in her bad words? So she also smoothly changed the topic. Zhao Xueyan was sitting on the dining chair. Her pantyhose had been taken off before, and at this time, one could see that her originally white left ankle was swollen. And because of the medicinal wine, the color appeared a bit greenish yellow. "Does it still hurt? How could you be so careless?" Yufei asked with concern. "It's much better." "That's good." Yufei put down her heart and turned her eyes to look at Xia Dongyang. For her, that accident just now, she actually didn't resent it. Instead, there was some small theft of joy. After all, her heart really did mean something to Xia Dongyang in that aspect. However, but looking at Xia Dongyang's swollen lips, her heart was also very overjoyed, and only said, "Xia Dongyang, you quickly go to deal with the wound." Nodding lightly, Xia Dongyang then turned around and walked towards the room. Unexpectedly, behind him, Yufei exclaimed, "Wait, Xia Dongyang, why is there such a large bloodstain on your shoulder?" Zhao Xueyan heard, hastily raised his eyes and glared at Xia Dongyang. Xia Donyang of course would not say it was her bite. So he said, accidentally hung up on the wound. Traumatic injury, not a problem. Saying that, he walked into the room, not giving Yu Fei the chance to ask further. Obviously some heart weakness. Zhao Xueyan grabbed the first to say, Fei, look at you, that concerned look. I say I should not move out. Here, let you two live it? Upon hearing this, Yu Fei made a big red face, turned around and spat, saying, what are you talking about? Well, let's just see if the mail has arrived yet. As soon as work was mentioned, Zhao Xueyan's smile was converged. Her face became serious, but suddenly she heard the sound of water coming from the room. She naturally turned her head to look, but she suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. What's wrong? This time could scare Yu Fei to death. Zhao Xueyan came back to her senses. There was some inexplicable blush on her face. She only pretended to say, no, nothing, I just touched my foot. How about that? Did it aggravate the injury? Yu Fei didn't doubt it and was ready to help Zhao Xueyan check it out. It's okay, Zhao Xueyan hurriedly said, but she was obviously a little distracted. Her eyes also looked towards the room where Xia Donyang was from time to time, and she didn't know what she was thinking. On this side, Xia Donyang came to the room restroom, turned on the faucet, put some cold water on the wound and wiped it. This point of skin injury is naturally nothing to him. Just remembered that there is some helplessness before the body's injuries are in the battlefield to stay. How to know back only a few days. Fell the injury is basically because of women. He shook his head helplessly, but inadvertently saw hanging on the side, Zhao Xueyan last night to wear pajama pants. Of course, that is not important. The important thing is the most outside hanging that one, but only a piece of black small fabric ding. Xia Donyang, even if again mute, also know that little thing is what he just could not imagine. Cold and strong Zhao Xueyan even loved to wear this kind of sexy and enchanting little thing. Looking at that little thing, but there is a magic generally, releasing an invisible heat, a drill into the Xia Donyang's abdomen, pathway around the body, straight to the brain. In an instant, Xia Donyang only felt something in the nose float out. He raised his hand and wiped, and then saw a piece of blood red. He rushed to turn on the faucet, cold water in the nose on a burst of wildly wiped, and then fled also like out of the bathroom. Yu Fei is fiddling with the keyboard. The first time to see Xia Donyang, but some surprise said, Xia Donyang, how do you get the blood to the nose there? Not washed it? Oh, just take the paper and wipe it. Xia Donyang said, smoothly drew a piece of paper on the coffee table and plugged it under his nose. But looking at this scene, Zhao Xueyan was so angry that a mouthful of silver teeth were almost clenched, and the anger in her eyes was going to spurt out, where she couldn't see that Xia Donyang that flowed was a nosebleed. And why would he have a nosebleed? It must be that he saw his own little pants in the bathroom. Zhao Xueyan in shy and angry eyes dead glare at Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang also understand Zhao Xueyan eyes meaning. Some of the heart rushed to the outside. At the same time said, Zhao Total, you guys first busy. I went out to smoke a cigarette. Just kidding, still have to suppress the fire. Looking at Xia Donyang hurried figure, Zhao Xueyan heart annoyed and shy, damn, how was he saw his own that, ashamed of people. This can be how to face in the future. Yu Fei were to know on Xia Donyang and Zhao Xueyan just a few eyes to look at. During the period will be entangled with so many love-hate relationship. Open the mail. She was pleased to shout, Xueyan, look, really came. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xueyan also snapped back from her annoyance, shyness, and embarrassment, and her eyes fell to the computer screen, urging, quickly open it. Without her saying it, Yu Fei had already clicked on the email, but the next moment, both of them were stunned, because the email was surprisingly all in French, and although Zhao Xueyan and the two of them had dabbled in French, they were not of a high grade after all. Zhao Xueyan then came back to her senses and said, Fei, call the company's interpreter to come over. However, Fei, you said, Xueyan, you forgot that translator Zhou took a vacation 2 days ago. When Zhao Xueyan heard this, she suddenly came back to her senses. She was in a hurry. This mail was very important. If the intention of cooperation could not be reached, then the company's planning for the past 1 or 2 months, and the hard work of many employees would be meaningless. Moreover, Zhao Xueyan even more recognized in the last face of the mail. The other side only gave their side half a day, asking for a reply before the end of the day. But now the mail is what the content do not know. Consider what? If you take the risk of agreeing to it, and then you suffer a loss, you will be mute and unable to speak. After thinking for a while, Zhao Xueyan could only say, Fei, now it seems that we only have to go outside to ask for a temporary interpreter. Indeed, there are also many translation companies nowadays. The brand that plays are loud and clear. But what exactly is the situation? The devil knows. Yu Fei also knew that this was a no-brainer. so she got up and said, "Alright, I'll go out and contact them." "Wait," Zhao Xueyan suddenly called out to Yufei. "What's wrong?" Yufei turned her head and asked. Zhao Xueyan then said, "Let Xia Dongyang go with you. After all, the content of this email is also confidential, and the translation company isn't completely trustworthy." Once Yufei heard that she could be alone with Xia Dongyang, she naturally begged for it. "Okay, Xueyan, you don't need to worry too much. You still have injuries on your feet. Take a good rest." Yufei did not forget to exhort. In the small courtyard outside the villa, Xia Dongyang had already smoked several cigarettes consecutively, but in his mind, he still kept on surfacing the situation of Zhao Xueyan's chaps. He couldn't even hold down his thoughts, yet he imagined Zhao Xueyan wearing those chaps. After all, even Zhao Xueyan's nude body is also seen. This is good. Originally thought is out to smoke to lower the fire, which no will be more and more fierce. "Xia Dongyang, are you better?" Just as Xia Dongyang was thinking, Yufei walked out with a handbag, plus a laptop. Xia Dongyang retrieved his thoughts and nodded. "Much better." Yufei looked at his lips, more or less some guilt and shyness. However, the good thing is that now there is only a little redness. If you do not look closely, it is not easy to see. The recovery is quite fast. Yufei was more aware of what the focus was now, so she said, "I have to ask you to accompany me out." "Me?" Xia Dongyang was stunned, then looked inside the villa and simply said, "But, Mr. Zhao's place?" Yufei smiled and said, "Don't worry, letting you accompany me out is supposed to be work. Moreover, this is also your boss's idea." When Xia Dongyang heard this, his heart was suddenly clear. He thought that Zhao Xueyan must be unwilling to see herself, so she let herself go out with Yufei. These days, Xia Dongyang also carefully observed the environment of this villa area, as well as the security situation, not to mention, quite upscale. Although for him it was virtually non-existent, but for the vast majority of them, it was already considered to be as solid as gold soup. Since Zhao Xueyan is this meaning, Xia Dongyang is not really an elm brain, immediately nodded and said, "Okay, General Manager let's go you drive." Yufei threw the car keys to Xia Dongyang. Hers was a red Audi A4. As a director of the company, this was considered to be very low profile. It was hard to have alone time with Xia Dongyang. Yufei naturally would not sit idly in the car. After brewing for a while she asked, "Xia Dongyang, do you have a girlfriend?" "No," Xia Dongyang bluntly and honestly answered. Yufei's heart had a happy thinking, "That's right, you this elm brain, how can there be a girlfriend?" Following that, she asked, "Then how is your ideal girlfriend in your mind?" Xia Dongyang didn't think that Yufei was condoning his words. In fact, in his heart, when he got along with Yufei, it was easier than when he got along with Zhao Xueyan. Of course, there was also the reason that he had to protect Zhao Xueyan's mission in his body. Anyway, he still honestly said, "I haven't thought about finding a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Yufei couldn't help but ask, "Didn't your parents rush you?" Xia Dongyang heard a footbeat. The gas pedal was aggravated. The car steeply accelerated up. Yufei was caught off guard. Her body violently leaned back. Good thing this is acceleration, not a sharp brake. Otherwise she would have to crash on the glass. "I'm sorry, General Manager Xia Dongyang hurriedly apologized, while controlling the speed of the car. "It's fine." The attentive Yufei naturally noticed the change in Xia Dongyang's mood and tentatively asked, "Did I say something wrong just now?" "No." Xia Dongyang slightly shook his head. His face was a bit gloomy. His heart actually how much he wanted. His parents could urge himself to get married, but that was no longer possible. Yufei can't see Xia Dongyang has something to hide, but considering Xia Dongyang's mood just now, she didn't ask again. Even if she wants to understand Xia Dongyang, but also have to go step by step, or else it will instead cause Xia Dongyang to resent. After parking the car, Yufei looked around, and walked towards a translation company called Kitchen. Xia Dongyang naturally followed behind. Until now, he still doesn't know what Yufei came over for. The two of them had just arrived at the lobby. Yufei was about to ask the receptionist for advice, when a man with fair skin, dressed in a black suit, who looked to be 27 or 28 years old, walked in from the outside with his head held high and his eyes unblinking. Behind him was a man and a woman also dressed in black suits, both carrying briefcases, obviously his subordinates. The man just took a few steps inside and saw Yufei at the reception desk. His face immediately moved and he walked forward and shouted, "Yufei?" Once Yufei heard someone call out to her, she naturally turned around, and the man had already quickly walked up to her, saying with a surprised face, "Yufei, it's really you. You are?" Yufei clearly did not recognize this man. The man immediately said, "Me, Su Qiming the one who sat behind you in high school." Yufei recalled for a moment. and then said with a dazed expression, "Ah, it's you, indeed." Yu Fei remembers that at that time, this Su Qiming was a bit of a prick, but he was a regular visitor to the homeroom office, and he also chased after her, but was rejected by her. I can't imagine that after all these years of not seeing her, this Su Qiming has even rebounded. With the look of a successful man, Yu Fei naturally didn't recognize him. Thinking about it, right? Su Qiming had a gentle look of old classmates reunited. Then his eyes fell on Xia Dongyang, and he tentatively asked, "Yu Fei, this one is not the one you have, right?" Upon hearing this, Yu Fei hurriedly said, "No, this is our company's assistant Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang, this is my high school classmate, Su Qiming." Yu Fei made an introduction in passing, so Su Qiming reached out to Xia Dongyang, nodding his head gently. "Assistant Xia, hello, hello." Xia Dongyang also politely returned. Only then did Su Qiming ask again, "Right, Yu Fei, what are you doing here?" Yu Fei thought that her old classmate would just ask casually, so she didn't hide it and said, "The company I work for needs to translate a document, so I came over to find a temporary translator." "Oh, so you work in Jiangyang City? What company?" Su Qiming asked again. "Small company, Li Yan," Yu Fei said humbly. Su Qiming, however, said, "Li Yan, that's not a small company, especially in the past 2 years, in the business community in Jiangyang City, but it's loud and clear. Hey, Yu Fei, with your ability, how should it be Li Yan's vice president level, right? Which is not. Old classmate, you think too highly of me. I'm just a part-time errand boy." Yu Fei has always been humble and low-key, especially thinking that in front of her old classmates, she should be even more so. Besides, a director of a company is just a director. There is nothing to show off. "Where? Yu Fei, you are too modest," Su Qiming said again. Yu Fei smiled somewhat resentfully, not willing to dwell on this topic, so she digressed and asked, "Right, Su Qiming, what about you? What are you doing here?" The corner of Su Qiming's mouth lifted up, and he said in a tone that was clearly a bit self-congratulatory, "Me, I'm the interpreter here. Translation officer?" Yu Fei stared. No, at first the Su Qiming's grades were at the bottom of the list. What could he translate? Translate Mandarin into dialect? What? Don't believe it? Su Qiming saw Yu Fei's expression and said again. Yu Fei laughed a little awkwardly, stroked her hair and said, "No, I just didn't think of it. By the way, which language are you majoring in?" English, French, German, Russian, Italian, Japanese, all have dabbled in it, but I just understand and not elite. You also know, now this world, mixing food is not easy. Su Qiming seems to be modest, really gives people a kind of he will do everything, bullish look. As he spoke, he was even more pleased with himself, thinking, "Fei Yu, aren't you looking for an interpreter? Come on, beg me, I'll give you an interpreter." But he didn't realize that before his thoughts fell, Yu Fei said, "That's fine, I'll look for an interpreter first, and we'll get together again later when we have the chance." Yu Fei originally did not really believe that this Su Qiming will be the interpreter, and now listen to him obviously full of talk. That is even more will not chat more. When Su Qiming heard this, his face couldn't help but stiffen. Yu Fei is simply ignoring and slapping his face, but he came back to his senses in an instant and smiled gently. "That's good. See you later," Yu Fei asked at the information desk, and then walked towards the elevator with Xia Dongyang. Watching the two enter the elevator, Su Qiming's face sunk slightly, thinking, "Yu Fei, you rejected me in the beginning, and now that I, Su Qiming, have bucked the trend, I can't imagine that you're still looking down on me. The best interpreter here is right in front of you, and you even went to look for another interpreter. Just wait, right away I will make you obediently come and beg me." Thinking that, he walked towards the other elevator and at the same time took out his phone and dialed a number. Xia Dongyang followed Yu Fei in the elevator to the 9th floor. Following the introduction of the receptionist downstairs just now, the translation department specializing in French was on the 9th floor, and the most proficient translator was called Wang Chengdong. In the second office to the right of the elevator entrance, after knocking on the door, a man's voice came from inside the room. "Please come in." Yu Fei pushed the door in. Xia Dongyang followed, and saw that behind the brown desk sat a middle-aged man who looked like he had to be in his 40s, slightly balding. As soon as he saw Xia Dongyang and the two of them come in, he also hurriedly stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Good day to you both. I'm Wang Chengdong, kitchen's French interpreter. I hope to be able to help you both." Obviously, the reception downstairs had already notified him in advance. Besides, those who come here are seeking help. This is also his workplace condescension. Yu Fei didn't beat around the bush either, and simply said, "Hello translator Wang, we have a French material here. and we hope you can translate it for us on the spot. Wang will definitely try his best. Let's put it this way. According to the regulations, we'd better sign a confidentiality agreement first, Wang Chengdong said, taking out a copy of the agreement that the company had prepared long ago. This was indeed a prescribed action. Yu Fei carefully looked at the agreement. After signing it, this opened the computer. The email will be displayed. Wang Chengdong took a pen and paper, carefully looking at the agreement. It looks like it is still very professional. Yu Fei looked close. After all, she still understands a little bit of French. While Xia Dongyang is bored to stand aside, he actually wants to go out to smoke a cigarette, but it is not good to open the mouth to destroy the atmosphere. However, about 3 minutes later, Wang Chengdong put down his pen, and said to Yu Fei with an apologetic face, Miss Yu, I'm really sorry, there are too many technical terms in this information, which has exceeded my knowledge. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. Yu Fei heard. Face cannot hide the disappointment, but Wang Chengdong is also very sincere, and she is also clear that this information is indeed very professional. Immediately had to say, Translator Wang, do not need to blame yourself. This way, I do not know whether you know in this field is better at the translation of the translator. Of course, I am clear about the rules. The translation of this time I will be in accordance with the full amount of the honorarium of half of the payment to you. There is a saying that peers are enemies. Yu Fei asked Wang Chengdong this news, equivalent to letting Wang Chengdong himself admit that he is not as good as others. Then naturally he has to pay a little ticket. After hearing this, Wang Chengdong only said, Ms. Yu is overstating the case. In fact, in our company there is a chief interpreter. The ability is far above me. It is our company's treasurer of the town. Oh, who is it? Yu Fei was delighted and hurriedly asked after him. Chief Translation Officer Su Qiming. What? Yu Fei's eyes widened as she listened. There's no need to be so dog-blooded. That guy is really an interpreter. Or the chief interpreter. The treasurer of the town store? Yes. Wang Chengdong nodded his head once and said, he should be coming back from abroad today. Ms. You can go take a look and see if she can make an appointment. And make an appointment? Yu Fei couldn't help but smile to herself. Just now if she wasn't preoccupied with her old classmates' relationship, this might have been translated. Well, old classmates, it shouldn't be a problem to go over and talk about it now. Thinking about it, she said to Wang Chengdong, then thank you, Translator Wang. No need. Thus, Yu Fei took Xia Donyang and walked towards Su Qiming's office again. Unaware that everything just now was arranged by Su Qiming, the duo took the elevator to the 15th floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, they saw that on the left side, in front of an office, there stood a young woman wearing a suit. It was the same woman who had followed Su Qiming downstairs before, and now it seemed that she should be Su Qiming's secretary or something like that. The two of them walked over. Then Yu Fei asked, hello, may I ask if Translator Su is in? Do you want to ask Translator Su to translate? The woman raised her eyes to look at Yu Fei, but a hint of jealousy flashed in the depths of her eyes as she looked at Yu Fei's stunning looks. It is indeed necessary to trouble him, Yu Fei said. Who knows? The woman said. Then do you have an appointment? Yu Fei was stunned. This still needs an appointment, and immediately said, we just met downstairs. I'm your translator Su's old classmate. Please inform me. Yu Fei couldn't imagine that this Su Qiming would be so pompous now, but for the sake of the company, she had to say a few soft words. Alright, I'll give you a try. The woman still looked like she was in a bit of a bind. Thanks. The two waited outside, and about a minute later, the woman came out and said, Translator Su asked you to go in, but try not to delay too much. He has arrangements later. Yu Fei nodded and said thank you again. Xia Donyang then said, Mr. Yu, I'd better wait for you outside. Good. It won't take long anyway. Yu Fei thought that it was indeed boring for Xia Donyang to go in, so she agreed. After Yu Fei walked in, Xia Donyang pulled out a cigarette. It's been a while. As an old smoker, Xia Donyang is indeed simmering enough. But just when he was about to light a cigarette, the woman said, Sir, smoking is not allowed here. We have a special smoking room. Please follow me. Okay, thanks. Xia Donyang thought that he had to abide by other people's rules if he came here. So he followed the woman to the room at the end of the corridor. This is actually an open space. Inside there are 2 wooden coffee tables with ashtrays, and even 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes. It looks like the service is very thoughtful to the customers who come here as smokers. Xia Donyang lit the cigarette, took a deep breath. The woman gave and he poured over a cup of tea. Sir, please drink tea. Thank you. Xia Donyang said a thank you. The woman only said, Sir, you first rest for a while. When your general manager you comes out, I will come over to inform you. Okay. After Xia Donyang answered, the woman left. After Yu Fei walked into the office, Su Qiming, who was originally sitting in front of the computer, immediately got up and greeted him with a smile and said, "You Fei, look at you. How come you're downstairs and didn't say a word to me? Even if I'm busy again. Based on the friendship of our old classmates, I have to deal with it for you first." Listening to Su Qiming's words, I don't know how, Yu Fei just felt that he was a bit hypocritical. If he really had the heart, why didn't he take the initiative downstairs just now? Of course, Yu Fei felt that she also has a reason. She only had to say, "I'm not clear about it. It's okay, when I was in school in the past, I wasn't a good student," Su Qiming said with a smile. Yu Fei hurriedly said, "No, Su Qiming, I don't mean that. It's fine. I understand what you mean." Su Qiming interrupted Yu Fei's words, and then said, "What exactly are you translating? Show me." Once Yu Fei heard that, she didn't say any more, and immediately opened her computer. Su Qiming sat down on the chair, and similarly took out a pen and paper, preparing for the translation. He quickly browsed through the mail. Half a day did not move the pen to translate. The sight of Yu Fei heart some anxious. This time or 4:30. The French company side requirements before the end of the day to reply. This is only 1.5 hours. Not to mention we'll have to go back to discuss with Zhao Xueyan. She couldn't help but urge. Su Qiming, there's nothing wrong, right? Upon hearing this, Su Qiming slowly turned his pen and said with a grave expression, "This information is indeed very specialized. Even if it's me, I'm afraid I'll have to spend a lot of brain cells to translate it." "That means it can be translated?" Yu Fei asked happily. "Of course." Su Qiming nodded his head and spoke in an affirmative tone. Yu Fei hurriedly said, "Then you quickly help me translate it." Su Qiming, however, said unhurriedly, "Don't be so anxious, I am able to translate. However, I have one condition." "What condition?" Yu Fei asked in a hurry. Su Qiming's colorful eyes swept twice around Yu Fei's body, and then the corner of his mouth lifted and said playfully, "I just want to taste what your school flower tastes like." Su Qiming, you're shameless. How could Yu Fei have known that Su Qiming would make such a shameless offer? She immediately became furious and threw a slap at Su Qiming's face. Su Qiming was obviously prepared for this. With a lift of his hand, he grabbed Yu Fei's wrist and said, "Yu Fei, do you still remember how you rejected me in the beginning? Do you know how many people looked down on me after that? Because of my poor grades, poor discipline, and I'm a rat turd in the eyes of the teacher? You never thought you'd see the day when you'd be begging me, did you? How about it? Have you thought about it? As long as you let me have a taste, I'll translate for you right away." Pervert. Yu Fei heard a burst of nausea in her heart. She indeed did not expect Su Qiming to be such a person. Immediately struggled violently, but her wrists were still gripped by Su Qiming. She could only coldly drank. "Su Qiming, I'm warning you, if you don't let go again, I'm going to call the police." "Call the police?" When Su Qiming heard it, he said with a cold smile, "I'm the one who has the final say here. Who will believe you? You the schoolgirl. You have to think about it clearly. It can be clearly written here. You have to reply before the end of the workday, but you don't even know what the content is right now. Of course, you can go find another translator, but I'm afraid it's too late, and I know a lot of people who won't translate for you." Yu Fei, what's being talked about here is a business of tens of millions of dollars. In fact, there's no need for you to be upset with the money. As long as you promise me, not only can you finalize this business, but you can also have a good time. Why not? Seeing that Su Qiming even said the threatening thing with such vigor, Yu Fei couldn't help but want to vomit. This person's heart was really too dark and evil. With a turn of her mind, she only said, "Let go of me first. I'll think about it." "That's right." Seeing Yu Fei's attitude soften, Su Qiming let go of his hand, and then looked as if he had eaten Yu Fei. Yu Fei moved her wrist, raised her hand and violently slapped the smug Su Qiming in the face, while then scolded, "You bitch, dead pervert, why don't you go to hell?" With that, she closed the computer and picked it up, ready to leave. This slap completely enraged Su Qiming. "Bitch, you dare to hit me. Do you think you're still in school now? Are you still the high and mighty schoolgirl? This is in my territory. I'm just going to do you today." "Ha ha." Yu Fei was shocked, struggling and shouting, "Let me go. Help, help. Xia Donyang, save me. He. That dishabag has already been lured away by my people. The soundproofing here is very good. You big schoolgirl. Scream, struggle. The louder you scream, the more you struggle, the better I'll feel. Ha ha." Su Qiming was completely crazy. He violently picked up Yu Fei and slammed her down on the sofa next to him. The computer was smashed to the ground. Yu Fei was even more thrown to the ground. Her brain was dizzy. Su Qiming grimly smug smile, began to unbutton his tie. Xia Donyang took this opportunity to call his sister Xia Dongqing. Hanging up the phone, Xia Dongyang estimated that a piece of information should also be translated, so he walked toward Su Qiming's office. At the door of the office, Su Qiming's secretary was still standing there. Seeing Xia Dongyang come over, she said, "Sir, you may still have to wait for a while." "It's fine." Xia Dongyang didn't doubt it either. However, at this time, Yu Fei's cries for help were faintly heard from inside the office. "Get out of the way. Don't come over. Help." Xia Dongyang's face changed. He went forward and wanted to push the door, but the secretary reached out and stopped, saying, "Sir, the translation work is confidential. You can't go in. Get lost." Xia Dongyang's face was furious. Shouting explosively, he slapped that secretary to the ground, and then violently kicked the office door open. Inside the office, on the black leather sofa, Su Qiming caught Yu Fei's wrist with both hands and attempted to press on Yu Fei, who was struggling desperately. Looking at this scene, Xia Dongyang's whole body was burning like doused with gasoline. Immediately, like a cheetah, he dashed over and kicked Su Qiming heavily. Bang! Su Qiming flew up horizontally like a broken sack, crashed heavily on the bookshelf behind him, and then paralyzed on the ground. The huge force shook the bookshelf and caused a lot of books to fall down, just in time to smash on his head again. "Xia Dongyang, you finally came. I thought." "Oh." The shocked Yu Fei jumped up from the sofa, and hugged Xia Dongyang with both hands in death, and cried out in aggravation, "I'm sorry, I came late. Now it's okay." Xia Dongyang gently patted Yu Fei's trembling shoulders. He was blaming himself inwardly, feeling that he should have followed in, and should not have smoked outside, causing Yu Fei to encounter this kind of thing, and almost losing his innocence. Listening to Xia Dongyang's words, Yu Fei is even more fearful, crying, and at this time, Su Qiming supported the bookshelf, slowly stood up, but could not help coughing, but also coughed out 2 mouths of blood. Obviously Xia Dongyang, just that kick let him suffer from light internal injuries. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and then stared viciously at Xia Dongyang, and said in a deep voice, You fucking dare to hit me?" Xia Dongyang gently righted Yu Fei, and then took a big step towards Su Qiming. As soon as he saw Xia Dongyang's gloomy face and a murderous voice, Su Qiming, who was originally still bullish, instantly shriveled up, and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do? I'll tell you. I'm the chief interpreter here, and you dare to move a hair of my sweat. The consequences are not something you can bear. Vomit." However, his words have not finished. Xia Dongyang has already a heavy punch on his abdomen. This punch straight Su Qiming waist bent, a burst of wild vomiting, pain in the eyes of the tears, but he has not come back to God. Xia Dongyang and a hand to grab his shoulders, as if lifting chickens. General will be lifted him up, and then thrown out. Bang! Su Qiming's whole person flew up, heavily smashed on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and lay on the coffee table in 4 tumbles, in pain as if he was a turtle with its back turned over, and his 4 feet were constantly moving and bouncing. But Xia Dongyang did not intend to just stop, raised his steps and walked over to Su Qiming. The sight of the clothes have been organized. Calmed down Yu Fei did not stop Xia Dongyang. On the contrary, but looking at this moment angry as a tiger Xia Dongyang, Yu Fei's heart is secretly happy, because Xia Dongyang at this moment is simply a typical anger for the red face. In an instant, Yu Fei fell into a strong happiness, completely without the fear and panic just now. However, she did not know in the slightest the reason why Xia Dongyang is so angry, not because he likes Yu Fei, but because of the anger Su Qiming almost let him make a big mistake. Stop! Just as Xia Dongyang once again twisted Su Qiming up like lifting a chicken, ready to smash him 2 more times, 4 security guards rushed in from outside, followed by that Su Qiming secretary, who was obviously the one who informed the security guards. The security guard in the lead pointed at Xia Dongyang with the electric baton in his hand and bellowed, "Let go of translator Su." Xia Dongyang single-handedly carried Su Qiming, looked at the security guard, simply ignore, casually continue to throw Su Qiming out. The poor Su Qiming's head was already dazed, did not come back to God. This is more fell to delirium. Qiming. The secretary saw Su Qiming's tragic situation, let out a cry of grief, eagerly rushed over, from her title to Su Qiming in this emergency. It's not difficult to see that the relationship between the two is not so pure. Damn it! Xia Dongyang's action was obviously a bare face. The leader of the security guard let out a cry of rage, raised his electric baton and rushed towards Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang did not flash or avoid. His right foot lifted. After the first, a foot hit the security guard's abdomen, kicked the security guard to the ground. The other 3 security guards saw this, also rushed up. Xia Dongyang's successive 3 kicks, as if playing soccer easily, will be 3 security guards to kick down to the ground. This is considered to be his feat to stay a lot of love. Otherwise, a few people do not die, also have to be crippled. This side of the situation has already alarmed the other employees of the translation company. Many people came over and surrounded the door to watch the scene. Guessing what the situation is, there are security-conscious people have even reported to the police. Mr. You, call the police? Xia Dongyang turned around and asked Yufei. Yufei was still immersed in the happiness of being protected by Xia Dongyang at the moment, and when she heard Xia Dongyang's words, she came back to her senses and only said, "Forget it, you've already taken the heat out of me as well, and we still have to go and find other translators." Yufei thought that once the police were called, both herself and Xia Dongyang would have to go to the police station to take statements. Time would definitely be wasted quite a bit, and then the cooperation with the French company would be completely lost. Alright, let's go then. Xia Dongyang didn't force himself. After all, it still depends on Yufei's meaning. He picked up the computer on the ground smoothly, stood in front of Yufei, and led Yufei to leave. Yufei naturally understand that Xia Dongyang blocked in front of their own is to protect themselves. This moment, Xia heart is almost melted by the sweet. I can't imagine that Xia Dongyang this elm brain still have such a warm time. Just stood up the 4 security guards which dared to go forward to block. Aside Su Chiming that the secretary is the atmosphere do not dare to utter a sound. The doorway onlookers of the translation company employees. Just now most of them have seen Xia Dongyang's ferocity. At the moment is more half to both sides of the scattering. Silently follow Xia Dongyang right back half a step of Yufei. Looking at this scene, steeply have a novel. The hero with the heroine. Break through thousands of feelings, the heart is shy and sweet. Please make way. Make way. Who called the police? What happened? Just at this moment, a voice came from behind the crowd, and a short-haired female police officer wearing a police uniform with valor walked over, through the crowd of onlookers to come over the policewoman. A head of short hair, leaving oblique bangs, between the eyebrows there is an ordinary woman does not have a martial temperament, and is valiant. She is face to face to see with Yufei want to go out of Xia Dongyang, cannot help but be stunned, obviously did not expect to encounter Xia Dongyang here. Then, the depths of her eyes and flashed a trace of joy, because since the last time after the police station interrogation Xia Dongyang, she investigated through a special channel. Xia Dongyang said the situation. In the end, she knew that Xia Dongyang was indeed serving in the domestic army in those years. As for which army and where it was, she could not find out through the special channel. But what is certain is that Xia Dongyang is a retired soldier of China. Jiangyang City is Xia Dongyang's hometown, so Xia Dongyang will never do anything to jeopardize his hometown. Know these. Fu Qingshan also did not track Xia Dongyang. However, Fu Qingshan very much admire those special forces of the warriors of China, so she has always wanted to ask again to Xia Dongyang to teach. Xia Dongyang also did not expect. Here we'll meet before tracking his policewoman Fu Qingshuan. At this time, Su Chiming that secretary saw the police came, rushed forward pointing to Xia Dongyang, said, "Officer, it is he is here to cause trouble and beat people. You quickly arrest him. Arresting or not is not up to you. I will carefully understand what exactly is going on." Fu Qingshan said in a cold tone, then turned his head to look at Xia Dongyang and asked, "Tell me what's going on." Obviously, through the covert investigation of Xia Dongyang, Fu Qingshan more believe in Xia Dongyang's words. However, do not wait for Xia Dongyang to speak. Yufei on the side but went forward and said, "Hello officer, things are like this. I came with my colleagues to find Su Chiming to translate a material, which know that he is on my hands and feet attempted to indecent assault my colleague in order to stop Su Chiming's behavior. Under the anger my colleague, in order to stop Su Chiming's behavior, injured him in anger. Anyway, the police came." Yufei also simply told the truth. Her words fell, gathered at the door to watch the people immediately exploded. Have discussed, not it. Su translator does not look like that kind of person. Ah. This cannot be said. Ah. You do not see that customers so beautiful. Ah. It's true that you don't know the face of a person. In the crowd, there is no lack of people who are jealous of Su Chiming, immediately began to fall on the well. Su Chiming that secretary heard, anxious to quickly shouted, "You do not listen to her nonsense. Spit on the people. They are the interpreter of the faulty, but also not willing to pay. Su translation and their theories. I can't imagine that they even hit people." Xia Dongyang on the side couldn't help but frown when he heard this. This woman is really good at talking nonsense with her eyes open. At this time, Su Chiming was also shaking back to his senses, and said to Fu Qingshan, "Officer, they are too unreasonable. They don't listen to my explanation at all. I'm going to sue them for defamation, and sue them for malicious injury." When Yufei heard this, she instantly caught fire and angrily scolded, "Su Chiming, you human-faced beastly thing, do you still want to be shameless?" When Su Chiming heard this, he had a pained expression on his face. Shaking his head, he said, "Fei Yu, I know that you are holding a grudge because I rejected you at school, and now that you see that I have succeeded, you are even more upset. But you don't have to use this way to discredit me. I have a girlfriend now, and it doesn't matter if I'm a man, but you yourself have to have a face and care about your reputation. Really, Yu Fei, you're too extreme and paranoid, and you haven't changed for so many years, and that's why I rejected you in the first place. Once Yu Fei heard this, a pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly. She was completely shocked by Su Qiming's bottomless shamelessness. This was originally a molestation by him, but it was even hard for him to say that he wasn't. Outside, the onlookers heard, and began to let fly the wings of imagination. So there is this awe. It's no wonder that translator Su is so good. If I were in the same college as him, I would definitely go after him. This woman is not good. Maybe that man is her hired fighter, in order to get back at translator Su. If that's the case, that's really a snake heart. Listening to the surrounding peers slamming Yu Fei, Su Qiming laughed in his heart. Hey, fight with me, Yu Fei. You're still a bit young. Yu Fei came back to her senses and smiled coldly. More actions will lead to death. Xia Donyang, let's go. Yu Fei, now stay here for one more moment. One more look at Su Qiming. She feels sick, but gained the power of Su Qiming. How will be so easy to let Xia Donyang two people leave? Immediately reached out to stop. Said, wait, you just slander me. Beat me like this. Just like this to go. Police officer, I want to sue them. What do you say should be dealt with? Fu Qingshan, after all, like the vast majority of people present, were outsiders, so they were not clear about the real inside story, so they had to say, then all four of you come with me. As soon as he heard Fu Qingshan's words, Su Qiming looked at Yu Fei and smiled smugly. A look of eating Yu Fei two people's expression. Yu Fei hated his itchy teeth. Meet this kind of bitch. What can you do? Only to ignore it. Soon, Xia Donyang 4 with Fu Qingshan came to the police station, and then respectively into the questioning room. Xia Dongyang in the questioning room, and so on. About 20 minutes. Fu Qingshan came in, straight to the point, said, say what's going on. Xia Dongyang, from the moment he entered the translation company, began to tell a simple story, and at the end emphasized, things are like this. What I said is not half false. Fu Qingshan nodded. What Xia Dongyang had said was nothing like what Yu Fei had said. She looked gloomy and said in a grave tone, it seems that this Su Qiming has been planning to lay his hands on Yu Fei from the very beginning. It's really insidious. Since you're all clear, what are you going to do about it? Xia Dongyang asked. Fu Qingshan but said with a difficult face, in accordance with what you said. Then you hit Su Qiming purely to stop the crime of self-defense, and can even sue Su Qiming surname harassment, attempted rape, but the difficulty is that there is no evidence. Am I not a witness? Xia Dongyang felt that this matter has been clear at a glance. Fu Qingshan but said, but you and Yu Fei is a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Your testimony, I'm afraid there is not much strength. Xia Dongyang was stunned and quickly explained. I am not boyfriend and girlfriend with Mr. Yu. Fu Qingshan only said, but Su Qiming and the others think that you are. And now he wants to sue you for maliciously and seriously injuring him. Xia Dongyang sort of understood. Su Qiming was drilling the legal loophole, certain that before in the office there were only two people, he and Yu Fei, and also did not leave any convincing evidence, while he left bruises on his body, and now he was also biting back. At that moment, Xia Dongyang coldly smiled, already had a say. Xia Dongyang smiled coldly and also said, who can prove that the injuries on Su Qiming's body were caused by me? I can also say that he hit me first and I acted in self-defense. The company is all his people, and his secretary's testimony is not credible. Fu Qingshan heard a smile, then got up and said, all right, Xia Dongyang, you can go. Xia Dongyang froze, and then walked out. Outside, Yu Fei had already waited, and Su Qiming two people also came out. Upon seeing Xia Dongyang come out, Yu Fei hurried over, but Su Qiming jumped up and roared, officer, why is he out? He should be locked up. This is a police station. Please don't raise your voice, Fu Qingshan said in a cold voice. Su Qiming instantly marinated. His voice lowered and said, officer, he beat me up like this. I suspect that I have suffered internal injuries. I want to go to the hospital for an examination of my injuries and sue him for seriously injuring me. You can't just let him out. Fu Qingshan looked at him and said, all right, she said that you molested him, and you sued him for seriously injuring you, but I have just understood it all, and neither of you can produce any substantial evidence, so you can only release it. Su Qiming heard, which can comply, shouted, officer, I'm all injured, is not considered actual evidence? Who can prove that it was Xia Dongyang who hit him? Fu Qingshan asked. I can. Su Qiming, that secretary, spoke in a hurry. Fu Qingshan took out Xia Dongyang's set of words. You're his secretary, and by the looks of it, there are other connections. Your testimony is not credible enough. That secretary was said so by Fu Qingshan. Her face burned for a while, Her mouth hardened and said, "There are other people in the company. Those are your company's people. The testimony credibility is also not high. I suggest you have what can be discussed privately to solve. But the most important thing is that people, or don't store the heart of harm, don't touch the red line of the law, or else, will be sanctioned in the end." Listening to Fu Qingshan's obviously intentional, full of deep meaning words, Su Qiming knew that he couldn't get Xia Donyang down today, so he could only say, "The officer is right, but we are all law-abiding good citizens. Trouble, we'll go back now." Fu Qingshan nodded. Su Qiming coldly looked at Xia Donyang and Yu Fei, took that secretary and left. Xia Donyang also only said, "Officer Fu, then we are also leaving." Fu Qingshan only said, "Xia Donyang, I also hope you can control your fists and feet in the future. This is the city." "Thanks, I remember." Xia Donyang nodded his head and said, and then he and Yu Fei walked outward. "Wait." Fu Qingshan but shouted again. Xia Donyang turned around. She only said, "You have time one day, I want to spar with you." Last time in the hospital parking lot, was put down by Xia Donyang a few moves. Fu Qingshan's heart has been nagging. She thinks it is by Xia Donyang took advantage of the surprise first. Xia Donyang cannot be so strong. Xia Donyang, however, said in a flat tone, "There is no time. Moreover, you are not my opponent. You." Fu Qingshan was so angry that she stormed off on the spot, only saying, "Since you don't have time, now." With that, she pulled away, and at that moment, someone inside the bureau shouted, "Fu Wei Chang, the director is looking for you. There's a case coming. I'll let you know how powerful I am." Fu Qingshan dropped a sentence and could only go back helplessly. Xia Donyang shook his head. This Fu Qingshan is good, just a little too aggressive. Yu Fei on the side has been curious. At this time couldn't help but ask, "Xia Donyang, you and her are acquaintances?" "Not really, today is the second time we met." "Then what's up with her saying she wanted to spar with you just now?" Xia Donyang casually said, "Just a little misunderstanding." Yu Fei didn't ask any further questions. The two of them just walked out of the police station not much far. Su Qiming walked over with that secretary. Obviously, he didn't leave before and waited here for the two of them. Xia Donyang. He approached, looked at Xia Donyang, said in an arrogant tone, "Xia Donyang, right, this time is your luck." Xia Donyang, however, said back in a flat tone, "Your luck is also good. It was at this time that you ran into me." Indeed, if it was a month ago, based on what Su Qiming had done to Yu Fei, Xia Donyang could have killed him on the spot, and did not need to take any legal responsibility. Su Qiming naturally thought that Xia Donyang was pretending, and immediately laughed, "Very well, kid, you'd better be careful on all your walks. Not every time you're so lucky." When Yu Fei heard this, she quickly drank. "Su Qiming, I'm warning you, you better not mess around." Su Qiming shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent face, "What can I mess around with? But I can't guarantee that other people will mess around." "Are you threatening me?" Xia Donyang looked at Su Qiming's eyes and asked. "So what if I threaten you?" Su Qiming, which put Xia Donyang in his eyes. The reason why he waited here was to clearly tell you, Xia Donyang, "I, Su Qiming, just want to get you. What can you do?" "Not good," Xia Donyang said flatly and steeply slapped Su Qiming's face. Splat. This time, not to mention Su Qiming is not prepared. Even if there is a defense is still not able to avoid. The whole person was slapped staggered sideways. Unlucky and hit the street lamp pillar next to it. This is good. Directly paralyzed on the ground. Fainted. Ah! That secretary was scared and screamed. And then pointed at Xia Donyang and roared. You dare to hit people. I'm just swatting a fly. What's the matter? The police station is right next to me. Do you want me to help you call the police? Xia Donyang slightly probed forward and asked in a gloomy tone. That secretary was scared to a jolt. Where dare to say more. Hastily went to assist the unconscious Su Qiming. Xia Donyang is also lazy to stay. Su Qiming, this kind of drilling the law's control of the people. Also have to use this method to clean up. Yu Fei on the side looked at such a strong Xia Donyang. Two eyes are almost stars. This man, although he looks mute, and do not understand, but always give people a bright spot. Xia Donyang. Su Qiming, this kind of shameless villain. This time he suffered such a big loss. He definitely won't stop. I'm sorry. I'm the one who dragged you into this. In the car back to the villa, Yu Fei said with a guilty face. Xia Donyang only said, Mr. I accompanied you out to the office and almost made you suffer a big loss. It's me who didn't protect you. It should be me who says sorry. But you didn't come out to protect me either. Yu Fei hadn't finished speaking. Xia Donyang was interrupting her, saying, Mr. Things have come out. If Su Qiming wants to retaliate, it's always easier for me, a man, to deal with him a little bit more than you. A woman. Thank you, Xia Donyang. Yu Fei was once again touched by this man in front of her, because he pulled all the hatred on himself alone. Saying that, she couldn't help but probe and kiss Xia Donyang on his face. Xia Donyang, who was driving the car, his eyes snapped, his hands were even more shaky, the steering wheel was thrown, and the car twisted on the road. Originally still shy and lowered her head, Yu Fei body was run off the car with a throw, rushed to look up at the front, then exclaimed, car, careful, bumped into. Xia Donyang from the stunned back to God, rushed to hit the steering wheel, causing the vehicle behind a burst of soul-stealing like honking. After the vehicle drove normally, Yu Fei exhaled a long breath. The atmosphere in the car was silent. Even the water molecules floating in the air seemed to have become shy because of that kiss from Yu Fei just now. Yu Fei kept her head down and did not say anything, while Xia Donyang kept looking ahead, seemingly concentrating on driving the car, but in actuality, he was also very unsettled inside. Theoretically speaking, this was the first woman to take the initiative to kiss him besides his mom and sister when he was growing up, and it was still a stolen kiss. How could he, as the ultimate first brother, be calm? The two were so silent, each other seems to have an unseen and unfathomable breath in the cloud around. A long time, or Yu Fei's phone ringing broke the silence in the car. Hey, Shui Yan, things let me do it wrong. Then, Yu Fei briefly recounted the previous events, and Xia Donyang drove the car into the villa area. The two got off the car into the living room. Originally sitting on the sofa waiting, Zhao Shuiyan openly stood up. To Xia Donyang reprimanded, Xia Donyang, your bodyguard is how to protect Fei, is really too useless. You've been dismissed. You can leave. For Zhao Shuiyan's reprimand and rebuke, Xia Donyang didn't feel aggrieved. He also felt that it was because of his carelessness this time. He almost made a big mistake. But Yu Fei didn't think so, and hastened to speak for Xia Donyang. Shuiyan, this can't be blamed on Xia Donyang. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Su Qiming for having a bad heart, and meeting this kind of person. It was my bad luck to have blood on my hands. Humph, the point isn't here. If he didn't go to smoke those two puffs and followed you in, how could Su Qiming dare to do that to you? Not realizing what's so great about those two puffs of cigarettes, that if you don't smoke them, you're going to die? Translation was screwed up alright, but Yu Fei almost suffered insults. This is Zhao Shuiyan cannot tolerate Xia Donyang, coupled with the previous Xia Donyang, and looked at her little ding. Her heart is even more disgusted with Xia Donyang aversion, which accumulated together. Kanchan broke out. See Zhao Shuiyan more and more serious. The tone is more difficult to hear. Yu Fei thinks Xia Donyang is too wronged. Then some anxious, said, Shuiyan, you cannot say so, Xia Donyang. If not his words, the consequences are unimaginable. And again, you did not say before let him protect me. Once Zhao Shuiyan heard that her best friend even said this, the fire got even bigger and she said mockingly, oh, so it's still all my fault, right? Yu Fei only said, I didn't say that. I'm just discussing the matter. Even if you're dissatisfied with Xia Donyang as a bodyguard, there's no need to make use of the issue like this. It's not fair to him. As soon as he saw that the two had a tendency to quarrel, Xia Donyang hurriedly said to Yu Fei, Mr. You, stop it. Mr. Zhao is right. This time it is my dereliction of duty. What dereliction of duty? It's not like it's your duty to protect me. You're just accompanying me out. At most you're considered a chauffeur. It's too unfair for you if she says that. Yu Fei hurriedly said, Xia Donyang for her, that has a special meaning. She can't allow Xia Donyang to be aggrieved or wronged. Zhao Shuiyan heard, coldly said, my father paid him money. This 1 year, he has to listen to me. If you feel cannot stand, you can leave. Who cares about his protection? Enough, Zhao Shuiyan. The more you talk, the more you go overboard. Yu Fei couldn't help but raise her voice. I don't think I've gone too far. If you don't like it, you can leave. Zhao Shuiyan also raised her decibel. The two women stared at each other with wide eyes, and for a while, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. After a few seconds, Yu Fei smiled coldly and nodded her head. Fine, I'll go. With that, she pulled Xia Donyang's hand and said, Xia Donyang, come with me. There's no need to serve someone who doesn't know right from wrong like this. Let's go. Let's go. All go far away. Zhao Shuiyan yelled and sat down heavily on the sofa, flinging the pillow on the floor with a smooth hand. Yu Fei dragged Xia Donyang alive to the small courtyard outside the villa, but Xia Donyang stood still and said, General Manager, you and General Manager Zhao don't need to quarrel over me. It's not arguing, it's theorizing. In all these years, I've never seen her like today. It's too unbelievable. Yu Fei said somewhat helplessly. Xia Donyang more or less still guessed that the reason why Zhao Shuiyan was as angry as she was just now. Ultimately there was a reason why she had disturbed her life. and immediately said, "If because of me, an outsider, the friendship between you for many years is destroyed, I would be guilty of a great sin." "What outsider? You are in my heart," Yu Fei said, hurriedly voice Emil, and then said, "Anyway, in my heart, you are not an outsider. And again, you can rest assured, we are at most 2 days of quarrel. It's okay, go, Mr. You go back first, I still have to work." Xia Dongyang naturally wouldn't leave just because of a few words from Zhao Xueyan, because he had a promise to Zhao Zhangming, being a man, and even more so a soldier. No matter what the situation is, he has to keep his promises and keep his word. When Yu Fei heard this, the whole person was so anxious that she almost jumped up and said, "Xia Dongyang, how can you be such a stubborn and rigid person? She said you like that, and she is now in a rage. You still have to protect her. How much are you lacking in the end?" As soon as Yu Fei's words left her mouth, her heart regretted it. Originally Xia Dongyang had been wronged and aggrieved at Zhao Xueyan's place, and she was still talking about him like this. However, Xia Dongyang did not put it on his mind, just said in a flat tone, "How she treats me, that's her business. To protect her safety, is my business." Yu Fei is completely defeated by Xia Dongyang's stubbornness. Honestly, she is now in a bad mood. After all, and so many years of girlfriends quarrel. Say not difficult, that is false. Immediately said in a bad mood, "That is you. When I did not say, I first left." After Yu Fei left, Xia Dongyang lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, sitting on the steps outside the villa. After a cigarette, Xia Dongyang didn't intend to enter the villa. He was clear that if he went in now, he would undoubtedly only make Zhao Xueyan even angrier. However, just at this time, the villa suddenly came Zhao Xueyan a cry of alarm. Xia Dongyang the whole person popped up, as if a cheetah general rushed toward the house. In a hospital ward in the city, Su Qiming slowly opened his eyes. Tian Mei, the secretary who anxiously stood by, hurriedly asked, "Qiming, you finally woke up. How do you feel? How does it feel? What do you think?" The left side of Su Qiming's face was red and swollen. He was as angry as a panther, gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Damn, Xia Dongyang, I won't let you go." Tian Mei said with some fear, "But he is very capable of fighting." "Very capable of fighting?" Su Qiming let out a cold laugh and only said, "These days, those who move their fists and feet are reckless. Even if their kung fu is high, they are still afraid of a chopper. Besides, if he can fight, that bitch Yu Fei can fight too." Tian Mei has been with Su Qiming for some time now, and immediately understood. "Qiming, what you mean is to have someone arrest Yu Fei first, and then you are not afraid that Xia Dongyang won't give in? He. After following me for a while, you've gotten smarter." Su Qiming smiled smugly. His right hand groped under Tian Mei's skirt. "Nasty." Tian Mei twisted her body with a face of desire. "Humph, lousy's revenge never lasts overnight. Xia Dongyang, Yu Fei, you pair of dogs and men. Lousy will make you look good right away." Su Qiming's left hand was moving under Tian Mei's skirt, but his right hand took out the phone and dialed a number. A man's rough voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Ming, what's the order?" Su Qiming opened the door and said, "Bald Liang, help me tie up a woman. The photo I will then send to your cell phone, but I warn you, only tie up, not allowed to do anything else. Tie up and notify me." Su Qiming is Yu Fei's old classmate. QQ or contact information. Can easily get Yu Fei's photo. The phone. Bold beam is difficult to say. Ming brother. 2 days ago. Bad luck. Into the palace to drink a cup of tea. Spent a lot of effort to bail out. You let me go do this. Do not blame the brother is not friendship. The price of it. Not bad. Su Qiming looking for people. It is before in the People's Hospital underground garage. Ma Chengkai find a cut Xia Dongyang bold beam. Was Fu Qingxian caught in? He is also running a lot of relations. Spent a lot of funds. Just out today. And received a call from Su Qiming. Naturally have to start the price. Su Qiming heard. Unconcerned. Said, "No problem. Give you the old rules of 3 times. Listen to his tone. Obviously do the similar thing is not 1 or 2 times. As long as you can deal with Xia Dongyang. Money those. He does not care." At that end, the bald beam heard. Immediately excited to pack. Said, "Well, Ming brother, you can rest assured. As long as she is in Jianyang City, before nightfall, brother to you to do. Still have to do it stealthily." Su Qiming still did not forget to urge a sentence. "Don't worry brother Ming, it's not the first time we've worked together. Wait for my good news." Hanging up the phone, Su Qiming smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and said with a gloomy face, "Xia Dongyang, see if I don't make you a wreck. This side." And said Xia Dongyang heard Zhao Xueyan's cry of alarm. Without hesitation a jump up to the house rushed into the house. into the house to see Zhao Xueyan lying under the rotating staircase leading to the second floor. It is clear that the fall from the stairs. Xia Dongyang rushed over. On the desire to Zhao Xueyan hold up, fell down. Zhao Xueyan was secretly scolded him. After all, she broke her foot, but also because in Xia Dongyang argument. How do you know when Xia Dongyang appeared in front of the eyes? Zhao Xueyan heart is even more angry. Waved away Xia Dongyang's hand, roared, "Get out of the way. Who let you in? Do not touch me." But Xia Dongyang didn't pay any attention to her. A hand picked her up. Zhao Xueyan was even more desperately struggling. Her hands were constantly pounding on Xia Dongyang's body, growling, "Xia Dongyang, get lost, put me down. I order you to put me down." Xia Dongyang came to the sofa in big strides, placed Zhao Xueyan on the sofa, and then squatted down and caught Zhao Xueyan's left foot by the belly of her foot, carefully checking whether her foot injury had worsened or not. "Let go of me. Let go of me." Angry Zhao Xueyan, her right foot continuously kicked. Several feet were kicked in Xia Dongyang's face. Good thing she was barefoot. Otherwise, Xia Dongyang's nose must be kicked to collapse. Xia Dongyang endured Zhao Xueyan's explosive kicks, checked, and then said, "Fortunately, it didn't aggravate, or else it would have to leave sequelae." When Zhao Xueyan heard this, her heart trembled, and she stopped the action on her feet. It turned out that Xia Dongyang was checking his own injuries, but he also kicked him several times, as if he also kicked a few feet on his face. He is a man. How can he stand this kind of treatment? For a while, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. However, thinking about before, Xia Dongyang could not help but pick herself up. Her heart was nagging at her again. She only said, "Xia Dongyang, I'm a woman and I have a boyfriend. Don't you think it's very wrong of you to do this? Yes, you can say that it is to fulfill your promise to my father, to protect me, but you have never considered my feelings. Don't you think you are too selfish?" Xia Dongyang stood up and said in a flat tone, "I can understand you making things difficult for me and wanting to drive me away for the sake of your own so-called freedom, but can you understand your dad's good intentions of not wanting you to get hurt? Don't you think you're being selfish yourself?" Zhao Xueyan was stunned to hear this. I never thought that the mute Xia Dongyang would say such reasonable words. Yes, he had promised his dad before. How could he forget? Yes, they are too selfish. Did not consider the feelings of dad. To put it in a small point is capricious. To put it in a big point, that is unfilial. But even after realizing this, Zhao Xueyan's good and strong character couldn't say anything soft and only said, "Even if that's the case, but you can't hug me without permission. I apologize to you." Xia Dongyang said without hesitation. "Humph, it doesn't sound sincere at first." Zhao Xueyan tilted her head, seemingly not accepting Xia Dongyang's apology, but in reality, her heart's anger had already subsided for the most part. Only then did Xia Dongyang ask, "Mr. Zhao, were you going back to your room just now? Do you need me to help you up?" "No need." When Zhao Xueyan heard this, she hurriedly turned her head, and then said with a solemn face, "Xia Dongyang, in order not to let my father worry, I thought about it and decided not to drive you away anymore. You will live in that room in the future. However, what you do in the future, you must first go through my permission. Forcibly hugging me like you did just now is absolutely not allowed. Understand?" "Understood." Xia Dongyang nodded. "Alright, you go clean up the room first. Bed sheets those and whatnot. The upper level of the closet has them." Zhao Xueyan didn't know what else to urge for a while. In short, she always felt awkward now. Xia Dongyang walked into the room, began to clean up the sloppy sheets after Yufei vomited, and then holding the changed sheets and duvet covers towards the outside living balcony. After throwing in the washing machine, he couldn't help but pick up the broom and mop, and cleaned up the breakfast that was knocked down before. Looking at Xia Dongyang, who was busy in the living room, Zhao Xueyan, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly felt that Xia Dongyang was actually genuinely not annoying. Boredom. Her eyes fell to the computer Yufei left behind. Thinking about the quarrel with Yufei just now, she now feel a little puzzled. She made a mistake for Xia Dongyang, and good girlfriend such a quarrel? Besides, Yufei originally has a good feeling about Xia Dongyang, and he also intends to let her also live in, so as to fulfill them. How can in front of her face like that rebuke Xia Dongyang? Zhao Xueyan reflecting, more and more feel that he did not do right. But Xia Dongyang, and on the side, good strong she cannot pull face to call Yufei to apologize, can only be forced to calmly ask, "Xia Dongyang, you listen to you always have to say that the mail is not translated. How to deal with the back?" Xia Dongyang's heart moved. Guessed that Zhao Xueyan should be recognizing that she had some emotions before, and now she wanted to talk to Yufei, but she was a bit unable to save face, so she followed Zhao Xueyan's words and said, "That's not true. However, this is a big matter for the company. Zhao, you still have to discuss it face to face with General Manager Yu." "Well, I think so." Zhao Xueyan nodded her head fervently before saying, my cell phone is out of battery, so you can call over. Okay. Xia Dongyang felt in her heart that Zhao Xueyan was too good at face, and immediately dialed Yufei's phone, but no one answered on that end for half a day, so she had to say, there might be something, didn't answer. Oh, Zhao Xueyan could not hide her disappointment, and thought to herself, Fei must still be angry with me. Watching the dinner time arrive, Xia Dongyang couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhao, are you ordering takeout or doing it yourself at home tonight? Zhao Xueyan sighed, thinking that it would be better to call over by herself later, so she said, it's not hygienic to always eat outside. There are still some dishes in the refrigerator. Do you know how to cook? Will some, Mr. Zhao, you take a rest. I'll go do it, Xia Dongyang said and walked towards the kitchen. Xia Dongyang was busy in the kitchen when an unfamiliar phone call came. He picked up and said, hello? But a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xia Dongyang, Yufei is here with me. If you want her to be safe and sound, come alone to the abandoned factory building in the southern suburb of the city. Xia Dongyang's heart was shocked. He heard that it was Su Qiming's voice, and said with a gloomy face, Su Qiming, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a single cold hair of Yufei, I'll waste you. I'll give you half an hour. You know the consequences of calling the police, Su Qiming said and hung up the phone. Xia Dongyang didn't dare to slow down, rushed out of the kitchen and said to Zhao Xueyan who was watching TV, Mr. Zhao, I have something urgent to go out for a trip. Is it okay to be at dinner later? Alright, I'm not hungry right now anyway. Zhao Xueyan didn't think much about it. For her, as long as Xia Dongyang asked for leave, it was all immediately approved. Xia Dongyang no longer lingered, quickly ran towards the outside of the villa. Zhao Xueyan felt a little puzzled. What is it? Need to be in such a hurry? Xia Dongyang out of the villa area, waited for several minutes, also did not see a cab car over. He was anxious, had no choice but to choose to run to the outside of the trunk road to go. Big brother? Just at this time, a car passed by him, toward the villa area gate. From the passenger seat came a shout. Xia Dongyang stopped his steps and turned to look, just to see the azure-colored BMW passenger window. A girl with a sunglasses mask poked her head out and exclaimed, Big brother, it's really you? You are? Xia Dongyang asked with some surprise. When the girl heard this, she hurriedly took off her sunglasses and mask and said, Big brother, it's me. Don't you remember me? It's you. Xia Dongyang took a look. It turned out to be the female passenger who was almost molested by the cab driver under Penjiu Mountain before. Of course, Xia Dongyang didn't know that this was Lu Qianqian, the big star who has been on fire in the past 2 years. Lu Qianqian looked at Xia Dongyang, only said, Big brother, I see you just run. Is it to hurry? This piece is not good to take a taxi. Get on the car. I will send you. Sitting on the driver's seat is a woman who looks around 30, quite a few matured charm. She is Lu Qianqian's agent, Zhang Meiping, externally known as Lu Qianqian's cousin. At this moment, as soon as Zhang Meiping heard that Lu Qianqian even wanted to invite a strange man to get on the car, and also had to drive him, she couldn't help but frown and said, Qian, there are still things that we have to go back for. Sister Meiping, it's fine. The delay won't be for a while. She is my benefactor. I mentioned it to you last time. Lu Qianqian said, turned her head and shouted to Xia Dongyang, Big brother, get in the car. Xia Dongyang thought that indeed there is no delay, so he also got into the car, and then said, Thank you. No need to thank. Big brother, where are you going? Lu Qianqian asked. The waste factory building in the south of the city. Okay. Lu Qianqian nodded and then urged Zhang Meiping, Sister Meiping, try to drive faster. Although Zhang Meiping was reluctant, she could only helplessly speed up the car. Xia Dongyang said thank you again. Lu Qianqian simply unbuckled her seatbelt. The whole person turned around, almost lying on the seat, and asked Xia Dongyang, Big brother, thank you for the last time. My name is Lu Qianqian. This is my cousin, Zhang Meiping, and I still don't know what's your name? Zhang Meiping took a look at how Lu Qianqian even disregarded her image so much, lying on the passenger seat, not to mention introducing herself and passionately asking for a strange man's name. She couldn't help but frown, wanting to see how Xia Dongyang reacted after hearing Lu Qianqian's name. However, from the rear-view mirror, she saw Xia Dongyang said with a flat face, My name is Xia Dongyang. And then there were no more words. Zhang Meiping couldn't help but feel strange. Could it be that this man hasn't heard of Lu Qianqian's great name and hasn't seen Lu Qianqian on TV? No way. Qianqian is so famous. There are countless male and female fans. This Xia Dongyang must be deliberately pretending to be like this, wanting to attract Qianqian's attention. No, I must poke him in the face. I must not let him have his way. So he asked, That's Xia Dongyang. How come you are in the villa area? In Zhang Meiping's eyes, even though Xia Donyang was wearing a suit pants and shirt, he definitely didn't look like a rich person who could afford to live in this villa area. Oh, I work over here. Work? What kind of work can there be over here? Security guard? Zhang Meiping said somewhat teasingly. Well, it's security. Xia Donyang estimated that it was not very appropriate to say bodyguard. After all, these days, this profession is also quite special. As soon as Zhang Meiping heard Xia Donyang's admission, the teasing and contempt in her eyes increased, and she secretly cursed, Che, a broken security guard. Still want to hit Qian Qian's idea. Really a toad wanting to eat swan's meat. Thinking, she added, Xia Donyang, you saved Qian Qian last time. I am very grateful. However, do security, although it is also good. But there must be self-awareness. Cannot be overambitious. Fantasize some unrealistic. Do you understand? Don't understand. Xia Donyang shook his head. Indeed did not understand. Zhang Meiping said, humph, still pretending to my mother. Seems to want some benefits. Disgusting. After that, she said, let's put it this way. You saved Qian Qian. How much do you want to open a price? As long as you don't open your mouth wide open. But after this, I hope you don't show up in front of Qian Qian again. When Xia Donyang heard this, he immediately understood Zhang Meiping's intention. It seems that she thought she would be pestering Lu Qianqian for the last rescue. Indeed, Lu Qianqian is very beautiful, especially that pair of eyes, just like the stars in the night sky is bright, such as the mountain spring eyes is deep and pure. I am afraid that the vast majority of men, once they see Lu Qianqian, will be lost in her eyes. But Xia Donyang is one of the absolute few. He does not have any idea about Lu Qianqian. As soon as Lu Qianqian heard this, she said eagerly, Sister Meiping, how can you say that about big brother Xia? He is not that kind of person. Qian, you are still young. You haven't seen too much of the world. In this world, there are too many people with a heart of gold. Bad people don't have writing on their faces. Zhang Meiping said bitterly. Lu Qianqian was even more anxious and hurriedly said to Xia Donyang, Brother Xia, don't misunderstand. Sister Meiping is just concerned about me. Afraid that I'll be cheated. She didn't mean to target you. Xia Donyang nodded and said, thank you for giving me a ride. I'll get off here. Xia Donyang was not without temper. Since others did not treat him well and said these disrespectful words, he did not want to take it personally. The only thing he could do was to respect and stay away. Hearing Xia Donyang want to get off, Lu Qianqian was so anxious that she almost cried. Said, Xia big brother, don't be angry. I'll let Meiping sister apologize to you. Didn't you say that you want to go to the south of the city to waste the factory well? This is still not yet arrived. Apologize? Let me give you a broken security guard to apologize. Dream on. Still want to play desire to escape. The old lady to see you have the ability to really get off. Zhang Meiping thought. Said in a conspiratorial manner. Qian, maybe other people have something. You don't make it difficult for other people. Said. She pulled over. Xia Donyang without saying a word, directly opened the door to get off. Lu Qianqian, anxious tears straight spinning, hurriedly got off and chased out, pulling Xia Donyang's hand. Said, Xia big brother, you don't angry. I on behalf of Meiping's sister to apologize to you. Qian, what are you saying? Let go quickly. Don't be seen. Zhang Meiping was shocked and rushed down. If this is captured by the paparazzi, I'm afraid Lu Qianqian's reputation will be greatly affected. Ms. Lu, we are just meeting each other. Last time I saved you. This time you take me for a ride. We don't owe anyone, Xia Donyang said. Just as a cab came over, he hurriedly beckoned to stop the car, and then he pushed aside Lu Qianqian's hand and got into the cab car. Big brother Xia. Looking at the cab car, Lu Qianqian was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. Zhang Meiping was stunned, but she didn't expect Xia Donyang to really go away. However, she thought even more, don't even want to have money. What a fool. No wonder she can only be a broken security guard for the rest of her life. Okay, Qian, just a broken security guard. Let him go. Get in the car. Don't be photographed. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian cried and shouted, Sister Meiping, you are talking too much, too insulting. Saying that, she covered her face and drilled into the back of the car. Zhang Meiping froze. Since she had been Lu Qianqian's agent, she had never seen Lu Qianqian sending out such a big fire. She was shocked and finally blamed all her anger on Xia Donyang, thinking, no, we must let Qianqian forget about this Xia Donyang. We have to start from this Xia Donyang. For Zhang Meiping with insults, obviously looked down on the words. Xia Donyang did not put on the heart. He did not want to bother about these. After all, in the future, also do not need and Lu Qianqian have any intersection. As he said before, we just meet in plain water. Not long after, Xia Dongyang's cell phone rang again. It was the number that called before. That is, Su Qiming. Sure enough, Su Qiming said, Xia Dongyang, I'll remind you that there's not much time left. I'm on my way over. But I need to make sure Yu Fei is safe first. Xia Dongyang said. On the other end, Su Qiming said in careless words, come on, big schoolgirl, say hello to your man. In Su Qiming's eyes, Xia Dongyang and Yu Fei were a couple. Immediately on the phone came Yu Fei's panicked and eager shouts. Xia Dongyang, don't come over, they people. But she has not finished. Su Qiming snatched the phone. A tone of control of the whole situation. Said, Xia Dongyang, I have to remind you, Yu Fei next to a few big men. They can be just released. Hungry and thirsty. To the time you have not yet come, I cannot stop their bestiality. If Yu Fei suffers the slightest harm, I will make you regret coming to this world. At this moment, Xia Dongyang was indeed moving to kill. On the other end of the phone, Su Qiming was saying in a conspiratorial manner, ouch, I'm so scared. You have the fucking balls to bite me. Ha ha, smugly laughing. He hung up the phone. Xia Dongyang took a deep breath, and then sent a text message to a number. 2 minutes later, Xia Dongyang came to the waste factory building area designated by Su Qiming. The sky was also already dark. The whole area was dim. The only light was on the third floor of a building. Needless to say, Yu Fei was locked up there by Su Qiming. Xia Dongyang will phone to flight mode, and then with the fastest speed, through the cover of the night, from the dark cover into the building, all the way through the unhindered. There is no what the dark sentry and so on. Very soon he arrived at the third floor. Obviously, Su Qiming and others are not professional, or can also be said that he was emboldened. Xia Dongyang did not venture in, but hid behind a load-bearing pillar, secretly observing, only to see Yu Fei is located in the innermost place near the broken balcony. She is sitting on a chair. Her hands are tied behind her back. Her mouth is stuffed by a white cloth. It looks like she should not have suffered any injuries. Not far away beside her, Su Qiming and a bald man sitting on a chair smoking a cigarette. Xia Dongyang recognized that bald man at a glance. I can't imagine that he was released. And in addition to the bald beam, there are 5 other men gathered around a group, smoking cigarettes and drinking wine. At this time, that bald beam some impatience to Su Qiming said, Ming brother, time is up. That kid is still not here. Wanna make a phone call again to urge? Or we first enjoy. He said, his eyes colorful to Yu Fei. Yu Fei heard, scared and shook his head struggling. Mouth issued sound. Su Qiming, however, only said, what's the rush? Later let tie that kid up. Let him watch us fuck. Wouldn't it feel better? He. Brother Ming is really getting more and more tasteful. The ghost ideas of a reader are just more. Bald Beam gave a thumbs up. From his words it wasn't hard to hear that these two guys seemed to have done similar things before. Grass, are you fucking undermining or complimenting lousy? Shut the fuck up if you can't talk. Su Qiming slapped the bald beam on his head and cursed. He. The bald beam could only giggle. Fuck it, I'll make another call. Su Qiming was obviously tired of waiting and was ready to call Xia Dongyang. At this time, Xia Dongyang walked out in a timely machine and said, no need to call. I'm coming. Aha. At the sight of Xia Dongyang came, Yu Fei heart happy Xia Dongyang for their own, willing to disregard the safety and danger to come, but more is worried, so even shouted, struggling, but was tied, mouth was blocked, only to shake his head to signal Xia Dongyang quickly go. It's you? The moment he saw the person coming surprisingly Xia Dongyang, Bald Liang's face changed abruptly, his eyes were obviously full of fear, even the cigarette in his hand could not help but fall on the ground. How? Bald, you guys know each other? Su Qiming was somewhat surprised. Bald Beam face after the fear said, 2 days ago to go in is because of him. Brother Ming, he is very able to fight. A few of us I'm afraid. When Su Qiming heard this, he was not only not afraid, but instead walked to Yu Fei's side, pulled out a dagger, and gestured twice on Yu Fei's body, and said, so what if he can fight? Xia Dongyang, if you don't want to have a few more holes in your woman's body, it's best to be honest. Saying that, he pulled off the white cloth that was stuffing Yu Fei's mouth. Yu Fei immediately shouted eagerly, Xia Dongyang, quickly go, leave me alone, quickly go, mister. You, don't be afraid, I will definitely save you out. Xia Dongyang comforted Yu Fei, and then said to Su Qiming, the one who beat you is me. If you are a man then come at me, making things difficult for a woman. What kind of skill is that? Yu Fei, upon hearing that Xia Dongyang is not leaving, she is even more anxious with tears coming out of her eyes. Xia Dongyang, quickly go leave me alone, tsk, look at that, It's really the love of a man and a concubine. Su Qiming shook his head with an intolerant expression, then said, don't be in a hurry. Take your time. I'm the best person to talk to, the least violent, the most compassionate. Bald, tie him up. Bald Liang looked at Xia Donyang, too fearful to go up. Su Qiming put the dagger on Yu Fei's neck and said with a very reasonable expression, Bald Liang, I believe Xia Donyang is also a compassionate person, isn't it? This is what he just said, that he disliked violence the most. But in an instant, he moved the dagger to threaten Xia Donyang. This is simply a complete villain. Bald Liang thought, yes, there are hostages in hand, afraid of a hairline, and again, we'll have to cool it, this girl is too beautiful. Anyway, dry to this part. By the way, to report the last time the revenge. So think, he was bowled up, holding the rope to Xia Donyang. At the same time, his eyes signaling the rest of the several people up to help. Xia Donyang naturally did not resist. A few people tied him solidly to the load-bearing column. Looking at Xia Donyang was tied up. Yu Fei is completely desperate, crying and muttering, how do you not listen? How not to go? How to do? Su Qiming put away the dagger, said with a hypocritical face, right, I like obedient friends. Bald Beam, greet our friends. Upon hearing this, Bald Liang found a wrist-sized wooden stick from the side, weighing it in his hands while walking towards Xia Donyang. Yu Fei looked anxious and shouted, don't, stop it. Su Qiming, tell him to stop. Gu, is our big school flower begging me? Aren't you looking down on me? I can't afford it. Su Qiming had a villainous expression. Yu Fei hurriedly said, yes, Su Qiming, I beg you, please don't hurt Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang shouted, Mr. You, no need to beg him. Su Qiming, use whatever means you have. If I frown, I'm your father. The sense of accomplishment that was about to grow in his heart was destroyed by Xia Donyang. Su Qiming shouted angrily, Bald Liang, let's see how hard his bones are. All right, Bald Liang said. The wooden stick in his hand violently struck Xia Donyang's abdomen horizontally at once. No, don't. Yu Fei watched as her heart was cut like a knife, her tears slipping down like a lake breaking its banks. After receiving a stick, Xia Donyang was like nothing, coldly smiled and said, oh, just this strength, did not eat? Damn. Hard mouth, right? Bald Beam a curse, arm raised, that is swung round. Successive 7 or 8 sticks smashed in Xia Donyang's abdomen or chest. Yu Fei couldn't bear to watch any longer, closed her eyes and skimmed her head, shouting in despair, don't fight, please, don't fight, don't. Senior school flower, how can you not watch such a nice scene? Open your eyes or I'll let them kill him. Su Qiming forcefully broke Yu Fei's head over. Yu Fei could only open her eyes, but her tears had already blurred her vision. Su Qiming had a smug look on his face. His sense of accomplishment was full, and laughed, that's right. Bah! Over there? Xia Donyang sprayed a mouthful of blood on the Bald Beam's face and laughed. That's no strength. Tickling me? Crap Nima. Bald Liang was enraged, raised his hand and hit Xia Donyang's head with a stick. Bang! That stick snapped from it at once, and a strand of blood overflowed along Xia Donyang's right forehead. No! Yu Fei let out a shriek of fright and cried, Xia Donyang, are you alright? Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang? The Bald Beam was also a little confused. The half-stick in his hand fell to the ground, although he was doing the thing of taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters, but he hadn't carried a human life on his body yet, and this time, if he really got a human life, it wasn't so easy to make amends. Oh, Xia Donyang but coldly laughed and raised his head, looked at Su Qiming and said, Su Qiming, you are a coward. Revenge are not afraid to do it yourself. You do not want to waste me. Have the courage to come let the old man see what you can have the ability. Oh, I know. You are scared of being beaten by Lao Zi. Even if Lao Zi is tied up, you don't dare to come over. You softy and coward. Ha ha ha, damn. I will be afraid of you. Well, since you want to die, I will fulfill you. Su Qiming was furious at what he heard. Holding his dagger he walked towards Xia Donyang. Yu Fei looked horrified, quickly and eagerly shouted, stop, Su Qiming, stop, don't hurt him, don't you want me? I promise you, as long as you let Xia Donyang go, I promise you everything. Su Qiming stopped half a meter in front of Xia Donyang and turned his head to look at Yu Fei, only saying, oh, our big school girl, are you begging me to fuck you? For the sake of Xia Donyang's safety, Yu Fei couldn't care less about any shame and said, yes, I'm begging you. Begging me for what? Su Qiming shamelessly asked. Yu Fei clenched her teeth and said, please, beg you to fuck me. Xia Donyang listened to his heart moved. To ask a woman to say such words, that is how embarrassing. At the same time, he was even more angry. Ha 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 ha. Su Qiming tilted his head back and laughed triumphantly and indulgently. His heart was bursting with satisfaction, and then said, "Don't be anxious, I thought of a more fun one. Bald head. Go untie her and let her undress herself." Okay. As soon as Baldhead Liang saw that the main event had come, he nimbly went forward and untied Yufei. "Alright, let's see the big schoolgirl do a striptease. Take it off," Su Qiming said, almost perverted in his heart, but also did not forget to shout, "Come on, brothers, cell phones are out. Go back to the night, you can look under the covers. Ha ha, this woman. Superb ah. The figure is definitely more powerful than the island movie woman. Waiting to have a good time. I want to use the back door," several gangsters said recklessly, incomparably shamelessly. Laughing, Bald Liang even took out his cell phone, adjusted the angle, night shooting mode, ready to shoot in close proximity. Humiliating tears fell like rain. Yufei eyes looked at the tied Xia Dongyang, and then eyes slowly became hollow. Despair, and then slowly raised his hand like a walking corpse. She had already decided that as long as Xia Dongyang was released, she would bite her tongue and kill herself. Quickly, take it off. Hurry up, take off the bottom first. A few punks couldn't wait to urge, each of their eyes releasing a white evil light. Looking at Yufei's desperate look, Su Qiming's perverted mentality was greatly satisfied. Damn, reading to look down on me, and now still look down on me. Give me to pretend to be noble. Later to see how the old man let you scream for mercy. Just when they all put their eyes on Yufei, the rope tied to Xia Dongyang's body, I do not know how all of a sudden scattered, close to a gangster did not react at all. The temple was punched, fell straight down. The rest of the people immediately back to God. Su Qiming saw Xia Dongyang surprisingly out of the trap. The heart was shocked, face steeply changed. Where dare to stay? Turn and run. Xia Dongyang how to let him run. An arrow stepped forward. A foot kicked in the bend of Su Qiming's knee, only to hear a click sound. Su Qiming fell to the ground, covering the deformed leg. Killing pig-like howling miserably. The rest of the few gangsters see the situation, immediately scattered. Xia Dongyang lazy to care about those minions, only a face of murderous cold eyes looking at Su Qiming. Su Qiming hastily begged for forgiveness. Xia, misunderstanding, just a joke. You take me as a fart. Let me go. At this moment Su Qiming, where they're just controlled the whole situation. Unrivaled, villainous deception. That supplicating look. And a tail wagging and begging for mercy of the dog is no different. Xia Dongyang coldly snorted. Lazy in this kind of person to waste more saliva. A heavy foot on Su Qiming's other foot's knee. A violent force. Crack. Ah. A bone-breaking sound accompanied by a pig-killing scream. Su Qiming covered his leg and rolled on the ground in pain. Xia Dongyang didn't pay any more attention to him, turning his eyes towards that bald beam. The bald beam only came back to his senses at this time. Shivering in fear, his legs went limp and he fell to his knees on the ground. Brother, big brother, grandpa. I was also forced by Su Qiming. It's none of my business let me be bypassed. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price, Xia Dongyang said in a cold voice and raised his steps towards Bald Liang. Seeing that he could not escape, the bald beam glanced at Yufei next to him, and with a ruthless heart, his body sprang up and pushed Yufei, while fleeing to the side with his hands and feet. Yufei behind is originally a broken guardrail is not high balcony, this time by bald beam hard push. Scared to scream, the whole person staggered and fell toward the balcony. Xia Dongyang was shocked, also do not care about the bald beam. In an instant the speed will explode to the existing extreme. In Yufei falling, his right hand can pull her wrists, while his left hand is dead grasp on the outside of a rebar. The two of them just so hanging in mid-air. Yufei from the shock back to God, raised his eyes to see Xia Dongyang actually grabbed himself. The heart of the surprise, but also see Xia Dongyang grabbed is a small rebar. Maybe later the rebar a bend. The two will have to fall. At that moment, she hurriedly shouted, Xia Dongyang, let go. Here is only the third floor. Fall down cannot die, or we all have to fall. Xia Dongyang, however, said in a firm tone, don't say anything, grab my hand with your other hand as well. I can pull you up. Yufei is located in the orientation, naturally cannot see the situation below, but Xia Dongyang see clearly, although this is the third floor, but the following black. With his experience, the height of the following is definitely more than 3 floors. He did not dare to take the risk. Besides, even if it is only the third floor, Yufei fell. Who does not dare to guarantee that it will fall into what? In short, Xia Dongyang will not let go. Yufei listened to his heart touched. Tears wet his eyes once again. This mute man, always touching people like this. Hold on tight, I'll lift you up. Xia Dongyang took a deep breath, because this would have touched his old injury. He felt a tingling soreness in his back. just as Xia Donyang was about to launch his strength to lift Yufei up. Abruptly, the steel bar he grabbed bent downwards, the two of them lurched downwards, and Yufei was scared even more with a terrified scream. The good thing is that the small steel bar is temporarily holed up. This put Xia Donyang also really startled. Feel not fall down. Yufei again shouted, Xia Donyang, let go of it. You want to force again. That steel bar will not be able to withstand. Don't talk, to fall we fall together. Xia Donyang gritted his teeth and said. He was also just showing his determination. But in Yufei's ears, it became a different feeling. This is clearly a confession when sharing the same life and death. Ah! For a moment, she forgot all about her fear and couldn't help but smile happily. Xia Donyang was stunned. This woman. This time to laugh for what? But he did not think too much. Arm force slowly Yufei to the top. At the same time, the small steel bar is also slowly downward bending. It was not easy to get Yufei up. Xia Donyang breathed a sigh of relief. The other hand to the side to grab. Suddenly, that small steel bar completely bent into vertical. He might as well. The hand is not good at all to ride the force. The body will fall downward. Xia Donyang, Yufei let out a cry of shock. In the nick of time, Xia Donyang's left hand grabbed another rebar, and a hand also reached from the side and grabbed his right hand. Xia Donyang raised his eyes, but the visitor said, Did I come at the right time? Yufei saw Xia Donyang stabilized, and see who the visitor is. A jump to the throat of the heart is considered to be loosened. Xia Donyang quickly climbed up. Of course, for him, this point of the thrill is just a small thing. After the robbery, Yufei can no longer control their emotions. A jump to Xia Donyang's arms. Dead hold Xia Donyang, crying, Xia Donyang, I thought we would die. I thought you. Oh. Xia Donyang raised his hand and patted Yufei's shoulder. Comforted, General Yu. Well, everything is over. It's okay. On the side, that visitor laughed. I say, should I not evade it? Only then did Yufei let go of Xia Donyang. A pretty face scarlet, long and curved eyelashes still hung with crystallized teardrops, obviously humiliated by the visitor's sentence. Looking at the visitor, she then asked, Officer Fu, why did you come over? Yes, the person who came was surprisingly Fu Qingshan. This black light, she obviously wouldn't have come to this place to take a walk. Fu Qingshan only said, of course it was your man who informed me. Indeed, she was called by Xia Donyang, and the message that Xia Donyang had sent earlier in the cab car was the one that notified her. As soon as Yufei heard Fu Qingshan's words, she immediately turned red with shame and slightly lowered her head, not daring to look at Xia Donyang at all. But she didn't explain anything. Which knows? Xia Donyang, thinking that this can be related to Yufei's reputation, quickly explained, Officer Fu, you misunderstood. I'm not her man. Shy Yufei heard cannot help but curse, fool, wooden head. You do not see people have not explained? Although Fu Qingshan is a male character, but is an outsider. See, understand. This is also cannot help but cursing Xia Donyang. This Dudan Moncler outlet. Do not see the other girls are shy. Obviously interested in you. You are still in a hurry to explain what strength. Really do not understand the style. However, Fu Qingshan also did not bother much. After all, this children's love affair, and she cannot be related. She turned to go to Xia Donyang, previously placed in the dark cell phone, picked up, and then looked at, nodded, well, good. The recording process is complete. The effect is very good. Yufei was a bit puzzled when she heard this, and hurriedly looked up and asked, Officer Fu, what's going on here? Fu Qingshan turned on the Bluetooth to transfer the video to his cell phone while saying, it's not that simple. Do you think that with his stature, he would have been violently beaten by these few trash like that? Oh, by the way, just ran those guys, has been my colleagues downstairs to control. Xia Donyang reason to do so, is completely in order to more fully charge to their criminal evidence, and then hand it over to our police hands, so that they get the due sanction, but also for you to completely solve the worries, security risks. Listen to the words of Fu Qingshan, fought Xia Donyang in order to solve their own worries, even endured that a beating. Yufei's whole heart is almost melted, tears cannot help but roll out, even if Fu Qingshan on the side, she cannot help but once again fell in Xia Donyang's arms, tightly embraced Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang was stunned, this how to cry again, looked at Xia Donyang froze there. Fu Qingshan could not help but shake his head. There is a kind of hate for the meaning of steel. This fool cannot see that the woman is touched to him, do not know to embrace people, which knows that the next moment, Xia Donyang but said, well Mr. Yu, I help Officer Fu to deal with the scene. Fu Qingshan heard, stumbled on his feet, almost did not fall to the ground, and immediately even shook his head, sighed, this fool is completely hopeless. Just as Xia Donyang was helping Fu Qingshan to deal with the scene, he suddenly had a feeling of being spied on. He hurriedly followed the feeling and looked. and saw a dark shadow flashing in the dark. Could it be that Su Qiming still has people? But it doesn't make sense. Just now he was tied up. If there is someone behind him, he should also come out. But if it wasn't Su Qiming's people, who would be peering? What are you looking at? Fu Qingxian noticed that Xia Donyang had been looking to the right and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Xia Donyang shook his head and spoke. Not long after, Xia Donyang and Yu Fei were also brought to the police station together. But this time they went as witnesses, recording statements and going through the procedures. This time Su Qiming was considered to be completely planted. When the two out of the police station, the time is already 10 o'clock at night. Standing in front of the police station, Yu Fei stroked some messy hair, said, Xia Donyang, thank you for saving me once again. Xia Donyang lit a cigarette and only said, Mr. Yu is polite. I also have a responsibility in this matter. Xia Donyang, can you not call me General Manager Yu? Yu Fei suddenly changed the topic and spoke. Then what is it called? Call me by my name. Not quite appropriate, right? Xia Donyang felt that Yu Fei was the director of the company. Calling out her name was indeed inappropriate. How could he know that Yu Fei wanted him to not be so rusty? What's inappropriate? We have gone through all this. Are we not considered friends? Call a friend's name. That's normal. Seeing Yu Fei say this, Xia Donyang didn't think much about it and nodded his head. Alright then. Then try shouting it. Xia Donyang felt a bit headstrong. This shouting a name is just a name. You still need to try? However, he didn't dwell on it, and immediately shouted softly, Yu Fei. But it always felt a bit awkward. Yu Fei listened as if a small child got some beloved toy. Sweetheart. But looking at Xia Donyang's white shirt on the dirty traces, she remembered that Xia Donyang had just been injured, and immediately said with a tense face, Let's go. You are injured. Let's go to the hospital. Let the doctor give you a good check. Xia Donyang shook his head and said, It's all superficial wounds. I have thick skin. It's okay, just go back and deal with it. Is it really not in the way? I see that you just bled on your head. It's better to go to the hospital. Rest assured. Yu Fei was still a little worried. Xia Donyang was clear about his own situation. Those few sticks did not hurt him much, so he said again, It's really fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. Seeing Xia Donyang insisted, Yu Fei also no longer forced. So he said, Then you certainly have not eaten dinner. Let's go eat. Xia Donyang, however, shook his head and said, No, Mr. Zhao hasn't eaten yet. I said earlier that I would go back and cook for her. When Yu Fei heard this, she couldn't help but say, Xia Donyang, are you a bodyguard or a nanny? Mr. Zhao's foot is injured. It's not convenient. Xia Donyang said, then changed the topic and said, By the way, Yu Fei, Mr. Zhao said earlier that he wanted to ask you to go over to discuss about the matter after that email translation failed. She really said that? Yu Fei raised her eyes and asked. Obviously, she was still looking forward to it, and after calming down a little, there was nothing between the girlfriends. Xia Donyang nodded and said, Of course, come on, let's go back together. First went to the shopping mall nearby and picked up the car. Xia Donyang drove the car and drove Yu Fei towards Zhao Shuiyan's home. After entering the gate of the villa area, Xia Donyang then said, Yu Fei, don't say to Mr. Zhao about your kidnapping later. Why? Yu Fei naturally asked obediently. The translation failed. General Manager Zhao is definitely in a bad mood, and after quarreling with you, she's in an even worse mood. If she knows about your kidnapping, she'll definitely feel guilty and blame herself in her heart. And anyway, the matter is over, so there's no need to let her know. This was also the reason why Xia Donyang didn't tell Zhao Shuiyan before. Once Yu Fei heard this, she couldn't help but say, Xia Donyang, would your bodyguard be a little too considerate for his employer? To be honest, this moment Yu Fei heart some mo taste. Frankly speaking, Zhao Shuiyan to Xia Donyang is not good. Language is many times rebuke, before is imposed blame. But Xia Donyang still everywhere for her. Is it just because of the signing of the bodyguard contract? And their own, which are showing so obvious. But Xia Donyang is like a wood general. Do not understand anything. This treatment will not be too big a difference? Xia Donyang naturally couldn't hear the sourness in Yu Fei's tone and said, I will consider whatever I can. This is my job. At this moment, Yu Fei suddenly had an urge to hire Xia Donyang as a bodyguard. Between conversations, the two arrived outside the villa. Xia Donyang parked his car and knocked on the door, shouting, Mr. Zhao. After a while, the door opened, and at the same time came Zhao Shuiyan's obviously dissatisfied and reproachful voice, You still know to come back? Want to starve me to death? As soon as his words fell, he saw that Yu Fei was actually standing next to Xia Donyang, and immediately became a little embarrassed. However, in an instant, it turned into a surprise, saying, Fei, how come you came back with Xia Donyang? Before Xia Donyang could say anything, Yu Fei said, I was kidnapped. Xia Donyang came to save me just now. Xia Donyang frowned. Didn't he say yes and not say it out loud? Zhao Shuiyan's face changed drastically when she heard this, and asked with a nervous face, Fei, what's going on here? Xia Donyang didn't expect Yu Fei to tell about being kidnapped. Now Zhao Shuiyan's whole body panicked, pulling Yu Fei's hand, and asked with an anxious face, Fei, what the hell is going on? Yu Fei then said what happened before in detail. Zhao Shuiyan couldn't help but listen to her nose. Her eyes went hazy. She couldn't imagine that Xia Donyang ran out so eagerly before, but in order to save her own best friend, and also suffered from that beating, and even nearly fell downstairs. And himself? Just now heard him knocking on the door. Without saying a word, he was ready to start blaming. The more he thought about it, the more Zhao Shuiyan felt that his heart was blocked and uncomfortable. At this time, Yu Fei added, Shuiyan, do you know, when I came back just now, Xia Donyang also specifically told me to not tell you about tonight's incident, but I feel that I should tell you, because he is your bodyguard. And this time, the cause of the incident is still for the company's translation, and he has done far more than an ordinary bodyguard. Shuiyan, honestly, I envy you. Uncle loves you so much and cares about you. Find you a bodyguard. The bodyguard is even thinking of everything for you. You also have a handsome boyfriend who is ready to come back to marry you. It seems that all the good, the heavens have given it to you. Zhao Shuiyan was silent for a while. She is not unreasonable, is not incomprehensible, just, suddenly more than such a male bodyguard, and she has a boyfriend. In exchange for any woman. I'm afraid that will be disgusted, will be difficult, will play on the subject. However, with these days of contact, Zhao Shuiyan's heart also gradually began to accept Xia Donyang, coupled with the father's side of the reason. And now Yu Fei's account. Zhao Shuiyan even more feel that Xia Donyang has a lot of desirable features. Immediately said, Fei, you're right. Xia Donyang did do more than those bodyguards, and his principles are very strong. Just, my situation you are not unaware. Sometimes this heart is just resistance. In fact, at noon, I have already decided. Let Xia Donyang live in that room. However, he and I are always alone. So, Fei, can you live in to accompany me? Yu Fei was stunned. Could not imagine Zhao Shuiyan would issue such an invitation. But thinking about Xia Donyang and Zhao Shuiyan, which is a lone man and woman, it is indeed inconvenient. Moreover, after the kidnapping, Yu Fei even more felt that Xia Donyang is a man with a responsibility. Heart moved. Happiness is in front of her. She should fight to catch it. So just for a moment, Yu Fei decided, nodded her head and said, yes, freeloading, I'm happy to do it. I knew you were the best. Zhao Shuiyan of course didn't say outright that she was creating an opportunity for Yu Fei and Xia Donyang. That would be too deliberate. Yu Fei also didn't continue this topic. So she said, right, Xia Donyang just said that you asked me to come back to discuss the aftermath of the French company's side. Do you have any ideas for a solution? Zhao Shuiyan heard. Xia Donyang would actually say this to Yu Fei. That is to say, he was helping to ease the relationship between herself and Yu Fei. Her heart's feeling towards Xia Donyang once again raised a little bit, then shook her head and said, there's nothing to think about. I guess it's hard to undo. What about you? Do you have any ideas? No, the important thing is still that email. We don't know the specific content. Thinking about this business, both of them felt strange pity, sitting on the sofa and started to study that email. Mr. Zhao, Yu Fei, get ready to eat. Xia Donyang carried the dishes and shouted to Zhao Shuiyan and the two of them. Yu Fei assisted Zhao Shuiyan towards the dining table. Zhao Shuiyan couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Fei Fei, listening to Xia Donyang shouting your name. You guys aren't dating, are you? Yu Fei's face heated up and only said, which is not true, it's just a change of name. Being able to make that log of his change his call sign is not a small improvement. Take your time. I'll support you. Zhao Shuiyan had learned about Xia Dongyang's stubbornness. At this point, dinner is indeed dinner. The three are also hungry. Coupled with Xia Dongyang, this craft is indeed good. Zhao Shuiyan and Yu Fei have eaten quite a lot, which is then talk about that French company sent over the mail. Cannot help but have some regrets. Xia Dongyang hesitated for a while, but still said, Mr. Zhao, do you want me to look at that email? Zhao Shuiyan and Yu Fei, who were exchanging information, were stunned at the same time, and then turned their heads at the same time to look at Xia Dongyang. And Yu Fei asked first, Xia Dongyang, could it be that you know French? Some. Xia Dongyang nodded and said. Yu Fei immediately rejoiced. That's really great. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me either. Xia Dongyang said helplessly. Zhao Shuiyan couldn't help but emphasize. Xia Dongyang, this email is no joke. How sure are you? I'll have to read it. Xia Dongyang never spoke too much, but listening to the language and attitude of the two women, Yu Fei was trusting Xia Dongyang without any hesitation, while Zhao Xueyan was not. But no matter how their attitude was, for the matter of Xia Dongyang knowing French, the two women's hearts were surprised. After all, both of them knew that Xia Dongyang was just an ordinary soldier. How could he know French? Yu Fei is more nimbly will be the computer over. Opened the mail. The two women are looking forward to. Want to see Xia Dongyang this French level in the end how? Xia Dongyang quickly browsed through the mail. Yu Fei on the side couldn't help but ask, Xia Dongyang, how is it? Can you translate it? Zhao Xueyan was also a little nervous. After all, if it is translated now, counting the time is still today. To the French company side, perhaps there is still room for salvation. Xia Dongyang nodded and said, Can. Is it written on paper? Or read directly? Write it on paper. Zhao Xueyan and the two of them said almost simultaneously, Take a pen and paper. Xia Dongyang said with a stretch of his hand. Due to Zhao Xueyan's foot injury, walking inconvenience, Yu Fei hurriedly got up and brought the paper and pen. The two women sat on Xia Dongyang's left, sat on Xia Dongyang's right, just like Xia Dongyang as the backbone. Xia Dongyang holding the pen, almost without hesitation, quickly writing. This translation speed really Zhao Xueyan and Yu Fei shocked a big jump. This is where the translation clearly is copying not to mention Zhao Xueyan. At this moment even Yu Fei cannot help but be a little skeptical. Xia Dongyang will not be scribbling However, when the two looked at the paper, the heart is a shock, only to see the white paper. Xia Dongyang's word form square, but also into the wood. Some strokes more such as iron painting silver hooks, give a person a kind of sharp sword to hide the feeling of sharpness, as his character in general, at first glance, mute, in fact, resolute and bold. Zhao Xueyan too completely unexpected Xia Dongyang's words will write so well. Xia Dongyang only said, inside some of the industry's terminology, I still retain. You should be able to read. Zhao Xueyan and the two of them nodded, and when they specifically looked at the translated content, their hearts were even more surprised, because what Xia Dongyang had translated was exactly what they had mentioned before when they first communicated with the French company. That is to say, Xia Dongyang translation is not wrong. A question at the same time surfaced in Zhao Xueyan and Yu Fei mind. Xia Dongyang in the end what is a person? Just an ordinary veteran. But an ordinary veteran. French can be so professional? At this time, Xia Dongyang's hand stopped. The translation ended. Zhao Xueyan and the two of them could not care about marveling at Xia Dongyang's French level, and hurriedly looked at the translation carefully. A few minutes later, the two finished reading the translation. Yu Fei couldn't help but say, Humph, it's too much. The conditions on this are clearly intended to make things difficult for us. If we cooperate like that, we won't make much money at all. That's right. It's too insincere, and asking us to give an answer after work. Does this even need an answer? Zhao Xueyan also said. Her tone could not hide her anger. After all, for this email, Yu Fei almost suffered a big loss. And later on, she also caused Su Qiming's matter. Xia Dongyang got up and cleaned up the dishes. Hearing the two women's complaints, he couldn't help but say, in fact, from the looks of this email, the other party should be intentionally trying to suppress you guys, as well as a kind of test. Xia Dongyang, what do you mean by this? Yu Fei couldn't help but ask. Xia Dongyang packed up while saying, to put it simply, it means that the other party actually intends to cooperate with you guys, but wants to seize the first opportunity. So they sent this email over, and if you guys reply before the end of the day today, then you'll be on the weaker side in the future cooperation. Zhao Xueyan too are the elite of the business, the so-called authorities. Now by Xia Dongyang so a little, the two immediately understand over. Zhao Xueyan is even cold voice, damn, even played this trick. Fei, we simply hang him out to dry for a day or two. They will certainly not be able to resist inquiring. At that time, the first opportunity is on our side. Xia Dongyang couldn't help but smile slightly as he listened. Zhao Xueyan was indeed very business-minded, immediately thinking of a way to turn the other cheek. Yu Fei, however, couldn't help but ask, Xia Dongyang, how did you see their trick? A wild guess. Xia Dongyang casually said, picked up the bowl and walked towards the kitchen. Yu Fei looked at Zhao Xueyan inside. Xueyan, where did your dad find Xia Dongyang from? He can fight, cook, speak French, and his business skills are still very strong. Where is this a bodyguard? It's simply an all-round king. I don't know. Zhao Xueyan was also surprised at Xia Dongyang's ability, such as Xia Dongyang's strong ability. How could he be willing to be his bodyguard? Just based on his level of French business acumen, a year is definitely more than $1 million a year. Where did dad find him from? Could it be, as Fei suspects, that he is the child or disciple of a close friend of Dad's, and that he has had some kind of child marriage with me since he was a child? No, no, this is too bloody. No, must make a phone call to ask Dad. These thoughts quickly flashed in Zhao Xueyan's mind. Yu Fei added, I think only let him do bodyguard. Is really too condescending? Our company now has a lot of internal problems, especially the personnel department of Mao Changgang, leaning on the old, many times to do things are Yang Fomin. Hands are not clean, simply as the company's moth. Should let Xia Dongyang this kind of just and upright people, to go to this crooked wind to kill down. Zhao Xueyan listened to the beautiful eyes cannot help but turn. Honestly, Yu Fei this proposal, she has some heart, but Xia Dongyang this elm brain, can deal with Mao Changgang that old oil? So only said, I think about it again. The size of the company is not small. Mao Changgang is an old employee. Under the own a bunch of beloved. Rashly move him, I'm afraid the involvement will not be small. Not to mention, the company now has a few projects at a critical moment. Cannot make civil unrest. Yu Fei also did not force, after all, the company's such a big event, or by Zhao Xueyan themselves to make the decision. She is just to mention the opinion. Time is over. Zhao Xueyan and Yu Fei returned to the room. The first floor only left Xia Dongyang one person. Sitting in this strange room, tonight is considered to be his official stay in the villa. However, this is for Xia Dongyang. The mentality did not make any waves. For him, sleeping inside the house and outside the house, there is not much difference. At most, the inside can take a shower and cover the quilt. Early the next morning, most of the citizens are still asleep. The entertainment morning paper exploded with an explosive news about Jade diva Lu Qianshan being abandoned by her boyfriend on the street. The diva was in tears and shifted her anger to her agent with the heavy news. The colorful text, but also openly with a few pictures. Looks like it is still absolutely not opening a picture. The content of the whole rely on editing format. If Xia Dongyang was there, he must have recognized that the hero in the picture was exactly himself. In fact, the situation on the picture was that yesterday, Xia Dongyang was in a hurry to save Yu Fei, and he met Lu Qianshan by chance. So Lu Qianshan let Zhang Meiping drive him. However, in the car, Zhang Meiping's tone and attitude is obviously very unfriendly. Xia Dongyang will get off the car early to play, which has Lu Qianshan anxious to cry, and retain the situation. I can't imagine that it was just the paparazzi to shoot down. This broadcast out, the entertainment circle is immediately exploded pot. In Zhao Xueyan Villa's left diagonal opposite villa, Zhang Meiping's phone is almost burst, which is mostly for some of the Lu Qianshan endorsement of the company. After all, in the entertainment circle, single and not single, that fans treat your attitude is very different, especially after Lu Qianshan debut, was named Jade Queen of Heaven, which suddenly spread out on the street was dumped by her boyfriend, which will have a big impact on the reputation. Then needless to say, the fans will surely be even more off a place. Damn it, immediately go and find out for me, which family's paparazzi reported this. Take money and smash it for me, smash it until he changes his words. On the sofa inside the villa, Zhang Meiping heavily slammed her cell phone on the coffee table and said to her bodyguard, Dong, who was wearing a black suit next to her. Okay, Sister Ping. Dong nodded once and prepared to go out. Wait, Zhang Meiping, however, suddenly called out to that Dong, and couldn't help but think, yesterday, I ran into that kid, and got off the car and was photographed. Would this be too much of a coincidence? Could it be that this is a bureau arranged by that kid, with the purpose of targeting Qianshan? The more Zhang Meiping thought, the more she felt that it was possible. She habitually lit a lady's cigarette, pacing in the living room, heavily spitting out a mouthful of eye circles. She turned her back to Dong and hooked her hand with the cigarette. Dong immediately understood and walked behind her. Only then did Zhang Meiping say softly, You go and secretly check the kid on the picture. He said he was working as a security guard in this villa area. Get him back to me. I want to see which side he is on. Remember, don't let Miss know. Okay, Sister Ping. Dong nodded and went down. Zhang Meiping frowned, in a very bad mood, thinking, catch Xia Dongyang. You must let him know that there are some people that you can't afford to mess with. And even more so, you can't die them. After a morning exercise, Xia Dongyang went back to his room and simply took a shower. While upstairs Zhao Xueyan and Yu Fei were not yet up, idly and without anything to do, Xia Dongyang opened the refrigerator and looked at it. There were eggs, noodles, tomatoes, so he was busy in the kitchen, standing by the window, smoking a cigarette while waiting for the water to open. Xia Dongyang could not help but think, after the sister's surgery, how to take care of her. Can't always trouble Li Jingjing. It seems that you have to go to the hospital to ask for a caregiver. This thought together, his heart is even more a burst of guilt. After all, again, please take care of his sister, which has their own care carefully. What are you thinking about? Yu Fei, who had come to the kitchen door, couldn't help but ask when she saw that she was obviously lost in thought. Xia Dongyang retrieved his thoughts, hastily extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said, Mr. Yu, good morning. Yu Fei smiled after hearing this and reminded, you forgot what to call me? Yu Fei. Xia Dongyang hurriedly changed his words, but in his heart, he was a little puzzled as to what Yu Fei was emphasizing this appellation for. What were you thinking about just now? So mesmerized? Yu Fei nodded in satisfaction, and then asked, thinking randomly. Xia Dongyang casually said, at this time, the water boiled. He hurriedly uncovered the lid of the pot, and asked in passing, is Mr. Zhao up? Is her foot better? Up? On the living room sofa? Basically nothing serious. Yu Fei saw that Xia Dongyang obviously didn't want to talk about it and didn't pursue it, so she asked, are you making tomato and egg noodles? How much are you eating? Xia Dongyang asked as he held the noodles. 1 or 2 is about right. So is Shui Yan. When Xia Dongyang threw the noodles in the pot and stirred them apart with chopsticks, Yu Fei asked, Xia Dongyang, you shouldn't have to cook in the army, right? This handful of your cooking skills, where did you learn it? Learned it from my mom. Your handiwork is so good. Auntie's handiwork is definitely even better. I don't know if I'll have the honor to try Auntie's handiwork in the future. When Yu Fei said this sentence, she intentionally or unintentionally observed Xia Dongyang's expression. Her sentence was actually to test Xia Dongyang's attitude. After all, to be able to bring a girl to your home for dinner, the significance is different. Xia Dongyang said in a somewhat low and hoarse tone. There's no chance. Yu Fei heard Xia Dongyang actually did not hesitate to say so. The heart of a burst of disappointment, breathless a sound, but suddenly saw Xia Dongyang bleak eyes. She immediately recalled, before and Xia Dongyang went out to look for an interpreter. The car. She also mentioned Xia Dongyang's parents when Xia Dongyang was also such a bleak look. Could it be? Yu Fei vaguely guessed what, but she did not ask again, but said, face familiar? I'll help you. In her heart, she was thinking that she would never mention Xia Dongyang's parents again. Xia Dongyang is also back. The two a bowl over, a clip noodles. Sitting on the living room sofa, Zhao Shuiyan saw Xia Dongyang and Yu Fei get along with the pleasant situation. Her heart is also slightly comforted. Their own this best friend, finally considered to be fixed. However, thinking about her own best friend's complicated family, she couldn't help but worry for the two. If Xia Dongyang and Yu Fei really came together, the pressure and obstacles they would face in the future was really too great. Shui Yan, come, taste the flavor of Xia Dongyang's bottom. At this time, Yu Fei came out first with 2 bowls of noodles. When Zhao Shuiyan heard this, her pretty face immediately turned green. The whole person instantly became bad. How to talk? Can't you just say it all? But looking at Yu Fei obviously did not realize the mistake. Zhao Shuiyan only ate a boring loss. Sighed their own this girlfriend. How is so lack of heart? She suddenly felt that she had pulled Yu Fei over to live here. Was this decision good or bad? There was no way. She also only had to get up and slowly walk towards the dining room. Xia Dongyang subconsciously looked at Zhao Shuiyan, and saw that although she was walking a little slower, it should not be much of a problem. Well, Xia Dongyang, your craftsmanship down here is very good. Hey, go open a noodle shop. Business must be very good. After Yu Fei tasted 2 mouthfuls, she was full of praise, but Zhao Shuiyan, who was on the side, listening to this heartless bosom friend, even mentioning the word below again, she instantly felt that the delicious noodles in her mouth became a bit strange. She hurriedly shook her head and quickly ate, but she didn't know that Yu Fei was the one who asked, Shui Yan, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Zhao Shuiyan didn't want to hear Yu Fei's mouth explode with any lack of heart words again, and hurriedly said, it's fine, eat quickly, work time is almost here. Oh, Yu Fei didn't think twice. The 3 of them quickly finished eating the noodles. Xia Dongyang packed up the dishes and chopsticks. Before they had time to wash them, they were rushed by Zhao Shuiyan, who was a workaholic, so they had to throw the dishes and chopsticks in the sink. Li Jingjing ate breakfast. Boring flipped the cell phone browser, then saw the news about Lu Chanqian, now high school students, chasing the star of a lot, as a teacher, so she also followed the knowledge of Lu Chanqian, this jade diva. At first, she did not care, but when she saw the picture, she was immediately shocked, hurriedly put down the hands of the 8 treasure kanji spoon, 2 fingers to touch the screen. The picture will be enlarged. Immediately she was sure, the photo of the male protagonist will be Xia Dongyang. Li Jingjing's fire all of a sudden came up, immediately dialed Xia Dongyang's phone, and at this time, Xia Dongyang is driving Yu Fei's car, carrying Zhao Shuiyan and Yu Fei to the company's road, because Zhao Shuiyan's car is still in the hospital underground parking lot. The phone rang. Xia Dongyang did not pick up. After all, Driving on the phone is not a good habit. More violation of traffic rules. But the phone is like a rush. The other party just do not hang up. Xia Dongyang heart trembled. Is not the sister side of the unexpected situation? At this time, sitting in the back of Zhao Shuiyan is also seen Xia Dongyang driving not to answer the phone. Good habits. Heart secretly appreciated. However, Xia Dongyang that phone are automatically hung up twice. She had to say, Xia Dongyang, pull over, pick up the phone and then say, thank you, Mr. Zhao. Xia Dongyang nimbly pulled over and stopped the car. And at a glance, it was Li Jingjing who called. His heart panicked even more, and he only said, hey, Li. However, he called or not yet shouted. The phone. Li Jingjing will split the face of the curse. Xia Dongyang, you are still not a person. Sister in the hospital. In 2 days will be operated. But you do not see people all day long. Always say what work is busy. Work is busy. The result is to pick up chicks. But also pick up a star chick. Line. You can afford to stand winter green. Can afford to ante? Xia Dongyang was stunned. Not an accident on his sister's side. His heart settled down. Followed by a bewildered, puzzled, asked, Mr. Li, I don't understand what you're talking about? Don't understand? Li Jingjing sneered and only said, you wait, I'll send it to you right away. A few seconds later, Xia Dongyang received 3 pictures. When he saw the pictures, he couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this the situation yesterday when he got off the car and Lu Qianxian chased him off the car after being photographed? In the picture, Lu Qianxian pulled his arm, a face of emergency. One of them as he shook off Lu Qianxian's hand. The camera captured very much in place, and finally gave Lu Qianxian's face a close-up. That tearful, seems to have suffered a lot of aggression, especially looking at the back of the text description, said what Jade Diva on the street was dumped by her boyfriend. He is feeling a burst of inexplicable. However, he is even more surprised. Lu Qianxian is a big star, or a diva. This sneak peek of the guy, is definitely the heart of the matter. This guy who stole the photo, definitely has a deep heart and is very good at winning people's attention. Immediately after, Li Jingjing questioned, Xia Dongyang, just say it's not you? It's me. Xia Dongyang graciously admitted, and then said, but, Li Jingjing strongly interrupted the words of Xia Dongyang, said, Xia Dongyang, count me wrong you. I also help you to lie to Dongqing. Said you are busy at work, this time in the field business trip. The result is, you are in the bubble girl. You say, if it is seen by the Dongqing, what should she think? Xia Dongyang felt a burst of headache, and hurriedly explained, Teacher Li, things are not the way you see. It's not that I dumped her. It's, however, before he finished his words, Li Jingjing stammered, oh my god, could it be that Lu Qianxing dumped you? Ah, Xia Dongyang, I finally know where your money came from, although it is for the sake of Dongqing, but I still look down on you. In order to money, you can sell a man's dignity? For the sake of money, you would rather be a gigolo. Xia Dongyang, I despise you. She finished, directly hung up the phone. Xia Dongyang looked at the phone. The whole person is confused. Xia Dongyang looked at the phone. The whole person is dumbfounded. After several seconds before coming back to God, he felt that his brain revolutions completely unable to keep up with Li Jingjing. This turn also turned too fast. For Li Jingjing's misunderstanding, Xia Dongyang is a burst of helplessness, but to say for Li Jingjing it, his heart is only grateful. After all, the mother died those days, she accompanied her sister to come through. Now, the sister hospitalized, they do not have time to take care of, but also she took the time to go over to help take care of. To say that Li Jingjing figure what? Xia Dongyang think, his family nothing she can figure. The only explanation is, Li Jingjing is a teacher of that sense of responsibility, love, noble teacher ethics and professionalism. So no matter how Liana scolded, Xia Dongyang will not be angry, not to mention that she will not talk back. After all, Liana angry is for the winter green. Not to mention, Liana had also said that her mother dying, had asked her to take care of her sister. That is to say, Liana is a dying man, with the holy decree. Xia Dongyang, who is that? Yufei who was sitting in the back row couldn't help but ask when she saw that Xia Dongyang was a bit lost in thought, because she just clearly heard, Xia Dongyang phone, is a woman's voice, and the tone is obviously not very good, so she is still curious. Xia Dongyang is not that there is no girlfriend, but if it is not a girlfriend, can be so reprimanded him? Xia Dongyang only said, a friend, made a little misunderstanding. Xia Dongyang did not want to mention his sister's hospitalization. Otherwise, with Yufei's character, he would definitely try to help in the name of saving his life. For one thing, he saved Yufei did not want to ask Yufei to repay anything. For another, he felt that he owed Li Jingjing's kindness was already enough. He could not owe Yufei. After all, This world is the most difficult to return the favor. How could Yufei not see that Xia Dongyan wasn't willing to say more? So she didn't ask anymore. As for Zhao Xueyan, it would be even less likely to ask about Xia Dongyan's personal matters. When the three came to the building, the vast majority of the building employees have clocked in to work. Will Zhao Xueyan and Yufei, two people sent to the lobby door? Xia Dongyang before going to the parking. The building has an underground parking lot. However, in the side there is also a special for the building's bosses to provide a special parking space. At the same time, on the other side of the building, Ma Chengkai is reprimanding two security guards. Two security guards, a fat and a thin. It is before in the hall. By Wang Lily command to deal with Xia Dongyang, but then played out the two guys of the movie star talent. Also do not know how these two movie star, and how to mess with Ma Chengkai. Inadvertently, the angry Ma Chengkai just happened to glance at Zhao Xueyan and Yufei get off the car. Xia Dongyang went to park the car scene. His whole face at once more black. The heart hate cursed, martyr. Xia Dongyang, you even dare to open the old man you beauty's car, but also so early to send her to work. Murphy? No, it's impossible. They can't live together. So it's possible so fast? Ma Chengkai's heart is going to break. The whole person is going crazy. Angry face muscle is a tremor. That thin security guard, a concerned face, asked, Brother Ma, are you alright? When Ma Chengkai heard this, he was even more furious and growled. I'm fine, but I'm also pissed off by you two idiots. Get the hell out of here and go on patrol. Okay. The two guys nodded at the same time, and then ran away in a puff of smoke. Ma Chengkai look even more want of blood. This is really too living treasure. Do not know how to run to this building security team, thinking of dismissing them, but these two guys and quite obedient. At least the smoke is playing hard, is with the stupid. But at the moment or first leveled this Xia Dongyang say, his thoughts turned sharply. Suddenly his eyes thief bright a bit, and then took out the phone. To Lu Xiaoyun sent a WeChat, Lu Xiao. I found that Xia Dongyang and Zhao Xueyan surprisingly cohabitation. He is naturally making false accusations out of nothing, but it is not completely wrong, because now Xia Dongyang is indeed living in Zhao Xueyan's villa. In a sense, it is also considered cohabitation. These 2 days, Lu Xiaoyun nothing. Ma Chengkai thought to add a fire to the top, and sure enough, Lu Xiaoyun immediately returned. He cannot jump for long. Tonight I not only want to hold the beauty, but also to the boy to waste, thrown out of Jianyang. Ma Chengkai look, heart was very happy, and quickly returned. Lu Xiaowu, the back also attached a biceps unicorn arm picture. Following that, he thought, it seems that Lu Xiaoyun tonight is a big action. Xia Dongyang these days, moving fists but not work. You have to use your brain However, I hope you better be able to carry Lu Xiaoyun. Don't fall down so easily. How to bite the Lu family too. Otherwise it is too meaningless. On this side, Xia Dongyang of course does not know. She is just driving Yufei's car, sending Zhao Xueyan and Yufei to work, which becomes another reason for Ma Chengkai to hate him and count on him. Hello Assistant Xia. As soon as Xia Dongyang stepped into the hall, the reception beauty Yu Xiaoyu sweetly greeted her. Hello. Xia Dongyang still responded as a polite gentleman. After the brief greeting, there were no other words. Looking at Xia Dongyang straight back walking towards the stairs, Yu Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with admiration and devotion. Taking the elevator to the office floor, he went directly to his office. Just as Yufei also took some documents from the office, ready to go to Zhao Xueyan's office. Yufei knew that Xia Dongyang was Zhao Xueyan's bodyguard, and if Zhao Xueyan was in the office, that was when Xia Dongyang was the most relaxed and also the most bored. So he asked, if you feel bored, you can go to the rest of the company to turn around and familiarize yourself with the environment. Xia Dongyang, however, shook his head and said, no, my mission is to protect Mr. Zhao, and without anything special, I will have to guard here. Yufei nodded. For Xia Dongyang's firm attitude towards his work, her heart was very appreciative. As she said to Zhao Xueyan before, she was a little jealous of Zhao Xueyan, being able to find a bodyguard like Xia Dongyang who thought of his employer in every way. At this time, Xia Dongyang opened the office door, which no opened the door to see the ground, a pile of colorful envelopes, and which is also mostly pink. He was stunned. What is the situation? Yufei, who wanted to go to Zhao Xueyan's office, could not help but stop and look at the pile of envelopes curiously. Looking at the pile of colorful envelopes, Xia Dongyang froze for a few seconds, stooped down and picked up an envelope at random. Yufei also curiously came to the side to look at. See, inside is actually a photo, and still a woman's photo. The woman looks 23 or 24 years old, a goose egg face, a head of flaxen curly hair, dress fashionable, body alluring, very few gestures, the most important, she also did a beak flying kiss look. Yufei on the side, immediately could not help but exclaimed, What is this? Xia Donyang, are you and her honk? Xia Donyang raised the photo and said with a surprised face. I don't know her at all. Don't know her? Then what does this mean? Yu Fei was a bit unconvinced and raised the photo in her hand, but she unintentionally saw the back of the photo and hurriedly said, there seems to be words on the back. Xia Donyang hurriedly turned it over, only to see that it read, Xia Da Handsome, I'm Lin Shanshan from the Public Relations Department of Tianli Company. You are the most handsome and manly man I've ever seen. 137. This is my phone number. Is also my micro signal. Today at 6:30 p.m., I am in the negative second floor 352 parking space waiting for you. You can be sure to come. Oh, do not see. Waiting for you. The back also fell a fiery red lip print. That is very provocative. Yu Fei looked at the heart of a tremor. This is not obvious. Obviously this Lin Shanshan wanna chase Xia Donyang. Her heart a sense of crisis arose. Immediately could not help but deliberately joked. Xia Donyang. Line so popular so soon there is a beautiful woman took the initiative to ask you about it. It seems that this is a minute you have to get off the single rhythm how about it? When will you send the wedding candies? Yu Fei said this. In fact, the heart is very sour. But Xia Donyang said flatly, this should be sent to the wrong place. Recognize the wrong person. Yu Fei smiled. Her eyes glanced at the rest on the ground, at least 40 or 50 more envelopes, and said, could it be that all of these were sent to the wrong place? In fact, when Xia Donyang said that just now, he himself didn't believe it, and without waiting for him to speak, Yu Fei added, why don't we take a look at the others? She said, bent down and grabbed a large envelope up. Xia Donyang for Yu Fei. But there are 2 times to save his life, but also is more her Yu Fei heart is the object of assessment. This time, seeing so many envelopes actively seeking an appointment with Xia Donyang, she would like to see, this company, this building, in the end, how many enemies are hidden. She quickly opened a few envelopes, only to see each envelope, almost all put a woman's photo, some envelopes and even several, and are life photos, art photos and so on. In short, how beautiful on how to take photos. After each photo, are accompanied by a woman's name, some are even a small name is written on it. Naturally, what the phone number, QQ number, the micro signal of the even less, finally summarized, that are wanting to make friends with Xia Donyang. Dating, some of the more daring, is to say that they want to marry Xia Donyang, to Xia Donyang have children. Looking at those envelopes, a hot body, good posture beauty, and their blunt and bold words, Xia Donyang heart shocked very much. Now the girls are what? Indeed, in the army for 8 years, he is in addition to training is to carry out the mission. Many times in the forest of bullets to survive. Life is almost completely disconnected from the city life. More rarely contact with urban girls, not to mention understanding of the urban girls' ideas now. Even if he and the girls chat don't know how to open the conversation, not to mention know what can be said. However, Xia Donyang has a point or grasp very much. A lot of soldiers retired from the battlefield. There are sequelae of war. At least he has not. Xia Donyang is shocked. Yu Fei on the side is looking hate to tear all these envelopes. However, in front of Xia Donyang, she still maintains a generous demeanor, smiled and asked, Xia Donyang, so many beautiful women about you. What are you going to do next? Yu Fei was very curious about Xia Donyang's current thoughts, the first time he encountered being so many girls at the same time about the matter. Even if Xia Donyang is the king of soldiers, at this moment is also a face of confusion. Pondered for a moment. He also really do not know how to deal with it, thinking that the only good thing is not to pay attention to it. Then said, just put it. He said, bent down to pick up the remaining envelopes, and flush, but did not open to see. Yu Fei went up and asked, Xia Donyang, don't you choose a pretty point, and then go to the date? These girls are probably all on a whim. Besides, I have no intention of considering this now. Xia Donyang was telling the truth. What he wanted most right now was to cure his sister's disease. As for personal issues, he never thought about it. Yu Fei heard, heart that is mixed, happy is, Xia Donyang will not have thoughts about these photos of the girls. Sad is, Xia Donyang clearly said, now does not intend to consider personal problems. That is to say, they are not even in the scope of consideration. However, she thought, she is now living in Jiaoshuiyan there. Every day in Xia Donyang meet and get along with. As the saying goes, near the water tower first get the moon. How can also cultivate feelings it? At that moment, the heart is also worry-free. Along with the words of Xia Donyang said, yes, men, when the cause is important. And besides, you see these girls, clearly before the gate, saw you and those security guards had a fight. It is estimated that you are only curious. At most, is worship only. You have to know. Now many men are creamy little boy, especially effeminate, and mouth flower. By chance to meet you so a little speech and masculine man. Naturally some novelty. However, this is the beginning of a date. It is really too pompous, too casual, too unpreserved. Xia Dongyang nodded his head at Yufei's statement that was deep in thought. Yufei saw Xia Dongyang nodding her head and hurriedly added, "Anyway, you don't know how to deal with these envelopes, let me help you," said. She also does not care how Xia Dongyang reaction, raised his hand to all the envelopes in the hands, joking, "This dozens of white-collar beauty. It is not possible to Xia Dongyang in the boredom. Find two out. A phone call or a few WeChat. Then contacted. It must be killed in the cradle of hidden trouble." Yufei also no longer gave Xia Dongyang a chance to speak, only said, "Then I'll go to Xu Weiyan's side first." With that, she turned around and quickly walked out the door. Xia Dongyang didn't think much about it. How did he know the little plan in Yufei's heart? Of course, those envelope hostesses were even more unaware of it, and their feelings for Xia Dongyang were just stifled by Yufei. As Yufei said, when Zhao Xueyan work, is the most boring time Xia Dongyang? Look at the time. He is ready to make a phone call to his sister, ask his sister's situation, which no but received a message from Zhao Xueyan. Let him go to the hospital to bring the car back. Xia Dongyang thought, just right, by the way, go to see his sister, get his sister to hire a care, cannot trouble Li Jingjing again. Xia Dongyang returned a good, and then went out of the office. As soon as the elevator opened, he was seeing Zhao Xueyan's secretary Xiao Runan holding a box coming out of the elevator. Assistant Xia, going out? Xiao Runan smiled and took the initiative to ask. Yes, Secretary Xiao. Receiving an express delivery? Xiao Runan was very polite, and Xia Dongyang could see that his office was also cleaned. It should have been arranged by Xiao Runan, so he responded politely. Xiao Runan shook her head and said, "No, it's from Mr. Zhao. I'll go over first. See you later, see you later," Xia Dongyang said. Then he and Xiao Runan staggered past, but his ears vaguely heard 2 drops ringing. He didn't really care, so he entered the elevator. The elevator started down. Xia Dongyang stood upright in the elevator, thinking about the drip-drip sound that he just heard. The more he thought about it, the more he felt wrong. That sound is clearly the sound of a time bomb. Xia Dongyang's face changed abruptly, hurriedly pressed the nearest floor. Once out of the elevator, he first took out the phone to call Zhao Xueyan. At the same time quickly ran towards the walking stairs. This will wait for the elevator. It is simply a waste of time. But Zhao Xueyan's phone has not been answered. Xia Dongyang is anxious. Will speed to the limit of this injured body. Quickly ran toward the upper floors. In Zhao Xueyan's office, Yufei brought over the stack of courting envelopes and placed them on Zhao Xueyan's desk. Zhao Xueyan asked with a surprised face, Fei, what are these? I'm afraid you can't even dream of it. Yufei sold a lie. Zhao Xueyan pondered for a moment, directly took an envelope, opened it. Her face was instantly startled. Her eyes swept the rest of the envelopes, and she hesitantly asked, "You can't be saying that all of these letters are written to Xia Dongyang, right? What do you say?" Yufei asked non-committally in return. Zhao Xueyan stared with a look of disbelief and said, "No way. These women are crazy. What point do they see in Xia Dongyang's piece of wood? Besides, writing letters now is just too low." Yufei heard, began to speak for Xia Dongyang, only said, "That is not called wood, but called mature, stable plus persistent. With the current popular words, that is the type of man. Superman, the last time on the terrace of the top-floor restaurant. You are not seen how popular he is. Xia Dongyang just came. They should be do not know his phone number. So use this way." Zhao Xueyan actually still doesn't know until now. Before Xia Dongyang's feat of one person fighting the building's entire security team, Yufei didn't say it to her, and the rest of them naturally had even less of a chance to say it to her. But listening to Yufei's words, Zhao Xueyan nodded her head and said with a smile, yes, he is your savior. Of course everything is good. But Fei, I'm very curious. These letters are all written to Xia Dongyang. How come all of them are here with you? Yufei heard. The face could not help but be stunned, and then said with some urgency, this, Xia Dongyang he is do not know how to deal with it, so I will help him. As a bosom friend, Zhao Xueyan can't see Yufei's small mind, immediately teased, Fei, you're a little bad what I just think that none of these girls are suitable for him. Yufei forcefully defended. Yes, just you are the most suitable. Zhao Xueyan said along with Yufei's words, but her eyes were full of snickering and teasing. Good, making fun of me right? Poking fun at me right? Yufei immediately stepped forward and was going up and down on Zhao Xueyan. Don't, Fei, spare me. Zhao Xueyan in the hearts of the employees that was the high and cold female president, but in Yufei's place, She was nothing more than a BFF who was particularly afraid of tickling. No! In a flash, Zhao Xueyan begged for mercy. Knock knock. At this time, the knock on the door sounded. The two immediately stopped fighting. Zhao Xueyan glared at Yufei, and then sat up straight, quickly straightened her clothes, and shouted at the door, "Come in." The door opened and it was Xiao Runan who was holding the express box. Mr. Zhao, your express. Okay, thanks. Xiao Runan placed the express on the table, and then backed out, bringing the door with her in the process. Zhao Xueyan immediately got up and took the package over, placing it in front of herself, looking like she couldn't wait to open it. Yufei immediately seized the opportunity to make fun of it. I know it's your handsome man Shang who sent it. Don't be in such a hurry. It won't rob you. Fuck you. Zhao Xueyan couldn't help but spit, but the depths of her beautiful eyes were unable to hide her happiness and joy as she continued to unpack the outside. Alright, I'll leave you alone for now, Yufei said, grabbing those envelopes and preparing to leave. Seeing Zhao Xueyan unwrap the wrapping paper, but seeing that it was a very exquisite box, she couldn't help but think expectantly that Man Shang didn't know what he had sent this time, and with a sweet and expectant mood, she slowly unveiled the box. Bang! However, just at this moment, the office door was suddenly slammed open. Yufei, who was about to walk to the door, was really startled, and was almost hit by the office door. Zhao Xueyan is also scared, hand trembling. The box did not open. Look up, a person rushed in hot and bothered. Not Xia Donyang, and who will be? Xia Donyang. What's wrong? Yufei asked in confusion. The good mood was suddenly interrupted all of a sudden. Zhao Xueyan said in a cold tone since her face was cold. Xia Donyang, you'd better give me an explanation. Xia Donyang looked at the box that hadn't been opened. His heart was relieved, and not caring to answer the words of the two women, he went forward and grabbed the box. Zhao Xueyan looked at the face changed greatly, openly stood up. This is this young lady far overseas boyfriend sent back. You a bodyguard to do what? Immediately, she then rebuked Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang, are you crazy? That is my thing. Give me to put. Bang! However, before her words fell, the exquisite gift box that was grasped in Xia Donyang's hand suddenly exploded. A blood mist sprayed out, and a strong, fishy, pungent odor instantly filled the entire office. Ah! Ah! Zhao Xueyan and Yufei were so scared that they exclaimed at the same time. Zhao Xueyan even subconsciously hid under the desk, while Yufei was so scared that she closed her eyes and crouched down. After a few seconds, Yufei was the first to come back to his senses, slowly opened his eyes, but exclaimed, Xia Donyang, and then hurriedly stood up and rushed towards Xia Donyang. Zhao Xueyan also came back to her senses, hurriedly stood up, but look at the middle of the office. Stood a person covered in blood? That is not Xia Donyang, who else can it be? Zhao Xueyan's heart was shocked, also rushed to Xia Donyang rushed to. Yufei rushed closer, a face of nervousness and worry, almost with a crying voice asked, Xia Donyang, where are you hurt? However, Xia Donyang, who was covered in blood, once he saw Zhao Xueyan rushing over, he didn't rush to pay attention to Yufei, and hurriedly shouted to Zhao Xueyan, Mr. Zhao, don't come over, my body is covered in blood, so don't dirty your clothes. Zhao Xueyan listened to the heart of guilt. From this situation, it seems obvious. Xia Donyang is prior to know that the box has a problem. This is not without reason to take away the box. This is in order to protect themselves. He was blown up into this now. But what about yourself? He had just rebuked her and called him crazy. And now, he himself was injured, and still reconsidered if his clothes had to be soiled. Thinking of this, Zhao Xueyan's nose was sour, tears straight in her eyes. She directly strides towards Xia Donyang, and then asked, where are you injured? Quickly let me see. However, Xia Donyang took 2 steps back and said, Mr. Zhao, don't worry, there's nothing wrong with me. These things stink. It's not good if they get on you. When Zhao Xueyan heard this, she immediately became anxious, almost in the form of a roar, shouting, Xia Donyang, you got it like this to save me. Shouldn't I look at where you're hurt? Do you think that I, Zhao Xueyan, am so pretentious, so spoiled? You stand still for me. I have to look. Xia Donyang only said, actually. However, before he finished speaking, Yufei on the side was also so anxious that she interrupted him, shouting, yes, I must see it too. Stand still. Xia Donyang simply felt that he was not a big deal. Zhao Xueyan didn't need to come over and get dirty. How did he know that she would be so agitated? And at that moment, he could only nod his head helplessly and said, alright. Zhao Xueyan too hurriedly left and right up. Xia Donyang stood still. Let the two women on their own up and down check. Yufei is concerned about where Xia Donyang hurt, and Zhao Xueyan is mostly out of guilt. But no matter what, The two that is on Xia Dongyang check, not less than the airport security check, by two such stunning beauty, up and down a burst of groping. Let Xia Dongyang is a stone, also has the trend of breeding Qi Tian de Shang, he hastened to say, in fact, I am the hand. Well, however, before he could finish, he only felt a tightness in his second head. Xia Dongyang was about to say that he was actually just a little lightly injured in the hand, which knew that the words had not finished, couldn't help but suck in a breath, subconsciously shrinking back. At first heard Zhao Xueyan let out a cry of alarm, a face of panic backward 2 steps. Needless to say, just now is Zhao Xueyan in inattention. In Xia Dongyang body should not grab the place grabbed a small hand. This has also scared her enough. A pretty face that is a red piece. A heart is jumping all the way to the eye of the throat. Have not eaten pork. Have not seen a pig run? How can this be? How will touch is that it? Shy dead people. Zhao Xueyan felt that she really can't stay with Xia Dongyang. Otherwise it will always cause some accidents. Moreover, every time, she is the one who suffers. What's wrong, Yu Fei, who didn't know why, hurriedly stopped and asked. As for Xia Dongyang, as a super beginner this face can't help but heat up, looking at Zhao Xueyan's shy and flustered appearance. His heart is even more inexplicable palpitations. Feeling his body change, he hurriedly said, I'll go back to the office first to change my clothes, said. He then turned around and went out quickly. Yu Fei, as if he was a monk, looked at Xia Dongyang's back, and then looked at Zhao Xueyan, who slightly lowered her head. It was a head of fog. Couldn't help but ask, Xueyan, in the end, what's wrong? It might have touched his wound. He shook just now, Zhao Xueyan forcibly explained. But thinking about Xia Dongyang's unnatural face just now hurrying out, and then thinking about the parts she touched before, she couldn't help but think, that piece of wood wouldn't be unable to resist going to the office toilet to do that? Thinking of this, Zhao Xueyan couldn't help but hit a jolt. A layer of goosebumps rose all over her body at once, and she just felt sick to her stomach. Then where did he hurt? Yu Fei didn't notice her best friend's change in expression. Her mind was now focused on Xia Dongyang. Zhao Xueyan was stunned and only said, It's the leg. Ah, no, it's the hand. Yu Fei stared, a little confused, and asked, Is it a hand or a leg? It's a hand. Yes, it's a hand. Zhao Xueyan deliberately avoided the leg. After all, the leg wasn't far from the place she just touched. Once Yu Fei heard this, she hurriedly asked, Then is he serious? Zhao Xueyan how to know whether it is serious or not, so she could only vaguely say, It shouldn't be serious. You can see that he just walked all right. Yu Fei was stunned. What does it matter if his hand is injured? What does it matter if he walks? But thinking about Xia Dongyang's hurried footsteps just now, it is estimated that he is really fine. At this time, Zhao Xueyan said, Let's go. Let's also go to the restroom to wash up, and then we will go to see him later. On the other side, Xia Dongyang was taking a shower with cold water in the restroom to get rid of that throbbing within his heart, but his mind couldn't help but reminisce about Zhao Xueyan's pinch just now, as well as Zhao Xueyan's shy and delicate appearance. He hurriedly shook his head vigorously to drive away those messy thoughts in his mind. A few minutes later, Xia Dongyang got dressed and came out, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window behind his seat smoking a cigarette, thinking about the package Zhao Xueyan received just now. Bang bang! At this time, a sharp knock sounded on the door, while Yu Fei's urgent voice came, Xia Dongyang, have you finished washing? How is the injury on your hand? Xia Dongyang crushed the cigarette in the ashtray, and then stride over to open the door. Yu Fei won at the door. Once she saw Xia Dongyang open the door, she hastened to say, Quickly let me take a look. Is the injury serious? She said. Without saying anything, she grabbed Xia Dongyang's right hand. Oh look, intact. She hurriedly grabbed Xia Dongyang's left hand again, only to see that there is about 4 or 5 centimeters long mouth in the palm of the hand. Almost cut the flower palms into broken palms, but it's not very deep. Does it hurt? Yu Fei looked at Xia Dongyang with a face full of heartache and asked. Xia Dongyang shook his head and said, It's fine, just a superficial wound. Such a long wound. It's strange if it doesn't hurt. Go to my office. I'll bandage it for you. Yu Fei could not help but pull Xia Dongyang away. Xia Dongyang, however, returned his hand and said, Let's talk about it later. I have to go to Mr. Zhao's office first. It stinks so bad there. What's there to see? Besides, Xueyan is calling out for someone to clean it. When Xia Dongyang heard this, his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly ran towards Zhao Xueyan's office. Yu Fei had a face of uncertainty, but still followed. Xia Dongyang came to Zhao Xueyan's office, and sure enough, he saw that a cleaning AMA was mopping the floor, and he hurriedly shouted, Big sister, wait. The cleaning lady stopped her hand, looked at him with a surprised face. Xia Donyang also did not care about dirtying his shoes again, looking for in those bloodstains. Xia Donyang, what are you looking for? Yu Fei, who followed him, couldn't help but ask. Xia Donyang didn't have the time to answer her. Moreover, the cleaning ammo was beside him, so he didn't say much. Not long after, he did find a small piece of iron under the chair next to him, only to see that it was written on it with white paint. This time it's dog's blood, the next time it's sulfuric acid. Zhao Shuiyan, I wish you a happy life. Where is Mr. Zhao? Xia Donyang turned to Yu Fei and asked. In my office. What's wrong? Yu Fei asked. Go over and talk, Xia Donyang said, and then said to the cleaning ama. Tough on you, big sister. The cleaning ama smiled nervously and said, tough what? This is my job. Anti this work attitude. That is let a person respect. Xia Donyang or the first time to Yu Fei's office. The pattern is basically very Zhao Shui inside is almost the same. Quite big, but she arranged some of her own. It looks very fresh and idyllic, and the same style as her home, giving a person a kind of like returning to the natural feeling. Zhao Shuiyan, sitting on Yu Fei's office chair, is concentrating on looking at the computer screen. This workaholic, this time even have the mind to work. Shuiyan, Yu Fei lightly shouted. Zhao Shuiyan raised her head and looked at Xia Donyang over. Her face couldn't help but be hot, subconsciously avoiding Xia Dongyang's eyes, but Xia Donyang didn't care about those. Directly walked up and handed that patch over, saying, Mr. Zhao, this is what I found in your office. It should have been placed in that box. Zhao Shuiyan glanced at it. Her expression was very calm. Since the moment the gift box exploded, she had already guessed that the box should be the person behind the last time at the construction site, secretly instructing that skinny worker, putting down the decoration box to almost hit her, and finally injuring Xia Donyang. But Yu Fei read the words on that small piece of iron, but was not calm. Righteous indignation cursed, damn, even threatened to have a next time, is too arrogant, should call the police to pull him out. Knock knock. At this time, a knock sounded on the door. Yu Fei turned around and shouted at the door, come in. The door opened. It was Zhao Shuiyan's secretary Xiao Runen, and behind her was a female guard. Surprisingly, it was Fu Qingsheng. After bringing Fu Qingsheng in, Xiao Runen retreated. Officer Fu, why are you here? Yu Fei asked in surprise. Then she turned to Zhao Shuiyan and said, Shuiyan, were you the one who called the police? Zhao Shuiyan nodded. Indeed. In this office, Xia Donyang didn't call the police. Yu Fei herself didn't call the police. There was only Zhao Shuiyan. You guys are also here? Fu Qingsheng looked at Xia Donyang and Yu Fei, a little surprised. Previously, she had dealt with the matter of Zhao Shuiyan being robbed by Bald Liang and the others in the hospital parking lot, and in front of that, she had dealt with the matter of Yu Fei being kidnapped by Su Qiming, so she could not have imagined that Xia Donyang, Zhao Shuiyan, and Yu Fei were actually from the same company. Officer Fu, I'll trouble you to make a trip, Zhao Shuiyan said. Fu Qingsheng smiled and said, this is my job. Tell us what's going on. Zhao Shuiyan briefly talked about this parcel incident. After Fu Qingsheng heard it, she asked professionally, Mr. Zhao, is this the first time you've encountered this similar thing? Zhao Shuiyan shook her head. Not really. Now, the person behind the scene even got to the company. Zhao Shuiyan didn't hide it from Yu Fei. Then, she will be the last time the construction site was almost smashed things. Yu Fei heard, immediately sat down, exclaimed, what? Shuiyan, you have been intimidated before. How did you not tell me? How did you not report it to the police? Zhao Shuiyan patted Yu Fei's hand and said, well, that's not for fear of you worrying. Fu Qingsheng looked at her hand, the small piece of iron that Xia Donyang handed her, and frowned. Last time it was pure shock. This time the box was filled with dog's blood, but this piece of iron also has unknown dangers, especially the moment of the explosion. If Mr. Zhao opens the box head on, it's very likely that he'll be scratched by this piece of iron. So I personally think that the other party has intentionally upgraded the scare for you, Mr. Zhao. From this, next time it's sulfuric acid that can be seen, and the reason why the other party has written it out is because they want to put your life in a state of panic. When Yu Fei heard this, she immediately became nervous and said, Officer Fu, what should we do then? Can we apply for you to send someone to protect Shuiyan? Fu Qingsheng shook her head in embarrassment and said, judging from the current situation, we won't be sending anyone over for now. Zhao Shuiyan also said, there's no need for protection. What I meant by calling the police is that I just want to ask the police to find out who the person behind this is. But, Yu Fei was about to speak again. Zhao Shuiyan, but his eyes glanced at the side of Xia Donyang. Yu Fei immediately realized, yes, is not there Xia Donyang, this bodyguard in the well? His hands are absolutely no less than any police. But thinking about Zhao Shuiyan said before the sight of the matter, as well as just witnessed, Yu Fei heart cannot help but worry about it. This every time to be Xia Donyang to help Zhao Shuiyan block words. Xia Donyang, even if it is again powerful, unknown dangers cannot be prevented. But if you persuade Xia Donyang not to protect Zhao Shuiyan, it is dangerous for Zhao Shuiyan. Yu Fei is not willing to see Zhao Shuiyan hurt. Back 1,000 steps, to Xia Dongyang's persistence and insistence on the work, but also unlikely to leave at this moment. For a time, Yu Fei fell into a contradiction and heartbreak. At this time, Fu Qingxian asked, Zhao General Manager, do you have any object of suspicion? For example, your weekdays at work or in the business world. Offended what people? Take the latest said. Zhao Shuiyan categorically said, I Zhao Shuiyan business, always abide by the law. Honesty first. I think I did not offend anyone in the business field. As for the work, I actually do not have much contact with people every day. There is no such thing as offending anyone. For Zhao Shuiyan's words, Yu Fei is convinced that his girlfriend, although the character of the cold and strong work subordinates on the company staff is strict, but not to say that it is offending anyone, which the boss of the staff requirements are not strict. That is not to take their own company and the interests of the joke. And then again, the company's welfare has always been good. The staff is also very satisfied. Fu Qingxian heard, pondered for a moment, then said, right, the gift box blew up, but the sender information on the mail, you always remember it. That may be a way to investigate? My boyfriend is in the M country. He usually brings things to the country first, and then sends them through his friends, so the address is also indeterminate, but it should be on the mailing list. Zhao Shuiyan shook her head and said, suddenly, she exclaimed, no good, cleaning auntie is cleaning. I don't know if she packed up and left. Saying that, she got up and was ready to head towards the office, but Xia Donyang shouted, Mr. Zhao, no need. What's wrong? Zhao Shuiyan turned her head and asked. Xia Donyang only said, I remember all the information on it. You remember it all? Yu Fei was astonished. You don't seem to have read the package, do you? In Yu Fei's opinion, Xia Donyang had rushed in after Zhao Shuiyan had unwrapped the package and was about to open the gift box, so he should have no idea about the information on the outside of the package. Instead, Xia Donyang said, I met Secretary Xiao in the elevator earlier, and chatted with her, and looked at the package in passing, so I remembered. As soon as his words fell, Zhao Shuiyan's 3 women were all shocked. Although Xia Donyang said that he chatted with Xiao Runan at the elevator for a couple of sentences, it definitely wouldn't be too long, and to notice and write down the information on the parcel in Xiao Runan's hand at the same time as they chatted. This memory could simply be described as inhuman. When Fu Qingfang returned to her senses, she said, that's good. Tell me. I'll write it down and go back to investigate immediately. The name is. Next, Xia Donyang said the name, address and phone number of the mailer on the parcel one by one, and there was not the slightest pause during that time. It was evident that he was very confident in that his memory, after all, it could be related to the investigation of the case. Well then, I'll go back and immediately start the investigation with my colleagues. Fu Qingxian stood up and spoke. By the way, Mr. Zhao, I suggest that you keep an eye out for packages of unknown origin lately, and it's best not to participate in any activities, so as not to give that person behind the scenes an opportunity to take advantage of. Of course, if you really can't put it off, you can take him with you. Fu Qingxian's eyes moved to Xia Donyang. After all, she had experienced Xia Dongyang's hands. Zhao Shuiyan only said, thanks for the reminder. I will pay attention. Fu Qingxian nodded, which was ready to leave. Wait, Xia Donyang, however, called out to her, and then said, Officer Fu, I suggest that you focus your investigation on this building, or even the internal personnel of the Li Yan company. Xia Donyang, could it be that you have some clues? Fu Qingxian asked. Zhao Shuiyan and Yu Fei were also surprised, knowing that if what Xia Donyang said at this time was incorrect, it would disrupt the direction of Fu Qingxian's investigation and make it more difficult. Xia Donyang, however, said, just now I have seen the scene. From the remnants of the parts can be seen, the gift box is loaded with a miniature bomb. Before I encountered Xiao Runan, I initially did not hear the package and the sound. She staggered past the time, only to hear the sound of the slight timing jump watch. That is to say, it is just started the timer device. If Xiao Runan did not have a good grasp of the time when she collected the package and delivered it to Mr. Zhao's office, this device would not have had the effect of scaring Mr. Zhao. I've observed this building. It's the tallest building around. Even the floor we're on is absolutely invisible when standing on the nearby upper floors. So I presume that the person behind this should be someone who was familiar with Xiao Runan's work arrangements. After listening to Xia Dongyang's analysis, the 3 women all felt that it made sense, and at the same time, they were even more amazed at Xia Dongyang's meticulousness. as well as his terrifying observation ability. Fu Qingshan nodded and said, I will adopt your suggestion and focus on investigating this side of the building. Mr. Zhao, I will notify you the first time I have news. Thank you, Officer Fu. Zhao Xueyan said politely. No need to thank you. This is my duty. Fu Qingshan said and walked towards the door. At this time, Xia Dongyang couldn't help but ask, Officer Fu, I would like to ask how Su Qiming is doing? Upon hearing this, Fu Qingshan turned around and said in an angry tone, I guess he won't be able to come out for a while. You guys don't know. That guy is simply a clothed beast. Xia Dongyang asked Fu Qingshan about Su Qiming's situation. Not that he cared about Su Qiming, not to mention that he was worried about him coming to retaliate against himself, but he was worried about him coming out to retaliate against Yu Fei. Listening to Xia Dongyang mentioning Su Qiming, Fu Qingshan is a face of anger. Said, that guy is simply a clothed beast. We raided them overnight. Bald beam for self-protection. Exploded a lot of information about Su Qiming. It turns out, Su Qiming used the interpreter. In the company's office, and even outside the cafe. Has Charmax several company white-collar workers? But also with the bald beam a few people successively kidnapped 2 women. To carry out forced acts. They videotaped it, so the victims didn't dare to report to the police for the sake of their reputation. However, Bald Liang had long since left his hand, and this time, if not for Su Qiming's mischievous intentions again, I'm afraid that these crimes of his are still really buried deep. Yu Fei heard this and only said, this is called if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Fu Qingshan nodded and added, it is said that the net of heaven is wide open. We are still contacting the victims. These crimes add up. Su Qiming is probably not going to come out. Yu Fei heard this, and said even more indignantly, this kind of person should be shot directly. What other victims should be contacted? Isn't that rubbing salt into their scars? Fu Qingshan, however, shook her head and said, no, the reason why we contacted the victims is to return justice to them, to let them know that those who harmed them will not be able to escape the law after all. Yu Fei nodded, agreeing with Fu Qingshan's statement, although the damage is irreparable, but seeing Su Qiming being put on trial, there is always some comfort in her heart, and immediately only said, such a classmate is simply a disgrace to our class. Alright, contact back. Fu Qingshan nodded to Zhao Xueyan, which left. After Fu Qingshan left, Zhao Xueyan looked at Xia Dongyang. She knew that this time, if it wasn't for Xia Dongyang's careful heart, always mindful of her well-being, when the explosion happened, even if she wouldn't be scratched by the patch in that gift box, she would have to be covered in stinking dog's blood. Counting this time, between these short days, Xia Dongyang has already protected her several times without regard to her own safety. Putting aside those accidents that should not have happened between and Xia Dongyang, Zhao Xueyan felt that she still owed Xia Dongyang a thank you. So she said, Xia Dongyang, thank you. No need to thank you. This is also my duty. Xia Dongyang's tone was still flat, but always carried determination as always. Let's not talk about this first. Xia Dongyang, come on, I'll bandage your wound. Xia Dongyang's heart was always focused on protecting Zhao Xueyan, while Yu Fei's heart, however, was unconsciously always tied to him. Xia Dongyang could not afford to reject Yu Fei's good intentions over and over again. Besides, the wound on his palm, bandage it up, and it would be easier to move around. Zhao Xueyan stood by the side. She couldn't help much, but looking at the long wound on Xia Dongyang's palm, the guilt and apology in her heart became even stronger. Yu Fei meticulously gave Xia Dongyang wrapped the wound, and tied a bow at the end. Xia Dongyang moved his palm, feeling not too tight and not too loose is just right. I can't imagine that Yu Fei also has this aspect of handwork. Then said, thank you. No, you have to take care of yourself in the future. Yu Fei couldn't help but admonish. I'll be careful. I'll go back first. Xia Dongyang said and headed out. Wait, Zhao Xueyan, however, called him to a halt and said, Xia Dongyang, I'll let you have most of the day off today. Go back and pack up some clothes and take them to the villa together after work so that you can change and wash them later. Zhao Xueyan said this. That is also sure that Xia Dongyang will live in the villa in the future, and also took into account Xia Dongyang's inconvenience. After all, how can she not see Xia Dongyang bathing and changing clothes or dry in the office toilet? Okay. Xia Dongyang still responded flatly, and then walked outward. After Xia Dongyang left, Zhao Xueyan couldn't help but let out a long breath. To be honest, there is about Xia Dongyang's every decision. She is very difficult to talk about. After all, Xia Dongyang the bodyguard has only been here for a few days, and the accidents that happened with him are just too many. Zhao Xueyan really cannot predict. After Xia Dongyang in the villa days, there will be how many unknown accidents. But Xia Dongyang this bodyguard, in addition to the character of Newt a little bit, she really cannot pick any faults now. only to completely accept Xia Dongyang to stay in the villa. As for the boyfriend Zhang Nanshang there, Zhao Shuiyin thought, when he came back, and then go to explain to him, she believes that Zhang Nanshang should be able to understand. Back to the office. Xia Dongyang will be that stained with stinky dog blood clothes simply rinsed, but there is no laundry detergent here. The smell of the above still cannot get rid of. Anyway, also want to go home to pack up things, take it back to wash again. Xia Dongyang before buying clothes on the pocket, the dirty clothes loaded, and then went downstairs. To the open space downstairs, just met that a fat and a thin two movie star security guards patrol over. The two saw Xia Dongyang, at the same time smiled and took the initiative to go forward to greet, Brother Xia. Brother Xia. Out. That fat security guard even hit a cigarette to Xia Dongyang. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit the smiling man. Xia Dongyang is always you respect me a foot. I respect you a foot. Besides these two security guards are also a little bit interesting. So he took the cigarette and nodded back. Go out to do something. At this time, the tall and thin security guard looked around, and then whispered, Brother Xia. Brother, I remind you, Ma Chengkai and Lu Xiaoyan united recently will also find you trouble. You have to be careful. Xia Dongyang couldn't help but be a little surprised after hearing this. These two guys aren't security guards. By all rights they should be Ma Chengkai's people. How would they remind themselves? Tall and thin security guard obviously saw what Xia Dongyang thought, and whispered, Ma Chengkai also do not know where the relationship will be the last director of the building management office down. He himself topped over, but he did not move to reprimand us. Our security guards are also people. We all work. No one is inferior to anyone. In the security team, many brothers are actually dissatisfied with him. Just think of no diploma and no skills. Always have to support the family is not. And then again, the treatment here is better than other places. So also put up with it. Buddy too is to see Xia brother you are a man. Do not want to see you by Ma Chengkai that son of a bitch to the een. So remind you. However, buddies can do is only these. Xia Dongyang's heart was clear. It turned out to be such a thing, although he wasn't afraid of Ma Chengkai and Lu Xiaoyun. But how to say that these two security guards' intentions were still good? Immediately nodded his head and said, thank you two brothers, I'll take note of it. I still have things to do today. I'll treat you guys to a drink on another day. When the two security guards heard this, they had a look of being flattered, and said in unison and tacitly, how can I let Brother Xia you break the bank? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll leave first, get together some other day. For men to get along with each other. Xia Dongyang is very natural, spontaneous and straightforward. Brother Xia go slowly, go slowly. The two security guards were bowing to see them off. After Xia Dongyang left, the two people's smiles converge at the same time. The thin security guard said with a cautious face, eyes such as sheath hidden sharp sword, pace such as measured. Each step is almost the same, is bound to be after extremely harsh training, in order to develop such a habit, is definitely a master. No wonder you were almost found by him before. The fat security guard added, the ring on the tail finger of his left hand, is an extremely precise cutting sharp tool. Before he was using that ring to cut off the rope, it looks like only the troops can build it. He is a person out of the army. It is estimated that it is not a general army. Xia Dongyang didn't know that the flickering black shadow he found hiding in the dark when he saved Yufei before was actually this fat security guard. The thin security guard nodded and sneered. Ma Chengkai wants to deal with him. It's simply the old man eating arsenic looking for death. Also good. Anyway, Lu Xiaoyun is not something good. We make good friends with Xia Dongyang on the line. The specifics do not go to interfere. As long as he is not hitting the idea of the lady on the line. Out of the building, Xia Dongyang hit a cab. Soon returned home. First to the parents on an incense burner. And then they quickly washed clean clothes. Off the water also cannot wait to dry. Loaded to the hospital. Came to the hospital has been almost to the noon mealtime. Xia Dongyang thought to give his sister to place some meals to go, but he suddenly realized that he actually do not know what his sister liked to eat. As a brother, he felt that he was really too much of a failure. Even his sister's favorite even do not know. No way. He only first went upstairs to say, coming to the door of the ward, he saw his sister was leaning on the bed reading, looking at such a good learning sister. Xia Dongyang had a burst of relief, but also secretly decided, no matter how hard he is tired, but also must provide his sister to go to college or even higher education. Little sister. Calming down, Xia Dongyang smiled and walked into the ward. Brother, you're back from your business trip. Hearing her brother's voice, Xia Dongyang put down her book and lifted her head, a look of delight on her face. Well, just got back. Xia Dongyang only had to nod his head, but he couldn't poke through Li Jingjing's cover, and then asked, how do you feel these 2 days? Feeling okay? The doctor also came to see in the morning and said that my physical state is very good. I should be able to do the surgery according to the appointment, Xia Dongqing said, looking like her mental state was indeed still good. That's good. Xia Dongyang nodded, sat down and said, little sister, brother and you discuss something. What is it? Xia Dongqing asked. Brother wants to hire a nursing for you. When he said this, Xia Dongyang's heart was hard and guilty as hell. The one who was originally here to take care of his sister should be him. When Xia Dongqing heard this, she hurriedly said, brother, no need to bother. I can do it alone. Besides, the wages for nursing are not cheap now. It's several thousand a month. Xia Dongqing does not know that her brother still has no money, but she feels that the operation costs are going to spend so much money. There is no need to spend those unnecessary money. The most important thing is that her brother is not too young. No matter whether it's a love affair or a marriage, that spends too much money. Can't put the money all smashed in their own body. The matter of money, you don't need to worry. Little sister, I'm sorry, brother really can't leave during this time, Xia Dongyang said guiltily. When Xia Dongqing heard this, she hurriedly grabbed her brother's hand and said, brother, didn't we say goodbye? Don't say sorry? Well, good. Brother won't say it. Xia Dongyang smiled nervously and added, what brother also considered is that, Ms. Li runs around every day, delaying her work. Our family owes her enough kindness. We can't take other people's help for granted. Xia Dongqing also thought deeply after hearing this. She was clear that there was still more than a month to go before the college entrance exams, and Ms. Li, as the class teacher, must be especially busy, so she nodded her head and said, okay, good boy. Xia Dongyang smiled, dotingly raised his hand and touched Xia Dongqing's head, and then asked, then brother will go out this time and contact the contact for you. Aha. Xia Dongqing nodded obediently. Xia Dongyang got up and walked outside. He just went up the stairs. In the elevator corner saw a contact care phone. This money is a good thing. Soon, he talked with the other side to finalize the price of 5,000 a month. Xia Dongyang may not care about the price of expensive or how. He wants just this care can take care of his sister on the line. Not long, the other party came, is a very simple dress, carrying a large black shoulder bag, looks 45 or 60 years old big sister. Simply chat a few sentences. Xia Dongyang no. Nursing sister named Hu Guoqiang, is a simple rural people, do caregiver has been 5 years, she has a son, last year got into Jiangyan University, mentioned the son, Hu big sister that is a face of pride. From the conversation, Xia Dongyang can see that Hu Guoqiang is an honest person. There should be no problem in terms of experience in nursing. He believes that this Hu big sister should also have no problem, because she still have to go to university for her son, so she will definitely not lose this treatment of the job. Lunchtime arrived. Xia Dongyang asked his sister. Xia Dongqing said she wanted to eat some yam and pork rib soup. Xia Dongyang also asked the nursing Hu Guoqiang what she wanted to eat. Hu Guoqiang heard it, with a flattered face, said, Mr. Xia, you don't have to care about mine. I'll just eat whatever I want later. I'll also bring a yam pork rib soup for you too big sister. You keep my sister company. Xia Dongyang didn't say much, turned around and headed out. In his opinion, people were all mutual. As long as he was good to nursing Hu Guoqiang, then she would also be good to her sister. Hu Guoqiang could also see Xia Dongyang's intentions, and immediately spoke to Xia Dongqing. Sister, your brother is really good to you. Xia Dongqing said with a proud face, that's for sure. My brother is the best brother under the sky. Xia Dongyang in the restaurant near the hospital, himself first ate a simple fried rice, and then they packaged for his sister and nursing Hu big sister. Packaged meal money. Is his share of fried rice money a few times? But Xia Dongyang is not the slightest bit heartbroken, because it is for his sister. As soon as he walked into the ward, he saw that Li Jingjing unexpectedly came, and he took the initiative to say, Ms. Li, you're here. Saying this, he put the meal on the bedside table and said, little sister, big sister Hu, come and eat. Li Jingjing only said at this time, Xia Dongyang, come out. I have something to say to you. With that, she went outside first. Xia Dongyang guessed that Li Jingjing wanted to talk about nursing, and followed her out. Li Jingjing kept walking to the end of the corridor at the walking stairs before she stopped. As soon as Xia Dongyang approached, she immediately turned around and asked in a very irritated tone, Xia Dongyang, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Xia Dongyang asked back, let's pretend to me. Nursing? What do you mean by looking for nursing? Do you think I, Li Jingjing, can't take care of Dongqing? Also hire a nursing? Do you have a lot of money? But also 5,000. Do you know that 5,000 is far more than the market wage? Li Jingjing tone is very angry. Thinks Xia Dongyang is too mindless, to not take money seriously. Xia Dongyang didn't go to talk about the money, only said, Teacher Li, you are very good to our family. and take better care of Dongqing, but we really can't trouble you anymore. Right away the college entrance exams. This period of time you should also be very busy. So I pondered before I found a care. Li Jingjing undeniably said, yes, I am a bit busy these days, but I can still come over to take care of Dongqing. You immediately go and return that nursing care to me. Xia Donyang added, Dongqing will have an operation soon. Getting out of bed at that time will not be as convenient as it is now, and I can't come over to accompany her. And you can't be over here all the time. That's why I'm thinking about finding a nursing care. Li Jingjing heard, suddenly silent. She really did not consider this point before. However, her heart acknowledged Xia Dongyang considerations are thorough, but still hardened his mouth and said, even if this is the case, you don't need to spend so much money. Well, you don't know, wait for me to come. And she bargained a little bit, at least to be able to save a few $100. Can buy some tonic for Holly. I also do not know you want to come on. Xia Dongyang followed Li Jingjing's words. Li Jingjing couldn't help but emphasize one more sentence. Forget it this time. Next time there's something, give me a call to discuss it. Okay. Xia Dongyang nodded and said. While speaking, Li Jingjing suddenly realized that the atmosphere of the conversation she just had with Xia Dongyang, how was it a bit like a husband and wife arguing over the firewood, rice, oil and salt at home? She hurriedly shook her head once, thinking, no, I'm doing this to fulfill my promise to Auntie, considering that he is guilty of using those unnecessary money only. Yes, that's all, no other meaning. Besides, he has also seen my body. I talked to him or just looking at the face of the winter green. Thinking of these, she then said, you, don't misunderstand, I'm not forcibly interfering with what you do. I'm just concerned about Dongqing. Li Jingjing, this is a little bit here and there. But, Xia Donyang did not think much less think of other aspects, only nodded and said, well, I know. The two returned to the ward. Xia Donyang carefully observed the nursing who big sister, found that she is very love of hygiene, living habits are very good, but also more careful, his heart more or less assured, accompanied his sister to sit for a while. Xia Donyang also really do not know what to say. However, the best care is also the companionship. Suddenly, his phone rang a bit, opened to see as Zhao Shuiyan sent a message, immediately come back, to my office. It sounded like the tone was urgent. Xia Donyang did not dare to be slow, got up and said, sister, there is an emergency on my boss's side. I have to go first. Brother, go over if you're busy with work. There's teacher and big sister who to accompany me. Xia Dongqing said understandingly. Then you have a good rest. I'm leaving. Xia Donyang said and walked out. Li Jingjing was immediately dissatisfied and complained. Make it look like Ma Yun. Hundreds of thousands of dollars up and down in a second. Hot and anxious, and don't know what the hell to do. Teacher, there must be something urgent on brother's side. Xia Dongqing naturally wanted to speak for her brother. Li Jingjing then said, yes, I'm the bad guy. Teacher, I didn't say that. Xia Dongqing hurriedly said. Li Jingjing patted Xia Dongqing's hand and said with a smile, well, I'm joking with you. Come on, give the teacher. The questions have which do not understand. Xia Donyang did not forget to go to the underground parking lot to Zhao Shuiyan's Maserati to drive away. Just go out. Gave more than $100 of parking fees. Really let him heartache. This charge is also too black a little bit. A day does not have a parking of the highest charge limit? Of course, he is not likely to go and charge for what? Next time the big deal is not stop and this side is driving a car. Xia Donyang soon returned to the building, and then went upstairs straight to Zhao Shuiyan's office. Knocked on the door. Come in. Zhao Shuiyan's cold voice came. Xia Donyang pushed open the office door and walked in. He saw Zhao Shuiyan sitting on the boss chair, pointing at the computer. Yu Fei stood on her left side, while on her right side stood a man wearing a suit, bowed waist, thin face, wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, a nervous face. It looked like he should have been reprimanded by Zhao Shuiyan. Xia Donyang didn't look at it much and thought about it, only saying, Mr. Zhao, I'm back. As he said that, he nodded to Yu Fei, who also nodded in response. In fact, invisibly, his relationship with Yu Fei appeared to be a bit more intimate and easygoing than with Zhao Shuiyan. Zhao Shuiyan directly opened the door and said the reason for letting Xia Donyang come back, only saying, the French company side passed another email over. You come over and translate it. As soon as her words fell, the thin man standing next to her, his face instantly moved, raising his eyes to look at Xia Donyang in surprise. Xia Donyang heard, the heart of the original is this, immediately raised his steps to the left of Zhao Shuiyan. Really see the computer screen, is a pure French mail, looks like just now is in the translation of this mail. At this time, Zhao Shuiyan said to the thin man in a cold voice, Zhou Liangping, you write with a pen. Okay, MS. Zhao. Zhou Liangping hurriedly moved to one side. With a trembling face, he took out a pen and paper and prepared to write down. But in his heart, he was thinking, martyr, what kind of scallion is this kid? Where did he come from? I can't even translate it completely. He can do it. It's really a joke. However, at this time, Xia Donyang began to translate. Zhou Liangping did not dare to think too much, rushed to write quickly with a pen. But the heart is very surprised. Xia Donyang actually really will not translate their own translation of the place to the translation, regardless of the right or wrong, but at least it sounds and looks reasonable. But in just a few minutes, Xia Donyang translated the whole email. Zhou Liangping handed the paper to Zhao Shuiyan with both hands. Zhao Shuiyan didn't look at it first, but said to Zhou Liangping, all right, you can go out now. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Zhou Liangping, as if the eunuchs in the palace in ancient times, slightly bowed and retreated. But when he left, he still secretly glanced at Xia Donyang. His heart hated his itchy teeth. A sense of crisis is born. After all, there is Xia Donyang's so powerful translation, but also their own do what? No, have to make a phone call to ask. Leave these days. In the end, what happened? Where this guy came out? Zhao Shuiyan then looked at the translated email and nodded her head. Xia Donyang, you're right. They really are sulking. She couldn't hide her delight in her tone. And Yu Fei on the side also said joyfully, this time the initiative can come back to our side. Xia Donyang, you are considered to have made a great achievement. Yu Fei did not forget to take credit for Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang, however, did not feel anything, and said flatly, a show of hands, just a small thing. Small things? Yu Fei glared, and then said, do you know, if this is accomplished, it will bring tens of millions of dollars of benefits for the company a year, and it's still a small thing? Xia Donyang also did not reply. In his opinion, this is indeed a show of hands. Nothing. At this time, Zhao Shuiyan then said, Xia Donyang, since you know French, then you use French to give them back an email. I say, you write. When Xia Donyang heard this, he said, Mr. Zhao, since I want to take the initiative, I think I should use Chinese to return it, so that they can experience the profoundness of our Chinese language. Zhao Shuiyan heard. Beautiful eyes immediately bright. Icy face surfaced a trace of a smile. Only said, you're right. They are not difficult for us. This is China. Of course we have to use Chinese, and I have to use the literary language. Xia Donyang listened to the eyelids could not help but jump. Could not imagine that the usually high and cold Zhao Shuiyan, there is such a playful and cunning side. With the literary language back to the French, that the French will not look at their heads explode. It is estimated that in a minute they will have to beg for forgiveness and serve the soft side. It seems that this business is basically no problem. Yu Fei also said, yes, it's not polite to come and go, seeing that there shouldn't be any need for him to do anything here either. Xia Donyang said, Mr. Zhao, without anything else, I'll go back to the office first. Go on, go on. Zhao Shuiyan seemed to be in a good mood, waving her hand for Xia Donyang to leave, and then said to Yu Fei with gusto, Fei, come, think together. All right. Yu Fei was obviously also greatly interested, with the intention of doing a great job, so the two old bosses began to conceptualize the literary text. Xia Donyang went out of the office, brought the door by the way, and then prepared to go back to his office, was about to open the door, when someone shouted, Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang turned around, and saw that it was the thin man who was just in Zhao Shuiyan's office. What was he shouting at himself for? And immediately asked, hello, you're looking for me? Zhou Liangping came forward and asked with an excited face. Xia Donyang, it's me, Zhou Liangping. Ah, you don't recognize me? Xia Donyang slightly frowned, his mind desperately searching for the impression about this Zhou Liangping, but was confused. Zhou Liangping saw, quickly reminded, our home is downstairs in your house. You forget? Zhou Liangping said. Xia Donyang is really remembered. Then he was silent. After junior high school is focused on learning, want to learn and then enter the best university, find a good job, and then change the family conditions, so that his mother and sister to live a good life. In the second semester of the first year of junior high school, a chance in the community, each other in the know. The original is not only the same classmates, but also up and down the stairs neighbors. Since then, the two are often accompanied to school, home from school. Zhou Liangping cheerful character, but also gradually Xia Donyang introverted character to transform some. Xia Donyang even went to Zhou Liangping's home to play. However, the first semester of the second year, Zhou Liangping transferred to the school. The family moved away from Jianyang. Xia Donyang at that time had also bloomy for a period of time. However, later in order to study junior high school graduation and go outside to work, and then join the army. These years, Xia Dongyang. In addition to completing the tasks assigned by the leadership, the heart is all in the mother and younger sister. Things in the past so many years, so how to see Zhou Liangping? He could not think of it at a time. How is it? Remember? Zhou Liangping asked. Remembered. Liangping, we haven't seen it for more than 10 years. I can't imagine that I can see you here again. Back then, you suddenly transferred to another school, and even more so, you moved your family away. Where did you move to? And how have you lived all these years? Young friends reunited. Xia Dongyang also can't help but be a little excited. Let's just go in and talk. Zhou Liangping raised his eyes towards Xia Dongyang's office. Only then did Xia Dongyang say, right. Go in and talk. Go in and talk. Into the office. The two sat on the sofa. Xia Dongyang hit a cigarette to Zhou Liangping. Zhou Liangping saw Xia Dongyang smoked even $10 of purple clouds. Could not help but say, buddy, you still smoke this kind of smoke. Too degrading, right? This cigarette is good Besides, I have no status. Xia Dongyang said. Took out a lighter and probed to light a cigarette for Zhou Liangping. Zhou Liangping swallowed saliva. Do not want to smoke this cheap cigarettes. He is now smoking can be from China. But Xia Dongyang are playing the fire. He also only had to point. Slightly smoked a mouthful. Feel very spicy mouth. Very uncomfortable. But he still held back. Said, buddy, you are now the president's assistant to our company's welfare. The annual income at least have hundreds of thousands of it. Plus the year-end bonus. Million is not run away. This is already a successful person. The upper level of the character how to also have to smoke a good point of smoke it. I'm used to the flavor of this cigarette. Xia Dongyang on the smoke can be nothing to ask. Smoking is that feeling. And again, he cannot have a year hundreds of thousands of millions. His bodyguards work, but also this year. And now the advance of the annual salary have spent a large part of the time of the year to the end of the year. He became unemployed hobo. And maybe then even $10 of cigarettes cannot afford to smoke. And then changed the topic asked, right, by the way, where did your family move to? Zhou Liangping did not dwell on the cigarette, but he naturally put the cigarette on the ashtray, and then said, my father moved to Yang because of his work. Right. Auntie's health is okay? Xia Dongyang inhaled a mouthful of smoke fiercely and only said, my mom passed away some time ago. AI. My condolences. Zhou Liangping sighed and patted Xia Dongyang's shoulder. It's okay, it's all in the past. Xia Dongyang reluctantly smiled, and took another hard drag on his cigarette, not being able to see his mother's last face. For him, no matter how much time had passed, he couldn't let go. Zhou Liangping then asked, if I don't remember wrongly, Dongjing should soon take the college entrance exam. Right. How is it? The results are okay? Not too bad. Xia Dongyang actually pressed the root of the sister's grades in the end how. Just, every time he went to the hospital saw his sister reading books, he believed that his sister's grades will not be bad. That has to take a good university. Unlike me, just barely took a heavy school. Right. Buddy, how about you? Zhou Liangping tone, always feel that there is show-off test heavy, to climb with Xia Dongyang feeling. But Xia Dongyang did not think that way. Honestly said, junior high school graduation I went out to work, and then went to the army as a soldier for a few years. Only recently returned. No? Zhou Liangping, a face of surprise, said, your results that year was the first in the class even in the city can also rank the top 10. Absolutely can be admitted to the Jiangyang National Key High School. How will not read it? Suddenly do not want to read. Xia Dongyang said vaguely, he did not want people to know because his family is poor, cannot provide him with education, he will only be all the reasons are attributed to his own body. Zhou Liangping actually roughly also guessed a little. After all, he and Xia Dongyang lived in an old neighborhood. He did not continue this topic. Asked, then how did you suddenly do Zhao's assistant? To know, the president's assistant is not a small position. Even if it is the middle level or even the top management can participate in the meeting, it is not Zhou Liangping such a translator can be compared. Xia Dongyang said that he was a soldier for a few years, but the president's assistant is not a few years of soldiers can be competent, so he was very curious about how Xia Dongyang parachuted in. More importantly, he felt that his own a key university, that is a few turnover, time and time again, the test, only to be able to win and win a translator. But Xia Dongyang, but a junior high school graduates, how to sit on the position of the president's assistant, which is also too dog-blooded. Xia Dongyang of course cannot say that he is actually Zhao Shuiyan's bodyguard, so he said, it is also some coincidence. Xia Dongyang ambiguous chance and coincidence. Zhou Liangping is seized by the edge of the word. Heart, is not Xia Dongyang and the president or which shareholders have a relationship, the back door in? But Xia Dongyang that family can have what relationship? Zhou Liangping puzzled, but he was at least in the community for a few years. naturally not stupid enough to directly ask, "Hey, buddy, are you and so-and-so have a relationship?" Of course, ask this person is either a fool or brain dead, and the other side certainly will not say. This point Zhou Liangping still no, but no matter what, now Xia Dongyang is on the top, so Zhou Liangping feel that they want to climb up in this company. Xia Dongyang is a ladder to heaven must be grasped. This is simply a godsend These thoughts flashed in Zhou Liangping's mind. He immediately said, "Buddy, what is our relationship? I'm a little difficult to help you help or not." Xia Dongyang did not think deeply, said without hesitation, "Of course, can help. I will do my best to help you." Zhou Liangping at the beginning of the introverted Xia Dongyang more than enlightenment, is the first friend of Xia Dongyang junior high school age, and even if it is not a close friend, just ordinary classmates, as long as there is a difficulty, Xia Dongyang will be resolute to help. Zhou Liangping heard, adjusted his sitting posture, said, "Buddy, look you are now the president of the side of the big red man, can give me a few words of praise? I'm this interpreter when 2 years, really tired of it, to see if there is no opportunity to rise." Xia Dongyang couldn't imagine that the difficulty Zhou Liangping mentioned was actually this. He was a bit embarrassed, and only said, "Liangping, it's not that I'm not willing to help you, it's really that I can't say anything." Zhou Liangping instantly disbelieved, and said somewhat impatiently, "How can that be? You became an assistant as soon as you came. There must be some other relations, right? As long as you mention it a little to Mr. Zhao, it shouldn't even be a problem." Liangping, really, when I say assistant, I'm actually just a driver. I really can't help with this favor. Can't be said to be a bodyguard. Xia Dongyang changed to a driver. Driving was originally part of his job. Besides, Zhao Shuiyan's company's matters. How can he sway? Let alone this kind of thing, Zhou Liangping said, which no Zhou Liangping heard, but said with delight, "Driver that's better. The driver and the secretary is the closest person to the president. Buddy, my career in the workplace can all rely on you he said, even more excited to stand up. Grabbed the hand of Xia Dongyang, eyes as if a right hand will be practiced into the unicorn arm of the single dog. At first sight of the bed lying a naked beauty General Hot, did not roll in society Xia Dongyang? Some cannot understand Zhou Liangping's current thoughts and feelings. Had to emphasize again, "Liangping, this thing I really cannot help you. Buddy, you're here." Zhou Liangping heard, immediately some anxious, almost blurted out that this is no fun, but he suddenly turned his mouth and said, "Dongyang, you see we have not seen for so many years, or so, after work, we have a meal together, get together, talk about how to live in these years. Just now things just pretend I didn't say it." Zhou Liangping thought, just now may be a little abrupt, not to read packets, or, wait until the table, what all good to say, to their own volume of alcohol, but also worry about not letting you loose? Xia Dongyang does not know Zhou Liangping is playing the plan, in front of the young friend, is no longer the year that innocent teenager, only said, "Tonight even if, I still have a thing, so that, some other day I about you." The reason why he said this, or because he had to protect Zhao Shuiyan, only another day, but when Zhou Liangping heard it, he felt that Xia Dongyang was perfunctorily shirking his duties, but he was not good enough to force it, so he said, "Okay, another day must be about The two exchanged contact information with each other, and casually chatted for a while. Basically Zhou Liangping asked, Xia Dongyang answer. Zhou Liangping with his social experience speculated, thought Xia Dongyang is absent-minded, a little bit of a pose, and then also excused himself. In fact, how does he know? This is still because Xia Dongyang is not good at words, and also do not like to ask more about other people's personal affairs. So after a few questions, he will have nothing to say. Not long after, Xia Dongyang received a message from Zhao Shuiyan, asking him to come to the office, and at the same time, Zhou Liangping returned to his office floor, smoking a cigarette at the corner walking stairs, thinking about Xia Dongyang's absent-minded attitude just now. He couldn't help but kick on the wall and cursed, "Martyr, it's not just to be an assistant, even an old friend is end-to-end, cow a hairline a cow." As soon as his words fell, a voice came from the side, "Yo, who is it that has pissed off brother Zhou? So much fire?" Zhou Liangping turned around and saw that the visitor was actually the Minister of Personnel, Mao Changgang, and hurriedly said, "Minister Mao is good," said. He hurriedly hit a Chinese cigarettes over, attentive to help Mao Changgang lit. Mao Changgang inhaled a mouthful of smoke, then said, "Come on, Zhou brother, tell me what's going on, maybe I can help you out." "It's not much, something at home." Zhou Liangping had only just returned, and couldn't figure out if Xia Dongyang was related to anyone, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense. Mao Changgang, however, shook his head and said, Older brother is not honest. I just clearly heard you scold assistant Xia. I can. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Liangping had a ghost in his heart and said with a nervous face, Minister Mao, don't. I'll say. Although he is a little trick, but how to play over the mixed workplace for many years Mao Chenggang, but the simple sentence, he was swindled out, and said Xia Dongyang came to Zhao Shuiyan's office, see she is buried in writing something, and Yu Fei is not here, should be back to their own office, so asked, Zhao Total, what is the matter? Zhao Shuiyan raised her head and said, a little later, accompany me to a dinner party, okay. Xia Dongyang nodded and didn't ask much. Zhao Shuiyan added, I still have some things left to do, so I might have to wait for a while. Will you wait for me here, or go back to the office? I'll go back to the office. Xia Dongyang thought that if he was here, the cigarettes were inconvenient. It was better to be on his side. Okay. Zhao Shuiyan slightly surprised. She is the first goddess of this building. Zhangyang Business World famous beauty president. Many successful men. Celebrity children. Looking for all kinds of reasons to want to stay in her office for a while. More to look at her a few eyes. Which know Xia Dongyang but did not hesitate to choose to go back to their own office. But thinking of Xia Dongyang that mute character. Also feel nothing. From this point can also be seen. Xia Dongyang is indeed a not greedy for beauty and money righteous man. Zhao Shuiyan cannot help but feel happy for girlfriend Yu Fei. Indeed. Now such as Xia Dongyang such a principled man is not much. But she also for girlfriend feel worried. Xia Dongyang this character. To let him get the hang of it, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Looking at Xia Dongyang out of the back, she shook her head, did not think about it, and Xia Dongyang where no, he was just thinking about going back to smoke a little more convenient. Zhao Shuiyan will think so much, back to the office. Xia Dongyang thought that anyway, he had to wait for a while, so he dialed his sister's phone. Soon, the phone was connected. The voice of Xia Dongjing came from the other end, brother, are you busy? Well, brother's side is fine for now. Xia Dongyang flicked the ashes of his cigarette and asked, how are you getting along with big sister who? It's good. She's very attentive. Right now she's helping me to scald the thermos and chopsticks with boiling water to go. That's good. Xia Dongyang was also relieved, and then fell silent, because he really didn't know what to say, and was about to ask his sister to rest more. On the other end, Xia Dongjing but said, brother, do you know what day tomorrow is? Tomorrow? What? Xia Dongyang pondered for a moment, but also did not recall. Tomorrow is Qingming festival but I'm in the hospital. Brother, you must go see mom and dad. Xia Dongjing said. His tone was a little whimpering, obviously not yet out of the grief of his mom's passing. Xia Dongyang was stunned. Tomorrow is even the Qingming festival. He came back for so long, but also did not go to his parents' grave to see. Now if it is not his sister reminded, I'm afraid that tomorrow, this traditional ancestor sweeping day will forget. Xia Dongyang felt that he is really too unfilial. Immediately said in a firm tone, brother knows, brother will definitely go to see mom and dad. Then you remember to say to mom and dad that my body is recovering well, and I will soon be able to go to college, so that they don't worry in heaven. When mom and dad were alive, they didn't have a good day. Brother, you remember to burn more paper money for mom and dad. It's best to burn a villa for them and burn a few maids to serve them. Said here, Xia Dongjing can no longer hold back crying. Xia Dongyang holding the phone hand cannot help but tighten. Eyes are also wet and hazy. At this time, the phone came from the other end of the care who big sister's urgent voice, sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Is not where it is not comfortable? I'm going to call the doctor. You hold back Xia Dongjing hurriedly said, auntie who? No need. I'm fine. I'm just thinking of mom and dad. This child. Is it that mom and dad are working outside? It's okay. Think of them and call them Big sister who didn't know the situation of Xia Dongyang's family. So she thought it was said like this. Wow. As soon as her words fell, Xia Dongjing cried loudly again, and didn't know how she touched the phone, causing the phone to be hung up. Xia Dongyang raised his hand and wiped the tear stains on his face. Didn't call again. Only his heart was so hard to bear that he couldn't help but take a sharp drag on his cigarette. And his mind couldn't help but think of the bits and pieces of his parents when they were alive. At that time, they were a family of 4. The days, although living in poverty, but are laughing. But with the dad factory accident and died. Although got a little compensation, but the top pillar is gone. The days quickly will be more overstretched. Mom is also because of the cumulative work. The body began to collapse. Until some time ago, died of illness. Knock knock. At this time, the door rang the knocking sound. Xia Dongyang from the memories back to reality, raised his eyes to the door did not close to look. It turned out to be Zhao Shuiyan over. Xia Dongyang hurriedly stood up. Zhao Shuiyan but strides in, looked at him surprised and asked, Why are you crying? Xia Dongyang slightly inclined his head, raised his hand to wipe away the tear stains on his face and said, "Nothing, let's go." Saying that, he was the first to walk towards the door. Zhao Xueyan slightly frowned, although she didn't get along with Xia Dongyang for a long time, but there is a saying that men don't shed tears. If it's not because of something absolutely heartbreaking, surely he won't shed a tear. Not to mention the character of the mute and upright Xia Dongyang. Moreover, just now she stood at the door for a while, Xia Dongyang, but did not find, apparently in memory, remembered what sad things, but what sad things, can let him remember to cry? Although curious, but Zhao Xueyan did not pursue the question, and she believes that even if she asked, Xia Dongyang also certainly will not say, because she is clear, she and Xia Dongyang is only employment relationship, not up to the relationship to understand each other's private affairs, so she also had to follow out the door. Xia Dongyang stood at the door waiting for her, when she went out then reached out and closed the door. At this time, he has returned to the role of bodyguard. The two came downstairs and got into the car. Xia Dongyang started the car and then asked, "Mr. Zhao, where to?" Zhao Xueyan only said, "To Lia Villa." "You're not looking for the road again, right?" Xia Dongyang nodded numbly. Zhao Xueyan helplessly clicked on the navigation. Xia Dongyang listened to the navigation broadcast, skillfully hit the steering wheel to the right, and then got on the dry road. At the same time, in the Lia Villa in a luxurious private room, gathered 7 people dressed obviously not expensive, is 5 men and 2 women. One of them sat alone in a leather chair, and will be the right leg casually resting on the armrests of the chair. Openly is Lu's group of the great young man Lu Xiaoyun. At this time, Lu Xiaoyun tapped his fingers and said, "The arrangement just now. You all remembered it." One of the men who looked around 40 said, "Lu Xiaoyun, don't worry. This meal tonight was set 2 days ago. Zhao Xueyan will definitely not suspect anything. We will definitely do it properly for you." Lu Xiaoyun nodded with satisfaction, with a look of superiority, said, "You guys also don't worry, as long as I get what I want, the projects of your 2 companies, I will mention it to my dad." Many thanks to Xiao Lu for his care. Many thanks to Xiao Lu. A few people thanked Lu Xiaoyun with joy. Lia Villa, located in the northern suburb of Jianyang City 3 kilometers, was developed and built 3 years ago. It was said that nearly $200 million were invested at that time, and it is currently the highest-end villa in Jianyang. But the owner of this villa is quite mysterious, at least for these 3 years. No one has ever seen his face, even if it's a man or a woman. No one doesn't know. Half an hour later, Xia Dongyang and Zhao Xueyan arrived in front of the mountain gate of Lia Mountain Villa, which was completely in retro style, visually 7 or 8 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide, with carved dragons, red, blue, green, and white as the main colors, which was ancient and atmospheric. Into the door is a huge square in the shape of a circle. It must be a few thousand square meters, in the middle of a not small lotus pond, surrounded by parking spaces. Xia Dongyang parked the car. The two got out of the car. Just see the setting sun. The sky red haze reflected half of the lotus pool, composed of a natural picture. When the early summer, the pool of the lotus has been a lot of buds waiting to be released. A breeze whisked by. There is a faint fragrance wafting, refreshing, so that people feel comfortable, temporarily forget the fast pace of urban life and pressure. And the lotus pool of the east, west, south, north and south 4 directions, respectively. There is a wooden trestle bridge to the very center of the gazebo, for visitors to enjoy the lotus at a close distance. Zhao Xueyan is obviously also attracted by this wonderful scenery, chose the nearest wooden trestle bridge to walk up. Xia Dongyang followed her right behind 2 steps or so. Zhao Xueyan walked very slowly, seems to be enjoying this wonderful scenery. Not long after, the two of them walked to the vicinity of the gazebo. Zhao Xueyan took a step onto the steps of the gazebo and suddenly turned around and said, "Xia Dongyang, back off a bit and take 2 pictures of me." "Okay." After hearing this, Xia Dongyang retreated a few steps, and then looked behind Zhao Xueyan, picking a location where the perspective and imaging were better, before taking out his cell phone and asking Zhao Xueyan, "Ms. Zhao, are you ready?" "Aha." Zhao Xueyan softly should, and then the cold face bloomed a faint smile. This smile, as if the ice and snow melted. Spring flowers, even if the pool buds in the lotus, at this moment also seems to be eclipsed and do not dare to bloom. Absolute beauty of the landscape. Absolute beauty of the people. Xia Dongyang cannot help but be stunned, because from the first sight of Zhao Xueyan to now, she seems to have not smiled. At least Xia Dongyang did not see her so soft and natural smile. However, he still quickly came back to his senses and photographed the soft smile of Zhao Xueyan, but at a glance of the obviously poorly pixelated picture, he was only afraid that Zhao Xueyan would definitely not be satisfied. and said, Mr. Zhao, the pixel of this cell phone of mine is a bit low. Change mine. Zhao Shuiyan obviously did not intend to stop taking pictures and took out her own cell phone from her handbag. Xia Dongyang walked up and took it. A look at it was actually a domestic Huawei high-end cell phone. He had thought that such as Zhao Shuiyan such as the identity of the president. Surely it is with the latest models of Apple is right. It seems that she is also a supporter of domestic. Holding a cell phone, Xia Dongyang nimbly returned to the best location for taking pictures, successively snapped 5 or 6 photos, and then said, Zhao, it's ready. Zhao Shuiyan turned into the pavilion, sat on the bench of the pavilion, and then slightly turned to look toward the lotus pool. The appearance and posture instantly transformed into a classical beauty. In the pavilion to appreciate feeding the goldfish in the pool, Xia Dongyang immediately rushed to find the best photo framing angle, successively shot a few. Zhao Shuiyan heart satisfied Xia Dongyang which read their intentions to take pictures, and then got up and walked toward the pavilion outside. Out of the pavilion not a few steps, she was half leaning on the wooden trestle bridge, slightly raised his head at an angle of 45 degrees looking up at the sky, the swan-like neck, and the distant sky reflecting the red evening sun, forming a stark contrast, but without losing the mood. Just like a left behind in the mortal world of the fairy, is thinking of 9 days outside of the hometown. Xia Dongyang and then shot a few. Zhao Shuiyan said, well, the phone to me. Xia Dongyang walked up. Zhao Shuiyan took the cell phone, flipping through the photos, nodded with satisfaction, and asked in passing, the framing is perfect. You've studied photography? A little bit. Xia Dongyang humbly said, in fact it is not so. Such as his kind of super soldier king, sometimes stepping on the spot or surveillance of a certain person, often a stay is 1 or 2 days or even longer. The lens capture has the best angle selection, naturally also in the daily training program. Zhao Shuiyan also did not ask deep questions, put the phone away and then walked towards the lodge. The two walked through the lotus pond, which is considered to come to the hall of the lodge. At the doorway, 2 reception beauties in red wearing cheongsams and coiled hair buns simultaneously bowed to the duo and said, welcome to the Lia Mountain Villa. Zhao Shuiyan nodded slightly as a response, and then walked in. Xia Dongyang silently followed behind. Coming to the hall, Zhao Shuiyan walked straight to the reception desk. At this time, from the right side came 2 voices at the same time, shouting, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Shuiyan turned around after hearing. Xia Dongyang also followed to see. Only to see the right side of the channel stood a man and a woman. The woman put on light makeup, but it also looks like there must be about 40. She was dressed in a black OL dress, white shirt, coiled hair bun, dressed very decent. The man looked 37 or 88 years old. He was wearing a black suit, a country face, giving people a stable and mature atmosphere of a successful person. Both of them greeted up with a smile. The woman approached the first to reach out and introduced herself. Hello Mr. Zhao. I'm the vice president of the Yulin company, Yang Hui, and we, Mr. Qian, asked me to come and pick you up. Zhao Shuiyan reached out and shook hands with one of them. Her tone was not as cold as usual. She said back, hello Mr. Yang. The man with the Chinese character face didn't reach out. After all, men usually don't take the initiative to reach out to women because there is a certain suspicion of taking advantage of them. He just introduced himself. Hello Mr. Zhao. I'm Wang Quanliang, the vice general manager of Zhenghe Enterprises, and our Mr. Zhao has already waited for you in the box. Zhao Shuiyan was atmospheric and extended her hand while saying, hello Mr. Wang. So young to be the vice president of the company. Really young and promising. Being able to manage such a large company with hundreds of employees. Although Zhao Shuiyan was usually high and cold, it didn't mean she wouldn't speak. Wang Quanliang with a flattered face reached out and gently shook hands with Zhao Shuiyan, and then humbly said, where, compared to you, that's too far. Mr. Zhao. Who is this? Yang Hui, who was next to her, saw Zhao Shuiyan praising Wang Quanliang. Her heart became a little uncomfortable and moved her eyes to Xia Dongyang. Zhao Shuiyan then introduced, this is my assistant. She did not directly say Xia Dongyang's name out. This was intentionally letting Xia Dongyang introduce himself, thus raising his status. Between one sentence, the consideration could be described as thoughtful. Xia Dongyang then took a step forward, took the initiative to reach out to Wang Quanliang and introduced himself. Hello Mr. Wang. My name is Xia Dongyang. Assistant Xia is good. Wang Quanliang responded with a smile. Good day, Mr. Yang. After letting go of his hand, Xia Dongyang turned his head to greet Yang Hui. Hello Assistant Xia. Yang Hui also smiled and nodded in response. Then said, Mr. Zhao. Assistant Xia. This way please. Under the lead of Yang Hui and Wang Quanliang, Xia Dongyang and his duo first passed through an ancient corridor. The small courtyard on the right side of the corridor was planted with quite a lot of valuable flowers and plants. After passing through the corridor, they entered a round archway, which was another independent small courtyard. This was completely as high specification as the royal gardens of the olden times. Mr. Zhao, welcome, welcome. At this moment, two middle-aged men came down quickly from the steps outside the private room. It was the bosses of Yulin and Zhenghe, Qian Ming and Zhao Yud. These two had the typical image of a boss with a big belly. Good day, Mr. Qian. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Xueyan greeted with a slightly milder tone. Qian Ming then smiled and said, go inside and talk while tasting the food. Mr. Zhao, please. Zhao Xueyan and Xia Dongyang followed into the private room. At the same time, right next to the small courtyard private room, Lu Xiaoyun was waiting patiently. He believed that tonight's plan was seamless, and would definitely make Xia Dongyang plant and put Zhao Xueyan in her place. The two old bosses warmly welcomed Zhao Xueyan and Xia Dongyang into the small courtyard, this ancient colorful box. At this time, that has been maintaining a smile. Chen Ming then looked at Xia Dongyang, asked, Zhao Total, this is? Without waiting for Xia Dongyang to speak, Yang Hui on the side grabbed the first introduction. Mr. Qian, this is Mr. Zhao's assistant. Assistant Xia Dongyang. Xia. Assistant Xia. Hello. Qian Ming hurriedly extended his hand with a gentle smile. Xia Dongyang also stretched out his hand, shaking hands with Qian Ming and Zhao Yud respectively. And after that, Qian Ming said to Zhao Xueyan, Mr. Zhao, it's like this. I've arranged for 2 tables here. One table is for several of our old bosses and vice presidents, and one table is for the assistant secretaries. And there are some details. After all, it has to be discussed between several of us. So how do you think about this arrangement? Zhao Xueyan pondered for a while. This cooperation with the 2 companies, whether it was for the company or for her personally, it was very important. The outside world felt that the current Li Yan company was the rising star of Zhongyang's business world in the past 2 years, and she, Zhao Xueyan, was the proud daughter of Zhongyang's business world, the high and cold beauty president. But Zhao Xueyan himself is very clear. Now the company's internal, the corpse is too much, and a lot of seniors on her thunder and lightning means is very dissatisfied. After all, before moving some of the employees, is the heart of those seniors. Now, a lot of seniors are using the company's annual profits as an excuse to force Zhao Xueyan to step down. Although Zhao Xueyan's father, Zhao Zhengming's position in the Zhongyang business community today, as well as the company's financial strength, out of the hand to pull a hand of the Li Yan company, the company should be able to have a significant improvement, and even annual profits rise. But Zhao Xueyan, she is a strong character, never easily admit defeat to anyone, so resolutely not like the father for help. And Zhao Zhengming, he would like to use this to exercise his daughter, even if he knows the daughter's company, that is also turn a blind eye. Want a daughter in the business world in the end can have much potential. This time, if the cooperation with these 2 companies negotiated, the company's profits this year should have a great degree of rise, but also a kind of transformation of the company, from cosmetics to healthcare drugs class transformation. After all, many girls face long what a mess. If you can incorporate some medicines in cosmetics, in the love of beauty at the same time, but also play a role in healing, that is not the best of both worlds. Zhao Xueyan pondered. Qian Ming added, Mr. Zhao, you cannot worry so much. These 2 private rooms are actually in this big room. Only, our private room is on the left, and the assistant secretary's private room is on the right. After Zhao Xueyan heard this, she looked left and right. The 2 private rooms were only 7 or 8 meters apart. Besides, even if it was that intimidator who sent himself the dog blood bomb, it was always impossible for him to know about this meal that was arranged a few days ago. Thinking about this, she nodded, and then turned her head slightly to Xia Dongyang and said, Xia Dongyang, you go over with them. Okay, Mr. Zhao. When he came, Xia Dongyang had already observed the surroundings. Even these people in front of him, he had carefully observed them. And again, he was talking business with Zhao Xueyan, so there shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, these 2 private rooms were so close to each other, so anything could be dealt with in a timely manner. So he also agreed. Assistant Xia, I'm Mr. Qian's secretary Guiyan. This way please. Guiyan had a typical conical face. Of course, the internet generally called his snake face. A head of slightly curly light wine red long hair, wearing a black pleated one-step skirt, can be described as front and back, shapely and graceful, and her neckline open just right, both hidden and visible, can easily catch the male eyeballs, but does not look too exposed. Looks like a very sophisticated person. Xia Dongyang nodded and followed the direction of Guiyan's reaching towards the private room. while the other man on the right side also followed Xia Dongyang's side, while introducing himself. Hello Assistant Xia. I'm General Manager Zhao's assistant, Wang Hao. It's an honor to meet you. Hello. Xia Dongyang responded in a friendly manner. On that end, Zhao Shuiyan also walked into the private room under the invitation of Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhao. On this side, Xia Dongyang entered the private room, and Gui Yan closed the door of the private room smoothly. Xia Dongyang habitually surveyed the unfamiliar environment at the first time, only to see that this private room is about 30 square meters. In the middle of the room there is a rather ancient round table, on which there are already a few cold dishes and 2 bottles of Guojia 1573, while on the right side there is a coffee table and chairs made of mahogany. On the left side there is a bathroom by the look of it, and directly across from that there is a mahogany lattice with a rounded window. Assistant Xia, please take a seat, please take a seat. Gui Yan, that was very enthusiastic, directly reached out and pulled Xia Dongyang to take a seat. Xia Dongyang skillfully broke away from her hand, and then said, I'll just do it myself. Okay, please, please, Gui Yan said with a smile, but in her heart, she thought with a sneer, humph, what is it to pretend to be serious? You men. Old lady is still not clear. Watch, wait and drink a couple of cups, the nature will come out. Xia Dongyang also didn't get on the seat, but took a seat on his left hand facing the door, in order to facilitate that he can go out in the first place. Gui Yan followed up and sat on his right hand side, and Wang Hao sat on his left hand side. But Xia Dongyang didn't stop Wang Hao, because that wouldn't affect his actions either. Come, Assistant Xia. Wang Hao typed a Chinese cigarette over, and Xia Dongyang didn't refuse as Wang Hao intended to light it for him. Xia Dongyang took out his own lighter and said, I'll just do it myself. Okay. Wang Hao nodded his head and said with a humble look, before getting up to open the wine. At this time, a knock sounded on the door, and Gui Yan shouted, come in. The door opened. Is the waiter on the food to come? For color-wearing Cheongsam women, each hand with an exquisite dish, one by one will be put on the table, while introducing the name of the dish, directly on the 12 dishes in a row. Set up a large table, delicacies, all should have. Looking at the table full of dishes, from a young age, deeply aware that life is not easy, coupled with a few years in the army. Xia Dongyang, the heart of the deep sense of too much waste. How can 3 people eat so much food? But he is also accompanied by Zhao Shuiyan, so it is not good to say out. Come, Assistant Xia, for the first time we meet, let's clink a glass first. At this time, Gui Yan poured the wine and raised the cup and said, Xia Dongyang, however, said, I'm sorry, I have to drive later, I can't drink. It's okay, Assistant Xia, there are chauffeurs in the lodge. Gui Yan smiled and picked up the wineglass for Xia Dongyang. Sorry, I really can't drink. Xia Dongyang had always been very self-disciplined, never drinking on missions or at work. Being rejected once again, Gui Yan's face was a little less favorable. However, thinking about the plan for later, she still forced herself to hold back and said, how about this? Let's eat some food first. Right, let's eat some food first. Wang Hao on the side also chimed in. In another private room, Zhao Yud also picked up his wine cup and said to Zhao Shuiyan, Mr. Zhao, we are both surnamed Zhao. We might have been family hundreds of years ago, and now we are about to work together. This can't be said to be fate. Come on, for the sake of this fate, I'll give you a toast. Looking at the high level of white wine in the cup, Zhao Shuiyan slightly frowned. She was not good at drinking, and she even drank less white wine, but thinking about the importance of this cooperation, she still lifted up the cup, and only said, Mr. Zhao, I'm not good at drinking, I'm afraid I can only drink this cup. It's okay, I'll drink this cup first, feel free, we'll change the red wine later, Zhao Yud said, then tilted his head and drank it all. Although the others said you feel free, but anyone knows that you can't feel free at this time. Zhao Shuiyan only had to clench her teeth and drank it down, only to feel that it was spicy all the way from her throat to her stomach, and she was choking out tears. Life is like this, even if you are in a high position again, all have their own circle, all have their own life troubles, all have their own difficulties. Zhao Shuiyan is like this at the moment, even if it is no longer willing to drink, that also have to drink, because, this is life, this is life. Good, Mr. Zhao is a good drinker, I'll toast you too. Qian Ming on the side immediately clapped his hands, picked up his wineglass and got up to say. Xia Dongyang sighed. No matter Gui Yan and Wang Hao made every effort to persuade the wine, Xia Dongyang always insisted on their own principles. Suddenly, Gui Yan fell into Xia Dongyang's arms at once, began to tear the neckline of his dress. Gui Yan and Wang Hao made every effort to persuade Xia Dongyang to drink, but Xia Dongyang has always been unmoved. Gui Yan fell in Xia Dongyang's arms, tearing the neckline of the skirt. In an instant, it will be exposed to a large area of white flowers of the light. Xia Dongyang is like a spring, a collapse to the up. Guo Yan was shocked to stand up, but one did not stand firm. The body fell sideways on the dining table. Unlucky her. Elbows and just pillow in a pot of chicken soup. That chicken soup is made with a casserole pot. Just served up. Steaming hot. Guo Yan was scalded by a mournful scream. Hastily straighten up the body, patting and rubbing the elbows, jumping straight to the feet. Where there is the first elegant. Xia Dongyang waist stood straight, did not pay attention to Guo Yan, so cold eyes watching, such as watching a clown show in general. For a while, Guo Yan was over, pointing at Xia Dongyang, cursing, "Could you Xia Dongyang? I kindly persuade you to drink. You even move on me, but also hurt me? What do you have in mind?" In another private room, although Zhao Shuiyan made a statement that she can't drink, but Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhao exchanged red wine, and that Vice President Yang Hui also drank red wine. There is no way. For the sake of the company, for the sake of not losing to the companies those assholes patriarchs, in order to fight for a breath of fresh air, Zhao Shuiyan only have to drink with a hard head. These rounds down, her head has long been drowsy. However, her will to win is very strong, hard to hold themselves not to collapse. At the same time will lead the topic to the company cooperation. Seeing this, Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhao looked at each other and then followed Zhao Shuiyan's topic, and the three of them started to talk about cooperation. However, in the process, they still drank a cup and a half. This side, Guo Yan, this is obviously false accusations. Xia Dongyang is careless, lit a cigarette. Expression flat said, "Okay, do not say those useless. Do it." His words just fell. Standing in his left back point of Wang Hao, fierce fist to his lumbar vertebrae to smash. This fist is powerful. If the average person was smashed, then, on the spot to fall on the ground. But Xia Dongyang, since the words are set out, naturally has long been prevented Wang Hao just to move. He will body side. At the same time footsteps back a retreat. The shoulder to Wang Hao's chest leaning on the trend. Bang! Wang Hao, as if hit by a car, flew backwards, heavily smashed on the coffee table behind him, smashing a series of valuable tea sets all over the ground. Ah! Guo Yan saw this and let out a scream of fright. Xia Dongyang's backhand was a slap on her face, straight to the point that Guo Yan stumbled and flopped to the ground. Only then did he coldly say, "Women should know how to respect themselves," he said, turned around and walked towards Wang Hao. At this time Wang Hao at least struggled down from the coffee table and stood on the ground, covering his chest and panting heavily, looking at Xia Dongyang over. His eyes are full of horror, but also know that he cannot run away. Just unwillingly asked, "You, how do you see it?" Xia Dongyang only said, "It's simple. Your hand." "My hand?" Wang Hao spread out his hands and looked at them, but he didn't feel anything. Xia Dongyang added, "Your palm is thick. There are calluses on the joints. It should be made by practicing boxing for years. If an assistant, going in and out of the office all day long, the hands are not like this. There is also this woman, with such a clumsy trick attempt to frame me. I reckon, this box should have a camera that you have planted in advance. Right, and the angle is obtained very well, so that people look at that scene before, think that I will be Gui Yin in the arms, right? How did you know that?" Wang Hao was as if he had seen a ghost, looking at Xia Dongyang in horror. Xia Dongyang, however, did not answer him, but turned his head to look around, and then said, "It's impossible for you guys to know in advance which position I'm going to sit in, so you should have placed cameras in several directions. So let me take a look." As he said that, he began to search the room, but in just 10 seconds or so, he identified a camera hidden within a wall clock, followed by a second and a third. Watching Xia Dongyang quickly find out the cameras in the room, Wang Hao had been so shocked that his jaw dropped and he couldn't speak. In his heart there was only one thought, that is, this man in front of him is really too scary. This analyzing ability as well as observing ability is simply not something a human being should have. His heart regretted to the extreme, regretted to go against this man in front of him, and at this time, Xia Dongyang held a camera and walked back, coldly said, "Who asked you to deal with me?" Having seen Xia Dongyang's ability far beyond normal people, Wang Hao how dare not say quickly said, "It is Lu Xiaoyun. He placed these cameras beforehand. Our first plan is to get you drunk, and then create a picture of you violating Gui Yin, followed by me knocking you out. But I didn't expect you to insist on not drinking." Gui Yin had to start the second set of programs, and actively fell into your arms, and then only need to cut the video. Still can create as you borrowed wine attempt to violate Gui Yin. Xia Dongyang heard, could not help but coldly smile. Unexpectedly Lu Xiaoyun actually still not dead. Arrange such a place. Good guy. Program also a set of a set. On Mr. Zhao sighed. How did you guys design it again? Although only met Lu Xiaoyun one side, but Xia Donyang also know. Lu Xiaoyun is the pursuit of Zhao Xueyan cannot. This time this so-called company cooperation. It is estimated that there are cats and dogs. Sure enough, Wang Hao then said, the company of the two of them, Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhao, have both cooperated with Lu's group, so they cooperate with Lu Xiao, and get Zhao Xueyan drunk on the wine table, and then throw you and Zhao Xueyan on a bed and take some fruit photos. Of course, the last one who operates on the bed is naturally Lu Xiao. At that time, Zhao Xueyan will only hate you. Lu Xiao then step in to appease. Not only can you get Zhao Xueyan, more can logically use Zhao Xueyan's hate to get rid of you. Xia Donyang had to say, this Lu Xiaoyun's scheme is really sinister enough. So he asked, Lu Xiaoyun should be in the mountain villa, right? He is in the small courtyard next door. As long as Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhao's side get their hands on him, he will come over. Wang Hao honestly explained. Very good. Xia Donyang nodded and raised his steps to approach Wang Hao. Wang Hao's face changed greatly, shouting, Assistant Xia, spare my life, spare my life. Everything is Lu Xiaoyun's instruction. I also instructed to run. However, before he could finish his words, Xia Donyang had already smashed his fist on his temple and knocked him out. Just as Wang Hao had said, he was just a henchman. His crime was not to death. Xia Donyang turned to look at Guiyan. Guiyan saw Xia Donyang looked at himself, immediately scared white, trembling, legs a shiver, actually scared to give urine, panic stuttering shouted, do not kill me. She thought just now Xia Donyang was killed Wang Hao. Xia Donyang ignored her, stride over, a palm to knock her out, and then out of the box to Zhao Xueyan box rushed. In the box, Zhao Xueyan had already been doused in a daze. Xian Ming and Zhao Yud glanced at each other, and feeling that the time was almost right, they said, Mr. Zhao, I see that our conversation today was very pleasant, so let's do it this way. The intention to cooperate is finalized. Zhao Xueyan's heart was happy to hear this, and she was a little more energized, saying, that's good. We'll finalize it tomorrow. Bang! However, before she finished speaking, the door of the box was kicked open, and Xia Donyang walked in with big strides. As soon as they saw Xia Donyang come over, Xian Ming and Zhao Yud realized that things were feared to be bad. Zhao Yud hurriedly got up and shouted at Zhao Xueyan, General Manager Zhao, this assistant of yours is too unself-conscious, isn't it? This cooperation, I think we should just forget about it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xueyan became anxious and got up to yell at Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang, I order you to immediately apologize to General Manager Zhao and General Manager Qian. Apologize? Xia Donyang let out a sneer, stepped forward, pressed Zhao Yud's neck and violently knocked it to the table. Bang! Zhao Yud's forehead heavily knocked on the table. The terrible force shocked the table dishes jumped a few times. Xia Donyang let go. Zhao Yud's whole person immediately like a puddle of mud, sliding down from the table and then collapsed on the ground. A large blood stain on the forehead. It looks like he fainted. Xia Donyang, are you crazy? Looking at Xia Donyang rushed in and knocked Zhao Yud unconscious without saying a word. Zhao Xueyan would have woken up half of the wine, and angrily rebuked at Xia Donyang. Xia Donyang also did not return to her, turned his eyes to look at the side of the scared shivering Qian Ming. Qian Ming saw, shivering, a face of panic teeth chattering said, you, what are you going to do? You're Zhao Total here. You dare to fight. Hit me, but it is a crime. Snap. However, his words have not finished. Xia Donyang has been a slap to throw over. Qian Ming these old bosses. The body has long been drunk in color to pull out almost. This slap straight was hit him staggered. Side head hit the wall next to him. The pain staggered squatting howling. Ah! Xia Donyang. Zhao Xueyan was completely frantic and roared. Call the police. Quickly call the police. Yang Hui, the vice president next to her, shouted in shock. Wang Quanliang also came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. But before he could dial the number, he was slapped to the ground by Xia Donyang. This is even more Yang Hui. That woman jumped up in fear. Xia Donyang backhanded a slap in the past, directly Yang Hui to fan fainted on the ground. Tube you are a man or a woman. As long as it is on Zhao Xueyan up bad thoughts, all the way to open the fight. Xia Donyang, you. Zhao Xueyan has been angry to the face of the blue and purple, violent gasping for breath, completely unable to speak. Looking at this business will be negotiated. How to know that Xia Donyang will suddenly go crazy? To such a thing, she felt that Xia Donyang is the nemesis of their own destiny. He came to be a bodyguard a few days. He was either looked at by him, or was kissed, and then not help or broken feet and other accidents. Think of these. Zhao Xueyan nose is sour, eyes are hazy up, only feel aggrieved to the extreme. She decided, Even if her father is again opposed, even if she is behind the intimidation of people continue to intimidate, and even harmed, this time will certainly be Xia Dongyang dismissed. After putting the 4 people down, Xia Dongyang then walked to Zhao Xueyan. Zhao Xueyan's eyes were like knives, murderous, glaring at Xia Dongyang, and said coldly, "You crazy person. Get out of here. I don't ever want to see you again, and I won't forgive you for the rest of my life." Xia Dongyang didn't say anything, but took out his cell phone and opened the broadcast, which said, "It's Lu Xiaoyun. He placed these cameras beforehand. Our first plan is to get you drunk, and then create a picture of you violating Guiyin, followed by me knocking you out." The person who spoke inside was exactly Wang Hao. Just now Xia Dongyang had already used his cell phone to record his confession. Zhao Xueyan listened to the whole person froze. In fact, with her intelligence, before when Qianming and Jiayu persuaded her to drink, she thought that they wanted to dunk themselves. However, considering the importance of this cooperation to the company as well as to her personally, she had endured it. As long as the cooperation was negotiated, there was no harm in getting drunk once. But how could she not have thought that it would be Lu Xiaoyun who arranged this behind the scenes? In other words, just now the negotiation, just now the drinking, just now everything is in vain. Anger, incomparable anger surged Zhao Xueyan's heart. However, at this moment, but looking at Xia Dongyang in front of her eyes, she only felt guilty beyond words. Even dare not face Xia Dongyang, because if it is not Xia Dongyang words, the consequences are unimaginable. But what have you just done? Rage, scolding, expulsion, language injury. Zhao Xueyan's character was good and strong, but she was also a person who dared to act, and immediately said to Xia Dongyang with a guilty face, "Xia Dongyang, too," but her words had not finished. Xia Dongyang had already turned to Qianming, who had not fainted. Just now that slap, the force in his hand was well controlled. "What are you doing? Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I can give you whatever you want." Qianming, where there is still a company boss posture, huddled against the wall, as if a fat quail, because under Xia Dongyang's iron fist, he is just a ball of Play-Doh. Xia Dongyang want to pinch him how he wants. How to pinch him? Xia Dongyang only said, "It's very simple. I want you to say your conspiracy this time from beginning to end. Of course, you can also choose not to say, or hide anything. Only." As he said that, he flexed his fingers with his left hand on a bottle of red wine bottle placed on the table, and with a bang sound, the bottle of red wine immediately cracked open, and the bright red fragrant wine overflowed out as if it was as piercing as crimson blood. Qianming was so scared that his body fat shivered. This flick was so powerful, if he smashed a few punches on his body, would he still be able to live? At that moment, he hurriedly shouted, I'll say everything." Next, he told Lu Xiaoyun's arrangement, this time one by one, although it was basically the same as what Wang Hao had said before. But Qianming, in order to suffer less, that was added to Lu Xiaoyun's conspiracy to make it even more ruthless and shameless. Zhao Xueyan, who was listening at the side, a pretty face as cold as 100 years of immutable ice. If Lu Xiaoyun is here, it is estimated that all can be frozen into an ice sculpture by the coldness of her body. Xia assistant. No, Xia brother, Xia master, this is all I know. Please, let me go. Everything is Lu Xiaoyun. We dare not disobey him. After Qianming finished, he begged for mercy. Xia Dongyang naturally recorded again, put away his cell phone and said, "Want me to let you off? That's good. Call Lu Xiaoyun to come over." Yes. Qianming was overjoyed after hearing this, nodded his head and hurriedly dialed Lu Xiaoyun's number. Xia Dongyang, what are you doing? Zhao Xueyan couldn't help but step forward and ask. Xia Dongyang said in an incomparably flat tone, "Of course it's to solve the aftermath." Zhao Xueyan's heart trembled. To Xia Dongyang's tough as a knife nature, is not in order to solve their own worries and kill Lu Xiaoyun. Zhao Xueyan heart-a-touching, but she turned to think. No, although Lu Xiaoyun is abominable, but if you kill him, Xia Dongyang certainly cannot escape the responsibility for that kind of person, and hitched himself. Ro cannot be. Zhao Xueyan didn't realize that she was already unconsciously considering for Xia Dongyang. At that moment, she rushed to say, Xia Dongyang, don't rush. You. However, at this time, Qianming gave Lu Xiao a call and only said, Hey, Lu Xiao, it's done. Come over quickly. When Qianming hung up the phone, only then did Zhao Xueyan continue. Xia Dongyang, don't be impulsive. It's not cost-effective to hitch yourself in order to deal with the likes of Lu Xiaoyun. Xia Dongyang, however, calmly said, Don't worry, I have my measure. That's good. Zhao Xueyan saw that Xia Dongyang was still calm, and was also slightly relieved. However, both of them did not realize that this time was actually dominated by Xia Dongyang. Between words, Xia Dongyang walked behind the door of the box, But more than a minute, the door of the box was heavily pushed open. A person ran in with gusto. Who was it if not Lu Xiaoyun? However, Lu Xiaoyun saw Zhao Xueyan standing at the table, as well as the ground lying Zhao several people. His face joy instantly stiff. He is also still considered smart. Directly turn around and run. Xia Dongyang where he may let him run away. Left hand grabbed his collar. Will be lifted up, and then casually thrown. Lu Xiaoyun whole person like a sandbag flying up, heavily smashed in the dining table above. Will be a should-be dinner plate smashed down to the ground. Xia Dongyang's stride followed up, fell to 7 meat and vegetables of Lu Xiaoyun, completely not yet back to God, and was Xia Dongyang lifted up, and then thrown to the wall as a sack. Bang! Lu Xiaoyun heavy in close contact with the wall, and then as if a piece of mud slipped down, paralyzed on the ground. Xia Dongyang once again took big steps to follow. Zhao Xueyan saw this and wanted to block, but thinking about what Qian Ming said just now, Lu Xiaoyun's hateful plans, she held back, being dropped twice in a row. Lu Xiaoyun only felt that all his bones were going to break, but the will to survive made him try to become conscious. But seeing Xia Dongyang approaching, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Pa!" However, just as his words left his mouth, Xia Dongyang had already slapped him. This slap straight to Lu Xiaoyun's side fell to the ground. 2 bloody teeth fly down and out, not waiting for him to react. Xia Dongyang bent down and grabbed his right ankle force a pull. Lu Xiaoyun's whole person as if sitting on a big rotating flywheel generally flew up horizontally. This time, Lu Xiaoyun just flew toward Qian Ming in the corner. Qian Ming saw this, his face changed, rushed to avoid. Poor Lu Xiaoyun, once again heavily hit the wall. This time, he only felt that his internal organs are about to be broken. Could not help but wow, a mouthful of blood. This can be Qian Ming scared. Xia Dongyang, this is simply a humanoid monster. People in his hands and dolls no difference. His heart regret in order to a little benefit. Listen to Lu Xiaoyun's instigation, and do not know Xia Dongyang will be how to abuse their own. The more he thought the more afraid, and aside Zhao Xueyan, is also the first time to see Xia Dongyang so ferocious side. At this moment Xia Dongyang in her eyes, is simply a heavenly god. For her to cut off all the thorns of the road ahead. Her heart, bang a palpitation. Over there, after spraying a mouthful of blood Lu Xiaoyun, feel the chest of the air slightly better. He also does not care about Xia Dongyang in the end over or not over. Panicked and terrified, shouted, "Stop, please, please, do not fight again, do not fight again." Xia Dongyang approached. Look at this situation is also almost, otherwise really whole life is not good. However, just like this may not be able to let Lu Xiaoyun in the future no longer heart trickery. So it is a murderous face. Said, "Before I let people bring you the word, it seems that you don't want to take a life." Saying that, he pretended to make a move. Lu Xiaoyun was so scared that he ignored the pain all over his body, panicked and kneeled on the ground, crying and begging, don't kill me. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Please let me go." At this time, Lu Xiaoyun with tears and snot, where there is still the usual towering, overbearing appearance of a young man. Xia Dongyang only said, "I let you go. You turn back and then find someone to deal with me. If you are me, you will let me go?" When Lu Xiaoyun heard this, he hurriedly said, "Money, I can give you money, as much money as you want, as long as you let me go." Xia Dongyang shook his head and said, "I only believe that the dead will not trouble me again. Don't. Looking at Xia Dongyang to do it again, Lu Xiaoyun was so scared that he begged again and again, and said in a panic, "I can record the video of this plan for you. You can save it, and if I find someone to deal with you again, you will publish it, and at that time, both of their companies and Lu's group, will be discredited." Xia Dongyang heart coldly laughed. This guy's brain is also fast enough to turn, actually, and his own previous thought of the same idea. To know, such as Lu Xiaoyun, this kind of satiation. No use of the big young man. The most afraid of is the family has no money. Broad Life would immediately also nodded, "Okay, but you all had better participate." Yes. Lu Xiaoyun saw Xia Dongyang agree and nodded his head repeatedly, and then shouted at the trembling Qian Ming next to him, "Don't go and wake them all up." Good. Once Qian Ming saw that things had turned around, his heart was overjoyed. Recording a video was just a matter of recording a video. It was better than being killed and maimed. He quickly in the restroom to pick up 2 cups of cold water over. Will Zhao Yud, Yang Hui, Wang Quanlian to splash awake. 3 people wake up, each looking at Xia Dongyang are trembling. Who could have thought that before silently followed behind Zhao Xueyan? Looks obviously still some constraints. Seems to have not seen what the market Xia Dongyang will be so fierce it? Qian Mingshua clears Xia Dongyang's meaning. A few people feel that this is a way to avoid the pain of flesh and blood. Besides, the mastermind is still Lu Xiaoyun. A few of their own is only instigated only. Next, in this box next to the coffee table, Lu Xiaoyan several people recorded planning against Zhao Shuiyan as well as the Li Yin Company video. In order to try to make Xia Dongyang satisfied, Lu Xiaoyan several people are all played out the movie star level of acting. Have their own company also brought in, especially Lu Xiaoyun, if he let his old man know words, iron certain minutes to shoot him. This pitiful goods. After the video was recorded, Xia Dongyang said to several people in a deep voice, if you do business in good faith and behave sincerely in the future, then this video will never be known by the outside world. If you still want to do anything secretly, I guarantee that this video will be exposed at the first time. Don't dare, that Mr. Zhao, Mr. Qian several people said in succession, joking, thinking that making a fortune is so easy. I hope you guys do what you say. Xia Dongyang put away his cell phone, turned to Zhao Shuiyan and said, Mr. Zhao, let's go. Aha. Zhao Shuiyan nodded. She was very satisfied with the way Xia Dongyang handled this. Shuiyan, wait. Lu Xiaoyun suddenly shouted. Zhao Shuiyan chilled her face and said in a cold voice, call me by my full name, or Mr. Zhao. Yes, General Manager Zhao. Lu Xiaoyun wouldn't dare to shout this time, and then said, General Manager Zhao, in order to show my apology, I will have them sign a cooperation agreement with Lilian Company. Yes, we are all willing to cooperate with Mr. Zhao's Lian Company. Where did Qian Ming and Jia Yu dare not to agree? Besides, originally Zhao Shuiyan's previous proposal and idea had not a small amount of business opportunities. Cooperation is a win-win situation. Why not? It is reasonable to say that Zhao Shuiyan should be happy at this time, because the purpose of her coming here this time is this. Which knows? After she heard it, she said in a cold voice, no need. I, Zhao Shuiyan, never cooperate with insincere people, she said, turned around and left. Her attitude was very resolute. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Dongyang couldn't help but admire his female boss again. Very much his own principles of doing business. Why say again it? Because the last time is in the construction site. Zhao Shuiyan heard that almost smashed her skinny worker's family situation. Not only did not sue him, but also secretly let the fat boss to take money over. Such a principled and caring boss, even if it is a little high and cold. But Xia Dongyang thinks that she is all worth protecting herself, even if it is not for that advance of 1 million. Hearing Zhao Shuiyan's words, Qian Ming and Jia Yu couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. They were clear that they had missed an opportunity to cooperate with the future pearl of the business world, and I'm afraid that such an opportunity would never come again in the future. After Xia Dongyang and Zhao Shuiyan left, Lu Xiaoyun and the others breathed a sigh of relief and paralyzed in their chairs. Only after a while did Jia Yu tentatively ask, Lu Xiao, what should we do now? What to do? Lu Xiaoyun's hand was a little shaky as he lit a cigarette, and then said, who the hell dares to say anything about this today? I won't be done with him. Yes. Qian Ming several people nodded repeatedly. In fact, even if Lu Xiaoyun did not say, they would not say it. After all, this is not something honorable. Who is so stupid to reveal their own shortcomings? Lu Xiaoyun added, now we are completely considered a boat of people. In the future, all fucking honest people do business. Otherwise, the family business is gone. Cannot blame me. That's for sure. Mr. Zhao. A few people have nodded. In fact, if you think about it, Xia Dongyang took away the video as nothing, as long as the business on the line, and then again, honest business will only get better and better. Moreover, just recorded that video, their own company and Lu Xiaoyun more closely tied together, and later to find Lu Xiaoyun help, he will certainly be more active. Invariably, Xia Dongyang also seems to have helped. Lu Xiaoyun then added, also, in the future, in terms of the Li Yin Company, all give me eyes to put a bright spot, and secretly take care of it. This we know. There was no need for Lu Xiaoyun to say this. Qian Ming and Jia Yu would do that. After all, the handle was still on Zhao Shuiyan's side after all. Out of the small courtyard, Zhao Shuiyan all the way straight to the outside of the mountain village. At this time, has long been the bright moon hanging high. The stars are full of the sky. The night is very beautiful, especially combined with this mountain village of the Lotus Pond. That is more of a mood. But Xia Dongyang no. Zhao Shuiyan's mood is not good. Sitting on the co-pilot seat, Zhao Shuiyan took a deep breath, turned her head to Xia Dongyang and said, Xia Dongyang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scolded you like that before. Xia Dongyang only said, Ms. Zhao is too serious. Zhao Shuiyan added, I know you must be laughing at me in your heart. Laughing at me for being stupid. Being poured with alcohol and not even knowing it, right? I didn't think that way. Mr. Zhao, are we going straight back to the villa? Xia Dongyang indeed didn't think that way. With his upright character, he couldn't possibly think that way either. He didn't want Zhao Xueyan to be immersed in the sadness of being cheated just now, so he digressed and started the car. Zhao Xueyan didn't follow up, but said, "I'm in a bad mood. Go to the city, find a bar at random, and drink with me, Mr. Zhao. You're already a little drunk." Zhao Xueyan, this is clearly to buy drunk. Xia Dongyang naturally have to stop. Which knew? Zhao Xueyan's eyes were staring at him tightly, saying word for word, "I said, go to the bar." No way. Xia Dongyang only had to rely on him. Driving a car, soon arrived in the city. Xia Dongyang is not clear where in the end there is a bar. However, he is clear that, in general, most of the bars open in the section of the Riverside Road, so only have to drive along the Riverside Road to find it. Along the Riverside Road, not a moment. Saw a bar, but Xia Dongyang did not drive over. He thought more time to waste. Let Zhao Xueyan's wine wake up. Mood calming some, perhaps back. So, Xia Dongyang drove the car, continued to drive along the Riverside Road. This time, passing through several bars, he did not look at them and drove directly past. Zhao Xueyan is a person drunk, heart is not drunk. See Xia Dongyang's intention. The heart is also quite touched. Xia Dongyang in these things, always do a very fine, but she is now in a really bad mood. Just want to vent. Just want to get drunk. So casually then pointed with the bar to be over. Said, turn around. On that bar. Xia Dongyang secretly sighed, only to turn over. Looking for a place to park, the two got out of the car. But see, the name of the bar is called Blue Flame. Zhao Xueyan carrying a handbag. Footsteps, some of the first to the bar to go. Xia Dongyang rushed to follow in the back. Push open the bar, black and red patterned double door. Ear-splitting heavy metal music came. The air wafted a strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol, but just outside and did not hear. Visible, this door of the sound insulation effect is very good. Xia Dongyang into the door. Naturally the first time to survey the surrounding environment. The bar size is not small. The eye must have several hundred square feet. The whole into a circle. The center is a huge dance floor, surrounded by the card seat. At this moment, with the heavy metal music that makes people's blood boil, the men and women on the dance floor, twisting their bodies wildly, releasing hormones at will, relieving the pressure of daytime work and life to their heart's content. Such a large bar. Security is naturally less. In the door directly opposite, that is, the deepest steps of the dance floor, is the bartender. Bartender's left and right stood a man in black. Needless to say is the security guards. And on the left and right side of the dance floor, also stood in two security guards. Xia Dongyang quickly retracted his eyes, turned his head to the left side of the door to look at the left side of the black-clothed security guards. Could not help but be stunned, because the security guards would be the first time he participated in the application for Zhao Xueyan bodyguard. Encountered the Northwest Military Region combat champion Zhao Rulong. Zhao Rulong obviously also did not expect when a move to defeat their own and successful application Xia Dongyang unexpectedly will appear here, and also saw himself as a security guard. Proud, he looked a little embarrassed. Some dare not face Xia Dongyang's eyes. Looking at Zhao Rulong's evasive eyes, how Xia Dongyang could not guess his psychology at the moment. Immediately nodded in a friendly manner. Zhao Rulong is also a soldier. Naturally can feel Xia Dongyang's friendliness. Moreover, can feel that Xia Dongyang did not look down on himself. At that moment, he also nodded at Xia Dongyang, a friendly response. At this time, Zhao Xueyan directly toward the dance floor. Xia Dongyang did not dare to slow down, rushed to follow in. The dance floor of the shadow of the people. Zhao Xueyan, as soon as she went in, was drowned out by the dancing crowd. Xia Dongyang frowned, but also do not care about so much. Directly will be blocking the way of the people to set aside, to Zhao Xueyan to chase. In doing so, it drew the dissatisfaction of many of the drinkers who were dancing. However, when they turned around to look for it, they could only see Xia Dongyang's back and was quickly drowned out by the dancing drinkers around them, so they had no choice but to call it quits. Xia Dongyang quickly caught up with Zhao Xueyan. Zhao Xueyan does not know that this capricious action to Xia Dongyang created a lot of trouble. She only mind to the dance floor across the bartender drilling, but this stunning looks, no matter where she goes, are the focus of the crowd's eyes. In the dance floor, there are colorful and daring guy. After noticing Zhao Xueyan's beauty, secretly squeeze over, put his hand to Zhao Xueyan's buttocks. In fact, in the dance floor, this kind of situation is not a minority, but many times because they cannot see the salty pig's hand. So those who were taken advantage of the woman also had to grit their teeth and bear it. Xia Dongyang naturally can't let this guy have his way. Against this kind of person, he is never soft. Raised his hand and grabbed the other person's wrist, gently folded. The other person immediately screamed. His hand has been dislocated, and in this dance floor, his scream is too insignificant. With Zhao Xueyan to the depths of the dance floor, Xia Dongyang first hand folded 5 or 6 people's wrists. Those salty piggy hands also had to fight off the teeth to swallow in the stomach. Silently withdrew from the bar. Zhao Xueyan at least through the dance floor. Walked to the bartender. But she did not know. If there is no Xia Dongyang secretly escort, she came all the way over. I do not know how many salty piggy hands wipe oil. Mix me a cup of the strongest wine. Zhao Xueyan sat at the bar and shouted at the bartender. The bartender was a man who looked like he was 24 or 25. He had a head of rooted yellow hair, was wearing a black t-shirt, and wore a long stud like a nail, and was full of pie. But looking at such a beautiful Zhao Xueyan, he flinched for a moment before responding. Okay. With that, he turned around and prepared to fetch the wine. Zhao Xueyan glanced at Xia Dongyang who was standing on the side and shouted to that bartender again. Mix 2 cups. Good. The young bartender naturally agreed with pleasure. Xia Dongyang only said, Mr. Zhao, I don't drink. Zhao Xueyan stared at Xia Dongyang with some floating eyes, and said word for word, I want you to drink with me. Xia Dongyang also knew that Zhao Xueyan would be in a bad mood. After all, careful preparation, heart and soul, but suffered a shameless conspiracy scam. As a bodyguard, at this time, he only accompanied Zhao Xueyan to release the bad mood inside. But Zhao Xueyan before this also drank quite a lot. So he said, that's fine, but we drink a cup and go back. If you want to go back you go back yourself. Zhao Xueyan, however, said capriciously. Not long after, the bartender mixed the wine and pushed it in front of Zhao Xueyan, his eyes glowing as he said, Beauty, your wine. Zhao Xueyan also did not greet Xia Dongyang, picked up the wine and took a big drink, immediately choked and coughed violently. Xia Dongyang could not care so much, and hastily raised his hand to give her a back pat to smooth the air. That young bartender looked, heart a good burst of envy. Zhao Xueyan at least smooth air to sit straight, raised his hand to wave away Xia Dongyang's hand, said, I'm fine, come, drink with me, said. She again picked up the wine cup. Xia Dongyang had to accompany her to drink. This time Zhao Xueyan is not drink just so fast. There was no communication between the two of them. They just drank a mouthful of wine. The young bartender looked confused and couldn't understand what the relationship between Xia Dongyang and Zhao Xueyan was in the end. A cup of wine was finally Zhao Xueyan finished. This cup of spirits down. Zhao Xueyan face redness more luxuriant and more colorful. Floating eyes also become confused, obviously to the critical point. Which nose? But she shouted to the bartender, one more cup. Xia Dongyang hurriedly stopped. No need. How much? Joking. This if another cup down. Zhao Xueyan is not immediately fell. Of course, drunk is nothing. The main thing is that this spirit's degree is too high. Zhao Xueyan this drink down. The damage to the body is still not small. Zhao Xueyan, however, raised her voice and shouted. I said, one more cup. Xia Dongyang added, don't listen to her. How much? Bartender left look at Zhao Xueyan. Right look at Xia Dongyang. Cannot understand in the end to listen to who. However, regardless of Zhao Xueyan still drank. Say the price is nothing. So said, $200. Xia Dongyang immediately pulled out $200, placed on the bar, and then held Zhao Xueyan will go out. At the same time said, Zhao total. You cannot drink again. We should go back. Zhao Xueyan struggled violently and shouted at Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang, let go of me. Who are you to control me? Get out of the way. I want to drink. It seems that this incident, the damage and stimulation to Zhao Xueyan is indeed not small, but this is not a way to buy drunkenness. Xia Dongyang immediately roared in a deep voice, enough. Drink also drink. Vent also vent. Go back with me. Zhao Xueyan was Xia Dongyang this strong a drink. Shocked as a stunned. More aggrieved. Said, Xia Dongyang, you dare to yell at me? Xia Dongyang thought. Anyway, roar also roar. What else? Immediately said, Hao Yuan Hao. This business is not negotiated. Then find the next. People as long as the effort. Nothing cannot be done. You're so self-destructive. Or I know Zhao Xueyan, go back and have a good night's sleep, and think about it tomorrow. He said. Also do not care Zhao Xueyan how to think. Pull her hand to the side of the card seat around to go. Do not want to go through that dance floor again. In fact, Zhao Xueyan is not self-loathing, just simply want to vent her emotions, recalling Xia Dongyang's strong attitude just now, and then looking at Xia Dongyang's not particularly tall back. Zhao Xueyan suddenly remembered Yu Fei's previous words. This man is too manly, too stylish. General bodyguards, where would they dare to yell at their employer like this? She even suddenly felt that those female employees in the building who had previously written letters to Xia Dongyang to ask for an appointment really had some kind of prescient vision. Zhao Xueyan mused, not realizing in the slightest that she was actually not angry with Xia Dongyang, not to mention that her hand was being pulled by Xia Dongyang. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud bang came, and the crowd in front of them scattered in an uproar. Xia Dongyang naturally stopped, only to see 3 men fell to the ground. Look at that way, should be put down. And in the card seat side, a black-clothed big man is protecting a man and 2 women ready to leave. Xia Dongyang with eyes, found that the black-clothed big man is actually Zhao Rulong. At this time, the music in the bar came to an abrupt end, replaced by the boiling sound of discussion. The drinkers on the dance floor, half to the fallen men in suits surrounded. One of the men in blue fashion suits, in the other 2 people's support stood up, covered his abdomen and stood up, pointing at Zhao Rulong cursed, "Damn, you dog security, even dare to hit the old man. You fucking wait for the old man." As he said that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a call, shouting at the person on the other end of the phone, "Immediately bring someone to Blue Flame." And right at the same time he made the call, Zhao Rulong said to the 2 women and 1 man behind him, "You guys go first, or you won't be able to leave later." Of those 2 women and 1 man, one of the girls looked like she was drunk and was being held up by the man and the woman. And when the man heard Zhao Rulong's words, he said, "Big brother, what are you going to do when we leave?" Zhao Rulong said with an impatient face, "Just let you guys go. Where's all the nonsense?" "Alright, big brother. Thank you. We'll thank you again some other day," the man said, and then he and the woman set up the drunken woman and prepared to leave. When the man in the blue suit who called saw that, he immediately yelled, "Who the hell dares to leave?" As soon as his words came out, the 2 men beside him, who were obviously followers, quickly rushed forward and blocked the way of those 2 women and 1 man. At this time, from the crowd came out a man in his 30s, asked, "What happened?" But his words were not finished. He saw the blue suit man standing on the side, covering his abdomen, and then ran over with a smile on his face, nodding his head and waist, "Sunless, you how to drive light, pa." However, his words have not finished, that Sun Young will slap on his face, cursing, "Waste Nemo, what words? Go to your steward," to the old man called over. The man should be a steward of this bar. After receiving a slap, not only did he not have the slightest resistance and dissatisfaction, instead, he said with trepidation, "Sun Shao, our steward is not here." When that Sun Shao heard this, he said in an unreasonable and arrogant manner, "I don't care if the steward is not here. Call him, limit him to come over within 5 minutes, or else my people will come over and fucking demolish this bar." Yes, I'll make the call." The man nodded his head repeatedly, not daring to be the slightest bit slow to take out the phone. "You're fucking dead." That Sun Shao raised his hand and pointed at Zhao Rulong, saying fiercely. At this time, someone in the crowd murmured, "Who is this Sun Shao? So arrogant?" Then someone said, "Dude, you don't even recognize him? Sun Shao arrogant and domineering style," so that many drinkers in the bar heart strange. "This guy in the end, what is the origin?" That asked the man is the foreman of this bar, but after receiving a beating, still only to be coy. Someone asked, naturally, someone back, "Buddy, he you don't know. Look at your weekdays or not much attention to the news. This is our Jiangyang first big jewelry group, Sun 6 Fortune Jewelry of the young master of Sun Deming. His family's assets have to have billions of with the money can be smashed to death. No wonder he's so arrogant. He has a good father," someone said sourly. "That's not true, but in terms of being famous, this Sun Shao is much better than his old man." "How so?" someone asked curiously. "Naturally, it's women. The speed at which he changes women is faster than the speed at which we change our clothes. There are lace news reports that said he played a woman into losing her mind, and ended up jumping off a building and committing suicide. But due to the lack of evidence, it's just not going to happen. All in all, his fame isn't a good one. Then what is the situation? That is not the security guard of the bar. How to fuck with him? Who knows? Just now all dancing. Did not see. Hey, look. Seems to be the steward over. Between the crowd discussion, a height of but 1 meter 6, looks more than 40 points of the short fat man, anxious to run in. This person is the bar's boss Xie Jincheng. Sun Deming limited him to 5 minutes to come over. He is but 3 minutes to come over. But look at the sweat on his face. I do not know whether it is scared or rushed to the tired. Xie Jincheng ran straight to the front of Sun Deming. Short Sun Deming ahead of him had to look at the head and asked, "Sunless, how do you come to me this small land? Greetings are not good. Greetings are not good. Recruit Nima." Sun Deming cursed, raised his hand and slapped Xie Jincheng in the face. Xie Jincheng was subconsciously a dodge. He was already short. This easily dodged. Sun Deming's slap scraped past the top of his head. "Damn, you still dare to dodge." Sun Deming was furious and kicked over. This kick gave a solid kick. Xie Jincheng was like a watermelon rolling on the ground twice. Many drinkers in the bar to see the heart is very angry. This Sun Deming is too unreasonable, too arrogant and domineering. The boss has personally come. and speak politely, but still be directly hit in the face. Which has the money cannot be so disrespectful. But indignation to indignation. After learning the strength of Sun Deming's family, no one dared to come out to say a word. Joking. Look at the lively on the line. The gun hit the head. And again. They are even when the head of the qualifications are not. But aside Zhao Rulong is out. The boss Xia Jincheng to help up. And then said to Sun Deming, the person who hit you is me. One person do one person. What is coming at me? Do not make it difficult for others. Xia Jincheng heard. Almost did not give a shock, fainted. Immortal bored. Sun Deming Sun Dazhao even in their own bar was beaten. This still have to. Their bar steward still do not do. How to explain to the above? However, the good thing is that this buddy is still a bit of a bearer, coupled with the bar outside the people, should also be able to solve. Xia Jincheng secretly thought, but as soon as his thoughts fell, Sun Deming said, Xia Jincheng, since when did your security guards here become so capable? It seems I have to learn from you. Security guards? What security guards? Xia Jincheng heard, could not help but turn his head to see. See, this is not just a few days ago the new security Zhao Rulong. This will be so scared that his eyes rolled white, straight to the ground. Zhao Rulong was quick to help him, and pinched his center. At the same time shouted, Steward, are you alright? Xia Jincheng slowly woke up, stood up straight and cursed at Zhao Rulong. Don't pull my back if you want to die. Kneel down and apologize to Sun Xiao immediately. Zhao Rulong was stunned, obviously a little unexpected. Immediately said, he let someone secretly in this female guest's wine drugged. With this kind of underhanded means want to take away this female guest. Such despicable behavior. Shouldn't it be prevented? Such despicable people. Shouldn't it be beaten? The surrounding guests heard, have been realized. So is this? Feelings or this security Zhao Rulong in order to maintain the guests. Only resolutely defy the strong Sun Deming This is simply positive energy security Which no. Xia Jincheng but growled, drugged and how? That is your woman. Not to say not, even if it is. Sun want. You damn also have to send me up. You do not want to mix, I still want to live it. Hurry up. Kneel down to apologize to the Sun Young. The surrounding guests heard. Do not dare to say Sun Deming. This steward always dare to say it. Immediately there are people can no longer hold back. Shouted, stewardship. You say this is too much, right? This security big brother, but in order to maintain the reputation of this store that's right. This is positive behavior. You do not reward even if, but also want him to apologize. Have you like this? You're simply aiding and abetting the enemy. Blind dog's eyes. In my opinion, he is a dog. You see his appearance, but also keep a little mustache. Simply properly is the anti-Japanese drama in the traitor. Yes, dog traitor. The face of the crowd scolding and denunciation. Xia Jincheng is regardless of how to say cannot offend Sun Deming Immediately yelled, you blind than a hairline. I advanced him 100,000 wages. He is the old man this year. I let him do what he has to do. What? Do not like it You can take 3 times the breach of contract for redemption 3 times the liquidated damages. That is 300,000. The surrounding guests heard. Suddenly pickled. Yes. Say who can. To really take the money. For a person who does not know. Who is willing to Sun Deming aside did not go to intervene. Moved a stool over. Calmly lit a cigarette. Sat there quietly watching how Xia Jincheng to deal with this. However, in Sun Deming's heart, no matter how he dealt with it, today he will not be easy to let go of Zhao Rulong. And the back point of Xia Dongyang heard. The heart of a certain string is touched. I cannot imagine Zhao Rulong in his own experience this like. The same as the advance salary. Only, Zhao Rulong encountered the boss, compared to Zhao Jinming, is far too poor. However, just when everyone was silent, Zhao Rulong took off the suit on his body and threw it on the ground. This guy, what he wore inside was actually a military green undershirt. This match was also drunk. Then, he said, this broken security guard. I'm not fucking inappropriate, but want me to apologize to this kind of scumbag. Second generation ancestor. Unless I die. When the crowd heard this security guard was really good he preferred not to have a job, but also not to bow down to people of power and shameless behavior. Xia Jincheng smiled coldly and said, good have a backbone right? Immediately take the money. $300,000. Zhao Rulong listened to the person a pickle, and then gritted his teeth and said, I'll return it to you after a while. There is a saying that a penny can be difficult to defeat a hero, let alone 300,000. After a while, I want it now. Xia Jincheng had an aggressive attitude and drank. Don't be a fucking hero if you don't have money. Kneel down and apologize to Sun Xiao immediately. Zhao Rulong was listening to the steel teeth clenching, iron fists clenching. All the muscles of his body were tensed. Obviously the patience had reached the extreme point. the guests of the bar, their hearts sighed. This is the reality. Sun Deming, who was sitting on the side, smiled coldly, condescendingly waved his hand to Zhao Rulong and said, "Kneel and come over here. I'll pay for his breach of contract." Right at this moment, a loud voice rang out from the crowd, and everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look. When everyone heard it, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look in the direction of the voice, only to see a man wearing a white shirt, a head of short hair like a steel needle, a face like a knife, eyes like a blade, pulling a woman who had a weak step and was obviously drunk, but was extremely beautiful, walked out from the crowd. Once the male guests in the bar saw the drunken Zhao Xueyan, they couldn't help but secretly praise, "What a hot chick," while those female guests' eyes focused on Xia Dongyang, they secretly sighed, "This man is so stylish." As soon as Sun Deming saw Zhao Xueyan, his heart was shocked, only saying, "Why is this woman here?" As a famous flower boy in Jianyang, Sun Deming naturally knew Zhao Xueyan, but his tastes had always been those of young models, young grasses or stars and the like, so he didn't extend his claws to Zhao Xueyan. But looking at Zhao Xueyan being pulled by Xia Dongyang, Sun Deming's heart was very strange. Who is this man? Zhao Xueyan's boyfriend? Besides, Zhao Rulong saw that the person who came out was actually Xia Dongyang. His heart was touched for a while. He could not imagine that he was still a rival in the beginning, but he was willing to come out to help himself at this time. At this time, Xia Dongyang looked at that short boss Xie Jincheng and said, "His breach of contract of 300,000, I give." Saying that, he took the card out and threw it to Xie Jincheng, saying, "The password is 3132, hurry up and brush it back to me." Xie Jincheng is a businessman. Favorable thing where will not dare. Took the card, nimbly brushed, returned to Xia Dongyang. The crowd did not expect. At this time there was really someone willing to pay for Zhao Rulong $300,000 in breach of contract. Looking at Xia Dongyang beside the beautiful Zhao Xueyan, they cannot help but have thought, this buddy is certainly another rich lord. No wonder can have so beautiful women. Those female guests, however, could not help but think, this man is so bold. I would be good if he woman. In fact, how do they know? Xia Dongyang is a poor man, the money in his card, and even his sister's post-operative convalescence fee. But he is willing to spend money to protect Zhao Rulong at this moment, not for any other reason, because he saw in Zhao Rulong's body the soldier's iron blood, the soldier's quality. Money spent, can earn again, but military blood, military quality, military dignity, absolutely cannot be trampled by money. Xia Dongyang put the card away and said to Xie Jincheng, "We can go, right?" "Yes, yes." Xie Jincheng nodded his head repeatedly. He got $200,000 for nothing in 2 days. He was so excited that he even forgot about Zhao Rulong hitting Sun Deming. As expected, Sun Deming immediately became upset and drank. "Who the hell said you guys are able to leave?" As soon as his words fell, as if they were cooperating with him, 4 men stormed in from the outside in a flurry of wind and fire, pushing the crowd away as they roared, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Those guests who were pushed away complained, but looking at the other side, each of them were tall and ferocious. They could only be pickles. And anyone could guess that they were the people Sun Deming had called. So to talk more, wouldn't that be looking for a fight? Sun Shao, the first person, was about 1 meter 8 in height, with a small flat head. His body looked very strong. He stepped forward and bowed to Sun Deming. Sun Deming cursed, "You guys are fucking snails. You want me to be beaten to death, right? See, it's that kid in the camouflage undershirt. Beat to death." "Yes, Sun Shao." The leader turned to look at Zhao Rulong and drank. "Go on. Beat me up." Being scolded as soon as he arrived, the leader was of course upset in his heart, so he naturally vented all his grievances on Zhao Rulong. When several minions heard this, they took out a throwing stick and surrounded Zhao Rulong. As soon as they saw that they were going to fight, the onlookers rushed to make room, but none of them went away. After all, this kind of hustle and bustle isn't something that can be seen every day. "You guys back off first." Zhao Rulong spoke to the 2 women and 1 man. "Big brother, be careful." The 1 man and 1 woman who hadn't been drugged barked out an admonition before rushing to help the female companion who had been drugged back away. Zhao Rulong took the initiative to meet up with a big step, and instantly fought with the 3 minions. He used the common fighting techniques used by the army. The use of fists and kicks was simple, direct and standard. It could be said to be like a textbook. It was worthy of being a combat champion. But just a minute, more than a minute, 3 holding a stick of minions will be put down by him on the ground, each lying on the ground wailing. Onlookers, guests, each heart surprised. I cannot imagine that Zhao Rulong hands will be so strong, especially the man and a woman to help the woman who was drugged. Heart is even more pleased. It seems that today is to meet the high people, so it turns out that you will be 2 times, but you still have to get down for me today. After that leader was slightly shocked, he said in a cold voice, and with a big step, the whole person rushed towards Zhao Rulong as if he was a brute bull. Zhao Rulong is also not the slightest fear. The two instantly war together. The two of them are similar in stature. This fight, that is the fists and feet to and fro, as if the two tigers fight in general, in the blink of an eye is more than 10 strokes in the past. Surprisingly, they are not comparable. Around the drinkers, all see is the eyes shine. This is no less than martial arts star Donnie Yen interpretation of action blockbusters. Many drinkers rush to take out their cell phones to camera. If this is sent to the do sound video on the minute, click on the table. Sun Deming impatiently drank. He Bing, you fucking embroidery or what? I give you another minute. That leader He Bing heard. Hands and feet immediately added a lot of force. And moves are more and more insidious. What insertion of eyes, teasing and so on. That is endless. Zhao Rulong's fighting tactics, indeed, like a textbook general standard, if it is to do instructors or physical education teachers, is absolutely first class, but really face He Bing this kind of in order to win. Unscrupulous people, Zhao Rulong appeared to be a little lack of adaptability. This is not a few times he was forced to retreat by He Bing. Some hands and feet. He Bing took advantage of the victory. A kick in his chest. Zhao Rulong flew out 2 meters. Fell to the ground. This kick cannot be light. Zhao Rulong a flip. Actually did not stand up. Watching He Bing unexpectedly win with such underhanded means, many people couldn't help but curse. Despicable. Just too despicable. That's right. Even if we win, it's still embarrassing. He Bing roared angrily as he heard. Who the hell is not convinced? Have the balls to come up and try. He roared. The scene was silent. Joking. This up is not looking for abuse? Don't be so blind if you don't have the ability. Seeing that he had deterred the crowd, He Bing couldn't help but speak again, and then he walked towards Zhao Rulong, while saying in a deep voice, even Sun Shao dares to beat you. I'll waste your hands before letting Sun Shao deal with you. When the crowd heard this, their hearts thumped and they pinched a cold sweat for Zhao Rulong, but they dared not do anything about it, especially the 3 people who were saved by Zhao Rulong. They were even more anxious, and the man was biting his lips tightly, but in the end, he didn't dare to come forward. Zhao Rulong covered his chest, endured the intense pain in his chest, insisted on standing up. As a soldier, the blood flowing is rather stand and die. Never kneel and live will. His eyes stared at He Bing who came, and shouted with great vigor, want to break my hand? Come on. Seek death. He Bing's aura would be soaring this time. His body was filled with a murderous aura. Zhao Rulong took a deep breath and slowly pulled back his stance. Even if he was defeated, he still wanted He Bing to pay the price. Seeing that He Bing was going to kill on again, Xia Dongyang hurriedly shouted, stop. Xia Dongyang naturally can see. Just now He Bing that seems vicious without a pattern of a kick. In fact, there is a doorway. This will Zhao Rulong as long as the lift of the chi force. The chest will be hot and painful. If then and He Bing hands, will definitely eat a bigger loss. This is a fight. The situation is changing rapidly. Then want to stop again. I'm afraid that it is too late. So Xia Dongyang had to call out to stop He Bing. He Bing stopped and turned his head to look. Xia Dongyang will be holding Zhao Shuiyan walked out, because Zhao Shuiyan drunk even fell asleep. So noisy environment, she can also sleep. Visible is indeed too much to drink. What, kid, want to stand up for him? He Bing asked in a deep voice. Xia Dongyang nodded to Zhao Rulong, and then said to He Bing, I see that your Sun Shao isn't hurt much, and you've kicked my friend. So let's leave it at that. When He Bing heard this, he immediately said in a cold voice, how can he compare to Sun Shao? Cut the crap. Since you want to take the lead, I'll waste you first. I advise you to put your woman down. Otherwise if you break your woman, don't blame me. Xia Dongyang naturally wouldn't put Zhao Shuiyan down. He didn't want to waste more time. So he said, against you, I don't need to use my hands yet. When the surrounding spectators heard this, someone couldn't help but comment, crap, who is this dude? Too able to pretend? That's right. Holding a woman and fighting with He Bing is simply looking for death. No matter how beautiful a woman is, there's no need to give up like this. This is simply taking life to pretend. However, there was only one person in the crowd who believed that Xia Dongyang was telling the truth, and that was Zhao Rulong, because he had personally experienced Xia Dongyang's terrifying stance. Seek death, Zhao Rulong knew, but He Bing didn't know. He didn't care if Xia Dongyang was pretending or slighting himself. With a bellowing cry, he flew and kicked at Xia Dongyang. This kick obviously didn't care about Zhao Shuiyan's safety either. Xia Dongyang slightly raised his eyes to look at the leaping He Bing, followed by a side waist twist, right foot a slightly upward side kick and out. The imposing He Bing in midair was kicked back by him. Snort! The onlookers sucked in a mouthful of cold air, their eyes staring in disbelief at the scene in front of them. In their opinion, Zhao Rulong knocked down 3 minions by himself. It was already very powerful, but He Bing defeated him again. Although he used some underhanded tactics, but it can't be ruled out that He Bing is very strong. But it was such a strong He Bing. But he was kicked out by Xia Dongyan's light-hearted kick. Is this a double act? They knew that it was absolutely not. How strong was this man? If he didn't hold that beautiful woman, how terrifying would it have to be? At this time, all the talents came back to God. The original Xia Dongyang just now is not pretending, but said the big truth. Deal with He Bing. He is indeed no need to use his hands. He Bing half lying on the ground, covering his chest with a face of horror looking at Xia Dongyang. He now a moment and a half will not be able to climb up, because Xia Dongyang also used the move he just used, is considered to be for Zhao Rulong revenge. Xia Dongyang turned to look at Sun Deming, who was shocked like a stone statue, and asked, Sun Shao, right, can I take my friend away? Sun Deming came back to his senses, swallowed his saliva, got up and said, I'll sell you face today, take your friend away. This guy is also good at talking. He is obviously afraid, but he insisted on saying that he would sell Xia Dongyang a face. Xia Dongyang didn't bother to say more to him, turned back to Zhao Rulong and said, let's go. After Xia Dongyang and the others left, the guests in the bar also quickly left. When someone left, they even said, let's go. This kind of bar, this kind of boss, it's better not to come in the future. Right, maybe one day my girlfriend will be drugged. It's better to be careful. Go back and talk to friends and family. Don't go to the wrong place, out of the high, or have to figure a safe off. Listening to the drinkers' discussion, the boss Xie Jincheng sat on the ground with his but as if he was dead. He knew that after tonight, his bar's business would definitely be in the toilet. After a while, Sun Deming lit a cigarette and cursed at He Bing, who had just climbed up. Waste, drag this fat man down and beat him. Don't, young son, don't. Xie Jincheng begged for mercy, but several minions had already come forward to punch and kick him. Life is like this. When facing the strong, some people stick to their principles and fight to the death, while some people bow to the strong with their conscience and lose their morals. But in the end, they are in a cocoon and eat their own fruits. Sun Deming also said to He Bing, check, go to check. That boy in the end, what is the way? This son does not find back. I Sun Deming after the face of where to put. I still mix a hairline mix. Xia Dongyang line out of the bar. Naturally he is the center to Zhao Shuiyan's car. Zhao Rulong the first time to say, thank you for your help. From now on, you let me on the mountain of knives under the sea of fire. I Zhao Rulong if I frowned a little is the son of a tortoise. Xia Dongyang only said, my name is Xia Dongyang. I'm helping you. I don't want you to do anything. It's because you're a man, and I, too, am a veteran. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rulong's eyes instantly lit up, and he asked excitedly, really, brother Xia, then which team are you from? Xia Dongyang shook his head and said, forget it, let's not mention the past. Zhao Rulong was also a smart person. Once he thought of Xia Dongyang's stature, he was definitely not his own ordinary team, so he didn't pursue the question. At this time, next to the man and woman who assisted their companion, the woman among them shyly said, thank you for the help of the 2 big brothers. If not you, the 3 of us are afraid of today. But also harmed Zhao big brother, you not only lost your job but also injured. Xia big brother, you accompanied the 300,000. I'm really sorry. Zhao Rulong smiled brightly and said, hey, what's wrong with that? When you meet that kind of despicable and dirty person, anyone will take action, not to mention that I am a veteran. Xia Dongyang also said, he's right. We soldiers are not used to seeing these sordid and underhanded people. Well, let's not talk about anything else. You guys hurry up and take your friend to the hospital. Then I'll leave a phone number for you guys, so I can treat you to dinner some other day. The woman said. Xia Dongyang originally thought that he didn't need to thank, but Zhao Rulong directly reported his phone number. He also knew to leave his phone number behind, and by the way, he exchanged phone numbers with Zhao Rulong as well. After the 3 took a cab and left, Zhao Rulong then said to Xia Dongyang, brother Xia, that 300,000, I will slowly return to you. There's no rush, contact me some other day. I'll return first today. Xia Dongyang looked down at the sleeping Zhao Shuiyan, thinking that if he didn't go back again, Zhao Shuiyan would fall asleep like this. I'm afraid that he would have to catch a cold. Zhao Rulong, however, he smiled with a I get it expression and laughed. Okay, I won't say any more words of thanks. Brother Xia, you go back and slowly enjoy yourself. Xia Dongyang was stunned. Enjoy what? Just as he was about to put Zhao Shuiyan in the car, Zhao Rulong received a phone call, and then eagerly shouted, okay, I'll come over right away. What's wrong? Looking at Zhao Rulong's eager appearance, Xia Dongyang couldn't help but ask. Zhao Rulong looked eager and said with embarrassment, brother Xia, can I use your car? I really have something urgent. Xia Donyang knew that if it wasn't something particularly urgent, Zhao Rulong would never be able to borrow a car at this juncture, although it was Zhao Shuiyan's car. But looking at Zhao Rulong in such a hurry, Xia Donyang directly threw the key over and said, "Drive slower." Thank you, brother Xia. Thank you, brother Xia. I'll return it tomorrow." Zhao Rulong said thank you again and again. The previous $300,000, and now borrowing the Maserati. This trust, this broad-mindedness, made Zhao Rulong touched. "Go," Xia Donyang nodded. Zhao Rulong also did not linger. Get on the car after ignition. Skillful turn. A smoke on the dry road. That speed instantly soared to 70-80 yards, resulting in Xia Donyang smelled a nose of exhaust fumes. No way. Xia Donyang only had to hold Zhao Shuiyan taxi back. When Xia Donyang holds Zhao Shuiyan back to the villa, has been 1 in the morning. Zhao Shuiyan still sleeps very well, taking into account that she is not allowed to go upstairs. This time Yu Fei must also have long been asleep, so Xia Donyang had to Zhao Shuiyan on the bed in their own room. For Zhao Shuiyan took the watch, took off his shoes, covered the quilt. Xia Donyang retreated out, and then came to the living room to smoke. Just for Zhao Rulong advanced $300,000 in breach of contract. He does not regret it, but the reality is still the reality. And now there are only a few tens of thousands of dollars inside the card. The sister's convalescence fee is certainly not enough. Have to think of ways to make money to do all. But now do Zhao Shuiyan's bodyguard have to always guard her side, and can go to do what work again? Xia Donyang pondered, then half lying on the sofa to sleep for the night. The next day, he used to get up early, in the villa outside the small courtyard morning exercise. Thinking of waiting for Zhao Shuiyan woke up and then asked her to take leave. After some exercise, he only felt some hidden pain in the back waist. It should be the previous rescue Yu Fei triggered the old injury. After the morning exercise, Xia Donyang was ready to go into the house to take a shower. A black Big Ben but drove straight to the small courtyard outside the iron gate. From the driver's seat down a height of fear of 1 meter 9, as if a tower of iron like a big man, Xia Donyang recognized at a glance. That is Zhao Zhengying's bodyguard, but also when he was interviewed by the interviewer, Lu Hong. Xia Donyang hurriedly went forward to open the door, thinking that it must be Zhao Zhenming who came, and sure enough, Lu Hong opened the rear left side door, and Zhao Zhenming, who was dressed in a black suit, walked down. "Chairman, good." Xia Donyang opened the iron door and went up to greet him. Zhao Zhenming looked at Xia Donyang, a military green undershirt and sweaty head, then nodded his head and appreciated. Retired from the military and still maintained such self-discipline. Very good. Chairman overpraised. Xia Donyang said humbly. Zhao Zhenming added, "Today is the Qingming festival. I have to get Shuiyan to my side to stay for a day, so you take a day off and go back to pay respects to your ancestors as well." Xia Donyang heard a heartbeat. This is good. There is no need to take a vacation. Immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go in and clean up a bit." "Right. I'll ask Lu Hong to see you off." Zhao Zhenming added, "No need. I'll go out and take a taxi myself." "Thanks, Chairman," Xia Donyang said. After guiding Zhao Zhenming into the house, he himself went to pack up his things. In fact, he didn't have much to pack. He went to the public toilet next to the living room and took a shower. His clothes were just yesterday's. After all, Zhao Shuiyan could be in the room, and it wasn't convenient for him to go back in. When he came out, he saw Zhao Zhenming still sitting in the living room and waiting. Obviously Zhao Shuiyan and Yu Fei hadn't gotten up yet. Xia Donyang said hello to Zhao Zhenming, and then directly left. He had a kind of return to the heart of the urgent feeling, hate to grow wings, a moment to fly to the parents' graves. Meanwhile, in the villa tens of meters away diagonally across the street, Lu Qianqian's agent Zhang Meiping stood on the balcony and was listening to the bodyguard Dong's investigative report before frowning. I should have known that he's not a security guard of any kind. I can't imagine that he's actually Zhao Shuiyan's assistant. Was the previous really just a coincidence? Immediately, she shook her head again and said, "No, where are there so many coincidences? There must be a problem. Say anything to find him and ask him, and this is something that he must clarify." And just as his words fell, at first glance, she saw a person walk out from the opposite villa. Her face changed immediately, and hurriedly shouted at the bodyguard, "Ah Dong, quick, come with me." The bodyguard Adong a burst of puzzled. This Ping sister is startled what to do, but as a bodyguard, he also knows that should be asked, should not ask, and so will closely follow behind Zhang Meiping. Xia Donyang went out of the villa, just walked to the neighborhood road outside the villa. Before he had time to turn the corner, an angry drinking voice came from the side. "Xia Donyang, you give me a stop." Someone called his name. Xia Donyang naturally turned around, and saw two people walking. One of them is not exactly that Lu Qianqian's cousin Zhang Meiping. As for the bodyguard Ah Dong, Xia Dongyang naturally do not recognize. Just Xia Dongyang did not expect is that this Mei Ping will live in Zhao Shuiyan's house opposite. Sister Zhang, is something wrong? Because he knew Zhang Meiping's name, Xia Dongyang still asked politely. It's really you? Zhang Meiping just now also just tentative shouting. I can't imagine that it really is Xia Dongyang, and also live across the street. Under their own eyelids, her heart is even more feel that there is a problem. At once the face of the bad drink, who is your sister Zhang? Don't set close, Xia Dongyang. You honestly explain. In the end, which entertainment company you are sent to? Xia Dongyang felt a bit puzzled, and only said, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, I still have things to do. I'll leave first. However, as soon as he moved his feet, the bodyguard next to him, Dong, stopped him. Xia Dongyang couldn't help but frown and turned his head to Zhang Meiping. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? Zhang Meiping let out a sneer and said, did you intentionally wait at the entrance of the villa area the day before yesterday? And then get off the car intentionally on the arterial road? Xian came down to retain you, and you had already arranged for the paparazzi to squat nearby. Now you got your way. Xian's reputation was ruined by you. Xia Dongyang, I warn you, immediately let someone to pull down that news, and after that you clarify in front of the media, otherwise, I won't let you off. Xia Dongyang kind of understood. Zhang Meiping thought that the previous news was manipulated by herself, wanting to destroy Lu Qianxian's Jade Diva image. However, for this matter, Xia Dongyang felt that he had no responsibility, and this Meiping's attitude was extremely bad, not asking anything clearly, splitting his head. Xia Dongyang also had a temper, and immediately sank his face and said, the day before yesterday's incident was just a coincidence. I am also not a person of any entertainment company, and even more so, I will not go to clarify before the media. So don't you waste your time on me. Zhang Meiping let out a cold snort and pointed at Zhao Shuiyan's villa and asked, coincidence? Didn't you say that you work as a security guard? Can a security guard afford to live in a villa like this? And it's also such a coincidence that it's living right across the street from us? Xia Dongyang, if I'm not wrong, you must still have binoculars in your room, always keeping an eye on our side. Humph, I advise you to be honest and tell us clearly, what kind of person are you in the end? Or what kind of person has sent you? There's something wrong. Xia Dongyang couldn't stand this Meiping's self-righteousness, cursed and walked in the direction of the main gate of the villa area. That bodyguard, Dong, did not wait for Zhang Meiping to explain. Once again, Xia Dongyang stopped. Xia Dongyang also did not bother to talk more nonsense. A lift of the hand will buckle Dong's shoulder. Dong heart was shocked, but not yet wait for him to make any resistance action. The whole person has been Xia Dongyang is twisted chicken lifted up, directly thrown in the green belt next to. The whole process, Xia Dongyang footsteps did not even pause. Behind the Zhang Meiping looked jaw-dropping, obviously shocked not light. To Xia Dongyang turned the corner. She only came back to God. Dong stood up from the green belt, to the side of Zhang Meiping, bowed his head and said, Sister Ping, I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Zhang Meiping did not reproach, as this would-be surprise was full occupied her heart, and then asked, Dong, to what extent is his hand strong? Dong pondered for a few seconds, and then said with a grave expression, 10 of me may not be his opponent. Although Zhang Meiping was a bit psychologically prepared, she still could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air after hearing Dong's assessment of Xia Dongyang. Dong added, Sister Ping, he controls his emotions and breath very well, and his strikes are decisive and as fast as lightning. This kind of person is definitely not an ordinary person, so we'd better not provoke him. Zhang Meiping turned her eyes to look at Zhao Shuiyan's villa, and thought, could it be that everything that happened before was really just a coincidence? No, we must find out where he came from. And thinking that, she said, secretly investigate the Xia Dongyang's family background, and be sure to do it quickly. Okay, Sister Ping. Dong nodded. Zhang Meiping added, right, find me a good pair of binoculars, the ones that can see at night are the best. Yes, Sister Ping, and said Xia Dongyang out of the district, walked for a while before waiting for a cab car, and then directly to the South Mountain Cemetery. South Mountain Cemetery from the city is about 5 or 6 kilometers away. There used to be a small temple on it, but because there is no dedicated management, years of dilapidation, but also gradually deserted, and then there is a visionary investor will be the south of the mountain to buy it down, and made into a cemetery. Developers are based on the mountain terrain of the South Mountain. The cemetery is divided into several grades. The location of each cemetery are invited to feng shui masters have explored, and the corresponding search for dragons pointing map to the text said, in short, do so much as for the sake of money. Feng shui is good place. The price is naturally higher. Xia Dongyang's father passed away when Xia Dongyang was in elementary school, then still buried in the old family. And then that mountainous area renovation. The developer will be the father's gravesite relocated to the South Mountain, but also prepared a joint grave. Just feng shui is not good. Of course, Xia Dongyang family does not value those. Only figure of father can be peaceful underground, worshipped near some. This is not. When the joint grave used, mother died, and father buried together. About 40 minutes later, Xia Dongyang came to the Nanshan cemetery outside. Along the way on both sides of the cemetery, everywhere in the sale of sacrificial offerings vendors, this Qingming festival came. These vendors are also taking advantage of the opportunity to get rich, sitting on the ground. But today, this festival, are to worship relatives' ancestors? Even if you know to buy expensive, that also have to endure. And, nowadays, people are such a psychological, the more expensive money, that proves that the more heart. Hawkers are also seized the public's psychology. Sacrificial offerings are sold more expensive than a year. In line with the principle of environmental protection, Xia Dongyang bought 2 bunches of flowers and some fruit, and then came to his parents' grave, set up flowers and fruit. He lit a cigarette for his father, and then respectfully kneeling in front of the grave. The tears cannot help but slip and fall. Dad. Mom. I'm back. Mom. Forgive me for not having the time to come back to see you. Everything is fine in the army. I won't be going back this time. I got a sum of money. Don't worry. My sister will have an operation in the next couple of days. I'll surely hire the best doctor and use the best medicine, so my sister will recover her health as soon as possible. And you don't have to worry too much in heaven. Kneeling in front of the tomb, Xia Dongyang told a lot, including some things in the army. However, they were all happy things. He naturally would not tell those things that were injured. After more than an hour, Xia Dongyang stood up and said, Mom and Dad, you rest in peace in heaven. I will definitely take care of my sister, and watch her go to college, get married, and have children. Well, I have to go back to accompany my sister, and I will come back to see you some other day. Along the way he came. When he went back, Xia Dongyang unintentionally saw that in a corner, it was possible to burn paper money. Thinking about his sister's advice before, he went over and burned some paper money, villa, and maids for his mom and dad, and only then did he walk towards the mountain gate. There is a car to come, there is a car to go back, so waiting for a car here is more than suitable. A cigarette has not yet finished. The mountain gate will come from a surprised shout. Xia Dongyang? Hearing someone shouting himself, Xia Dongyang turned his head in surprise, but saw that it was Zhao Zhangming and Zhao Shuiyan walked out from the mountain gate, while Lu Hong followed a little behind. The shout just now was from Zhao Zhangming. Xia Dongyang touched his cigarette out on the trash can next to him, quickly stepped to welcome him, and was the first to say, Chairman of the board, Mr. Zhao, you guys also came to sweep the tomb to pay your respects? Zhao Zhangming sighed, nodded and said, yes, Shuiyan her mother left early. Our father and daughter will come over every year during the Qingming festival. Xia Dongyang thought to himself, no wonder he has not seen Zhao Shuiyan's mother. The original has long passed away. Look at Zhao Shuiyan's state. The wine should be awake. And Zhao Shuiyan looked at Xia Dongyang looking at himself, then violently glared at Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang was stunned. What does this mean? The thing is like this. Zhao Shuiyan woke up this morning, found himself sleeping is actually Xia Dongyang's room. She rushed to check their own body. Feel nothing strange after. This is a sigh of relief, which no go out to see his father sitting in the living room, and is using a different eye to look at their own. The worst thing is, even asked, Schwerer, you and Xia Dongyang together? Zhao Shuiyan at that time that angry cannot wait to Xia Dongyang to mention over to shoot stun? Explain a good while before explaining clearly. This will. Zhao Zhangming and asked, Xia Dongyang, you this worship is? Xia Dongyang said, my parents. Zhao Shuiyan originally also cursed Xia Dongyang, causing himself to be misunderstood by his father. But once she heard Xia Dongyang's words, her heart was greatly shocked. She completely did not expect that Xia Dongyang, who was about the same age as herself, her parents had gone first. She once thought that she was considered unfortunate, which knew that Xia Dongyang was even more miserable than herself, so young to have no parents. Sorry, I didn't know you. It's okay, it's all in the past. Although Xia Dongyang said so, Zhao Shuiyan could still hear the low tone of his voice, obviously grieving that part, not erased by time. Indeed, his mother passed away, not being able to come back to see the last side. That had become Xia Dongyang's lifelong irreparable regret. No matter how much time had passed, it could not be erased. At this point, Zhao Zhangming then said, may the departed loved ones have no illnesses in the other world. I think they don't want to see us overly sad. Let's go down the mountain together. Driven by Lu Hong, Zhao Shuiyan sat in the co-pilot. Xia Dongyang and Zhao Zhenming sat in the back row. On the way, Zhao Zhenming asked, Xia Dongyang, is there anyone else in your family? I also have a younger sister who is in high school. For this, Xia Dongyang had nothing to hide. Zhao Zhenming nodded and said, I guess you came to apply for the bodyguard job, and it has something to do with your sister. Sitting in the front row, Zhao Shuiyan listened even more quietly, and Xia Dongyang didn't answer positively, only saying, coming back from the army, I have to find something to do. I can't just sit around and eat. Listening to Xia Dongyang's obvious answer to the question, Zhao Shuiyan secretly kept a wink, feeling that Xia Dongyang had something to hide. You're right. Zhao Zhenming very much agreed with Xia Dongyang's statement. In fact, he knew better. Xia Dongyang had advanced a year's annual salary. There must be something else. However, since Xia Dongyang did not say it, he fully respected Xia Dongyang, so he did not go to pursue the question. And even more so, he did not go to find out about Xia Dongyang's family situation before. Following that, he added, but bodyguard is not a permanent solution after all. Don't you have any other plans for the future? After hearing this, Xia Dongyang didn't hesitate and said, I haven't thought about that much for the time being. However, I have hands and feet, and my body is healthy, so I don't worry about not finding something to do. Zhao Zhenming even said with an appreciative face, well said. Now many young people, complaining about heaven and earth, even complaining about family origin, never thought of relying on their own hands to struggle. Xia Dongyang, I am looking forward to you to do a big career. Take the chairman's good advice. Xia Dongyang said in a flat tone. Honestly, he did not think about what to do a big career. However, can give his sister to create a better life material conditions? He will naturally go to struggle. The two were chatting in the car. Not much time. The car entered the city. Zhao Zhenming asked, Dongyang, lunchtime is coming. Eat together? No, I still have to go back to accompany my sister. Xia Dongyang refused Zhao Zhenming's invitation. Good, then go there and let Lu Hong send you. Zhao Zhenming asked again. Thank you, chairman. I still have to buy some small things. Just get off at the side. Alright then. Zhao Zhenming didn't force himself. After the car was parked, Xia Dongyang greeted Zhao Shuiyan and Lu Hong respectively and prepared to get off the car. After the car started, Zhao Shuiyan couldn't help but ask, Dad, it seems like you don't know much about Xia Dongyang's situation either? Zhao Shuiyan had always thought that Xia Dongyang was found by her dad, so her dad must know Xia Dongyang's situation like the back of his hand, but from the content of their conversation just now, it was clearly not what she thought. Zhao Zhenming then said, I don't know much more about him than you do. Then how dare you ask him to protect me? Zhao Shuiyan's heart was shocked, thinking that her father would not be too ambitious. Zhao Zhenming, however, said, I said that he's a veteran and his character is absolutely trustworthy. That's all that matters. Zhao Shuiyan skimmed her mouth and said with some disbelief, but veterans may not all have good character. Even in a good place, there will always be a few scum. Zhao Shuiyan felt that her father was a bit arbitrary about this. After all, this could be related to her own safety. But Zhao Zhenming smiled and said, use the people. Don't doubt the people. Don't use the people who doubt the people. Listening to Dad's words, Zhao Shuiyan suddenly felt again. I'm afraid that things are not so simple as he imagined. Dad's understanding of Xia Dongyang is definitely more than that. Otherwise it is not possible to be so categorical. But it looks like Dad obviously won't say it, so she didn't ask. After all, now have decided to let Xia Dongyang stay. And, as far as character is concerned, Xia Dongyang is indeed nothing to speak of. And besides, whether it is from the bodyguard's ability, or other abilities, Xia Dongyang does not seem to be bad. That is to say, from the professional aspect to evaluate, Zhao Shuiyan is satisfied with Xia Dongyang. Getting out of the car, Xia Dongyang bought some fruits at the boutique fruit store, and then walked towards the hospital. Originally he wanted to pack his lunch, but thought that it would be better to go back and ask his sister what she wanted to eat, and then come out and pack it. Not much time. Xia Dongyang carrying things came to the hospital door. Just met Li Jingjing parked the car over. Then shouted, Ms. Li. Li Jingjing saw it was Xia Dongyang, then approached over. The two walked side by side to the hall. Li Jingjing asked while walking, Xia Dongyang, what exactly do you do? Xia Dongyang only said, assistant to a company boss. Then how did you cross paths with Lu Qianxian? Li Jingjing pursued. Before because of Xia Dongyang please nursing thing, Li Jingjing forgot this crop. This time is have to ask clearly. Under the helplessness, Xia Dongyang had to say briefly about the process of recognizing with Lu Qianxian. However, at that time, he didn't know that Lu Qianxian is a big star. Of course, even now, he is not clear about which type of star Lu Qianxian is. Film and television. Singing? After hearing this, Li Jingjing looked at Xia Dongyang with total disbelief and said, "Make it up." "Then make it up?" She does have reason not to believe. As Lu Qianqian that kind of star, go where not agent plus a few bodyguards, will go to take a cab car? And so coincidentally, Xia Dongyang also sat on that cab car. That cab car driver and started the evil intention. He saved her. This is simply a drama scene. You do not believe. I cannot help. Xia Dongyang said carelessly. Li Jingjing still want to speak, but the elevator has arrived. Xia Dongyang first walked out. Xia Dongyang came to the door of the ward. See his sister leaning on the bed watching TV. A book was placed next to her. She should be tired of reading. Before taking a break. For his sister's seriousness and good learning, Xia Dongyang's heart was very pleased. So he walked into the ward, and at the same time shouted, "Little sister, brother, you came." As soon as Xia Dongjing heard her brother's voice, she hurriedly sat up straight. The nursing big sister who on the side was peeling apples for Xia Dongjing, and as soon as she saw Xia Dongyang come in, she hurriedly got up and said, "Mr. Xia, you're here. Good day big sister who?" Xia Dongyang greeted politely. Xia Dongjing asked again, "Brother, did you go to pay respects to mom and dad?" "Well, I just came back from mom and dad's mausoleum." Xia Dongyang approached and placed the bought fruits on the bedside table. Nursing who big sister heard, peeling the apple action not only a beat. She previously thought that Xia Dongyang's siblings' parents went to work abroad, which no will be all passed away. No wonder before mentioning the parents, Xia Dongjing cried so miserable. Nursing who big sister heart, not only to Xia Dongjing more pity. At this time, Li Jingjing also walked in. Xia Dongjing shouted, "Teacher, you came." Li Jingjing nodded, sat on the edge of the bed and said, "Tomorrow will be the surgery. Today you have to rest. Recuperate. The book don't read. It's not urgent in this day," she said. Simply put away Xia Dongjing's book. Feeling her teacher's concern, Xia Dongjing's heart warmed and said to Li Jingjing, "I know, teacher." Following this, she then turned her head to look at Xia Dongyang and asked, "Brother, can you come and accompany me tomorrow?" In fact, asking this, Xia Dongjing's heart was full of expectations. After all, there are risks associated with doing surgery, especially when it's her kind of large-scale surgery. She naturally hoped most that her only relative, her brother, would be able to accompany her and give her with the greatest spiritual support. Not waiting for Xia Dongyang to reply, Li Jingjing will be the first to say for Xia Dongyang, "Of course, your brother will definitely come. Is not it, Xia Dongyang?" Li Jingjing looked at Xia Dongyang's eyes, meaning is very obvious. "If you dare not come, I will not finish with you." Xia Dongyang heavy nodded, said, "Of course, brother will certainly come. Brother is outside the operating room, waiting for you to come out." Aha! Xia Dongjing's face was overjoyed, and he nodded his head heavily. At this time, the TV news reported, now broadcasting an important news. Recently, the city occurred a number of women running at night was tailed forced X, as well as home invasion forced X vicious cases. A number of women were killed. The police are here to remind the majority of female compatriots. Do not go out alone at night, do not run at night, try to avoid walking at night. It is best to go home before 10 o'clock in case you are being targeted by suspects. The following is a picture of the suspects. If you have any clues, please contact the police in a timely manner. Then, the right side of the screen appeared a, wearing a black sweatshirt, white sneakers, wearing a duck-tongued cap, only photographed a small half of the side of the man's picture, and very fuzzy. It should be intercepted from a certain security camera footage. This look can be recognized as amazing. Damn, this kind of person, catch should be shot immediately. A hot personality but full of sense of justice. Li Jingjing, after listening to the indignation cursed, then changed her words and said fiercely, "No, should be castrated first, let him live for a few days and then shot." She finished, but found a silence in the room, turned her head to see Xia Dongyang's siblings, as well as nursing who big sister are wide-eyed looking at themselves. She immediately realized just now is not too angry, said some uncivilized. However, her character was like that, immediately raised her chin and said, "What are you looking at? Am I not right? Those women who were victimized. A generation is ruined. This kind of person, dying 100 times, 1,000 times is not enough. Teacher is right. This kind of person, dying is cheap for her." Xia Dongjing followed and also said angrily, "With a teacher as zealous and righteous as Li Jingjing, naturally she can teach zealous and righteous students." Xia Dongyang, what do you think? Li Jingjing also did not know for what reason, turned her head to ask Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang was already cynical and immediately said, "You're right." With a nod of her head, Li Jingjing added, "If I were to come across it, I would have to kick his ass." As she said that, she also made a movement of kicking hard. The nursing sister who on the side also lamented, I don't know how it's popular to run at night now, how dangerous it is. Xia Dongqing, however, said fearfully, teacher, I think it's better for you not to encounter it. Oh, I'm not just a word. Li Jingjing smiled, and then asked, well, Dongqing, what do you want to eat at noon? Let your brother go to buy for you. Xia Dongqing thought about it and said, I'll just have some corn rib soup. Okay, brother will go buy it for you. Xia Dongyang said and headed out. Wait, Xia Dongqing, however, called out to him, and then said to Li Jingjing, teacher, you shouldn't have eaten yet either. Why don't you and brother go eat together first, and then pack it back for me? Li Jingjing thought good, by the way, and then asked Xia Dongyang some things. So agreed. Xia Dongyang did not think too much. The two out of the ward. Xia Dongqing, but the Grinch like a smile, said, brother, I'm creating a good opportunity for you. You can grasp it yourself. Where Xia Dongyang is clear about his sister's heart's little plan. In the elevator, he sincerely said to Li Jingjing, teacher Li, this period of time is really too grateful to you. No need. I said, I'm doing it for my students, and the promise to auntie, not for you, Li Jingjing said in a sprightly manner. This point she and Xia Dongyang had similarities. Both were very commitment-oriented people. Anyway, thank you for taking such good care of Dongqing. Li Jingjing also did not continue to dwell on this topic. Asked, Xia Dongyang, you honestly explain. What exactly is your relationship with Lu Qianqing? I've said it all. There is no half relationship. Xia Dongyang said with extreme helplessness. How come no one believes this by telling the truth? The two out of the hospital hall. The door of the dead fat man's BMW car with the previous Big Ben has long since disappeared. Should be where to go to deal with? Xia Dongyang. Two people did not go to care. At this time, Li Jingjing added, Xia Dongyang, do you know, Lu Qianqian is the idol of Dongqing. Upon hearing this, Xia Dongyang's footsteps lurched, turned her head to look at Li Jingjing, and asked after her, is what you said true? This news really surprised her a bit. Of course, at a glance you usually don't care much about Dongqing. Where would you know her preferences? Seeing Xia Dongyang's surprised expression, Li Jingjing couldn't help but say a few words about Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang listened to his heart guilty as hell. Yes, he indeed does not know his sister's preferences. After all, have not seen for 10 years, and now see each other only rely on the blood is thicker than water feeling of kinship. Common topic is really not. He came to the hospital, at most, but also silently accompanied. Li Jingjing added, you will not know how hot Lu Qianqian, my class, regardless of men and women, that are her loyal fans. What Li Jingjing said is really right. Xia Dongyang really doesn't know how hot Lu Qianqian is. Then, she said with a gusto, hey, Xia Dongyang, if you can upgrade Lu Qianqian to be Dongqing's sister-in-law, then Dongqing will surely be so happy that she can't sleep, and she will surely have face in the school. Xia Dongyang listened to the face muscle cannot help but straight draw. This is which with which he cannot help but think. If let that Zhang Meiping know, not a minute to come over to destroy their own? However, how does Li Jingjing know that she is here to poke fun at Xia Dongyang, while Xia Dongqing is actually trying to develop her into a sister-in-law? Xia Dongyang, what is Lu Qianqian doing in our Jianyang this time? Is it a concert? Seeing Xia Dongyang not speaking, Li Jingjing asked again, how do I know? Xia Dongyang was a bit headstrong, feeling that this Li Jingjing was really very gossipy. Li Jingjing said again, if you can get tickets to Lu Qianqian's concert, or autographs, Dongqing must be in a good mood. Maybe the surgery will all go smoothly. Xia Dongyang heard a heartbeat. He also knows, a patient's mood is good or bad, on the condition is a great impact, but really to find Lu Qianqian's signature, that Zhang Meiping on their own misunderstanding can be a big. Ben suspected that he is intentionally close to Lu Qianqian, the so-called dumped by boyfriend event. She is more suspicious of their own, which if you go to find Lu Qianqian, Zhang Meiping is not jumping up, but for the sake of his sister's good. Xia Dongyang felt it was necessary to go to find Lu Qianqian to ask for an autograph. The two soon came to a nearby restaurant. This point, which restaurant business is good to burst, the two waited for a while to have a position. Li Jingjing is tireless asked Xia Dongyang about Lu Qianqian. Xia Dongyang mind ran are fast burst. It is not easy to simmer to the food up. He ate in 3, and then ran to the door to smoke. Li Jingjing is a face of depression. Even if you do not want to say, also do not have to so avoid me it, but also what to say thanks to it. Hide like seeing the plague. A person to eat? Li Jingjing also did not have much appetite. Hurriedly ate some, for Xia Dongqing and who big sister hit the bag. The two will be side by side back to the hospital, but did not go far. A figure fell from the sky. Bang, a big sound. Heavily smashed in front of Xia Dongyang more than 2 meters on the ground. Li Jingjing scared a scream. Xia Dongyang first time to reach out to protect her. And Li Jingjing is also subconsciously on the arms of Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang fixed his eyes, only to see a woman in white pajamas lying on the ground. Her face was facing his side. The woman looked no more than 22 or 23 years old. She was pale and haggard. Her bloodshot eyes stared at the boss. The blood was seeping out quickly from under the side of her face that was attached to the ground, and instantly stained a large portion of the ground red. Ah! Li Jingjing probed out from behind Xia Dongyang, was seeing this horrible horror side, suddenly scared and shrieked, and hid behind Xia Dongyang, hands dead holding Xia Dongyang's arm. At this time, some passers-by shouted, "Bad! Someone jumped off the building! Quickly call 120! Save people ah!" But in just 10 seconds or so, the people passing by or the bosses of the surrounding stores, guests and so on, then quickly surrounded. Xia Dongyang patted Li Jingjing's hand, signaling that she does not need to be afraid, and then raised his steps to the girl who jumped off the building. Li Jingjing pulled his hand tight, only said, Don't go over there. So scary. Look at it all oozing. It's okay. I'm going to see if there is still no salvation. It's good to be able to do first aid. For Xia Dongyang, the soldiers to maintain peace and the interests of the people's mission has long been integrated into his blood and even soul. So no matter since when, his first thought is to save people. Xia Dongyang almost dragged Li Jingjing, walked over, and then squatted down and reached out to check that the girl's situation. Li Jingjing hugged his arm, squatting behind him, his head glancing hard to the back. The eyes are even closed up, obviously scared to death. Xia Dongyang then shook his head inside, raised his hand for the girl to close her eyes. This also do not know from how many floors fell down. Directly on the air is not saved. At this time, the crowd of onlookers, someone exclaimed, "Ah, this is not the 12th floor of the small he. Sinning ah. Ha, auntie, you know this girl?" Someone immediately asked. The aunt said, "That's not true. We are a neighborhood. This girl ah, poor ah. You have heard of this period of time that makes people panic, that color demon it. This girl is actually one of the victims. Only yesterday from the hospital ah. I can't imagine that she still didn't want to open ah. Ah, is so ah. Really evil ah. She is still so young ah. Yes, still in college ah. How can her parents afford ah?" In the surrounding public discussion regret, the crowd of a middle-aged woman rushed out, looking at the girl lying on the ground, suddenly cried and pounced on the past, crying, "My daughter ah, I just go out for a while ah. How do you just leave your mother away? How can my mother live ah?" Hey! The crowd of onlookers, looking at that crying mom, can't help but sigh. Some people even more eyes are wet. At this time, it is Li Jingjing also forgot to be afraid, was infected by that mom's sadness, painful cry. Tears could not help but slide down. Thief god ah, why do you treat my daughter like this ah? Why ah? That mom looked up to the sky, crying, his voice was hoarse. Everyone watched silently, their hearts mourned for that girl, and at the same time ruthlessly cursed that murderous colorful devil. This a flower girl, young and lively life, was thus brutalized by him. Xia Dongyang, a pair of iron fists tightly clenched, all body is full of killing intent. Hate to kill that colored devil now, for the people to get rid of the harm, for this innocent young girl to seek justice. Damn, what women can go to that 200 or 300 landing? No scissors barber store ah. Why do you want to lay hands on these innocent girls ah? Hey, now some girls ah, love what night running ah, nightlife ah, how late to go home, wearing is also too little, not strong sense of precaution, to those criminals can take advantage of ah. So what? I can slut. You cannot disturb ah, no matter what. That colored devil should die ah, caught should be paraded in the street. Lynching death. Yes, it is not easy to raise a child ah, are going to college, look at the work of a family ah, what a pity ah. At this time, a middle-aged man with a briefcase rushed in from the crowd, a jump to the side of the woman, crying, "Daughter ah, what's wrong with you? Why can't you think of ah, how can you let dad live ah?" It seems to be the girl's father heard the news to come. That mom saw, immediately angrily pushed that father, roared, "Let you do not go to work, at home with your daughter, you do not listen, prefer to go." That dad also growled angrily, "If I don't go to work, who is going to feed you? I let you stay home to watch your daughter. What are you going out for?" "I just went out to buy some fruit for my daughter." "Buying fruit? What time is it? You're still buying fruit, you melon bitch." The couple fought hard because their daughter jumped to her death, and everyone knew that this originally happy family of three was completely shattered. Not long ago, the ambulance came. However, the flower season like life has withered, leaving the family hurt for life. Xia Dongyang took a deep breath, and Li Jingjing silently out of the crowd, has been to the hospital. The two also did not say a word, are still immersed in the grief of that young girl Xiaoho's suicide. Back to the ward. The attentive Xia Dongqing immediately noticed that his brother and the teacher's mood is not right. Could not help but ask, "Brother, what happened to you and the teacher?" Xia Dongyang adjusted his emotions, thinking that it is better not to tell his sister what just happened, so as not to affect his sister's mood, but he could not think of how to say it for a while. The side of Li Jingjing rushed to say, "I said I'm going to go to another restaurant, the taste to be better." He did not believe it, and so on will be soup and vegetables tastes not tasty, but do not blame me Xia Dongyang gratefully glanced at Li Jingjing. Xia Dongqing heard directly counted Xia Dongyang, "Brother, you are sometimes stubborn. You have to listen to the teacher more in the future." Xia Dongqing this Grinch. This sentence said but very deep meaning, is intentionally in the test brother and teacher get along with the situation? But Xia Dongyang did not think so much. He is even more unclear sister wants to set up him in Li Jingjing's mind. Only along with his sister's words, nodded and said, "Well, I know. Eat quickly, not fit the mouth, brother, and then go to buy for you." Li Jingjing also did not think too much. To be Xia Dongqing ate the meal. She left to go back to school. In the ward, left Xia Dongyang's siblings and Hu big sister. Xia Dongyang character mute. Also do not know what to say. Just dumbly sitting on the edge of the bed. Or Xia Dongqing asked, "Brother, you can talk to me? Your experience in the army all these years? Good." Xia Dongyang was not in a good position to reject his sister, so he picked up some of the things that happened in the training, but he also avoided the important things. Otherwise, his sister would again think that he was too hard in the army. This some talk down. Time is also over a lot. Xia Dongqing is not a child, which cannot hear. Brother is avoiding the light. She naturally understand her brother's intention, also did not point out and ask questions, just silently will be those in the mind. Next, Xia Dongqing also talked about these years in mom's life. She naturally also avoided the important, report the good news, but finally focused on the mother's death. Li Jingjing's help. An afternoon time unconsciously passed. Li Jingjing came to the hospital again after school, and she also brought a black pocket. Said to Xia Dongqing, "Dongqing, your situation I told the school leadership. The school organized a fundraising. This is the money collected, a total of 35,200 yuan. You keep it." "Thank you, teacher," Xia Dongqing said. Then she was going to pick up the black pocket that contained the money. "Little sister," Xia Dongyang on the side but suddenly shouted. Xia Dongqing turned her head to look at her brother. Xia Dongyang said with a serious face, "Little sister, we have hands and feet. Brother can even earn money to support you, not to mention your surgery fee. Brother has already paid it for you. You have to remember, people have to be self-reliant and self-improvement. This world, there are many more people than us who need help. For example, those children in the mountains. They do not have books to read, and even subsistence has not been solved. So this money, we must not want." "No?" When Xia Dongqing heard this, he slightly lowered his head, with a look of doing something wrong, and said, "Oh, brother, I know." Xia Dongyang nodded, turned his head to Li Jingjing and said, "Teacher Li, please return all this money to those kind teachers and classmates. Their goodwill, I and Dongqing all-heartedly thank them." Li Jingjing some anxious, only said, "The principal are mobilized in the whole school teachers and students assembly. This can be how to return Besides, Xia Dongyang, wintergreen discharged from the hospital. A series of convalescence fee can also be quite a lot of money. This money, you guys absolutely need to use." Xia Dongyang knows Li Jingjing's good intentions, but he has his own principles and insistence. Said, "Teacher Li, this money we really can't have." Yes, after wintergreen was discharged from the hospital, it is to be a large sum of convalescence fee, but there are hands and feet. The body is healthy. I can make money, and will not let the wintergreen be aggrieved. This money, since it's not good to return, I suggest to donate to those children in the mountains in an anonymous way. They need more help than we do. You, seeing Xia Dongyang so stubborn, Li Jingjing also really don't know what to say. However, in retrospect, Xia Dongyang this stubbornness, does not just illustrate his rare self-improvement and self-reliance spirit. At that moment, Li Jingjing said, "Well, tomorrow I will donate this money to the mountains. Anyway, thank you." Xia Dongyang sincerely thanked. After eating dinner, Li Jingjing tutored Xia Dongqing a little bit of homework. Xia Dongyang was sitting silently next to him. Time passed quietly, and soon it was more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Li Jingjing was ready to go home. Xia Dongqing hurriedly said, "Brother, the time is so late. You send Ms. Li home." Not waiting for Xia Dongyang to speak, Li Jingjing said, "It's okay, I'll call when I get out of the hospital." Directly to the door of the neighborhood. Xia Dongqing, however, insisted, "That's not safe either. It was only reported in the news at noon. Teacher Li, let my brother send you. I'm also a little more at ease." Okay. Li Jingjing could only agree. since things were finalized. What could Xia Dongyang say? The two of them walked towards the outside of the ward. Xia Dongqing did not forget to emphasize, brother, you have to send teacher Li safely inside the home. Oh. Xia Dongyang also did not reply. After the two of them left, Xia Dongqing yes sound, a clenched fist, whispered, brother, you have to seize the opportunity. She felt that, such as Ms. Li's such a good woman. If her brother marries, he can definitely be happy for the rest of his life. So he set up one after another. Of course, her heart is also 100 hope. Li Jingjing can be her sister-in-law. On the side of the nursing who big sister, naturally also saw Xia Dongqing's intention. She also felt that Xia Dongyang and Li Jingjing quite match, but looked at Xia Dongqing that excited look. She was like treating their own children. Lovingly smiled. But Xia Dongqing and how to know? Brother is accompanied by Li Jingjing cab car, all the way to say nothing, which put Li Jingjing are depressed to death. She has never seen such a Xia Dongyang mute. Do not know how to get along with the woman's man. After arriving at the door of the neighborhood to get off the car, Li Jingjing first said, Xia Dongyang, well, you go back. Li Jingjing think, and Xia Dongyang stay a little longer. That depressing atmosphere, they will be suffocated. At least you say something. Which knows? Xia Dongyang said, I'd better send you to the door. No need. I'll go in a few steps and I'll be there. You go back and accompany Dongqing. Xia Dongyang, however, insisted, since it's not far, and can't be delayed for a few minutes. I don't want to let Dongqing worry. Li Jingjing heard, couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths in a row. Feelings you mean? Send me completely because of the sister's instructions, not your voluntary right? This is even a task. As long as the door to the house, the task is even completed? Have you talked like this? Li Jingjing that gas cannot wait to fan Xia Dongyang 2 slaps. Immediately cold snort, turned to the small area to go. Xia Dongyang does not know that his words just now can be Li Jingjing angry enough. Raised his steps to follow up. Li Jingjing live in the 5th building 3rd floor number 2. From the district entrance is indeed not much far. Open the door. Li Jingjing will be angry and said, well, you can go back. Okay, good night. Xia Dongyang dropped a sentence, without any hesitation, turned around and left. Li Jingjing was even more angry, pushed the door into the house, backhanded a heavy door to hit, and then cursed, Xia Dongyang, you dead wood, send me so reluctant to do it. Angry auntie. Xia Dongyang quickly downstairs out of the district. This is already 11 o'clock. This district is a bit remote. Xia Dongyang looked at the direction. Only have to walk and take a taxi. Did not go 2 minutes. See a figure hurriedly ran over. Xia Dongyang did not go to see more. Thought it was a night run, so to the side to give way. Which no. That person but suddenly stopped. Shouted, Xia Dongyang? Xia Dongyang turned his head to see the visitor. Somewhat surprised. Officer Fu, it's you? Indeed. The person who came was Fu Qingshan. Fu Qingshan gasped and asked, Xia Dongyang, why are you here? Oh, I'm sending a friend home. Waiting for a car while walking. Xia Dongyang said honestly. Then have you ever seen a person dressed all in black, wearing a duck-tongued hat and a black mask appear in this area? Fu Qingshan asked. Didn't see. Xia Dongyang shook his head and couldn't help but ask. You're not chasing after that colorful demon reported in the news, are you? Yes, that beast had committed several cases in Lin City before, and recently ran to our city, and did 2 cases as well. At noon today, a victimized woman couldn't bear it psychologically, and took advantage of her parents not being at home, and jumped to her death, and it was hard for us to find some traces, but he still got away. Fu Qingshan said. Her tone could not hide her unwillingness and anger. I'm fine anyway. I'll accompany you to look for it. Xia Dongyang wanted to catch that colorful demon during the day, and now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to help. Good. Fu Qingshan also knew Xia Dongyang's stature, and it would definitely be smoother with his help. The two of them this is ready to continue to chase. Which no. Xia Dongyang phone rang. He opened a look, but it is Li Jingjing called. He was a little surprised. This is not just sent home. How to call again? The phone is connected. He has not yet had time to speak, but the other end came from Li Jingjing panicked and eager voice. Save me. Save. Hey. Ms. Li. Xia Dongyang even shouted, but the phone hung up early. What's wrong? Fu Qingshan asked. Something may have happened to my friend. Xia Dongyang less than detailed. Turned to Li Jingjing home to run. Fu Qingshan sees Xia Dongyang so anxious. Also followed up, to see if it can help any help, and said Li Jingjing just returned home. Is angry scolded Xia Dongyang, and then ready to change clothes to take a bath. Which no. The door opened for some reason. A dressed in black coat, long hawkish nose, Looks like there must be 27 or 88 men rushed in, although the character of Li Jingjing hotpoint, but ultimately a girl. This night, a black man suddenly rushed in. Her whole person was scared confused. Was that the hawk-nosed man easily restrained? And then she was held into the bedroom. Back to God Li Jingjing. A burst of shouting and struggling, and finally pointing at the dialing button haphazardly. I do not know pass through. Anyway, shouting to save her life. But she called for help as just a few seconds of things. Was Eagle Hook Nose Man a slap to stun? She fainted after. Eagle Hook Nose Man neatly will give her to the big type in the middle of the bed. With the portable nylon rope will be Annalie's hands and feet to be fixed. And then in the use of white gauze will be Annalie's mouth to be plugged. He is obviously very skillful, but the action is slow. Looks like enjoying this process. When done with all this, he went to the living room, with a cup of cold water, and then dipped his finger in some water, flexed his fingers and sprinkled on the face of Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing woke up, opened her eyes and perceived that she was now tied up in the state, coupled with the sight of that eagle hook nose man. She immediately remembered that she had encountered the colorful devil reported in the news before. Her mouth issued a "ah-oh" sound, and continued to struggle violently. Shoo! The hawk-nosed man standing beside the bed made a silent gesture, and then said in a very gentle voice, "Struggle as much as you want. The more you struggle, the better I'll feel later." Where would Li Jingjing not know what would happen to her next? Tears continued to slide down from the corners of her eyes. She continued to struggle violently, hoping to create a louder noise and attract the attention of the neighbors. However, at this time, the hawkish nose pulled out a dagger, slowly toward the end of the bed. Li Jingjing scared even more struggling to raise their hands, want to see what the other party intends to do, but see that the eagle hook nose slowly climbed up from the end of the bed, and then to the side of Li Jingjing. The hand of the dagger is aimed at the abdomen part of Li Jingjing. Xia Dongyang's speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye flung Fu Qingxuang a big cut. Fu Qingxuang hard appalled. Xia Dongyang's speed, far beyond any person she has seen. Soon, Xia Dongyang to the door of the district. He quickly came to the Li Jingjing housing where the 5 buildings. He came once before, so Xia Dongyang clearly remembered the facing position of Li Anna's house. He raised his head and looked up to the 3rd floor, and soon locked the window balcony of Li Anna's house. And at first glance, he saw that there was even a man walking around on the curtains. Xia Dongyang heart startled to know, just now when Li Jingjing opened the door is unlocked, and open and no lights. That is to say, no one in the house. But now there is more than one man's figure. Combined with the phone call for help just now, Xia Dongyang did not dare to slow down, quickly rushed to the 1st floor under the window, grabbed the security window, the whole person as if an ape upward to flip, raised his hand and grabbed the rain shield above, a borrowed force, the body again upward to flip, followed by Fu Qingxun, saw Xia Dongyang as a spirit ape general in the wall over, the whole person are frozen. This hand, even if it is the captain of the SWAT team, I'm afraid that have to be thrown a few streets at. Fu Qingxun's self-recognition is far from Xia Dongyang. This kind of climbing wall as if walking on the level of the horror of the body. To be Xia Dongyang stopped in the 3rd floor balcony. She judged the pattern of this building. This only quickly to the front stairway to run. If there is something, she is guarding the main entrance, or to Xia Dongyang to cope with a little. In the bedroom of Li Jingjing's house. Li Jingjing's eyes were wide open. Her mouth continuously emitted gulping sounds, and her body was desperately moving to the side in an attempt to avoid Eagle Hook Nose's dagger. However, Eagle Hook Nose's dagger only stayed above her abdomen for a while, and then slowly slid down to a more important part under Li Jingjing's belly, and the tip of the dagger began to slide on the pants. Sensing the dagger of the Eagle Hook Nose against what part of their own? Li Jingjing is more desperately struggling. Tears continue to slide down, heart aggrieved and unwilling to the extreme. Li Jingjing has always insisted on doing good deeds, to help others. What did I do wrong? God wants to do this to me. Why? Who can come to my rescue? Hawk Nose Man at this time but said carelessly, "Beautiful woman, this time do not move, otherwise my hand shakes. To you this household destroyed, then later can be pain and pleasure," said. The dagger in his hand then began to pick Li Jingjing pants. Li Jingjing whole body stiff, face like death, stopped struggling, let the hawk-hooked nose to do, because at this time, her whole person has been desperate. Just the heart is full of unwillingness. Bang! However, just at this critical moment, when Li Jingjing had already despaired, the window was smashed and cracked from outside, and a silhouette swooped in. The hawk-hooked nose was shocked, hastily turned his head. In front of him was a rapidly enlarged fist. He hurriedly rolled away to the side. A burst of fist wind impacted his nose. He narrowly avoided this sudden punch. This has been desperate Li Jingjing. A Xia Dongyang surprisingly divine. The whole dead heart. A resurrection over, looking at Xia Dongyang's eyes, full of hope and surprise color. That eagle-hooked nose station rolled down to the bedside, stood still. A face of horror looked at Xia Dongyang, asked in a deep voice, "What are you?" "The person who wants you dead." Xia Dongyang's tone was extremely low. His right hand propped up the bed. The whole person was like a human flag. A horizontal sweep. His left foot slammed towards that eagle-hooked nose. This would move him to kill, because this person in front of him was clearly the colorful devil that was reported in the news before. He was cynical, passionate, especially after seeing the daytime, the girl who committed suicide. His heart is even more angry. Now, I can't imagine that this colored devil even touched Li Jingjing's home. If he came back a little later, or Li Jingjing did not have the opportunity to call over, things that cannot be undone. Li Jingjing's life is also ruined. Ask, how he is not angry, how to not move to kill. The eagle-hooked nose eyes light flash, raised his hand and curved his arm to block. Bang, a muffled sound, but was shaken by Xia Dongyang's foot side to side and withdrew a few steps. Xia Dongyang took the opportunity to turn over the bed, stood in the position where the eagle-hooked nose stood before. Eagle-hooked nose stabilized his stance, some surprised to look at Xia Dongyang, and then turned his neck a few times. The hand dagger pulled a few knife flowers. Footsteps withdrawn, pulling away, said in a deep voice, "Do something before warming up, or good." It seems that this guy has practiced a little style, a little smart. So many times to commit crimes have not been caught. This will be a little floating. Xia Dongyang let out a cold snort. Footsteps, figure like a tiger out of the gate like pouncing. A moment in front of the eagle's nose, raised his fist to the eagle's nose of the chest smashed. The dagger in the hand of the eagle-hooked nose flipped, straight stabbing Xia Dongyang's wrist. Xia Dongyang is already expected him to have this move. Hand on the way suddenly folded, and the speed is even faster than before. A fist blasted in the eagle-hooked nose's left shoulder. Bang! This punch was so powerful and heavy that it blasted eagle-hooked nose backwards. His arm was hanging low, obviously dislocated. Eagle-hooked nose was shocked. Originally he thought that he was careless just now. How could he know that Xia Dongyang would be so strong, preemptively inside his own means of attack, and injure himself with a single punch? This kind of not only needs to be beyond ordinary people's guts, but also needs rich experience in the face of the enemy. This is definitely a terrifyingly horrible person. Escape, escape, escape. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, almost at the same time as the hawk-hooked nose retreated. He used his retreating momentum to turn around and fled towards the living room, not daring to have the slightest stay. Xia Dongyang could not let this hawk-nosed colored demon escape. Between his footsteps, his terrifying explosive power made him instantly raise his speed to the current limit, and caught up with the hawk nose in a few steps. Hawk-hooked nose immediately felt something. Subconsciously turned his head to see Xia Dongyang's hand as quickly to his dislocated arm shoulder grabbed. This time, scared him as the soul of the fast scattered. Fast, accurate, ruthless, strong. Xia Dongyang is too strong. This is not a level. He hurriedly rolled to the ground, intending to avoid this claw of Xia Dongyang. The eagle-hook nose hurriedly rolled to the ground, but Xia Dongyang and long ago saw that he had this trick, the trend of a kick. The poor eagle-hook knows the whole person as if the ball was Xia Dongyang kicked out. Heavy impact on the sofa. Eagle-hook nose fall is 7, but the will to survive led him quickly back to God. Roll over a moment from the sofa over, back to a heavy kick on the sofa. That sofa was relatively simple and not very heavy. By his kick it slid quickly on the floor, making a snort ear-piercing sound. He didn't dare to look at it more. He only hoped that he could delay Xia Dongyang for a little while, even if it was just for a second. He could have one more point of hope of escaping out of the room. However, when he turned around, he abruptly realized that there was a person standing in front of him. He subconsciously stopped his footsteps, raised his eyes, and was instantly stunned, following which, he hastily turned his head to look behind him. But where was there anyone else behind him? He turned his head once again, but was so scared that his feet trembled. His face was like ashes. He couldn't figure out, just now was still chasing after his own Xia Dongyang, how to blink of an eye ran to the front, blocking the way to the door. In fact, there is not as mysterious as the eagle's nose imagined. Is his intention to escape too obvious? In the moment he was kicked out, Xia Dongyang has been fast around the sofa, to the back of the block. Just because of Xia Dongyang's speed, the eagle's nose in panic to escape, did not look closely at it. Seeing that it is not possible to escape, the eagle knows hard across, the hand of the dagger ruthlessly to Xia Dongyang's chest, to do a fight to the death. But his means, in the eyes of Xia Dongyang, is too trivial. Xia Dongyang immediately raised his hand, the hawk-hooked nose as if he sent his wrist to his hands, followed by Xia Dongyang a pull and a push. Ka ka ka. Ah! Crisp bone dislocation sound, accompanied by the hawk-hooked nose a scream. His right hand has been dislocated. His scream has not yet fallen. Xia Donyang feet have already kicked him out. Hawk-hooked nose almost flew backwards, heavily hit the wall behind him, and then bang fell to his knees. Xia Donyang took big steps to chase after him. Eagle Hook Nose once saw Xia Donyang's cold eyes, his body's terrifying aura, could not help but shiver. He could feel that Xia Donyang was trying to kill himself off, immediately rushed to beg for mercy. Big brother, spare your life. Spare your life Those girls who were spoiled by you, when they were begging you, have you ever thought that you are committing a crime? Have you ever thought about how they should live in the future? Have you ever thought about letting them go? Since you have committed a crime, you have to be punished accordingly. And what you have committed, the crime is not punishable, Xia Donyang said in a cold voice, stepping forward with a side kick, jerking his hawkish nose to slide out horizontally on the floor, right under the dining table next to him. Put! Eagle Hook Nose wildly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Feel the internal organs are almost broken. He wanted to escape, but both hands are dislocated. Simply cannot hold up, but the will to survive prompted him. Full force of the turnover. Feet stomping on the ground desperately, the body such as snakes wriggling on the ground. Xia Donyang stride up, grabbed his right ankle. The Eagle Hook Nose the whole person to tear out, heavy to the side of a throw. The Eagle Hook Nose as if a dead fish, on the ground rolled over again and again. Vomit. After stopping the tumbling, Hawk Hook Nose couldn't help but vomit wildly. He knew that Xia Donyang was tormenting himself on behalf of those victims. Watching Xia Donyang stride over again, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, lousy fuck 7 or 8 of them. I've earned it long time ago, don't even say it. Their expressions of pain and struggle, crying and begging for forgiveness, make people hyperactive at a glance. Cool, bastard. Xia Donyang cursed angrily, stepped forward and pinched the neck of the Hawk Hook Nose, lifting him up in one go. The Hawk Hook Nose stomped and kicked with both feet continuously, and issued a ha-ha sound from his mouth. Beasts like you shouldn't even survive in the world. Go to hell and repent, Xia Donyang said. The left hand that clasped the Hawk Hook Nose's neck, the 5 fingers violently closed. Hawk Hook Nose eyes gradually turned white. His feet stomped and kicked even more. The aura of death instantly filled his whole body, and I don't know if at this moment, he was repenting for the sins he had committed. Bang! At this time, the living room door was heavily slammed open. Fu Qingxuan came in with a gun and a guarded face. Looking at the situation in front of him, he hurriedly shouted, Xia Donyang, quickly put him down. You will kill him. Xia Donyang turned his head to look at Fu Qingxuan, and said in a deep voice, this guy is the colored demon you were looking for. He broke into my friend's home and attempted to forcibly ex my friend. Do you think I should kill him? Fu Qingxuan was stunned. She could not imagine that this is the flower picker, but she instantly came back to her senses and shouted, Xia Donyang, the crime he committed has its own legal sanction. No one has the right to execute the criminal law privately. If you kill him privately, you will be in trouble yourself. Quickly put him down and hand him over to me to deal with. When Xia Donyang heard this, he immediately came back to his senses. Yes, this is the city now, no longer the battlefield outside. In turn, he figured it out, and threw that hawkish nose on the ground, and said, you want to provoke me to kill you, so that you can suffer less. Humph. You wait for the law's sanction. With that, he turned around and quickly walked back to the bedroom. Li Jingjing, who was tied to the bed, although Xia Donyang came when she was most helpless and desperate, but when she heard the sound of the fight outside, her heart was also in her throat. To know, Xia Donyang is winning okay, but if Xia Donyang lost, he will still be spoiled, not to mention, but also have to take Xia Donyang's safety. This unknown waiting will not be much easier than the helpless despair just now. Good, and Xia Donyang came back. Li Jingjing taught heartstrings are considered loose. Xia Donyang quickly for Li Jingjing untie the rope, restore the freedom of Li Jingjing, sat up and hugged Xia Donyang, and then cried out cry. That is the tears of joy, the tears of survival. Xia Donyang was bending down to Li Jingjing to untie the rope. This was suddenly held by her. The upper body violently bent downward, the whole face directly buried into Li Jingjing's chest. Soft, warm, accompanied by a faint musk flavor into the nose. Even if Xia Donyang did not have a very close contact with women, but also know that at this time his face buried in what place, for a time also cannot help but some sinking. But Li Jingjing is not the slightest idea. This time is with Xia Donyang to maintain what position. She just feel finally found to rely on. Finally can be before the aggression and unwillingness to vent out. For a while, Xia Donyang felt the old pain in the back of the waist and some soreness, and was covered for so long. Really feel a little stuffy. He could not help but pat Li Jingjing's shoulders. Said, Ms. Li, can you let go of me? Li Jingjing but sobbing, scolded, Xia Donyang. People are almost like that. You let people hug cannot. So petty do? Xia Dongyang felt more and more stuffy, and quickly said, not I'm petty, is that I can't get out of the gas. Li Jingjing heard, subconsciously let go of Xia Dongyang, immediately realized that he had just covered Xia Dongyang's head in what place, could not help but let out a cry of surprise, a face as red as a burning cloud, a heart is jumping out of the heart, lowered his head, did not dare to look at Xia Dongyang. Shame on you, how could this happen? Xia Dongyang hurriedly stood up straight, moved his waist and only said, Li Jingjing directly interrupted the words of Xia Dongyang, panicked, wanting to cover up the words, you do not speak, just now nothing has happened, you just untied the rope for me. No? Good. Xia Dongyang was stunned, but also understood that Li Jingjing should be embarrassed, so she didn't say anything. After a few minutes, Li Jingjing's state of mind at least calmed down a bit and asked, Xia Dongyang, you're not hurt, right? However, as she spoke, she still didn't dare to look at Xia Dongyang squarely. No. Although he felt that his back was so sore that he almost didn't straighten his back. However, Xia Dongyang didn't show anything. He never easily showed weakness in front of people. Li Jingjing asked again, where is that perverted colored demon? Already restrained by me. In the living room. Li Jingjing listened, rolled over out of bed in one go, rushed out of the room. Fu Qingfang didn't have time to speak. Li Jingjing had already rushed to the front of that eagle's nose in the wind, kicked and kicked at that eagle's nose for a while, at the same time cursed hatefully, you dead pervert, stinking colored devil, I let you enter my home, let you take advantage of me, aunt and grandma, I'll beat you to death, poor eagle hook nose. Both hands were Xia Dongyang to unload the joints. There is no way to dodge in defense, especially Li Jingjing has 2 feet right in his 2 pawns. This time the pain of this guy want to cover and no way to cover, only all by virtue of the waist and abdomen force, desperately curled belly curled up. The sight of Fu Qingxian also did not go to stop. After all, she is also a woman. On this kind of thing is abhorrent, is able to understand the mood of Li Jingjing. This bump into such a thing, the victim is either scared to collapse, or is crazy venting. Obviously, Li Jingjing belongs to the latter. If not vent out, then, on the mental health will have a great impact. Just, look at the Li Jingjing that foot very. Fu Qingxian face cannot help but his straight draw, and Xia Dongyang did not feel anything. He was just now almost could not help but kill the eagle hook nose. At this moment even if Li Jingjing kicked the death of the eagle hook nose, but also he deserved it, should have this report, after venting for a while, until the eagle hook nose pain such as epileptic general convulsions on the ground, Li Jingjing only calmed down, a big mouthful of gasping for breath. Only then did Fu Qingxian say to Xia Dongyang, you unintentionally helped us this time. I'll have to go back and apply for a bonus for you. She couldn't hide the happiness in her tone. Obviously this flower picker hadn't given her much of a headache. Xia Dongyang, however, did not hesitate to say, bonus is not necessary. This time this is to help my friend. Besides, cooperate with you to handle the case to solve the case, is the obligation of every citizen? Fu Qingxian heard, honestly, before she more or less on Xia Dongyang or some opinions. One is some jealous Xia Dongyang's body too strong. The second is Xia Dongyang's blank file nagging. 3. Is the last underground parking lot? She was Xia Dongyang grabbed a handful of, and still hard to grab a handful of, the heart more or less uncomfortable. But now, she not only has no opinion on Xia Dongyang, but also very much admire. After all, such as this kind of reward, less said also several thousands of dollars. But Xia Dongyang thought nothing of refusing, enough to prove that Xia Dongyang's good character. See Fu Qingxuan did not say. Xia Dongyang asked again, by the way, Officer Fu, did you ask how he came in? Fu Qingxian said, I briefly asked. He said the door was not closed, so he came in by the way. How is that possible? Li Jingjing exclaimed. I clearly closed it. Li Jingjing had closed it before, but because she closed it too hard, that old-style security door gave a bounce back, so it caused this. Fu Qingxian looked at the door and apologized. Either way, I'm afraid you'll have to change the door or the locks now. Sorry. Where? Officer Fu, you are also thinking of saving me. Li Jingjing still thought about this point. Fu Qingxian then said, that's good. You are also frightened tonight. Have a good rest. But I hope that you can come to the police station tomorrow and record a statement. Xia Dongyang. You too. Okay. Li Jingjing nodded and said, I don't need to. Xia Dongyang thought but said, he didn't have time tomorrow. It's better to come. That way it's more likely to sit on the evidence of his guilt, and also seek justice for your friend. Fu Qingxiang emphasized. Alright. Xia Dongyang could only agree. Alright, then I'll leave. Fu Qingxian answered, carrying the flower picker who only had half of his life left. She was ready to leave. With this strength, she still had no problem. Xia Dongyang hurriedly shouted. Wait, I'm also leaving, together. But as soon as he raised his foot, Li Jingjing stopped him. What's wrong? Xia Dongyang turned around and asked. Li Jingjing bit her lips. Some shyly whispered. Can you stay with me? Xia Dongyang after hearing is stunned. He completely did not expect Li Jingjing will shout himself to stay with her. Immediately said with a difficult face, it's not convenient. You know that I have to go back. And again, there should be no colorful devil now. On the side of Fu Qingshan heard. Cannot wait to go up to give Xia Dongyang a slap. This fool, the woman has opened up. You a man still say what is not convenient. How is it so unenlightened? However, she also had to sigh. Xia Dongyang, the stupid people are really stupid. Blessing. Before the big beautiful Yu Fei. Now there is a good Li Jingjing. Women's edge is really good. Li Jingjing heard, but also hate to go up to give Xia Dongyang a slap, but just said let Xia Dongyang stay. She was under a lot of courage. Although her character is a little chilly, but ultimately still a yellow flower girl, never let a male stay overnight. This will. Xia Dongyang said so. Li Jingjing will still have the courage to say it again. Is ready to say then you go. But Fu Qingshan saw her difficulties with the current situation. Immediately said her Xia Dongyang, your friend is in shock. This door is also broken. I think you should stay with her, to protect her safety. Fu Qingshan said, but her heart was thinking, Xia Dongyang, you fool, this young lady has now created another opportunity for you. If you don't grasp it properly, you will really be stupid to your grandmother's house. Listening to Fu Qingshan said so, Xia Dongyang thought about it. If he would leave Li Jingjing, this home is indeed not safe. But the sister sighed. Hey, wait and see how it goes. Thinking, he nodded and said, well, Ms. Li, then I'm sorry to bother you. Listening to Xia Dongyang's tone of obvious hesitation, Li Jingjing, a mouthful of teeth are about to bite. There you show so reluctant. Li Jingjing at least is also a beautiful woman. However, Xia Dongyang finally agreed. Li Jingjing then raised her eyes and nodded to Fu Qingshan. As a thank you, the latter understood, smiled and nodded once, and then said, then I'll leave first. Take care, Officer Fu. Li Jingjing sent off 2 steps. After Fu Qingshan left, only Xia Dongyang 2 people were left in this room. This late night, the atmosphere was inevitably a little strange. Xia Dongyang thought about it, then walked to the door, carefully looking at the door. Li Jingjing went forward and asked, what are you looking at? Xia Dongyang then said, see if it can be repaired. If it is repaired well, I can go back to accompany Dongqing. When Li Jingjing heard this, an inexplicable fire in her heart, all of a sudden jumped up, and off the top of her head, she roared, okay, you go back to accompany your sister. Don't bother about me, she said, covering her mouth and nose, turned around and ran towards the bedroom. Xia Dongyang was stunned. He said the truth. If the door can be repaired, there is no need to accompany yourself here. How suddenly angry. Xia Dongyang where no. Just now that sentence has seriously hurt the heart of Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing encountered this. This time this is the vulnerable period. Even as a common friend, this time should stay with comfort. Not to mention, Li Jingjing for Xia Dongyang's home has an unusual relationship. But Xia Dongyang? His mind but only sister, and did not take into account the feelings of Li Jingjing at this moment. Of course, this cannot blame Xia Dongyang. In the army, everyone is straight to the point, and traditionally pay attention to discipline, efficiency, results. He felt that he had just helped Li Jingjing to solve the crisis. The colored demon has also been arrested. If the door is repaired again, even if there is no hidden danger at all, he can naturally go back. But where he knows clearly, at this time Li Jingjing is the most in need of companionship, the most in need of people to comfort. More importantly, just now, Xia Dongyang's magic weapon saved Li Jingjing in despair. Invariably, in Li Jingjing's heart, will be Xia Dongyang as a dependency. But at this time, Xia Dongyang is thinking of leaving. Ask, these add up. How can Li Jingjing not aggrieved? How can not be sad at? Standing in the living room, Xia Dongyang can hear the bedroom. Li Jingjing low voice of crying. Li Jingjing crying so sad. Xia Dongyang, this will naturally not good to go. Then took out the phone, dialed the sister's phone. The phone only rang a little bit on the phone was connected. It seems that Xia Dongjing on the cell phone, waiting for the phone. Little sister, brother may not be able to come back to accompany you tonight. Sorry. Originally said that he would accompany his sister for a day, but now that he broke his word, Xia Dongyang's heart was naturally very guilty. Xia Dongyang heard, but asked, brother, are you at Mr. Li's house? Aha. Xia Dongyang answered, but to avoid his sister's misunderstanding, he continued, but before his words were finished, Xia Dongjing said, it's okay, It's okay, I'm relieved that you're at the teacher's place, and you're also relieved that I have big sister who here. No problem. Xia Dongyang was stunned. What is this little girl saying? What don't rest assured, are so grown up. However, he did not think carefully. He instructed. That's good. You rest early. Okay, brother, bye. Hanging up the phone, the other end, Xia Dongjing clenched both fists, laughed, yay, I'm just brother and Mr. Li have a problem. I can't imagine that the development is so fast. It seems that I will soon be able to change my mouth to call sister-in-law, and maybe it will also be upgraded to become a little aunt. However, how does she know that over here? Her brother's situation is not what she imagined at all. Li Jingjing is still crying. Xia Dongyang thought that she cried for a while should be good. Besides, he is not good at comforting or persuasion or something, so he moved the sofa back to its original position, sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette. If this scene is seen by Xia Dongjing, it must be depressed to vomit blood. After smoking a few cigarettes, Li Jingjing really did not cry. Xia Dongyang also rest assured. He thought that Li Jingjing will be this sleep, which no, Li Jingjing but walked out. Li Jingjing is also crying enough. Want to come out to see Xia Dongyang in the end there is no go. But look at Xia Dongyang did not go. Her heart of the gas or so a little bit of elimination. But look at Xia Dongyang smoking here. Do not go in to comfort their own. Her heart eliminated that point of gas. And then leaped up. Immediately exasperated sitting on the sofa's solo seat, asked, Xia Dongyang, you hate me so much? Xia Dongyang stood up and said with a solemn face, Teacher Li, how can you say that? You take care of Dongjing so much. I only have gratitude for you. Then let you stay with me. You are so reluctant. I just went through that kind of terrible thing, cried for so long. You don't even come in to comfort me. You, Li Jingjing this crying also cried. The mood is considered to be completely calmed down. Her character is this is straight to the point. Do not ask a clear. Her heart will be uncomfortable all the time. Just, she said so. The emotion is agitated again. The tears are cannot help but down again. See Li Jingjing cried. Xia Dongyang immediately some at a loss for words. Rushed to draw a few pieces of paper from the coffee table. Handed up. Li Jingjing grabbed the past, haphazardly in the eyes and nose wiped a bit, and then threw it in the trash can. Said, you speak ah. Xia Dongyang only said, I'm not very good at talking, much less comforting, so it's better just to be outside. Li Jingjing obviously didn't believe it, asked in a bad mood. Comforting people don't know, so what will you do? In Li Jingjing's opinion, comforting people, it seems that you don't need too many words, right? Patting the shoulder, accompanying, all can be ah. So she still feels that Xia Dongyang hates himself. What would oneself be? Will drive tanks and airplanes, will kill people, but can say? Of course cannot say. So Xia Dongyang can only remain silent. Li Jingjing took a deep breath, then asked, Xia Dongyang, do you have a girlfriend? Xia Dongyang was stunned. He didn't understand how Li Jingjing suddenly asked this question, but he still shook his head. Li Jingjing then asked, so do you have a female friend? I mean the very good kind? The very good kind? Yu Fei and Zhao Xueyan? They are all the company's boss. Should not be counted. As for the previous in the army, that is even more needless to say. The execution of the mission encountered a few female killers. Thinking of this, Xia Dongyang shook his head again. Li Jingjing nodded, thinking about from Xia Dongjing that Xia Dongyang used to be in the army. She sort of understand. Xia Dongyang this is obviously no experience with women ah. Thinking of these, Li Jingjing heart has forgiven Xia Dongyang. She looked at Xia Dongyang, said solemnly, Xia Dongyang, thank you for saving me just now. No need. Li Jingjing looked at the hidden door and said, I'm going to take a shower. You help me guard the door. Okay? Okay. Xia Dongyang nodded and directly raised her steps towards the door. There was Xia Dongyang's previous rescue, so in Li Jingjing's heart, she trusted Xia Dongyang, so she let Xia Dongyang hold the door. She took her clothes and went into the restroom. After experiencing that nightmarish and horrible thing just now, taking a bath could also have a relaxing effect. About 10 minutes, Li Jingjing out of the bath. She used a hairpin to disc her hair into a ball clamped on the back of the head, wearing a rice-white nightgown. However, inside is obviously wearing a small clothes. After all, there is Xia Dongyang this male in, or have to pay attention to. Looking at Xia Dongyang who was standing at the door smoking, Li Jingjing then shouted, okay, Xia Dongyang, you can come in. Xia Dongyang put out the cigarette, lifted his step to the sofa side, only to smell a faint fragrance from Li Jingjing's body, resulting in a primitive agitation under his belly. However, was soon suppressed by his iron will, and then said, Teacher Li, time is very late, you go back to your room to rest. What about you? Li Jingjing naturally asked. I'll move a stool and stand guard at the door later. You can rest assured that you'll be able to sleep. No one will be able to break in. Saying this, he was ready to go to the dining room to carry a stool. Li Jingjing hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Xia Dongyang stopped his footsteps, and Li Jingjing only said, "After experiencing what happened just now, I can't sleep at all now. Xia Dongyang, can you accompany me to chat?" "Okay." Xia Dongyang turned around and sat on the sofa. Originally, Li Jingjing thought that Xia Dongyang would take the initiative to ask what to talk about as an opening statement, which knows that Xia Dongyang was sitting with his waist straight, staring straight ahead, as if he was a statue, where there was half a point to open his mouth. Looking at Xia Dongyang that constrained appearance, Li Jingjing again sure, Xia Dongyang is indeed a lack of experience with women, but also when the first to speak, Xia Dongyang, chat a day only, you do not have to sit so formal at, report work? After hearing this, Xia Dongyang moved his shoulders and said with some embarrassment, "I'm used to it in the army." Hearing Xia Dongyang mention the army, Li Jingjing pulled away from the topic and said, "Can you say to me, your experience in the army?" Li Jingjing learned from Xia Dongjing's mouth that Xia Dongyang was a major in the army before, so she was very curious about what Xia Dongyang actually did in the army. To be able to promote to the rank of major at the age of 27 years old, now there is an opportunity, of course, to ask. Xia Dongyang said in a flat tone, "It's not much, it's just standing guard, training and maneuvers." "No way. So simple?" Li Jingjing obviously didn't believe it. There is so simple to get a major rank, then anyone would be willing to go as a soldier. It's that simple. Xia Dongyang naturally couldn't say more, especially not mentioning the mission. This was the iron discipline of the army. Then the training must be very hard, right? Li Jingjing asked again. "Not bad," Xia Dongyang said, but in his mind, he couldn't help but think of, and those brothers who were born to die, training together, going out on missions, bathing in blood on the battlefield. Li Jingjing is a teacher. Psychology is also dabbled in, especially the class teacher. Many times have to pay attention to observe the student's expression of the eyes. Looking at the moment has obviously fallen into the memories of Xia Dongyang. She knows that the army's life is by no means as simple as Xia Dongyang said just now. Just that, Xia Dongyang is not willing to say it. She also did not continue this topic. Will lead the topic to Xia Dongjing. Said, Dongjing after surgery, certainly cannot always stay in the hospital. Have to go home to convalesce for a period of time. But your side of the conditions and the environment is really a bit poor. I do not have any other meaning. I just feel that is very unfavorable to the recovery of Dongjing. Do you have any intention of buying a house? Li Jingjing suddenly said this situation. Xia Dongyang really hadn't considered. But now Xia Dongyang felt that it is indeed necessary to change the environment, especially the dump behind the house. The smell is really too pungent, too unfavorable to the sister's health recovery. But buy a house. Do not have to look at the price. Xia Dongyang also know, not to mention the body of the hundreds of thousands of dollars have to give sister convalescence with. Even if it is not used, the money is absolutely not afford to buy a house. Looked at Xia Dongyang silent thinking. Li Jingjing said, I hear is a 2-room hall. Or, after the discharge of Winter Green, let her live to me here. When Xia Dongyang heard this, she quickly got up and said, No way. Ms. Li, we've already troubled you too much, and definitely delayed a lot of your work time, so we can't trouble you anymore. What are you talking about? When Auntie was leaving, she once asked me, how can I say that I have to take care of Dongjing until she recovers her health and successfully enter the university, right? Li Jingjing moved out this imperial sword again, but this time Xia Dongyang was very firm and said, Dongjing met you, Ms. Li, it is already her. It is our family's blessing that we have cultivated for several lifetimes. You still have your own work, your own things, no matter what, we will not come back to trouble you. Xia Dongyang, why are you so stubborn? Can you find a better convalescent environment for Dongjing? Li Jingjing was also anxious. For Xia Dongjing, she not only had the promise to Xia Dongyang's mother, but also the responsibility and love of a teacher. Of course, on a personal level, she also very much liked the well-behaved Xia Dongjing. The matter of convalescence, I will find a way, so I don't need you to worry about it. Ms. Li, Xia Dongyang, what do you mean? When Li Jingjing heard this, she jumped up at once and asked, are you saying that I'm worrying and meddling more? Xia Dongyang hurriedly said, no, I don't mean that, but the words have no heart. The listener has the intention. Li Jingjing daytime self-deprecating smile, nodded and said, yes, is my Li Jingjing salty eat radish and not worry? Xia Dongyang, you just saved me, then we are even. Two do not owe. You go, I do not need you here to protect. Xia Dongyang could not think of his own sentence of this unintentional words. Will make Li Jingjing such a big reaction. immediately hastened to explain, Ms. Li, you listen to me. I don't listen. You go. Li Jingjing temper is completely exploded. Xia Dongyang only had to helplessly out of the door. Li Jingjing heavily closed the door, but the door was broken, so she moved 2 stools against the door, and then angrily cursed, angry me, there is such a talk? She said, then quickly stepped back to the bedroom, bang a heavy door to close. Standing in the doorway of Xia Dongyang, heart is a little inexplicable. Feel that he did not say anything wrong. However, he did not feel in the slightest. In the army, speak straight, but to the city, speak that can be an art, especially for women to speak. That is even more art. Otherwise, where is the need for what public relations department it? Time this is also 2 o'clock in the morning. Back to the room after the Li Jingjing scolded a while, sulking for a while, coupled with the colorful demon tied before, is indeed a bit exhausted, unconsciously fell asleep, but do not know. The gate, Xia Dongyang is still guarding for her. The next morning, Li Jingjing was set in the past by their own alarm clock to wake up. She opened her eyes in a daze, naturally rolled over. See that broken window? Her mind immediately remembered last night's things, openly sat up. After this sleep, in fact, her heart is already not very angry. After all, before Xia Dongyang said, he is not very good at talking. Think carefully, Xia Dongyang, that sentence should also not have that meaning. Right, Xia Dongyang last night is gone? Thinking of this, Li Jingjing rushed out of bed, also do not care about washing, through the living room, moving against the door of the stool, open the door to see. The door is empty, which has the figure of Xia Dongyang. She couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Women are like this. Although last night she opened her mouth to drive away Xia Dongyang, but Xia Dongyang really gone. Her heart is still uncomfortable. After all, this door is broken. Xia Dongyang also under the heart to go? However, inadvertently look down. Li Jingjing see the right side of the door on the ground of cigarette butts. She immediately understood. Xia Dongyang last night did not immediately leave, but here to guard. Should be this morning, do not know when to go. Li Jingjing, heart touched, rushed to chase out of the door, looking down the stairs, but also did not see the figure of Xia Dongyang. She was a little gloomy, turned back, but at first glance saw the door even more a bright lock. Li Jingjing was stunned, then came back to her senses. An arrow step rushed back to the door. Indeed, she was right. The door is more a bright lock. Needless to say, this is Xia Dongyang considered. Later she will go out, and this door lock is broken. Not safe. This is specially installed. But Li Jingjing could not understand. This old iron door. Xia Dongyang, how to install the screws on it. With an electric drill. How do you hear no sound at all? However, these are not important now. The important thing is that Xia Dongyang, the silent guardian of the heart. Women are emotional. This time, Li Jingjing is completely touched. She could not help but a sour nose. Tears indisputably slipped down. She rushed back to her room, picked up the phone to dial Xia Dongyang's number. She wanted to apologize for her last night to drive Xia Dongyang out of the matter. Last night's mood is indeed not good. But the phone came, the other party has been turned off, prompt sound. Li Jingjing is a little anxious. Right. Last night, Officer Fu was not to let themselves and Xia Dongyang take time to go to the police station today. He must have gone to the police station. The most important thing is that today is the time of Xia Dongyang's surgery. No matter what, Xia Dongyang will certainly go to the hospital. Think of these. Li Jingjing rushed to wash up. Li Jingjing does not know. Xia Dongyang actually heard her footsteps before leaving. The lock is Xia Dongyang early in the morning to the hardware store in front of the neighborhood to buy, with a small power rechargeable electric drill to install. She closed the bedroom door, coupled with last night and sleep late. Sleep, and did not hear any movement. Xia Dongyang is such a, not many words, quietly do things. Out of the neighborhood, Xia Dongyang bought 4 white steamed buns, a cup of soybean milk, and then stopped a cab, quickly to the police station. If it is a weekday, I am afraid that this point are not at work. But last night is not the same. Last night, the one that made a fuss last night, the colorful devil fell into the net. Therefore, Fu Qingshan is overnight raid interrogation. That guy committed things. All of them out. Must be for those victimized women to seek justice. He should be sanctioned. Not a penny less. Xia Dongyang. How come so early? Fu Qingshan receives Xia Dongyang with a panda eye. Looking at the dedicated Fu Qingshan, Xia Dongyang couldn't help but admire this female guard in his heart, and only said, I still have things to do later, so I came earlier. Alright then, you come with me. Next, Xia Dongyang will go back last night to see the original narrative out, recorded a detailed statement. When he left, Fu Qingshan said, Xia Dongyang, you have solved 2 cases for us, or simply come to the police station to do things. The director there? I'll go to you. You should know my current job. Really can't leave. Xia Dongyang refused. But honestly, if there is no protection Zhao Shuai in this job, he will definitely agree. After all, when the military all these years, plus he is a special type of soldier, do is to maintain the interests of the country, punish the wicked and eliminate the evil. If you can do things in the police department, is also equivalent to make up for the regret of leaving the army due to injuries. Okay. Fu Qingshan's heart could not hide her disappointment, but said, however, I will still apply for a bonus for you from above. Xia Dongyang saw Fu Qingshan mentioning the bonus again, thinking that even if he refused, she was afraid that she would still apply. So he said, well, if the application comes down, you directly donate it to the orphanage on my behalf. Fu Qingshan was stunned, and then the admiration of the heart came to life. She suddenly had a feeling that Xia Dongyang back to Jiangyang, perhaps the people of Jiangyang's blessing it. Xia Dongyang also did not linger. However, after he left less than 20 minutes, Li Jingjing also rushed to the police station. Listening to Fu Qingshan said Xia Dongyang has gone. Her heart is a burst of disappointment. Only wait, will go to the hospital to say. Out of the police station, Xia Dongyang took a taxi and rushed towards Zhao Shuiyan's villa. Today is the day of his sister Xia Dongqing's surgery. This is definitely a big day for him. He must take a day off. Cab. He suddenly remembered Zhao Rulong. Zhao Rulong said yesterday to return the car, but yesterday did not receive Zhao Rulong's phone, not to mention did not see the car. Although he believed Zhao Rulong, but that car is Zhao Shuiyan's in the end. So he took out his cell phone to see if Zhao Rulong called. He realized that the phone was out of power, automatic shutdown, and do not know when it is. Perhaps Zhao Rulong has called over it. Not long after, Xia Dongyang returned to Zhao Shuiyan, knocked on the door after a short while. Dressed in home clothes, Zhao Shuiyan opened the door. Xia Dongyang was the first to say, Zhao Total. Good morning. Aha. Zhao Shuiyan responded faintly, turned around and walked inside. For Xia Dongyang to come back to work so early, her heart was still very satisfied. Xia Dongyang followed him in. After Zhao Shuiyan sat down on the sofa, Xia Dongyang said, Mr. Zhao, I want to take a day off today. I don't know if you're going to the company or at home. I'm resting at home today. You go. For Xia Dongyang to take a vacation, Zhao Shuiyan naturally approved it directly as always. But this time, she couldn't help but ask, by the way, do you have something urgent? A little something at home. Xia Dongyang also didn't say that his sister was having an operation. After all, there was no need to say anything about the family. Zhao Shuiyan nodded and didn't ask again. But she didn't realize that she had unconsciously started to care about Xia Dongyang's things. After all, these days, what Xia Dongyang did for her really far exceeded the scope of duties of an ordinary bodyguard. Oh, also, Mr. Zhao, your car. I lent it to a friend. Sorry for only saying it to you now. That was, after all, Zhao Shuiyan's car, and it was still a Maserati, so there should be a report anyways. Well, got it. If you have an emergency, just go. I won't be going out today. In order to avoid Xia Dongyang worrying, Zhao Shuiyan emphasized her arrangement for today again. Then, Mr. Zhao, I'm leaving, Xia Dongyang said and turned around to walk out. Wait, Zhao Shuiyan suddenly called out to him. Xia Dongyang turned around. Zhao Shuiyan pondered for a moment before saying, I drank too much the night before last. Thank you. Zhao Shuiyan had wanted to say thank you for taking care of me, but how could she not say it? Xia Dongyang only said, that's my job. No need to be polite, Mr. Zhao. After saying that, he then turned to leave again. Looking at Xia Dongyang's departing back, Zhao Shuiyan slightly frowned, because she had just talked to her boyfriend Zhang Nansheng on the phone, and Zhang Nansheng said that he was going to come back in just these few days. Although she had mentioned this to Xia Dongyang before, she hadn't discussed it specifically, especially since Zhang Nansheng was coming back. And if he found out that Xia Dongyang was living in the villa, I'm afraid that the explanations would seem powerless. Just now she wanted to discuss this with Xia Dongyang, but Xia Dongyang said that there is an urgent matter to take leave. Yu Fei went home because of the Qingming festival. Zhao Shuiyan this is a little worried, and said Xia Dongyang just out of the villa not a few steps. They heard someone shouting at them, so they turned around, and it was that Zhang Meiping and bodyguard Adong. He asked in a flat tone, what's the matter? Zhang Meiping slowly stepped forward and said, although you are the assistant to the president of the Lian company, it seems that you are not on good terms with that president, or else you wouldn't be able to live in her place. You investigated me? Xia Dongyang's face sank. But Zhang Meiping obviously did not know that Xia Dongyang's real identity was actually Zhao Shuiyan's bodyguard. Zhang Meiping smiled and said, what kind of investigation can you have? Just go to the company and ask, Xia Dongyang, I also believe that you are not sent by another company to intentionally destroy Chen Qian's reputation, but the matter is ultimately related to you. I hope that you can clarify it in front of the media. Sorry, I don't have time to get involved in your kind of things. For Xia Dongyang, that would have been someone else's intentional act, and I'm afraid that clarification would not achieve much. Zhang Meiping, however, added, Xia Dongyang, you have a sister who is in high school and is now in medical practice. However, before she finished speaking, Xia Dongyang leapt out as if he were a cheetah, and with his left hand, he grabbed her neck at once and lifted her up. Let go of Sister Ping. Bodyguard Dong's face changed greatly, let out a cry of alarm, and kicked sideways towards Xia Dongyang's ribs. Xia Dongyang did not even look at him. His right hand casually fished, then accurately grabbed Dong's kicking foot, and then pulled it to the side. Dong's whole uncontrolled horizontal flying out, and once again fell into the green belt next to him. Xia Dongyang was like a furious tiger, staring at Zhang Meiping with a deadly stare, and said with a murderous air, "What's coming at me? Dare to bother my sister? I won't let you go." For Xia Dongyang, his sister was his scales. Whoever dared to hit his sister's idea, he would retaliate against the other party at all costs, regardless of whether the other party was a man or a woman. Zhang Meiping was carried in the air by Xia Dongyang's hand, her mouth opened wide. Ha-chi ha-chi. Her hands kept pulling at Xia Dongyang's hand, but Xia Dongyang's hand was like an iron clamp. It didn't move. Dong, who had climbed up in the green belt, shouted eagerly, Xia Dongyang, you've misunderstood. Sister Ping just wants to give you money so that you can cure your sister. There is no other meaning. Xia Dongyang naturally would not kill anyone, but seeing that Zhang Meiping was also at the extreme point of what she could bear, and listening to Don's explanation, she also loosened her hand obediently, and Zhang Meiping sat paralyzed with her butt on the ground, breathing in air greedily with a big mouthful of air, and a face as if it were a pig's liver. Where was there any initial elegance and arrogance? Don't bother me in the future. And even more so, don't bother my sister. Otherwise, it won't be as easy as this time. Xia Dongyang coldly dropped a sentence, turned around and left. He didn't want to delay more time here. Dong rushed to Zhang Meiping's side and asked, Sister Ping, are you alright? Zhang Meiping at least caught her breath and said with a face of fear, what kind of person is this Xia Dongyang? I feel like he really wanted to kill me just now. Dong helped Zhang Meiping up, looked at the direction of the gate of the villa area, and said with an incredibly grave expression, Sister Ping, I am a retired Special Forces soldier, and I can just feel a strong blood-killing aura on his body, which can only be possessed by those who come out of the real battlefield, and I suspect that he may be a Dark Knight person outside of the country, and it would be best for us to avoid touching his bottom line, or the consequences are not something we can afford. Dong, help me back. Zhang Meiping's legs were still trembling now. She was really scared this time, but she didn't dare to let Xia Dongyang explain anything anymore. She had even been a little afraid to see Xia Dongyang again. Xia Dongyang believes that after just so scared, Zhang Meiping should not come back to annoying himself, out of the villa area, walked for a while before hitting a cab car. Soon, he came to the hospital. Upon seeing his brother coming, Xia Dongyang asked in a surprised tone, Brother, why are you back so early? Mr. Xia, nursing big sister who greeted Xia Dongyang with a smile. Good day big sister who? Xia Dongyang went up and returned the greeting before saying to Xia Dongyang, it's still early. It's more than 9 o'clock. You still have half an hour before your surgery. Xia Dongyang's surgery was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and he came at just the right time. After Xia Dongyang took it, the Grinch asked, Brother, you still had a pleasant time with Mr. Li last night, right? Pleasant? Probably not very pleasant. Xia Dongyang of course couldn't say anything about last night so that his sister wouldn't have too many emotional ups and downs, so he nodded his head and said, well, it was very pleasant. When Xia Dongyang heard this, her heart rejoiced, thinking, her brother and Mr. Li's good deed is afraid to be close, so she immediately said, that's good. The assistant who big sister on the side looked on, also smiled. Xia Dongyang did not know the little plan of his sister's heart, only asked, right, the operation will be done soon. Did the doctor come this morning? No, Xia Dongyang said. Xia Dongyang frowned, felt that this should not such a big surgery. How can the doctor not come over to instruct it? And look at the sister seems to have eaten breakfast. Xia Dongyang more feel wrong to his experience, many surgeries in the pre-operation are to fast. Sister this surgery should also fast. The doctor cannot even this did not explain The more he thought about it, the more he felt not quite right, but he did not want to disturb his sister. So he said, Brother went out to smoke a cigarette Brother, you smoke less. Xia Dongyang admonished with concern. Well, brother knows. Xia Dongyang said. then walked towards the door, which knew that just happened to bump into Li Jingjing over. Li Jingjing saw Xia Dongyang. His heart was relieved, was about to speak. Xia Dongyang eyes signaling her to go out first. Li Jingjing, although some surprise, but still followed Xia Dongyang, came to the side of the corridor. She asked, "What's wrong? Mysterious?" Xia Dongyang then briefly said the situation just now. Li Jingjing also felt strange after listening to it, and then said, "Let's go to the doctor's office to ask." "That's what I mean. Go together." The two were like two couples discussing, and then walked towards the doctor's office. Xia Dongyang knocked on the door, and the response came from inside, "Come in." Xia Dongyang pushed the door in, only to see that in this independent office, Xia Dongjing's attending Dr. Zhang Ziliang was sitting in front of the computer. Xia Dongyang had met him once before. Zhang Ziliang was about 40 years old or so. His face was a bit thin, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His face looked a bit tired. "Dr. Zhang, how are you? I am the brother of Xia Dongjing in bed 93. I would like to ask, wasn't it previously arranged for my sister to have an operation at 10 o'clock today? Is there some kind of change?" Xia Dongyang spoke in a very polite tone. Zhang Ziliang glanced at Xia Dongyang before his eyes moved to the computer screen and said carelessly, "The time was pushed back because of some reasons." "Pushed back? What reason?" Xia Dongyang asked after him. Zhang Ziliang said with some impatience, "I have some other things in the past 2 days. I can't move the time. You go back and wait for the arrangement." Xia Dongyang frowned. Footsteps inadvertently moved. Eyes fell to Zhang Ziliang's computer screen, but saw that he was watching a movie. In an instant, Xia Dongyang on fire. This is the time cannot be moved. Cannot be moved in the office to watch a movie? However, thinking about his sister's surgery, Xia Dongyang still forced himself to hold back and asked, "Then doctor, this has to be postponed until when?" "Depends on the situation," Zhang Ziliang said. His eyes glanced at Xia Dongyang again, and said with a deep meaning, "However, sometimes it also depends on the family." "Family members?" Xia Dongyang was stunned. He didn't do the surgery himself. What does it depend on his situation? Zhang Ziliang added, "Being a human being, you have to know how to get up, right?" He said. His left-hand fingers made a slight rubbing movement. The meaning is very obvious. Xia Dongyang saw, immediately anger, raised his hand to hit. This doctor is too no medical ethics, too no professional ethics. The side of the Li Jingjing saw, rushed to pull Xia Dongyang. Zhang Ziliang raised his eyes, not the slightest fear of staring at Xia Dongyang, asked, "What do you want to do?" Li Jingjing hurriedly said, "Nothing, doctor. He recently dandruff a little more, head a little itchy." Xia Dongyang, is not at all, she said. Her hand secretly twisted on the soft flesh of Xia Dongyang's waist. Xia Dongyang gritted his teeth and said, yes. Following that, he also scratched his scalp in a decent manner. Only then did Li Jingjing say to Zhang Ziliang in a pleasant manner, "Then Dr. Zhang, we'll go out first. I'm afraid we'll have to disturb you for a while later." "Aha." Zhang Ziliang nodded carelessly, looking at the Xia Dongyang duo going out. He cursed in a low voice. Never seen such a family member who knows how to look down. Still want to do the surgery. Dream on you. Li Jingjing is raw pulling and dragging Xia Dongyang dragged out of the office, and later arrived at the walking stairway. Xia Dongyang flung his hand, said indignantly, "What are you pulling me? This kind of person is not worthy of being a doctor at all. Too unprofessional morality. Not at all the patient's body, as a matter of fact. Should be let me severely beat him up." Looking at the indignant Xia Dongyang, Li Jingjing only asked rhetorically, "Yes, this kind of person should be beaten. But what can you do if you beat him and let off a momentary anger? What about Dongqing's surgery? I can transfer Wintergreen to the hospital." Xia Dongyang rushed out. Li Jingjing immediately said, "Yes, it is possible to transfer to the hospital, not to mention when there will be a suitable kidney source. On the current physical condition of Dongqing, can it be delayed? She is about to take the college entrance examination. She has prepared for so long, so serious efforts. Do you want her to repeat another year?" Xia Dongyang was momentarily speechless, then very reluctant to say, "Do I still really want to give him a red packet? Do you have any other choice at this time?" Li Jingjing asked rhetorically. Xia Dongyang was silent. Li Jingjing again bitterly persuaded, "Xia Dongyang, I know you are unwilling, but this is reality. This is life. Sometimes, you have to bow to reality." Xia Dongyang smiled extremely helplessly and said, "What a reality! What a life!" Hearing Li Jingjing's words, Xia Dongyang laughed extremely helplessly, and then said, "What a reality! What a life!" Following this, he took a deep breath. Li Jingjing knew that Xia Dongyang compromised. For the sake of his sister Xia Dongqing, he compromised, or else with his rigid and upright character as a soldier, he definitely would not compromise with this corrupt behavior. Able to recognize the situation, to sister's body as the first priority, and even broke his own tolerance bottom line. Li Jingjing Xia Donyang once again changed her view. She realized that in front of this mute, speak completely without turning the corner of the man, is a very responsible man. Considering that Xia Donyang was afraid that he had never done such a thing and his heart resisted, although Li Jingjing had never done such a thing either, she still said, "Let me go." Xia Donyang, however, shook her head and said, "It's better for me to go." Indeed, it was only by going by herself that this matter could seem more sincere. But Li Jingjing was really worried that Xia Donyang wouldn't be able to speak. Maybe sending a gift would offend people. Then it would be even worse. Xia Donyang, however, interrupted her and said, "Don't worry, I won't mess around." Since Xia Donyang had said so, Li Jingjing believed that he should be able to control his temper and suppress his character very well for the sake of his sister. So she said, "Okay, just, how much should this be sent?" Xia Donyang asked. Li Jingjing was stunned. How does she know how much should be sent? After thinking about this as a major surgery, and it is related to Dongqing, so she said, 2,000. 2,000 should be about right. Listening to this figure, Xia Donyang heart fire again. To know, $2,000 this for his family, can do a lot of things. At least sister 2 or 3 months living expenses is enough. Doctors save lives and help the injured. This is the job. But now they have to pay this extra cost, in exchange for Zhang Ziliang do their job. It is really the doctor's sadness, the patient's disaster. Alright, I'll go get the money. With that, he headed downstairs. Li Jingjing couldn't help but remember to buy a cowhide envelope. Looking at Xia Dongyang's spine that was straight as a javelin, Li Jingjing sighed. He was a major in the military. That was definitely an existence that Zhang Ziliang looked up to, but now for the sake of his younger sister, this former major, but hard to endure and bend his spine. At this moment, Li Jingjing only felt that her heart was a burst of sourness. She even felt that Xia Dongyang's back was somewhat sad. About 20 minutes later, Xia Donyang came back. He had already put the money in the cowhide envelope. Holding this gentle envelope, Xia Dongyang's mood was very heavy, because it went against his heart. However, in front of Li Jingjing, he did not show anything, just said flatly, "I went over. I'll still be with you." Li Jingjing felt that it was better to accompany Xia Donyang. She thought to herself how she still had to be better than Xia Donyang in terms of language. Okay. Xia Donyang could more or less guess what Li Jingjing was thinking at this time. So, Xia Donyang then once again knocked on Zhang Ziliang's office door. To be Zhang Ziliang response, he pushed the door in. See again Xia Donyang 2 people. Zhang Ziliang face obviously bad said, "Not that you let you wait for the row of dates. How to come again?" Xia Donyang walked up and said, "Dr. Zhang, when you went out to the toilet just now, you dropped a letter. I purposely came to return it to you so that you won't be anxious." Saying that, he placed the envelope on the table. Zhang Ziliang reached out and pressed on the envelope, sensing the thickness before nodding his head and saying, "Well, it's really me who dropped it. Thanks. You're welcome. I wonder when you're free." Dr. Zhang? Xia Donyang asked. Zhang Ziliang said with a serious face, "I just put off a lot of things. I think it's better to put work first. Got to. I'm free all tomorrow morning. Oh yeah, let your sister not eat breakfast tomorrow, so as not to affect the effect of the surgery. That's good. Let Dr. Zhang take the trouble. I won't bother." Xia Donyang didn't want to stay here for a moment. Seeing this hypocritical face, Zhang Ziliang righteously said, "It's just a part of the job. No need to be polite. No need to be polite." Xia Donyang too then walked toward the door. Zhang Ziliang hastily opened the envelope to take a look, and then said with a satisfied face, "It seems that some family members just have to be inspired." Stairway. Li Jingjing faced surprised look at Xia Donyang, only said, "I can't imagine that you are still quite good at talking well. To the toilet off the envelope. Loss you can think out." Xia Donyang said with a calm face, "If I can. I'd rather I would never say that just now." Li Jingjing was silent. She knew that this time, this incident definitely had a big impact on Xia Donyang's worldview. She also didn't know how to enlighten Xia Donyang, so she steered the topic away and said, "Xia Donyang, I'm sorry, last night I shouldn't have driven you away. It's okay, I know you're in a bad mood." Xia Donyang naturally didn't take last night's expulsion to heart. Li Jingjing added, "I also want to thank you for helping me secure the lock. That's only temporary. You still need to change a door as soon as possible." Xia Donyang reminded, "This of course, when you install the door, can you come and help me?" Li Jingjing felt that she should thank Xia Donyang for saving her life anyways, so her heart was thinking that she would cook a meal for Xia Donyang to thank her. "Which knows?" Xia Donyang said. "Anmen all have workers, don't need me to help. You." Li Jingjing heard almost spit blood in anger. cursing this dead wood. Can't you hear? I say this is a disguised invitation to come to the house as a guest? However, then she thought of last night and Xia Dongyang chatting at home. No, Xia Dongyang's character is very straight. It is estimated that he did not pay attention to their own meaning, so she began to inspire. No, look, installing the door are some big men. In case of another encounter with bad intentions, I a single woman. How to cope with Li Jingjing felt that she said this time is already obvious enough. Right, but who knows? Xia Dongyang said, this you can find brand name manufacturers. Let them install during the day. Then there is no problem. Li Jingjing heard, even took 2 deep breaths, felt that the chest was choked with some pain. She felt that as a teacher, this is no way to knock Xia Dongyang this goosebumps. Have not seen stupid so completely. She was about to explicitly say, I want to invite you to dinner at home to thank you for saving your life. But Xia Dongyang has said, I'll go in and talk to my little sister about the surgery. Watching Xia Dongyang walk towards the ward, Li Jingjing couldn't help but curse again. This lump really pissed off. There was no way. She thought of slowly thanking Xia Dongyang later. She was about to follow, but the phone suddenly rang. Back to the ward. Xia Dongyang will be postponed surgery to the sister said, and explained that she did not eat breakfast tomorrow. Of course, for the matter of the red envelope, he sensed the pressure will not mention. Accompanied his sister to chat for a while. Xia Dongyang thought today since not to do surgery, there is no need to ask for a day off, or return to work. He is such a very principle of the people, whether in the army, or back to the city. It is absolutely difficult to change. But he was about to say to his sister when Li Jingjing shouted at the door, Xia Dongyang, come out for a moment. Xia Dongyang got up and went out, asking, Ms. Li, what is it? Li Jingjing had an unnatural look on her face, and then bit her lips hard and said, Xia Dongyang, can you be my boyfriend? When Xia Dongyang heard this, his eyes glared. What is this situation? Is he being pursued? Looking at Xia Dongyang's stunned expression, Li Jingjing's expression was even more unnatural, and hurriedly explained, you, don't misunderstand. I'm not pursuing you, and I can't possibly pursue you. Well, I know. Xia Dongyang heard then nodded and said, in his opinion, Li Jingjing is not only beautiful, kind-hearted, good work, how can he look at himself as a veteran back? Work are basically considered no one. It is not that he has low self-esteem, but the reality is placed here. Li Jingjing realized that her words may have stung Xia Dongyang, hurriedly said, no, Xia Dongyang, I don't mean to look down on you. I just, looking at Li Jingjing's anxious appearance, Xia Dongyang only said, Teacher Li, you don't need to explain. I know you don't mean that. Do you have any difficulties? Xia Dongyang felt that Li Jingjing's words just now that had no front and no end. It is estimated that there is something urgent. Li Jingjing heard Xia Dongyang said so, came back to her senses, a little embarrassed and said, it's like this. My mom before has been urging me to go back to matchmaking, but I don't want to get married so early. So I lied to her and said that I have a boyfriend. How do I know that she suddenly came today? Said that she wants to look at my boyfriend, to give me a handle on the situation. So, Xia Dongyang had already guessed it, and continued her words. So you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Yes, that's what it means. Li Jingjing said. Xia Dongyang, however, said, I don't think it's right. Auntie is a good intention. So lie to her. It's really not good. There will be a day to wear out. Auntie more sad. Li Jingjing heard, some anxious, only said, but I have said to her, this is considered a good intention lie. Xia Dongyang, you help me. Xia Dongyang was thinking of going back to work, but looking at Li Jingjing's eagerness, he could only nod his head and say, okay, but I don't guarantee that I can do it right. Indeed, he, a wooden head who had never played friends and didn't even know how to get along with girls, was really unsure about this. Thanks. Seeing Xia Dongyang's promise, Li Jingjing was instantly relieved and said, then let's go and talk to Dongjing. The two returned to the ward. Li Jingjing then said to Xia Dongjing, Dongjing, I have some urgent matters. I need your brother's help. I may have to delay a little time. Xia Dongjing heart originally intended to set up brother and teacher. This hearing brother since he can also help the teacher's favor. This is a good opportunity to enhance the relationship. Immediately without the slightest hesitation, she said, it's fine. I have big sister who here. Teacher, if you have something urgent, go and get busy. She said, looked at Xia Dongyang, and did not forget to urge, brother, you have to do Mr. Li a good favor. Xia Dongyang listened with some uncertainty as to what to say, and only nodded his head and said, well, brother knows. Then Dongjing, we'll leave. Li Jingjing said, okay, go quickly. Xia Dongjing was still afraid that they would delay here again, Xia Donyang went to the bedside to fetch the charging phone, and then left with Li Jingjing. After the duo left, the little girl couldn't help but say, "It seems like my brother and the teacher are progressing very well. Big sister who? Don't you think so?" Big sister who nodded her head repeatedly and said, "Mr. Xia and teacher Li are really a good match. Donqing, you're ready to be upgraded to be a sister-in-law." He. Xia Donqing smiled happily. Her brother's sudden return. She had always felt that it was because of herself. Now that her brother was almost 27, many people of the same age had children who were several years old, so her brother's marriage has become the worry of her heart, especially her own current situation. Her brother must be even more heartless to fall in love. If it really became with Mr. Li, it would not be perfect. However, where does she know? Things are far from what she imagined. Xia Donyang. Two people went downstairs, while Li Jingjing drove the car to the station to pick up her mother. The car. Li Jingjing looked at Xia Donyang as sitting upright. Cannot help but ask, "Xia Donyang, you will not be nervous, right?" Xia Donyang smiled somewhat coyly, moved his body and undeniably said, "The first time I did something like this, I was a little nervous." Li Jingjing couldn't help but laugh, and then said, "I can't imagine that you, a big soldier brother who personally caught the color demon, would still be nervous." She suddenly felt that now a little nervous Xia Donyang, but also have so many cute to know. She and Xia Donyang know these days. Xia Donyang, whether standing or sitting, that is straight back, a wooden face that does not smile, unbeknownst to her. The reason why Xia Donyang will be like this, for one thing, but also because it is true that he has never done this before, and secondly, this is after all still a kind of deception, and he has some guilt in his heart. Li Jingjing then said, "But you can rest assured, my mom is very good at talking. If you really don't know what to do, then wait, we'll talk less. Everything listen to me on the line." Aha! Xia Donyang nodded. To be honest, he also really did not know what to say. About half an hour later, the two came to the station. Far away, Xia Donyang saw a dressed in black and white floral clothes and pants, carrying a black pocket, feet placed a red and blue woven bag short-haired woman, stood at the exit looking, should be Li Jingjing's mother. Sure enough, Li Jingjing quickly drove the car over, parked on the side, and then got out of the car to welcome guests up. Shouted, "Mom, Anna." Li Jingjing's mom named Huang Chaolan. She looked at her daughter with a smile on her face, reached out and touched Li Jingjing's face, said with a loving face, "You child, how did you lose weight again?" "Mom, which is not. I even gained a few pounds," Li Jingjing said as if she was pampered. Xia Donyang also walked down, only to see Li Jingjing's mother Huang Chaolan. Skin some black, face has obvious wrinkles, hair is mixed with a lot of white hair, looks very old. Think of Li Jingjing to read out of the university. It is not easy. Auntie good. Xia Donyang went forward and took the initiative to shout. Li Jingjing hurriedly introduced, "Mom, this is the boyfriend Xia Donyang that I just mentioned to you." Huang Jialan swept Xia Donyang from head to toe, but said, "The looks are still okay, better than the two dogs at the entrance of our village." Li Jingjing heard, the heart violently shuddered. "Mama, you want to do comparison, also want to say over the serious point of the name, how to pull out the two dogs. I can just said you are very good to talk. You're not hitting the daughter's face?" She was afraid of Xia Donyang angry, was about to speak, but Xia Donyang has smiled and said, "Auntie said yes, I have this long, this is sloppy." "Then you are so dark. What do you do for a living? Outside in the sun?" Huang Chaolan started to gatekeep for her daughter. Li Jingjing had an impulse to cover her forehead, hurriedly said, "Oops, Mom, look at you. You are carrying such a big bag of things. Aren't you tired? Let's get in the car first. You can't park the car here for too long." "Auntie, I'll help you take it." Xia Donyang took the initiative to pick up Huang Chaolan's two big pockets, and then nimbly put them into the trunk. The three of them got into the car and quickly arrived at a nearby dry pot restaurant. Dry pot store is Li Jingjing specially selected. Very distinctive flavor is very good. So this will be even from the meal there is still a little bit, but the store is almost full. Three people sat down at a table by the window. Li Jingjing and her mother Huang Chaolan sit on one side, while Xia Donyang is sitting opposite Li Jingjing. Although never had the experience of pretending to be a boyfriend, but as a junior's basic courtesy, Xia Donyang still have. He first poured a cup of tea for Huang Chaolan, and then said, "Auntie, you drink a cup of tea first." Said. He poured tea for Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing's heart satisfied very much. Secretly this fake boyfriend is still like a model. Huang Jialan looks also quite satisfied, after a mouthful of tea, then asked, "The small summer, you so black. I really cannot see your age. How old are you?" "Almost 27. Xia Donyang said. Huang Chaolan said with some surprise, 27. That's really not small. In our place, people's children are running on the ground. Xia Donyang didn't know how to reply, only to pick up the teacup, pretending to drink tea. Li Jingjing rushed to dissolve the embarrassment for Xia Donyang, and only said, "Mom, Xia Donyang has been in the army before, and only came back recently. In fact, we have known each other for half a year." Cough cough. Xia Donyang listened to it choking. This Li Jingjing really will open their eyes and say nonsense. This is not only know a few days well, how to become a half a year. Look at you drink so anxious to do? Li Jingjing seems to be angry like grudges glared at Xia Donyang, feet but secretly stepped on a foot of Xia Donyang, because she knew that Xia Donyang was choked by his own words just now. Xia Donyang hurriedly drew a piece of paper, wiped the tea on his mouth and said, "A little thirsty," didn't pay attention for a moment. Huang Chaolan naturally didn't know about the cattiness, and then asked, "Xia, what do you do for a living now?" "Driving for the company boss." Xia Donyang thought about his assistant bar. It was just a front. Might as well come and say something real. "Then it's a driver, ah?" Huang Xiaolan heard. Tone and expression are hard to hide the disappointment. Then said, "That is no formal job?" Xia Donyang thought. A year later, his bodyguard expired. Then have to look for a job again. And not to be able to find a job. Even if it is to find a job. That is certainly not now $1 million a year. Then also nodded his head. Honestly said, "Indeed there is no formal job." Huang Xiaolan heard. The heart will be more disappointed. But thinking of their own daughter's vision is not so bad. So asked again, "Then you are ready to be a driver for life?" "That's not it," Xia Donyang said. "After all, this job indeed can't be done for a lifetime." "Then what kind of work are you prepared to do?" Huang Xiaolan is completely opened the interrogation mode. After all, the daughter played a friend. This is a big deal. The most important thing is, played a man without a formal job. How unstable, ah. There is no stable income. The future is sure to conflict. Happy. Xia Donyang also answered honestly. Only said, "I temporarily did not think so long term." Huang Xiaolan heard. Heart disappointed to the extreme. Thinks Xia Donyang is a lazy. Do not want to make progress. However, she thought back. Is not Xia Dongyang's family has money, so did not care about these? Following that, she asked, "Then do you have a car and a house?" "Mom, what are you asking these for?" Li Jingjing is not clear about the situation of Xia Dongyang's family. See, mom is asking more and more outrageous. Hastily stopped. Huang Chaolan, however, said, "What for? You see the village of small flowers. She and men back. Driving that is though what ah. Oh, outie. You can be better than small flowers. Looking for a man. No stable job even if, but also no car and no house. You are looking for their own sins?" She said, turned her eyes and looked at Xia Dongyang, aggressively forced to ask, "Xiao Xia, in the end you have a car and a house?" Xia Donyang didn't hide it, and honestly said, "I don't have a room or a car." "What?" Huang Xiaolan heard. Immediately changed color, can no longer suppress the dissatisfaction of the heart, turned his head and glared at Li Jingjing, raised his voice and scolded, "You a dead girl, eyes blind ah, find a person like this, you want to be angry with me ah." This time, directly led to the nearby diners on the table have turned their heads to look over. Li Jingjing immediately pretty-faced dizzy, embarrassed, hastily whispered, "Mom, you lower your voice, everyone is watching it." Huang Xiaolan cannot care about those. Not only did not lower the voice, but instead raised the voice some more. Said, "Lower your voice what? My daughter absolutely cannot find a person who does not have a stable job, but also has no car and no house." She was so open. Many diners moved their eyes to Xia Donyang, and then look at Li Jingjing. Some people then muttered sourly, "Really a flower in cow dung, or a bubble of black cow dung. These days, all good cabbages have to be arched by pigs. A poor loser can still find such a beautiful girlfriend." Really convinced. Hearing a lot of people talking about despising Xia Donyang, Li Jingjing heart sad and guilty as hell. After all, it was she who pulled Xia Donyang over as a shield, and now she was so hurt by her mom with her language, she couldn't help but tell the truth. Only said, "Mom, in fact, Xia Donyang naturally see, he never does things halfway," and again, promised to help Li Jingjing. "Then you have to finish the play." So he interrupted Li Jingjing's words and said, "Auntie, although I now have no car and no house, but I have a healthy body. I can learn, I can struggle, and it's only a matter of time to buy a car and a house." Li Jingjing also understands Xia Dongyang's good intentions. Grateful and guilty look at Xia Donyang, but Huang Chaolan said, "Can learn, struggle? It's not that auntie thinks too much. I want to ask you what kind of education you have. Have you studied in college?" "I am a junior high school diploma. Never went to college." Xia Donyang said, "Middle school diploma?" Huang Xiaolan heard. Immediately and not calm. said in a disdainful tone, not that I look down on you. On your diploma still struggle. Dry life don't want to buy a house here. Xiao, if you really think for Anna, don't delay her anymore. Li Jingjing could not imagine that mom has become so snobbish, and speak too hurtful. She usually is not like this. Immediately also some anxious. Only said, Mom, what is wrong with you? No car, no house, more people. Do they all do not fall in love? Do not get married? Huang Xiaolan said in a strong tone, I don't care about those people. You are my daughter. You are the only college student in our village. If they know that you are looking for an object as a person without a car and no house, mom's old face has to where to put it? Mom, it's about finding a partner. What's it got to do with others? Others can say whatever they like. Li Jingjing also responded forcefully. I don't care either. I won't let my own daughter suffer after someone without a car or a house. Huang Xiaolan directly showed her attitude. Mom, you. Li Jingjing is too angry to say anything. Mother and daughter are somewhat tit for tat. At this time, the dry pot ribs came up. Xia Donyang also took the opportunity for the mother and daughter too to defuse the atmosphere. Said to Huang Xiaolan, Auntie, you came all the way here. Surely also tired. Eat something first. But Huang Xiaolan said with an unhappy face, do you think I have an appetite now? Don't eat. Li Jingjing now was completely angered by her mother's hurtful words, got up and said loudly, Mom, you are too much. Xia Donyang saw Li Jingjing angry, hurriedly raised his hand to pull her to sit down, said, Li Jingjing, Auntie is also a piece of hard work. Don't want you to live so hard in the future. This I can completely understand. What is good? And Auntie said. For Huang Xiaolan's sharp and hurtful words, Xia Donyang did not get angry, because he can understand Huang Xiaolan as a mother. Hope to see their daughter to live an easy and happy life mood. At the same time, Xia Donyang is also very envious of Li Jingjing, because for him, can no longer enjoy the mother's some hard work, even if it's a word of advice. After listening to Xia Donyang's words, Huang Xiaolan changed her opinion of Xia Donyang by 2 points. However, her heart was still not satisfied, and she only said, Xiao Xia, if you really like Anna, then you should buy a car and a house within 1 year, and prepare 100,000 dowry, and I will agree to you being together, or else it's a no negotiation. The surrounding tables of diners heard, especially a few male diners, looking at the beautiful Li Jingjing. The heart is even more jealous of Xia Donyang got the favor of Li Jingjing, sourly said, on is like that, but also within a year to buy a car to buy a house. I see to buy a motorcycle are enough to choke. When I think of it, I gave me the daughter-in-law's family, that is also 100,000 bride price. Now get married. No hundreds of thousands of dollars even if, well, buddies still don't care about that bit of money. Another buddy put on a show of force. I think this is certainly not joking. Buddy, this family can only marry a barely. That poor loser can still get on the goddess? You girl, be careful to speak. Your wife to the toilet back. Is it? I just did not say anything. Come on. Drink. Watch the show. Watch the show. People are like this. No matter whether it has nothing to do with themselves. Always love to compare. Especially for women. There is a saying that what you can't get will always be in commotion. Among the 3 women and 1 man who were dining nearby, one of the women couldn't help but whisper in mockery. This kind of dirtbag without a car or a house. I don't know how she looks at it. Another woman who has a little bit of beauty, but not as good as Li Jingjing's appearance, said sourly, heaven is fair. Don't look at her with a little bit of beauty. Maybe the brain is not good? Look at her mom's poor look. I guess she is also a good-looking chicken. Not much insight. The woman with a little bit of beauty, a proud face leaning on the side of the boyfriend, said, or our brother June is good, engaged to send me a car. This kind of man can only be relied on, which is like this kind of poor people. Only fools can look at it. That's right. You are my baby. I will love you and protect you for the rest of my life. The man's face was satisfied, reached out and wrapped his hand around the woman's waist, greatly spreading dog food, but in actuality, his heart muttered, if you have the posture of that beautiful woman, my old man even sent the house, and because they sit really too close. So their words, Li Jingjing is also heard. This is not comfortable in the heart of Li Jingjing. Dang, a moment of fiery nature exploded, turned his head to stare at the 3 women and a man, drinking, eat your meal. Talk about sarcasm, is not afraid of swallowing the death of it? Hey, what did you say? Have the guts to say another word? The woman with a few good looks immediately slapped the table and stood up. Li Jingjing was also not afraid, and said in a tit-for-tat manner, I said that some people, smearing a layer of plaster powder, can't cover up the smell of copper and the surface of the moon on their body. That woman's skin is indeed bad. This was said by Li Jingjing, immediately blew up, pouting to that June beside him. June, people are being scolded. You have to do it for them. That June brother heard a happy heart. is worried about this woman in. There is no opportunity to go close to Li Jingjing. This time, immediately openly stood up. Said, good, brother for you to teach her a lesson. He said to go to Li Jingjing. This one stood up. Good guy. All the tendon meat, especially his arm is very thick, because he is a boxing club instructor. He is most satisfied with his pair of unicorn arm. Li Jingjing was also not afraid. Said, what's the matter? You're a big man. Still want to make a move, ah? That June came forward and said, it's okay if you don't do it. You have to apologize to my girlfriend. Apologize? Li Jingjing sneered and said, it's her own mouth that stinks. I still apologize to her. Dream on you. June. Shake her 2 slaps. Let her know how powerful she is. The woman with a few good looks screamed in the back in dissatisfaction. Of course, she was most dissatisfied with the fact that Li Jingjing was better looking than her, and was still naturally beautiful. Seeing that a meal to scrutinize her daughter's boyfriend has turned into a quarrel with strangers, and even had to make a move, Huang Chaolan was afraid that her daughter would suffer, and hurriedly got up and said to that June, big brother, sorry, don't do it, my daughter didn't mean it. Li Jingjing heard, did not show the slightest weakness, said, Mom, don't be afraid. I still don't believe that this legal society still dare to openly hit people. And then again, you are allowed to say that others not allowed to say a few words. To please the girlfriend also have to be a little bit of a brain. Have the guts to do it, to see that I don't call the police to arrest you. That June heard, immediately heart angry, raised his hand to Li Jingjing grabbed, but the heart is thinking, I do not hit you, but pull you over. Eat tofu is always cool it. Huang Chaolan was scared and changed her face, not afraid to pounce over at once, and opened her mouth to bite on that June's small arm at once. Ah! That June brother let out a miserable scream, violently waved his hand to shake Huang Chaolan away, and then a slap to Huang Chaolan. In his mouth even cursed, you old thing, looking for death ah! Mom! Li Jingjing let out a cry of fright and raised his hand to grab at that June. However, before his hand arrived, he saw that June unexpectedly flew out backwards and fell on his butt on the aisle 2 or 3 meters away. As soon as Li Jingjing returned to her senses, she only saw that Xia Dongyang did not know when he stood up, a pair of sharp knife-like eyes glaring at that June, and said in a deep voice, even the old man hit, are you still considered a man? Li Jingjing looked at Xia Dongyang gratefully, and then rushed to support her mother and asked, Mom, are you okay? Huang Chaolan is also palpitating. Her face is a little white, trembling. No, it's fine. June. At this time, the woman with a few gestures to June pounced on the past. Xia Dongyang foot is not heavy. That June a bit of bottom. A moment to stand up. Immediately only feel the face of a big loss. Cursed, martyr, dare to sneak attack old man. See old man does not abolish your girl. As he said that, he took a big step and rushed towards Xia Dongyang. Boom boom boom. However, just at this time, the kitchen steeply came from a few explosions. Was ready to watch the crowd of diners in a good mood. Have turned their heads to look at the back kitchen. Suddenly under the back kitchen, the firelight rose, smoke and dust, sometimes accompanied by the sound of explosions. Immediately afterward, an older woman who looked like a dishwasher rushed out of the kitchen, shouting in panic, it's bad, the natural gas is leaking, everyone run, run, ah, he did not shout okay, a shout, the diners are all more alarmed screaming, running out of life, run ah, to explode, run ah, to know, this dry pot store. Each table can be arranged under the gas pipeline. This natural gas leakage will cause a terrible explosion. All the diners quickly flocked to the door. The store is not big, because business is good, so the tables are very dense. The corridor channel is relatively narrow. This next dozens of hundreds of diners, a swarm of rushing outward, but also caused a congestion. The woman with a bit of color is naturally to the door to run, but she wore the hate sky high, due to run too fast, with a broken, fell to the ground. This time is twisted not light. Her 2 female companions at the same table has also long run away. Her face panicked to her boyfriend June shouted, June, June, wait for me ah. However, that June was turning a deaf ear and rushed towards the door without looking back, and also peeled off the crowd blocking the doorway a few times and rushed out instantly. June, June, that woman was lying on the ground, stretching out her hands, crying and shouting continuously, but she didn't get back her boyfriend's turn back in the slightest. The funny thing was, that June had just said something to her. Love her for the rest of her life. Protect her for the rest of her life. This was really ironic. Boom! At this moment, an ear-splitting explosion once again came from inside the kitchen, and a heat wave of fire erupted out, instantly setting the counter inside ablaze with fire. Go! 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 Xia Dongyang pulled Li Jingjing and Huang Chaolan and squeezed towards the door. Bag! My bag. After running a few steps in the aisle, Huang Chaolan turned back and shouted eagerly. Xia Dongyang pushed the mother and daughter towards the door while shouting, "You guys go out first, I'll go back and get it." Xia Dongyang, leave the bag alone. Quickly go out. Li Jingjing shouted eagerly. To know, the fire inside is so rapid, at any time may explode. Xia Dongyang go back is really too dangerous. However, before her words fell, Xia Dongyang had already run back. Huang Chaolan hurriedly pushed her and shouted, "Anna, go, go!" Boom boom. Explosions came one after another, and at this time, the smoke had already diffused over to the restaurant side. Xia Dongyang carried the 2 bags that Huang Chaolan brought over and was ready to run outside, but he heard someone behind him shouting, "Save me! Save me!" Xia Dongyang turned around, but saw that it was the woman who argued with Li Jingjing just now. At this time, she slowly stood up from the ground, leaning on the edge of the dining room table, her left foot lifted up not daring to touch the ground, obviously twisted not light. Xia Dongyang did not hesitate. One side will be one of the bag back on the body, one side ran back. He will be that small pocket hanging in the bend of the hand. Without saying a word, directly will be the woman to pick up. Quickly run toward the door. That woman dead embraced Xia Dongyang's neck. Looking at this, she just looked down on the man's face. This time suddenly found that this man is actually very handsome and durable. Especially the outline of his face is very clear. Eyes are more sharp and deep. The more you look at, the more people are addicted. Compared to the boyfriend June who just left himself behind, the woman felt that the man in front of her, that is called a real man. Thinking about just now his own contempt for the man in front of him, and he returned the favor by saving himself. The woman's heart a burst of guilt. Thinking about it, Xia Dongyang has already rushed out of the dry pot store with her in his arms. At this time, outside the store has already gathered a lot of onlookers of the public. Xia Dongyang, are you alright? Li Jingjing hurriedly went forward and asked. It's fine. Xia Dongyang put the woman down. At the same time the 2 bags were also put down. Looking at the crowd of onlookers, he eagerly shouted, "Everyone don't spectate. There may be an explosion here at any time. Quickly get out of the way. Make a path for the fire truck." Listening to him shout at any time there may be an explosion, the onlookers are all panicked dispersed, but did not go too far. At this time, the crowd should be the dry pot store employees shouted, "Not good. The 2 chefs are still inside, did not come out." As soon as Xia Dongyang saw that the fire truck had not yet come, he rushed into the store without saying anything. Li Jingjing was shocked and shouted urgently, "Xia Dongyang, come back, come back." Bang! However, just at this moment, another explosion came from the store. Standing outside the store could see the flickering fire inside. "Anna, stand away, stand away." Huang Chaolan hurriedly dragged Li Jingjing backward. The woman who was saved by Xia Dongyang, her 2 companions also found her and came up to hold her back. She looked at the store that was constantly smoking and flickering with fire. Her face was a face of surprise and worry. Surprised, Xia Dongyang at this time, but also dared to go in to save people. This courage, this spirit, simply exceeded her knowledge. She could not help but worry for Xia Dongyang. Xia Dongyang rushed into the store. At this time, the thick smoke filled out. Almost half of the store eroded. Xia Dongyang followed the memory of just now, groping for the direction of the kitchen to walk quickly. Save! Help! Cough! At this time, a cry for help came. Xia Dongyang's heart moved, rushed to follow the sound and rushed over. Saw a man wearing a chef's clothing, collapsed in front of the counter, constantly coughing violently. Xia Dongyang rushed to help the chef up, and then backhanded him behind his back, and quickly ran towards the door. Standing outside the door, the hand was mother's death grip of Li Jingjing. A heart is raised in the throat. Finally, looked at Xia Dongyang back. Chef ran out. Her heart was overjoyed, broke free of her mother's hand and ran towards Xia Dongyang. "Xia Dongyang, are you alright?" Li Jingjing rushed over and asked eagerly. "It's fine." Xia Dongyang placed that chef on the ground, and the chef was just choking on the smoke and didn't have much damage. After he coughed a few times, he was basically considered to have caught his breath, and then said eagerly, "There is still another cook, just a little behind me." "Are you sure he's just a little behind you?" Xia Dongyang asked after him. "I'm sure. He collapsed in front of the kitchen door," that chef said with certainty. "Good. I'll go save him," Xia Dongyang said, turned around and ran towards the store again. "Xia Dongyang, don't go. Quickly come back." Li Jingjing saw, hurriedly shouted, "To know, this will be thick smoke or filled to the door. Xia Dongyang go in will also be choked by the smoke, and uncertainty of the explosion. It is likely that he will be lifeless, but Xia Dongyang is deaf." Already rushed in again. The onlookers of the public, this is also noticed now, also the second time rushed into the fire, have moved their eyes to him. Boom boom. At this time, The store in the smoke came again. 2 explosions. Many people for Xia Donyang pinched a sweat. Just when Xia Donyang rushed to the middle of the store, steeply, a big explosion came. Many people through the tempered glass of the restaurant saw Xia Donyang by the airwaves generated by the explosion, pushed to fly horizontally, heavily impacted on the tempered glass, resulting in that the tempered glass are chapped open. Xia Donyang. Li Jingjing let out a cry of alarm and recklessly rushed towards the store. Watching Xia Donyang being pushed by the explosion's airwaves to heavily impact on the restaurant's tempered glass, the hearts of the onlookers each shook violently. Many people even couldn't help but cry out sadly. It's over. A good man, ah. This is a hero, ah. Xia Donyang. Li Jingjing even let out a cry of alarm and recklessly rushed towards the store, but she just ran out 2 steps before being pulled by her mother. Huang Chaolan. Anna, you're crazy, ah. Rushing in for what? Don't want to die, ah. I'm going to save Xia Donyang. Mom, let go of me. Let go of me. Li Jingjing eagerly shouted. To no. This time it was her who called Xia Donyang over to pretend to be her boyfriend. If not, Xia Donyang would not have met this fire. Not to mention rushing in twice to save people, and now she is injured by the explosion. Huang Xiaolan were willing to let go. That is the death of the daughter dragged outward. At the same time shouted, quickly go. He cannot live. If you rushed in, there is a long and short. You let the mother can how to live, ah. Quickly go. Li Jingjing tears continue to slide down. Yes, dad has gone. If he has any accidents, how can mom bear it? But what about Xia Donyang? Her heart was like being stabbed hard by a knife. The guilt and grief was incomparable. Letting Huang Chaolan pull, as if she was a walking corpse backing up. Ah, look, he's not dead. He's standing up. Just at this moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed. When Li Jingjing heard this, she hurriedly flung her head to look inside the store, and saw that Xia Donyang stood up. She excitedly shouted, he's fine. I knew he'd be fine. God has eyes. Good people have good karma. Look guys, why is he still running inward? Does he still have to go save people? Really? He's really going to save people again. Oh my god. Doesn't he want to die? Oh my god. Come on out. You've done enough. You won't be blamed if you can't save them. Yeah, still have to look out for yourself a bit. Li Jingjing looked at Xia Donyang, even thought of going in to save people. Just put down a heart, a moment and seized up. At this time, everyone looked at the smoke. Xia Donyang fuzzy silhouette, quickly to the depths of the store. Outside the fire, hundreds of people, just watching, for a time, even kept a miraculous silence. Because at this moment, everyone was Xia Donyang disregard for their own safety and save the spirit of the people moved. Everyone is praying that Xia Donyang can come out safely, even if it did not save the people, but also to come back safely, because in everyone's mind, Xia Donyang is already a hero. And say in the store in the thick black smoke groping Xia Donyang, finally came to the kitchen door. Really see a chef collapsed there. He did not dare to slow down, rushed forward. He did not care whether the man dead or unconscious. Carried on the shoulder to the door run. Boom! Right at this moment, an ear-splitting explosion came from inside the kitchen. A powerful rolling wave of air, like a tidal wave gushing out from within. Xia Donyang was shocked, involuntarily flung forward. Fell heavily more than 3 meters away. This fall was also not light. He subconsciously shook his head. Tough willpower let him immediately wake up. He rushed to the unconscious chef again on his shoulders. Unintentionally, but saw the table next to him. There is a not small stainless steel pot lid. Think it is the previous explosion to blow out. He hurriedly gripped the lid handle, turned the lid over, just as a shield. After the slight pause, he carried the chef, once again rushed toward the door. Although the smoke rolled, but through the tempered glass, onlookers can still vaguely see. Xia Donyang carrying the chef rushed to the outside. Look, he saved someone, really saved. Good, well done. Once Li Jingjing saw that Xia Donyang was fine, her heart was also relieved. Rumble. However, right at this moment, an explosion came. A strong fire from Xia Dongyang's right side not far away at first. It was thought that the pipeline under a certain dining table had also exploded. Ah, quite a few people let out a cry of alarm in unison. Li Jingjing, a heart once again seized up. Xia Donyang, however, raised the lid of the pot at the first time, blocking the airwaves generated by the explosion, but he was still impacted to withdraw horizontally a long way. He's fine. He blocked it. What was that? What did he block with? It seems like a pot lid. Yes, it's a pot lid. Oh my god. It's unbelievable. Boom boom boom. However, after the crowd exclaimed in shock, the sound of explosions came from the restaurant. The flames rose up one after another, and one could even see a lot of fragments of plates or cups after being blown apart, flying around, hitting on the tempered glass, emitting a ping pong pong ping sound. Looking at this terrible scene, Li Jingjing whole person are scared dumbfounded, just subconsciously raise their hands, mouth biting fingers, but do not know the slightest pain. The rest of the onlookers of the public, but also each and every one again seized the heart, and even held his breath. A glance without blinking looked at the restaurant. The heart again for Xia Donyang prayed. But see the restaurant. Xia Donyang held up the hand of the lid. A left block, a right block, as if in the TV movie within the battlefield general. Left and right. Hard to the restaurant door rushed to. All people again by Xia Donyang. This is God help like move to the shock. This is a what kind of man, even in that terrible environment to survive. More importantly, his shoulder is still carrying a person that how to say also have more than 100 pounds Normally if a person is carrying more than 100 pounds, then walking will seem difficult. Not to mention as flexible as Xia Donyang. What kind of physical strength must it be? Go for it. Go for it. Good job. Go for it. In the crowd, I don't know who was the first to come back to his senses and started cheering for Xia Donyang for moral support. The rest of the people also followed and shouted. For a while, the encouraging voices of the crowd of onlookers even overshadowed the sound of explosions in the restaurant. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. Seeing Xia Donyang carrying the unconscious chef, carrying a large pot lid, to rush to the door. Suddenly, a violent explosion came, a dazzling fire flashed, the airwave swept and raged. Xia Donyang holding the pot lid. Is the impact of the airwave flew up horizontally? Heavy impact on the right side of the tempered glass. Clatter! The tempered glass cracked and broke, turning into a crystal-like fragment that spilled down. Xia Donyang and the unconscious chef were blown out at the same time, falling to the ground outside the store. Xia Donyang. Li Jingjing came back to her senses, let out a cry of sorrow, broke away from her mother's hand, and recklessly rushed over. The rest of the onlookers, once they saw this situation, they also rushed over to Xia Dongyang's side. They wanted to see this hero who disregarded his own safety, bravely saved people from the fire. How is the situation in the end? Li Jingjing first time rushed over, looking at the ground lying motionless Xia Donyang, immediately anxious to kneel on the ground, crying and shouting, Xia Donyang, you wake up wake up She cried on the one hand, one side of the extreme Xia Donyang to turn over, but see Xia Dongyang's face was smoked by the smoke pitch black as carbon, completely unable to see the original face, especially around the nostrils, all the black soot particles. All the clothes are even more tattered from a number of tattered places, but also be able to see a number of small wounds cut open by the debris. Tragic. Li Jingjing's see heart like a knife. Tears continue to slide down, shaking the arm of Xia Donyang, crying, Xia Donyang, you wake up you cannot die wake up At this time, the onlookers of the public also have surrounded, looking at the ground Xia Donyang. Everyone is heavy face, the heart is heavy grief. Such a hero. Such a good man, is it so go? Before being saved by Xia Donyang, that woman, this time also walked up. She squatted in front of Xia Donyang, a face of grief, said, Big brother, I do not know your name, but I owe you a sorry and thank you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you before. You're a good person, a good man, and a hero. Thank you for saving me. Your kindness, I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Every Qing Ming, I will offer you incense. I hope you will go well in heaven. Oh, speaking here, she has been unable to hold back her tears. Those two companions patted her shoulders left and right, also with a heavy face. Their hearts are also very guilty. On the side of Huang Chaolan, the heart is also very difficult. She originally looked down on Xia Dongyang poor. No job, no car and no house. But now look, Xia Dongyang body has the vast majority of people do not have the fearless valor. If Anna can be with him, I believe that he will certainly be able to use his life. A lifetime of caring for their own daughters. Even if Xia Donyang has no money, but she now also believes that her daughter will certainly also live a very happy. Unfortunately everything was too late now. The crying woman said to Huang Chaolan at this time, Auntie, if your daughter is really with this big brother, I believe that she will be very happy. I now realize that money is not important. The important thing is that a man has to have a sense of responsibility, has to be responsible, has to have the quality, and that can let a woman rely on for a lifetime. Huang Chaolan listened to a pair of cloudy old eyes also cannot help but wet up. She already did not know what to say, because her heart is also extremely guilty regret. Regret just now should not say those hurt Xia Donyang words. Oh, Xia Donyang, you wake up you wake up you will be fine. Ambulance, how still not Li Jingjing had already cried into tears. Quickly get out of the way. I'll take a look. At this time, from the crowd came out a petite, with a head of natural black straight hair, looks no more than 23 or 4 women. She said, I am a nurse. Let me look at him. She also does not care Li Jingjing in the end with or without consent. Hastily squatted in Xia Dongyang's side. First reached out to probe Xia Dongyang's nostrils, and then leaned over and pasted on Xia Dongyang's chest to listen to the side of Li Jingjing face anxiously waiting. To be that kind female nurse slightly straightened up, Li Jingjing cannot wait to ask, how is it? He still has no rescue? The female nurse said, he should have inhaled a large amount of soot, causing a tracheal blockage coma, into a pseudo-dead state. I have to do artificial respiration for her. Artificial respiration, isn't that a kiss? Li Jingjing wanted to say that she will come herself, but thought that she also did not go through formal training, and now it is still to save Xia Dongyang. Those small details do not care. In fact, regardless of whether she cares or not, the nurse has been lying down, began to do artificial respiration to Xia Dongyang. Everyone looked at this scene, cannot help but praise for the nurse. At the same time the heart also have a joy. So it seems, Xia Dongyang still have to be saved. At this time, the fire truck came. The soldiers quickly evacuated the crowd, connected to the fire hose, began to extinguish the fire, followed by the ambulance also came. Xia Dongyang's side only left Li Jingjing and Mother Huang Chaolan, and the woman who was saved by Xia Dongyang, as well as 2 companions, anxiously watching the female nurse to do artificial respiration for Xia Dongyang. Female nurse for Xia Dongyang did this burst of artificial respiration. Physical strength is also overdrawn to a great extent. The back of the clothes all wet. A face is more red. Looks like they are almost out of breath. She tilted her head, took a big breath, and then lowered her head and prepared to continue to do artificial respiration for Xia Dongyang. Suddenly, Xia Dongyang coughed twice. Li Jingjing and others face great joy, have pounced on. Xia Dongyang slowly opened his eyes, and then struggled to sit up. Li Jingjing can no longer control the emotions. Pounced in Xia Dongyang's arms, crying, great, Xia Dongyang, you finally woke up. Xia Dongyang struggled to shake his head, felt his ears ringing so much that he could barely hear Li Jingjing's words. However, he still said, I'm fine, don't worry, right, everyone else is fine. Is the fire under control? When the crowd heard this, their hearts were filled with admiration. It was unthinkable that Xia Dongyang woke up, and the first thing he asked was the safety of others as well as the fire situation. Li Jingjing also had to let go of Xia Dongyang, and then help Xia Dongyang stood up, and then said, everyone else is fine, the fire is also under control. Xia Dongyang, I help you to the ambulance. I'm fine, no need to go to the hospital. Xia Dongyang shook his head, and then asked, by the way, who saved me just now? Although he was unconscious, but his willpower was extremely tough, he still felt that someone had just given himself artificial respiration. Li Jingjing then looked at the female nurse who was still panting next to him and said, it was this nurse sister who gave you a good burst of artificial respiration before she saved you from waking up. Xia Dongyang hurriedly turned to look at the female nurse, but saw that she had a head of black straight hair, a small goose-egg face, very clean, went forward 2 steps and sincerely said, my name is Xia Dongyang, thank you for saving me just now, just because of the rescue eager. That is nothing. This was mentioned artificial respiration. Female nurse a white face, is more playful face halo? Some shyly said, no need to thank. Save people is our vocation to learn medicine. Xia Dongyang heard, the heart cannot help but think of the sister to do surgery as Zhang Ziliang. Think this is the same people studying medicine. How the gap between the moral character is so big. At this time, the woman who broke her foot and was saved by Xia Dongyang, tiptoe up to Xia Dongyang said, big brother, thank you for saving me regardless of previous suspicion. Before I should not say that you. It's fine. It's good that everyone is fine. Xia Dongyang said naively. Those citizens who hadn't left yet, at this time saw Xia Dongyang was fine and stood up, applauded one after another and shouted, good job, firefighting hero, good job. Looking at the surrounding citizens to their own praise, Xia Dongyang only feel the body hot blood flurry, seems to return to the days of the mission in the army. He is not enjoying this feeling of being praised, just feel that this broken body can still save people, can still contribute, really good. And looking at the group praised Xia Dongyang, Li Jingjing heart do not know how. Just feel proud. Then the group praised her own to be happy. Just at this time, Xia Dongyang's phone suddenly rang. He rushed to take the phone out, because he has not many numbers on this cell phone. A look at it as Zhao Shuiyan's father Zhao Zhengming called. He rushed to connect the phone, but before he had time to speak, the head came Zhao Zhengming's voice as angry as a thunderbolt. Xia Dongyang, Schwer was kidnapped. You damn this bodyguard is how to be. Immediately give the old man back to the villa. Xia Dongyang heart shocked, eagerly said, Anna, I have an urgent matter. Use your car. What in the end? I'll send you. Seeing Xia Dongyang's eager face, Li Jingjing hurriedly asked, "I'll tell you later." "Hurry," Xia Dongyang urged in a fiery manner. Li Jingjing did not dare to ask more questions, quickly took out the car keys. Xia Dongyang grabbed the car keys. People as if a gust of wind rushed to the roadside not far away. Li Jingjing's that Santana. Everyone did not expect. Xia Dongyang in the acceptance of the praise of the group, but will suddenly leave. A citizen back to God. Exclaimed, "This is called Thing Whisk Sleeve Go. Deep hidden merit and name ah. This is the legendary masters in the folk ah. Firefighting brother ah. Positive energy ah. I think the dude should be named. What's his name? Pot lid man. Dude, you're burying the hero with that name. What should it be called then? Let's see. I'll tweet it then." The guys discussed how to give Xia Dongyang a nice name to extol this heroic deed of saving people. Xia Dongyang drove Li Jingjing's car and sped towards Zhao Shuiyan's villa. Soon, he rushed to Zhao Shuiyan's villa outside. Outside the iron gate and the villa's double doors were open. He quickly ran towards the inside. He saw Zhao Zhenming smoking a cigarette, with an anxious face pacing in the living room. Lu Hong stood beside him with his arms folded like a tower of iron, but with an expression of great urgency as well. "Chairman, what's going on?" Xia Dongyang stomped in. Zhao Zhenming turned around, went forward and kicked Xia Dongyang heavily. Xia Dongyang was kicked and fell to his knees at once, and also slid backward 2 meters. So it was evident that Zhao Zhenming's air power of this kick was really not small. Following this, Zhao Zhengming angrily drank. "What's going on? You still have the face to ask Laozi what's going on? Laozi let you protect Shuer 24 hours a day. Now what? Where did Shuer go? And where the hell did you go?" Xia Dongyang's heart felt a pang of guilt. He didn't want to explain more. He stood up and said, "This is my dereliction of duty, but I went out for only a few hours." "Mr. Zhao said that he would stay in the villa for the whole day today. How can you be sure that she was kidnapped?" Zhao Zhengming pointed to the coffee table and said, "I had something I wanted to discuss with Shuer, but no one answered when I called the landline in the villa. I called her cell phone again but it still didn't pick up. I called her company again and her secretary said that she hadn't gone to the company today. I immediately realized that something is wrong. Shuer has never been in this situation. I rushed and Lu Hong rushed over. But see, the villa's 2 doors are not closed. Come in and see, the TV is also not closed. Her cell phone is still placed on the coffee table. You say, she is not kidnapped will be what?" Xia Dongyang just came in, although running fast, but a split second to observe the situation of the villa. He found that the villa did not have traces of forced entry. Moreover, did not leave any obvious clues. It seems that it should be Zhao Shuiyan out of their own, or perhaps it can be said that it was lured out of the house. With what reason? That is to say, she was really kidnapped by someone. However, as of now, it is still too early to draw such a conclusion. Xia Dongyang then asked, "Chairman, the villa door monitoring watched it? Looked at it. It's black. Looks like it's broken." Zhao Zhengming shook his head and said. When Xia Dongyang heard this, he immediately said, "Impossible. I checked it just before. How could it suddenly be broken?" As he said that, he turned around and rushed towards the door. He saw that the camera at the door was still there, and he couldn't see any damage on the surface. He rushed into the door to the dining room and moved another stool over, and then stood on the stool and observed the camera in detail. But he saw that the camera even had a small hole the size of a needle's eye. He couldn't help but frown. Simply dismantled the camera, smashed it open, and then saw that the mechanical composition inside had actually been damaged almost to the point of destruction. In that destruction of the mutilated tissues, he found some very small but should not be part of the composition of the camera. "What have you found?" Zhao Zhengming asked in a deep voice. Xia Dongyang said in a grave tone, "Someone used an extremely advanced machinery to remotely destroy the camera. It seems that the other party came prepared. Zhao was always kidnapped." Zhao Zhengming was furious to the extreme, nodded and said, "Xia Dongyang, good, very good. I'll advance you $1 million. How did you give me a package in the first place, saying that anything that dies will also die a second before Shuer? But now what? Now you give me protection like this?" Xia Dongyang's heart was overwhelmed with guilt, and said in a firm tone, "Chairman, please believe me, I will definitely bring Mr. Zhao back safe and sound. Get lost. I just regretted trusting you and entrusting my daughter to you before I got into this mess." His daughter was kidnapped. Zhao Zhengming regretted believing in Xia Dongyang at first, so angry that he kicked at Xia Dongyang again. Xia Dongyang stomped back several steps, but he stiffly stabilized his body. He pleaded again, "Chairman, please give me another chance. I won't. Again." However, Zhao Zhengming hadn't finished speaking when the phone rang. He couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it. At this time, he almost reflexively thought that the call was from the kidnappers. In an instant he came back to his senses and rushed to take out the phone, and at a glance, it was indeed an unfamiliar number. Xia Dongyang naturally also guessed, rushed to Zhao Zhangming said, Chairman, no matter what conditions the other side proposed, first agreed. This since there was no need for Xia Dongyang to say, after all, Zhao Zhangming is a father. He was absolutely going to pay any price for Zhao Shuiyan's safety. Hello, Zhao Zhangming picked up the phone. A hoarse voice then came from the other end, only saying, Dong Zhao, I have unfortunate news for you. Your daughter is now in my hands. Saying that, he paused for a moment, as if to corroborate his words. Zhao Shuiyan's urgent cries immediately came from the phone. Dad, save, whom? From the voice, it is not difficult to judge. Zhao Shuiyan's mouth must have been blocked. Zhao Zhangming heard, immediately lost his usual calmness and composure, shouting, Who are you? Please don't hurt my daughter. What conditions do you have? I promise you. He. The person over there smiled grimly, and then said in a deep voice, Don't be in a hurry. We have all the time in the world. As for what conditions, say it slowly. Of course, you can also choose to call the police, but well, I wouldn't dare to guarantee your daughter's safety. Zhao Zhangming heard, quickly said, Good. I do not alarm. Please do not hurt my daughter. Beep. The person on the other end, however, had already hung up the phone. Zhao Zhangming had an anxious face, his 5 fingers clenched, itching to crush the phone. With Xia Dongyang's ear power, he also heard the conversation on the phone, and only said, Chairman, since the other party hasn't made the conditions yet, that proves that Mr. Zhao is safe for the time being. He's just doing this because he wants to make you mess up yourself. Please give me another chance. I'll definitely bring Mr. Zhao back safely. Zhao Zhangming snorted coldly and said, Give you another chance? It's because I gave you a chance that I've gotten myself into this situation now. I won't risk Shui's safety anymore. Wait for him to make an offer. Go away. I don't want to see you anymore, he said, sitting down on the sofa with a disheveled face. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Chairman, please give me another chance. Even if you want me to leave and hold me accountable, let me save General Manager Zhao back first. Xia Dongyang pleaded again. You go. I won't trust you anymore. Zhao Zhangming looked like he was determined, and it could be seen that there was a strong disappointment in his eyes. Once again rejected by Zhao Zhangming, Xia Dongyang's heart was in a great hurry, and grabbed the fruit knife on the coffee table. Zhao Zhangming was shocked, stood up and shouted, Xia Dongyang, what are you doing? Lu Hong on the side also rushed up and shielded Zhao Zhangming, looking at Xia Dongyang with a guarded face. Xia Dongyang, don't be impulsive, Zhao Zhangming hurriedly shouted once he saw that he seemed to be pushing it. Lu Hong was even more on guard. If Xia Dongyang had the slightest movement, he would strike at the first moment. In fact, he had always wanted to compete with Xia Dongyang, but had never had the chance. However, the next moment, Xia Dongyang ruthlessly stabbed the fruit knife on his right arm. Zhao Zhangming was once again shocked, and then he understood the meaning of Xia Dongyang's voting heart, and sighed and said, Xia Dongyang, why are you so bitter? Xia Dongyang also didn't bother about the fruit knife on his arm, didn't frown a bit. His eyes firmly said, Chairman, I didn't protect Mr. Zhao. I deserve to be punished, although this point is not a substitute for the danger of Mr. Zhao's kidnapping, but please believe in me one more time. I'll definitely save Mr. Zhao. When that time comes, if you want to kick me out, hold me responsible, and ask me to compensate for the breach of contract, I'll admit it. Zhao Zhangming sighed. He was really shocked by Xia Dongyang's iron-clanking temperament. Lu Hong's eyes on the side were also full of surprise and admiration. Only then did Zhao Zhangming say, Alright, I'll trust you one more time. What's your solution? Seeing Zhao Zhangming promise, Xia Dongyang face a happy, obviously also long thought of the method. Silk without hesitation said, the villa's camera was destroyed, but the other side cannot be all the destruction of the community's camera. I would like to go to the property monitoring room, to check the monitoring of the entire community entrances and exits. Okay, we'll go together. But you should treat your wounds first. Although Zhao Zhangming was angry that Xia Dongyang was derelict in his duties, but in the end, he still felt that since the other party was prepared, he would always find an opportunity to take advantage of it, and there was no point in blaming it all now. Xia Dongyang also thought that when the time came, he still had to save Zhao Shuiyan, so he nodded. He took the medical kit out, and directly pulled out the fruit knife, and the blood soared out wildly. However, he did not even frown, and poured half a bottle of alcohol on top of the wound. The sight of Zhao Zhangming and Lu Hong cannot help but gulp. Heart is a shiver. That has to be how much pain. This is really tough guy. But Xia Dongyang as the face does not change color, as if the arm is not his general, with disinfectant cotton in the wound wrapped around twice, and then poured some white medicine in the wound above. But the blood still did not stop. Xia Dongyang also do not care about so much. With the white medicine and disinfectant cotton began to wrap up the gauze. Not a few times to get it done. Following that, he stood up and simply said, "Chairman, I'm done." Zhao Zhangming came back to his senses. His heart was actually touched, but now was not the time to talk about this. He nodded, and the three of them headed towards the property monitoring room. Because of the anxiety of Zhao Xueyan, Zhao Zhangming and Lu Hong didn't pay attention to Xia Dongyang's face of black ash and tattered and torn clothes. Not long to the monitoring room, 3 security guards are smoking cigarettes, playing the landlord, who did not bother to pay attention to the surveillance video. The house that is a piece of pandemonium. One of the security guards asked, "What do you do? This place cannot just come in, quickly out." Xia Dongyang only said, "3 big brothers good. We want to see the cell this morning's surveillance." "Sorry, can't look." The security guard balked, and at the same time shouted to the other 2, "Wait, blow up." Zhao Zhangming frowned and said, "We are the owners of this place. My daughter has been kidnapped. Please make it easy for the 3 of you." Another security guard holding a cigarette said carelessly, "You say you are the owner is the owner how to prove we don't know you. Besides, if you are kidnapped, go to the police. Let the police come to see it. Go quickly, don't affect our work." Xia Dongyang immediately on fire, which have said that someone was kidnapped also do not cooperate. The owners have come, but also do not sell the account, but also work. The landlord is also work? 1 more minute delay. Who does not know Zhao Xueyan will be hurt? Xia Dongyang lazy more nonsense. Directly up a foot will be kicked over the card table on the ground. 3 security guards were startled, have angrily stood up. One of the security guards will be in the hands of the card to the ground. Cursed, grass, fucking itchy skin is not it? Said. He copied his hand on the side of the electric baton, waved to Xia Dongyang body to greet. Xia Dongyang lifted his leg as a foot. Will he kicked over on the ground? The other 2 face changed greatly, have copied the electric baton. Xia Dongyang but the first to strike first. A big step forward is the 2 leg kicks. The 2 even waved electric baton posture did not do out on the ground. At this point, Zhao Zhangming said in a deep voice, "I will mention to the director of the property management of your work status. And, if my daughter was kidnapped, had been captured by the surveillance camera, you not only have to roll up, I will also pursue you malfeasance responsibility." 3 people heard, each face dead. To know this villa area security is very easy, especially this guard monitoring, not only easy and boring. So the 3 people will fight the landlord, but they do not have the slightest realization that the responsibility to guard the monitoring is how important. If there is something and appeared in the monitoring, the first time to find and stop, that will reduce the owners of a lot of losses. As the saying goes, if you don't work hard today, you will work hard to find a job tomorrow. Xia Dongyang quickly called up 8 surveillance video. These 8 surveillance orientation he has pre-examined. All will Zhao Xueyan where the villa's main road fork encompassed. He adjusted the multiplier to a multiple of 2. The video played quickly. His eyeballs turned quickly, sweeping across the screen. Zhao Zhangming and Lu Hong on the side watched with blurry eyes. Zhao Zhangming was afraid that Xia Dongyang would miss any of the footage. He couldn't help but ask, "Xia Dongyang, can you see clearly?" "Can," Xia Dongyang said firmly. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Xia Dongyang pressed stop on the video, and one of the screens showed a cleaner in blue property overalls, who was pushing a green dumpster. Xia Dongyang pointed at the screen and said, "He's the one who kidnapped Mr. Zhao. How did you know?" Zhao Zhangming asked in surprise, knowing that any judgment of Xia Dongyang could affect the direction of finding Zhao Xueyan. Xia Dongyang only said, "Just now, I looked carefully, in the past few hours, only he has approached General Zhao's villa, and most importantly, under the lid of this dumpster, a piece of hair was revealed, the same color as General Zhao's hair." When Zhao Zhangming and Lu Hong heard this, they hurriedly looked along where Xia Dongyang's finger was pointing. Zhao Zhangming immediately exclaimed, "Yes, this is the color of Shuer's hair. It's this person. It must be this person who kidnapped Shuer. This person must have taken Zhao out of the neighborhood. It's definitely not possible for him to walk with Zhao, since he disguised himself as a cleaner. He must have taken a cleaning car, otherwise he would attract attention." Xia Dongyang spoke while quickly mobilizing the surveillance. Zhao Zhangming and the 2 of them were surprised by Xia Dongyang's terrifying eyesight. At the same time, they also felt that it made sense. And sure enough, very soon Xia Dongyang locked onto a cleaning car, and that person put the garbage bin containing Zhao Xueyan into the car, while leaving the neighborhood in a dignified manner. Xia Dongyang pressed stop the monitoring. The screen stayed on that cleaning car. Xia Dongyang said at this time, "Now we just need to track this cleaning car. Have to utilize the city's Skynet system. It requires the police to mobilize it. But the other party warned me that I can't call the police or else it will be detrimental to Schwer. Zhao Zhangming's tone was grave, not daring to take any chances. Xia Dongyang pondered for a while and said, Chairman, just wait for the other party's call in the villa. No matter what conditions the other party puts forward, you agree to him first, but try to delay it as much as possible. I need time. Xia Dongyang, what do you want? Zhao Zhangming asked in a hurry. I'm going to find a friend to help. Chairman, please trust me one more time, Xia Dongyang said in a pleading tone. As things stood, Zhao Zhangming had no other choice but to hope that Xia Dongyang could create a miracle, and immediately nodded his head and said, all right, I'll trust you one more time. Thank you, I will definitely save Mr. Zhao back, Xia Dongyang said and quickly ran outside. He drove Li Jingjing's car and quickly went out of the neighborhood. After going out of the neighborhood for some distance, Xia Dongyang parked his car on the side of the road. He thought that the other party had warned Zhao Zhangming not to call the police, but didn't know about his presence, so he had to look for Fu Qingxuang's help. Dialed Fu Qingxuang's phone. The phone was quickly connected. Fu Qingxuang asked with some delight, Xia Dongyang, are you figured out? Ready to come to the police station to do something? Indeed. Fu Qingxuan couldn't think of any reason for Xia Dongyang to call himself other than this. Xia Dongyang only said, no, Officer Fu, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Oh, what favor? Although Fu Qingxian was a little disappointed, she still asked enthusiastically, I want you to help me track a car through the Skynet system. Xia Dongyang did not say the matter of Zhao Shuiyan's kidnapping. Otherwise, with Fu Qingxian's righteous nature, she would definitely get involved. This matter of rescuing people, fewer people is better. This is good to say. You say the license plate number. Fu Qingxian agreed cheerfully. After all, Xia Dongyang can help her catch that colored demon before. Xia Dongyang immediately said, it's a cleaning car. The number is. It drove away from this side of Peninsula Villa at 6 minutes past 11 this morning. Okay, I'll check it for you right away. You wait for my news. Xia Dongyang sat in the car smoking a cigarette, quietly waiting. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Fu Qingxian called. Xia Dongyang rushed to connect, but Fu Qingxian said, that car has been parked in the south of the villa area not far from the garbage station. Xia Dongyang frowned. It cannot be so easy. The other party is obviously prepared. Should not be Zhao Shuiyan closed in such a close place. Is it playing the most dangerous place as the safest place? This attention? Thought for a moment. He then tried to ask, that clean car into, then there is no other car out? Let me see, Fu Qingxian said. Also did not hang up the phone. 2 minutes later said, there is no other cleaning car out, but there is a black Volkswagen car out. The license plate number is. When Xia Dongyang heard this, he thought that it was true. The other party was going to change the car. He quickly added, please help me track this car? Okay. After a few more minutes, Fu Qingxian said, this car got on the highway from the nearest highway intersection, and got off the highway in Paisong town. I accessed the town's CCTV, and this car drove towards Shuizhu village in the south of the town. And there's no Skynet system over there, so there's no trace of it. Okay, thanks, Xia Dongyang said and was ready to hang up the phone. The alert Fu Qingxian hurriedly asked, Xia Dongyang, is something wrong on your side? Do you want me to help? No need. You've helped me enough. That's all for now, Xia Dongyang said and hung up the phone, while driving towards the highway intersection. Hey, listening to Xia Dongyang's tone, Fu Qingxian felt that things are not right. Xia Dongyang is Zhao Shuiyan's assistant. How can he go to track down a garbage truck for no reason? And that garbage truck and from Zhao Shuiyan lived in the villa area is so close, and then associated with the previous Zhao Shuiyan's that threatening parcel. Fu Qingxian more feel that there is a problem. She instantly also drove the car to the highway intersection. At the same time, constantly call Xia Dongyang, but Xia Dongyang has not been answered. Fu Qingxian hurriedly dialed Zhao Shuiyan's cell phone number, before because to investigate that threatening package, so she left Zhao Shuiyan's phone. Inside the villa, Zhao Zhangming was like an ant on a hot pan, frantically smoking a cigarette, waiting for the kidnapper's phone call, and at the same time, he also very much wanted to know the situation on Xia Dongyang's side, but thinking that Xia Dongyang had gone out only for a while, he didn't call. Suddenly, Zhao Shuiyan's phone on the coffee table rang. Zhao Zhangming's heart trembled violently, hurriedly grabbed the phone, and without even looking at who was calling he connected, and only said, hey, what conditions do you want? Feel free to mention. Don't hurt my daughter. On the other side of the phone, Fu Qingxian heard, heart, really something happened. She quickly said, hello, I'm Fu Qingxian from the criminal police team. Are you Mr. Zhao's father? What happened to Mr. Zhao? Zhao Zhangming heard that it was the police, thinking that the kidnappers said that they were not allowed to call the police before. He didn't dare to take the risk of his daughter's safety. He quickly calmed down his emotions and said, "Oh, nothing, my daughter is a little busy here. What do you have to do?" Fu Qingxian is not a fool. She could hear the change in Zhao Zhengming's tone before and after, and asked after him, "Uncle, is something wrong with Mr. Zhao? What is it? You can say to our police. Our police will definitely do our best to help you. It's fine. It's really fine. Well, I'm going to be busy here. Let Shuer say it to you later." Zhao Zhengming was afraid that the police would get involved and his daughter would be torn apart at that time, so he hung up the phone decisively, listening to the beeping sound on the phone and connecting it to Xia Dongyang's previous request for his help. Fu Qingxiang intuited that Xia Dongyang's going to track down that garbage truck as well as the Volkswagen car must have something to do with Zhao Xueyan. Xia Dongyang previously helped solve 2 cases, plus this time she was investigating Zhao Xueyan's intimidation, so Fu Qingxian felt that she could not stand by and watch, and immediately drove towards the highway intersection, while calling the relevant departments and requesting to locate Xia Dongyang's cell phone. In the villa, Zhao Zhengming held the phone tightly. His heart was burning. He knew that the phone call just now must have still aroused the suspicion of Fu Qingxian. That is to say, the police will soon be involved. If the gang of kidnappers know, the consequences are unimaginable. He can only choose to believe Xia Dongyang once again, because he has no other choice. This side, when Xia Dongyang drove to the village road leading to the water bamboo village, the day is already not early. He's secretly glad that this side is only this road. Follow the road. Soon came to the water bamboo the small field. Look at the scale. Here before should be a township, but after the merging of townships and townships, it is just a field. Usually we'll also catch the market, so there are some small stores. The bad thing is, when the car drove to the center of a section of the field, the front still appeared straight and right on the fork in the road. Xia Dongyang stopped the car, thinking about which side to go. Do not want to be at this time. He saw a short-haired bearded man wearing dark green short-sleeved, is a side of the side store to buy cigarettes. Originally this is also very common, but when Xia Dongyang saw the other side wearing pants and big head shoes, his heart suddenly moved. That is definitely not the general villagers wear. More importantly, he also noticed the other side of the left thigh outer trouser bag heavy. It looks like there is a gun, down to tighten the trouser leg, from the shape of the hidden bulge, but also hides a dagger. This dress is very professional. Should be outside the Dark Knight people. Xia Dongyang almost sure Zhao Xueyan is kidnapped by this person. Also do not know Zhao Zhengming in the end offended what people. The other side even invited the Dark Knight people kidnapped Zhao Xueyan. However, now is not the time to think about these. Xia Dongyang then drove the car on the side of the road to stop. The man bought cigarettes, lit one and then walked to the right on the branch road. Xia Dongyang did not move and followed. With his tracking technology, the other side did not have the slightest notice. Even if it is noticed, he has a wound on his arm. The other side will not suspect anything. Probably walked for more than 10 minutes. The other side to the left or a red brick facade of the 2-story farm building to go. Steeply, a reflection from the roof of the small building stainless steel water tower side flashed. Xia Dongyang heart. He knew that someone is on guard with binoculars. Immediately, he naturally walked to the side of a clump of yellow thorns behind the tree. Hush, and he also intentionally used his left hand. Will be injured right hand exposed to the guard of the person's binoculars. In fact, he was originally left-handed. Of course, most people are used to the right hand. He did this, is intentionally want to let the other side of his guard removed, think that he is just a wounded ordinary villagers. After booing, he continued to walk deeper into the branch road, and didn't even bother to look at the small building on the left, but his afterglow still saw a black Volkswagen parked in the dam in front of the small building. The license plate number was exactly what Fu Qingxiang had said before, and Xia Dongyang's heart celebrated that he finally caught up with himself. He walked through the small building as if he were an ordinary passerby, but in actuality, he used his afterglow to observe the terrain around the small building, which is a small slope after the small building. In simple terms, this small building is built by pushing off half of the small slope. The left side of the small building is a gravel hairy road, although some small trees, but almost no one high, not conducive to sneak in. And the right side of the small building is also a large clump of bamboo forest. Should be a good choice to sneak in. Xia Dongyang carefully observed the situation in the bamboo forest, found that the bamboo thick place, even squatting a person, is bored smoking, playing with the dagger. Good guy. This is a gang and still in the division of labor clear gang. This small building can be described as heavily guarded. Ordinary people are absolutely difficult to do not be found close. Now the day is not completely dark. Xia Dongyang did not hit the grass to scare the snake. Along the countryside path, he circled around a big circle. When he returned to the field, the day has been dark. He first went to buy a fruit knife, Although the dagger and the gun is the weapon he took advantage of. But now the situation. But only to make do with it. Back to the car. Xia Dongyang smoking a cigarette, quietly thinking about the rescue Zhao Shuiyan program. From the situation just observed, the other party is obviously a professional dark knight, and there is a gun on the body. But Xia Dongyang not only do not have a gun, there are still old injuries on the body, and even more to save the mane. The danger as well as the coefficient of difficulty are not small. Even so, he is still undaunted, because this is his commitment, this is his responsibility. A man is more military, when bear the responsibility, keep the promise, even if it is dead, also have to rush forward. In Li Jingjing car, looking for a pen and a few pieces of paper, he took the pen and began to write up. Full of a page also do not know what to write. After writing, he will put the pen and paper on the co-pilot seat, and then got out of the car, to the small building to cover up. Tonight there is no moon and no stars. The night sky is low. The surrounding villagers have already entered the dreamland. The darkness of the night soon engulfed his figure. Tonight, in this peaceful countryside, there was destined to be a battle of bloodshed. Meanwhile, in a room of the small building, Zhao Shuiyan was sitting on a chair with her hands tied behind her back. Her mouth was stuffed with a white cloth, and she didn't look like she had suffered any injuries. There were two other men in the room, a big man with dark skin, and the other was the man that Xia Dongyang had seen buying cigarettes on the field earlier. At this time, the man who bought cigarettes complained somewhat unhappily. "Boss, this Jianyang is just a bullet-ridden place, and this is a poor countryside. As long as it's not the people from those organizations in China, with our strength, we don't have to be afraid at all. Why do we need to be so on guard?" That black-faced big man puffed a mouthful of smoke, speaking a mouthful of not-so-fluent Chinese, only saying, "It's already not easy for us to sneak in this time. It's better to be careful. I still don't believe that the other party dares to call the police, even if they do. With Jiang Yang's group of drunkards, they can't pose a threat to us at all." The man who bought cigarettes was obviously very confident in his gang's strength. "Don't be so cocky, be careful, wait and follow the rules to rotate," that black-faced boss said very cautiously. The man who bought cigarettes had a reluctant face, glanced at Zhao Shuiyan who was on the side. His eyes flashed a strong evil color, laughed 2 times and said, "Boss, I think it's better to be like this. Let's enjoy ourselves first." Zhao Shuiyan's face changed dramatically as she listened, shaking her head repeatedly with a horrified face, emitting a "ow" sound from her mouth, her body constantly struggling. She hadn't dreamt that one day she would face such a horrifying scene. She knew that this place was so remote, surely no one would come to save her. Helplessness and despair covered her heart in an instant. She secretly resolved that once she was about to be humiliated, she would definitely kill herself before that, regardless of everything. That black-faced big man but angrily scolded, "You fucking think of women. There will be a day to be bad. Give the old man squatting aside, and so on to get the money. What kind of woman you want no?" The man who bought cigarettes had a face of anger and unwillingness, but he could only helplessly walk to the left window, smoking hard. It looked like his task was to observe the situation on the left side of the small building. Zhao Shuiyan was temporarily relieved. From the path that came back before, Xia Dongyang directly circled around to the right side of the small building. This is the route he just planned in the car to sneak in from the bamboo forest on the right side of the small building. Before the first time over, he saw someone squatting in the bamboo forest, so he did not act rashly. Sure enough, see the depths of the bamboo forest, a little bit of sparks flickering. Needless to say, it is the squatting person in the smoke, which also happens to expose the location of his position. Of course, if it is a change of normal people, will not notice the depths of the bamboo forest. Xia Dongyang quietly waiting for the arrival of 2 o'clock in the morning. This point is the most sleepy person most want to sleep time. Seeing the other party smoking one after another, Xia Dongyang's addiction to smoking also came, but he relied on the amazing willpower, hard to hold back, because he knows that there is another person on the roof. If he smokes, the sparks will easily expose his position. Xia Dongyang quietly lurked and waited. He had done sniper, but also the best sniper in the army, so the more this time, the more calm his state of mind. Time passes slowly, the night has long been deep. Xia Dongyang but the more spirit, almost unblinking stared at the bamboo forest. Finally see the bamboo forest and the person no longer smoke. Think should be asleep, but Xia Dongyang and wait a while, to determine the bamboo forest and the person really fell asleep. He only then slowly get up, ready to dive to the bamboo forest. Suddenly, the sky even started to rain, and it looks like the rain is not small. Hit the bamboo forest is Russell. Xia Dongyang heart alarmed, because the other side will certainly be drenched by the rain to wake up. Before the wait is not only wasted not counting, and now want to dive into the difficulty will also be greater. But right now he has no choice. while the rain is still just falling. That person in the thickest part of the bamboo forest may not be so fast to wake up. He rushed to the depths of the bamboo forest dive. The gap is very small. Xia Dongyang borrowed the rain in the bamboo forest shuttle. This deep a foot shallow, coupled with the dim light, very bad traveling. If not, he went through a special training. Ordinary people are afraid that would have fallen a few heels. Even so, Xia Dongyang is also fee 2 minutes, finally close to the person. Suddenly, the person woke up, cursed, marred, this ghost weather. At this time, but do not know where to scurry out of a cat. The man is almost conditioned to turn over and drink. What people? Xia Dongyang heart trembled violently. Feet vigorously force. A fist to the other side of the temple smashed. The man also reacted very quickly. A bias head to avoid the Xia Dongyang punch, while lifting the foot of a knee-top collision to Xia Dongyang's abdomen. Xia Dongyang did not dare to delay more time here, especially if the other side of the shouting. It would be a waste of effort, so he is sideways to avoid the other side of the knee-top. The left hand on the early preparation of the dagger in the other side of the throat in the trend of a pull across. Pooh! Blood spurted out wildly. The man looked at Xia Dongyang with horror in his eyes, unable to believe that he had been planted like this. And then, he fell straight backward. Xia Dongyang, a hand to help him to hold, slowly put down on the ground, and then in the other side of the body searched for a while, surprisingly searched for a pistol and a dagger. He weighed a little bit, immediately determined that the gun inside the bullets, and it is full of bullets. However, this will be to save lives. With a gun is obviously inconvenient, but he still put on the body. After drilling through the bamboo forest, he carefully observed the small building. The doors and windows of the first floor were tightly closed. Only the room on the second floor against the left side had a faint light. Fa Zhao Shuiyan should be locked up there. In the end, there are still people under the first floor on guard. Xia Dongyang did not dare to be sure, so he intended to sneak in from the roof of the building. He circled around to the back of the small building, raised his eyes and looked, but saw that there was no rain shield on the back window of this small building. The heavy rain clattered and fell directly, instantly soaking his entire body. Such a heavy rain. The people upstairs may come down at any time to give the person in the bamboo forest umbrella. Xia Dongyang must fight for time. No way. He only had to take out the dagger just searched for, and before the field to buy a fruit knife. On the red brick wall should still have a gap. A little bit of upward climbing. The rain poured down. The red brick wall is very slippery. Xia Dongyang's feet have no place to borrow strength. All rely on both arms. And his right hand in the fruit knife cannot withstand all the power. Almost most of the power is in his left hand. In this way, just climb to the second floor. Xia Dongyang just feel the back waist of the old injury came from a burst of pain like tearing. He couldn't help but sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His hand almost let go, but he relied on the tough willpower, but still gave to bear down. After taking a deep breath, he once again climbed to the top. Endure the sharp pain in the back, at least is to catch the rooftop railing, but is ready to catch his breath, which know that the ash on the rooftop but because of the years, the sun and rain, has long been weathered and softened. His hand slipped, the whole person to the downstairs fall. This scared Xia Dongyang not light, but he is very calm. The left hand of the dagger violently to the red brick wall, just inserted in the gap in the red brick wall. Body can be stabilized by hanging in the air, but although the body is stabilized, but under this meal, a huge impact of gravity. Xia Dongyang immediately felt an unprecedented pain in the back waist, pain that he even sucked in a few mouths of cold air, only then slowly gasped. He looked upwards. It was a good thing that it was raining heavily, otherwise the sound of the dagger stabbing the wall just now would have definitely disturbed the person who was by the water tower, the one who was on sentry duty with binoculars. He climbed to the roof again, this time than just now much more strenuous. The waist injury caused him every force. Will be painful to suck too cold air. It is not easy to climb to the roof again, even if it is raining heavily. The temperature is very low, but Xia Dongyang has been sweating profusely. Of course, more or cold sweat. This time, he clasped his hand on the inner edge of the fence, and then slowly probed his head, looking toward the water tower, but did not see anyone there. Also, such a heavy rain. The other party could not possibly still stay there in the rain. But in this way, there is no clear target. This roof is so empty, but if you go up, it will easily be found. Xia Dongyang pondered. His eyes moved to the roof of the building leading to the second floor of the stairway, where there is a small room. The countryside in the clear sky to dry grain is not yet dry. It will be collected and placed in that small room. Although it was raining heavily, but Xia Dongyang still noticed that the stairway, there are wisps of smoke drifting out. His heart moved. Is the sentry? He hid there to avoid the rain. Observed the situation. Endured the sharp pain on his waist. Xia Dongyang slowly moved his body, leaning to the right direction. Only that small room next to the dead center of that stairway. This horizontal move was even more physically demanding. Xia Dongyang had to buy time, so he clenched his teeth and hung under the railing of the sky floor, quickly moving his body horizontally. Although the heavy rain added a great deal of difficulty to him, the sound of the rain and the blurred vision also allowed him to get some degree of cover. Finally, he moved horizontally to the back of that small room, and after taking a deep breath, he gave his arm a push, flipped over the red brick railing on the roof of the building, and landed on the rooftop as if he were a civet cat, and after 2 rolls he stuck to the wall of that small room. By virtue of the cigarettes floating up just now, Xia Dongyang secretly judged where the other party was hiding, and was about to strike. Suddenly, a little slight movement came, followed by a stream of water soaring out of the entrance of the building. It was that person who was urinating. Opportunity. Xia Dongyang figure flashed out. The man dangling a cigarette is booing. Steeply see a figure flashed out. Immediately face changed. Want to pull out the gun. Xia Dongyang where can give him the opportunity. The hand dagger is like a stunning. A cut across the throat of the man. Goo goo. Fresh blood wildly sprayed out. The man stared wide-eyed. Both hands covered his throat. The voice of struggle in the throat, but still cannot stop the wild surge of blood. His body leaned back, about to roll toward the stairs. Xia Dongyang rushed to pull him back. Thrown in the rain, but a few seconds, the man stopped struggling, completely cut off the gas. Time does not allow Xia Dongyang to linger. He went along the stairs to the second floor to cover up. He did not know the specific layout of the building, so traveling very slowly, once the grass alarmed the snake, to save Zhao Xueyan will be difficult. Smoothly turned the stairs, and there is no guard. Xia Dongyang along the second floor of the window balcony, close to the wall to the left side of the room with lights to cover. The second floor of this small building is only 3 rooms. Xia Dongyang quickly sneaked to the leftmost room outside. The door is not closed. He was about to probe to look inside. Suddenly, a series of footsteps from the room. Xia Dongyang rushed to the side of the room to hide. Sure enough, a man walked out. It is the previous evening in the field to buy cigarettes that beard. He smoked a cigarette on one side. On the other side complained, marred. So heavy rain, but also alert a hairline. First take turns to enjoy that girl should be more cool. Xia Dongyang was shocked. This if he let him go down or go up to change shifts, will find the situation is not right. This time he also not as much as think about it. Rushed to flash out. That buy cigarettes man did not expect someone sneaked in, but also complained vigorously. Xia Dongyang rushed up. A hand covered the other side of the mouth, dragged to the back, and then the dagger in the other side of the throat a pull to solve the problem. The beard struggled 2 times on the gas. Xia Dongyang did not dare to slow down. If it takes a little longer, the boss inside will also find out that something is wrong. He rushed to the last room door to cover up. He saw Zhao Xueyan's mouth was blocked, tied up sitting on a chair, and is facing the door. However, coincidentally, Zhao Xueyan perhaps because of fear and did not fall asleep. Xia Dongyang probed. Unexpectedly just by her to see, Zhao Xueyan almost subconsciously, the mouth issued sound. Xia Dongyang's heart was shocked, hurriedly raised his hand and made a silent gesture while retreating backward. However, a few seconds later, a man's muffled voice came from inside the room, shouting, I know you're right outside, raise your hand and walk in, I'm going to count to 3, if you don't come in, I'm going to make a slash on this chick's face. Regardless of whether the other party was, Xia Dongyang didn't dare to risk Zhao Xueyan's safety. So he just had to walk out with his hands up. Just see Zhao Xueyan's side stood a little bald black-faced man. Should be the boss of this group of people, his right hand holding a gun. There is no dagger in his hand or anything. Xia Dongyang immediately understand. Just now the other party is indeed in the. He footsteps unceasingly towards the room. Even if it is 1 point more close to Zhao Xueyan, his chance to counterattack will also be much larger. Stop! That black-faced boss was very alert, pointing his gun at Xia Dongyang and shouting. Xia Dongyang could only stop his steps, so that he was only 3 or 4 meters away from the other party. The gun in that black-faced boss's hand picked up and down at Xia Dongyang and said, take out all the weapons you have on you and throw them on the ground. Xia Dongyang first threw the bloodstained dagger in his hand on the ground, and then took the gun out and threw it on the ground as well. That black-faced boss took a look and said in surprise, you're very strong. Not only did you chase me here, but you also solved my several brothers silently. If it wasn't for this stupid woman, I wouldn't be able to find you at all. Aha! Once Zhao Xueyan heard this, she struggled and looked at Xia Dongyang with a guilty face, her eyes full of anxiety. Xia Dongyang asked with a very calm face, what kind of people are you instructed by and why did you kidnap her? Sorry, this you don't need to know. That black-faced boss shook his head, then said in a deep voice, anyway, the long night is boring. How about this? Let's play a game. You killed 3 of my brothers. I'll return the favor with 3 shots. 3 shots, and if you can stay alive, I'll let this woman go. How about it? Aha! Zhao Xueyan heard, immediately anxious to struggle violently, shaking his head to indicate that Xia Dongyang do not agree. That is 3 shots, not die 3 punches. Ah! Who can take 3 shots do not die? Ah!